Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
You know, I started out as a college basketball player and was fortunate enough to get drafted. And I went to try out, got cut, had to make a pivot. I went from being at an NBA camp to an overseas camp. And I played over there for a couple of years and then came back to the United States and made another pivot. And I got into the investment business, which was a brand new experience for me. So I had to be adaptable. And I went from there back to business school, and I had to be adaptable yet again and be back into learning mode. And subsequently, after spending 14 years in the investment industry, I came back to basketball as a coach. And it's really important that I let myself learn, continue to learn, be adaptable, and be willing to pivot. Being open to change helped me explore roles I hadn't really originally planned for, which made my career richer and more fulfilling. Indeed helps people do the same by identifying their existing skills and connecting them to new opportunities. Through Indeed, people can find better work that fits their skills, even if it means shifting career paths or trying something new. Just like my own adaptability has opened doors for me, Indeed's mission is to empower everyone to leverage their skills for better work. Whether adaptability is a skill you have or not, Indeed can help connect the skills you have to new opportunities. When people feel confident in their skills and open to change, the world truly can work better.
I do want to talk to Emma as a mother, because she's a mother trying to figure this out. And I do think there's a question, like the original question of why do we love our sons and raise our daughters? And I think that's something worth sort of talking through among mothers, because sadly, many mothers are parenting alone, which is a huge problem. I think Scott Galloway, there are other researchers out there who say that one of the challenges that boys face is that there just aren't enough men in their lives. You know, the men have disappeared, whether through divorce or fatherhood. There are small numbers of male teachers in high schools. Boys are growing up in an education system where they're mostly surrounded by women.
Right.
You know, Barack, you've talked about the fact that the entire education system isn't even designed to recognize boys and what they need. So, what do we say to Emma? Because again, we don't know whether she's parenting alone or whether she has a husband. But I do think that mothers struggle to figure out what do their sons need. And so they wind up operating out of their own fears and their own instincts, which is to love unconditionally. I think mom was like this. She raised me to be tough because I think she knew what it was like to be a woman. In her mind, she knew what she was preparing me for. The insults, the limitations, the whatever you
The
can think
sexism,
of,
the biases.
sexism, the biases. So she knew you have to have a mouth. You have to be able to speak up for yourself. With you, she wanted you to be nice. so that you wouldn't get in trouble or you
Right.
wouldn't get arrested. But was that who you were? So what do we say to the Emmas of the world? How do we sort of start thinking as a society about helping mothers
Right.
raise sons, because they're
Right.
doing it alone, and we're being told that we don't have what it takes to give boys all of what they need?
Well, look, I think you started hinting at it. As somebody who was raised by a single mom, not perfectly, but that unconditional love as a start is the right one.
Mm-hmm.
I do think, though, thinking about raising boys in the same way you're thinking about raising daughters, which is how do you make them good, responsible people
Mm-hmm.
who know how to function and know how to understand themselves well enough that they can navigate this really complicated world, and setting high expectations. So there are a lot of these things that apply to boys and girls. I do think that there are some particular issues with boys that as a society we're not addressing. I do think as a society we have to create more structures for boys and men to have guidance, rituals, frameworks,
Mm-hmm.
encouragement, to be able to meet a wide range of role models so
Mm-hmm.
that whatever their inclinations, they can see a path to success that isn't just sports or money, making a lot of money. And so that's on all of us together. What I would say to Emma would be, in your community, even if you have a wonderful male partner who's in the house, I think it still would be good to find assets in the community, people in the community, friends in your community, places of worship, community organizations, what have you, where there are a bunch of men who can be sort of elders to boys. And so they're not just looking at one particular role model, but many. And one of the things when Michelle and I first started dating and I'd go over to your guys' house, one of the things I loved was just, seeing all your uncles and your cousins. And there were a bunch of different kinds of men.
Mm-hmm.
There were men that were kind of soft-spoken, and then there were men that were loud, and there were men who were engineers, and then there were men who were
Police officers,
or they drove a
jitney
cab.
Yeah.
Right. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of times boys need is not just exposure to one guy.
One dad.
One dad. No matter how good the dad
is. He can't be everything.
He can't be everything. And then that boy may need somebody to give the boy some perspective on the dad.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
One of the most valuable things I learned as a guy was I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't allowed, who became one of my favorite professors and was a great guy and would call me out when I started saying stuff that was ignorant. You need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or what have you, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this.
Yeah.
Right. So that I think is creating that community. I know it's corny, but that's what they need.
And we talk a lot about what we had with our mother and father, right? And a lot of times but we really.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. This is the infamous Obama interview that I don't see what the big deal is about. It's like anytime Obama says something, all of a sudden, it is, the worst thing in the world to the Trump derangement syndrome people. And just so you've noticed, the title of the show, TDS, is like a mental leprosy. I think it was Richard who made that comment. TDS is not the people who don't like Trump. TDS is the people who basically are so obsessed with Trump he can do no wrong or say no wrong. And the people who, for some reason or another, Trump was president. president Obama was 2 presidents ago, now 3 presidents ago. Why he is still the center of why he's renting space in Trump's brain is beyond me. But I don't see anything that Obama has said that's controversial so far. But the controversy lives on.
Really did have a big community of people in our lives. I mean, that we don't talk a lot about that on this show. We allude to it, but Craig and I, we grew up in a huge community of extended aunts and uncles and cousins and all types of male role models, which helped in broadening out and filling in where our mother and father were limited.
Mm-hmm. So for Emma, I'm picking up a couple of things. Community, big,
huge,
not just
a single mom,
a
mom and dad.
or mom and dad, but a broad community. And I can appreciate you using our family as an example, but uncles, but not necessarily blood
It doesn't
uncles,
have to be blood.
but men who can who can give a kid or kids some contextualization of who.
By the way, that also includes, not just family and social, but political also. Kids need to be, once they get up old enough, say high school age, having a variety of people, say in a family or in a community that are different as far as political views. Hugely important. Kids need to start, of course, in high school, but seriously in high school, trying to figure out who they are, what they like, what they don't like, politically, socially, etc. I don't know that people take high school seriously enough. High school is not just about dating and football games. High school is literally boot camp for adults. College is too, to a certain extent, but I think having the quote drill sergeants there who should be parents and the extended family, high school is boot camp. And I don't think people take education seriously enough. I don't think they take high school seriously enough. And whatever the secondary education is, whether it's trade school, college, or actual boot camp. Well, I know the people in actual boot camp take it seriously, but Americans just don't take the boot camp of high school seriously. And that's going to be step number one.
Their parents are.
Right. And
That's-
also,
And what it
and
means-
can model,
Yeah.
there are a lot of ways to be a responsible, respected, strong man. And you don't have to be rich and you don't have to be a professional athlete.
And you don't have to go find it on the internet among a group of unclear influences, and this is a thing that parents, Emma has to understand, if her sons aren't getting it,
They'll look for it.
They are going to look for it because boys need this.
Right.
Whether they think that they're happy playing video games on their own, and we haven't even talked about how the rise in video games has sort of left kids feeling like, well, this is who I am. I'm alone, or I'm interacting through a game virtually, but I don't have any in real life friends. Kids are going to seek out some kind of community. So
Yeah.
big community. I would emphasize, because they need to have other outlets. They have to be able to learn how to be more than just the sport that they care about.
Right.
And while they get great skills in sports and they learn a whole lot of traits,
Teamwork.
it isn't music. It's not language. It's
Mhm.
not social in
Yep.
certain ways.
Right.
And so I think we owe it.
One of the other criticisms that I've heard is, Obama talking about raising boys. He may not be, the father of a boy. However, he was a boy at some point, we assume. People need to STFU about Obama doesn't know anything about raising boys.
To our boys to be very deliberate about saying enough with sports and let's try some other things.
Or at least
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, everybody please make sure you hit the like button while you're here. Thank you, Solid Snake. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I promise one day I'll be more consistent with dropping stuff, video essays and the like, or clips. Make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. That's where John and Portia clip stuff from John's show. So we will go a little bit farther with this.
No?
encouraging them and exposing them to it in a way. Look, sports was scaffolding for me to pull myself into manhood. But even as I was doing that, though, my mom was still dragging me to art museums.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I was still being taken to, waiting for Godot. And, I remember my mom took me to a Samuel Beckett play when I was like 12. And I'm kind of sitting there.
It's like, what is this about?
But you know what? I kind of got it after a while. I thought, that's interesting.
Mhm.
I mean, it wasn't necessarily the thing I would choose to do, but the fact that I did it meant later when I was 17, 18, all right, there's something there that, may be interesting. So sometimes it's just a matter of, saying to our boys, you being interested in art and you being interested in, theater, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I would also,
boys hearing that.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Those are good things. So that, and I would tell Emma, don't assume who your son is going to be based on some male stereotypes of what you think he should be.
Right.
Really pay attention to who he's showing you he is.
Right.
This back to school season, spend less on your kids with Amazon. I remember when my wife.
Yeah, we may go a little bit farther than that. Excuse me. Dave, all you took from that was wondering whether it was Michelle Obama's real hair. You are really deep, son, deep. Let's see. Hey, Snake, GoldenEye. They did Golden Eyes wrong. No idea who Golden Eyes is. So anyway, welcome aboard. It's been a while since I've seen you, NYC Majestic. Good to see you out there. They talked quite a bit towards the end about boys and single motherhood and stuff. Let's see, what else did they talk about? Is there anything else? A healthier future for young men and brotherly love and sign off. Let's skip this a little bit.
Checklist done in like 5.
Oh boy. They do a lot of commercials here.
And I would say to Emma and all parents, period, of sons, that it requires some slowing down on the part of the parent, because that stuff, that's not science. That's
Right.
art. That you can't
There's no
can't
formula for it.
schedule that.
Right.
It's not a formula.
Well, you know what, NYC Majestic, so did I. That's why we stopped watching Pop the Balloon about 3 or 4 months ago. I don't think we've done a Pop the Balloon since April, maybe. So, welcome back. We basically stopped doing all the game shows. It's almost pure news, culture, and stuff. We don't. I will one Saturday go back and look at some of the dating games, but haven't done that in months.
You have to create space.
Right. And it's not always
for
efficient.
and it's not efficient. It will never be efficient because kids, they don't open up on time.
Right.
They're not always going to have a feeling at dinner time when you're ready.
Yeah.
So you have to create enough space, enough downtime throughout the course of a week, a month.
One thing I do want to say, and I'm not going to say that Michelle Obama is, quite this way, but no, you must give kids as they get older a little bit of latitude to do stuff on their own time. But sometimes kids need to be ready when the parents are ready, not the opposite. You are not their friends. You don't always wait till a kid is ready to open up or do what they want to do. Sometimes they're going to do I would say most times they're going to do what you want to do when you want to do it. And I've kind of mentioned this before. When I was married even, and I'm still this way, it is always my time. People react to my schedule, and of course, we can negotiate, but no, I don't operate. I didn't operate on my wife's schedule. Sometimes I did, but not when it came down to brass tacks. And I'm the head of the family. It shall be my way. But there's always that undercurrent. And in the end, when there needs to be, one vote to decide whether we do A or B, my vote always counts twice. If I don't want to do something, I'm not going to do it. It will be done my way. Now I'm pretty flexible. I'm pretty laid back about it, but there comes a time when, I am the decider, or whoever's the head of the family is the decider, and y'all follow me. And kids are part of that. They don't dictate my schedule. I dictate theirs. Now, if there's interest convergence, awesome.
Month,
Right.
To give kids that space to let things unfold, to let them unfold for you. And I think parents of sons have to
Morning
understand
roast.
that sons need unfolding in that emotional way as much as their daughters do.
Well, it turns out, some of these studies are showing they may need it more.
They may need it even more.
Maybe because they're not getting it reinforced in the outside world.
Anywhere else.
It does mean, though, that as men, we have to, in whatever conversations we're having with boys, sending the signal that emotional intelligence, paying attention to how other people are feeling, and also paying attention to how you are feeling, and being able to describe that and work through those things, that is a characteristic of being a grown man. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's worthwhile.
And that means
And not
that
a sign
men
of
have
weakness.
to practice that too.
Yeah.
And that's also a message for the fathers out there, among many things of we need more men present. That's something that studies are showing.
Right.
Men are not present in the lives of children. And that is having a disproportionate impact on boys.
Right.
But men have to do the self-work too. Fathers, men in general, because if you're of a certain generation, we just saw it here. You guys weren't taught.
It's funny you say that, NYC. I didn't, but I do think the older a child gets, the more say they should have. And I tell you a story. When my son got home from school for the summer, apparently he had a rough year, and it was almost like coming back after my first deployment. I went to caught the tail end of Desert Storm, the first Desert Storm. Um, it took me a few days to decompress, and luckily I was um we were well, the Navy decided to decom my ship when I got back. So the first 5 days or so, I was in a hotel room pretty much alone. And that was a good thing. I don't know that it would have been, my family probably would have thought I was weird. Um, but it took me like a week to kind of get used to being back in the States. Even after 6 months, but it's 6 months in a pressure cooker where you always have to perform 100% of the time, 7 days a week. Two, hey, I'm sitting here watching old sitcoms. I don't have anything to do. It took getting used to. But anyway, my son, I could tell like the first couple weeks to a month, oh, he was keyed up. And I saw that, and I was kind of like business as usual. You need to do this, this, and this, and I could tell just by looking at him. You know what? He was he was keyed up. So I just I talked to him. Because he's 19. I talked to him and told him, hey, I notice. And we talked it out. And you know what? I've never heard my son say school was hard. He skipped he skipped through high school. I used to fuss at him for never studying, that sort of thing. Well, he had to fucking study. Apparently Georgia Tech is hard. And now after a month, he was kind of back to his old self. So my point is that the older kids get, the more they are who they're going to be. You do have to start treating them like adults. You have to recognize that at 19, you're not going to treat him like he's 10, like you will do this in this order. So there's also a learning curve for parenting. So, my joke is that, I'm a parent emeritus now. I will interfere if I have to interfere or I think it's necessary, but otherwise, he makes his own decisions. And to Solid Snake's point, yeah, I was a little hungover yesterday morning. However, I also had to take my son to the airport. He's in San Francisco for a couple days. So, there was a mission there. And you know what? He wanted to go visit his girlfriend, and I didn't have to pay for it. He had his own money. So, you know what? I couldn't tell him, well, I don't think you should go. I'm like, you know what? I told him, hey, I think maybe you don't necessarily need to go, especially on the other side of the country. But you know what? He wanted to do it. And I, as an adult, I didn't have a good reason for him not to go. Um, and you know what? I took him to the airport. That's the upshot of it. He's an adult. He's doing what he wants to do. And me saying, hell no, you're not going to go wouldn't have worked in the first place. Don't pick battles you're not going to win is the art of parenting. Also, especially when you're parenting an adult. Okay, you don't want to piss your 19-year-old off because and I actually have told him this summer, you don't have to be here. My feelings will be hurt if you decide to live somewhere else, but I'll get over it. You need to remember this is still my house. I'm not charging you rent. I'm not doing any of that stuff because I don't think it's necessary, but do realize where you are and who I am. I haven't changed. You have. So anyway, enough of this parenting bullshit. I'm parent emeritus. If you need me, call me. I'll be happy to help. I will offer advice if I see that you're making a mistake, but otherwise you are the adult.
That
Yeah.
you weren't taught how to, Barack, you read about it, you were unusual in your pursuit of it, maybe because it's the way you were raised, but a lot of men aren't aware that they're
Also, let me add to your good points here, Majestic. You have to be consistent also. You have to be firm, fair, and definitely consistent.
ability to unpack themselves, and the need to do that work is going to directly impact young boys in the world, period.
Yeah. I think you are absolutely right. I at the danger of sounding like the policy guy here, I do want to just go back to something I said earlier. Everything you said is right, and that's work men have to do. I think it's important not to divorce that work from some other stuff like men having jobs.
I totally agree. Totally agree. It was not an either or at all.
Exactly. But because part of what happened when we say there aren't a lot of men around.
Yes.
Part of what happened, and it happened in the Black community first,
and now
but
it's
then
trickling
now
out.
you're seeing it happening across the board, was a lot of male identity and status was tied up with being a provider, having a job, doing a good job, coming home. And when folks started losing jobs because of deindustrialization and offshoring, and, obviously this isn't a political show, so we're not going to go down all the reasons that it happened, but it happened. And so then you had a bunch of men suddenly feeling lost because their identity had been so wrapped up in that one thing, which was being a provider. And so part of what we have to do is, as men take responsibility for figuring out how to talk about and share feelings and cultivate relationships and friendships. But as a society, we also have to make sure that men don't feel redundant and don't feel as if there's not a place for them.
Yeah.
And
I'm going to stop it right there. If anybody wants the link, I'm happy to drop it. By the way, most of the links that I'm going to use in the show are in the show notes. At least I think they are. So feel free to avail yourself of them links. And then one thing I also want to do, and I encourage y'all to watch the whole thing. If you are not an Obama fan, you probably won't like it that much, but I am an Obama fan, and I found absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. But that being said, the other thing, Professor Black Truth, my hero, has a criticism, I think, which I haven't watched, and I always like hearing Professor Black Truth because he's funny mostly. So let's see here. And does my computer want to be slow? Damn it. Give me 1 sec here. There we go. Let's see what Professor Black Truth has to say. I have no clue what he has to say. I don't see anything wrong with at least the portion that I saw.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't out loud, who became one of my favorite professors and was a great guy and would call me out when I started saying stuff that was ignorant. You need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or what have you, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this.
Well, I guess it's safe to say that Michelle Obama's little old podcast must be in trouble because she's brought in the irrelevant ex-president who she was talking trash about a few weeks ago, as usual. And now she's got him on her little side show. I don't know which one of them is the bigger idiot. And I find Obama's reference to a gay professor to be doubly interesting because Michelle co-hosts that little show of hers with her brother, who many have already opined is LGBT himself. And the black media has speculated since the days that he was in the White House that Barack Obama is a closet homosexual. He certainly has more than a soft spot for the LGBT community. He prioritizes them every single chance he gets beyond anything that any president had done before or since. Now, a lot of people who bought into the fairy tale of Barack Obama's presidency and his marriage, they've also had problems accepting that Michelle Obama would be part of this. But the reality is the black media told you Michelle Obama is Barack's beard. And that even she knows this. That's part of the reason why she sounds so much like Jada Pinkett talking about Will Smith, another sexually suspect individual. That's what happens when these women are in these relationships with these guys. The whole world sees him one way, but they're like behind closed doors, he's totally different. How else do you explain the fact that Barack Obama would marry an openly masculine, strong-featured, grumpy heifer like Michelle Obama? And sure, you can try to say, but didn't he have sexual relations with white women way back in the day? I mean, he was having sex with women long before he got around to Michelle Obama. Look, that is allegedly true. But this would hardly be the first time that some sort of high-ranking male did something like this. Remember, a number of male politicians and social climbers in particular, especially the ones who are in elite circles, have done things just like having a woman as his wife just to maintain appearances. That's what happens whenever you're in these circles. You know that you're part of a small minority of individuals and everybody wants to have family men around them because those guys are perceived to be more stable. So if you happen to be gay, what in the world do you do? If you're trying to get to those top echelons, you're not going to be doing it with another man by your side. Just ask Pete Buttigieg. How many Republican politicians have been Mr. Family Values on camera their entire careers? They've had girlfriends and were married for years, if not decades, only for it to finally come out that they were gay the entire time. And there's also been a number of white preachers who've been caught doing the exact same kind of things. When someone of any sexual orientation is trying to climb the ladder, bedroom politics becomes just another tool to get what they want. Men who have gone into the world and struck up long-term relationships with women just so that they can try to find a way to climb the social ladder, that's nothing new. After all, how many of these women out here have caught STDs from down low men? Lots of individuals have sex with women when they have minimal or even no interest in them. And when you mix in the nuances of sexual politics with electoral politics, then the situation becomes far more complicated and a lot more perverted. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is something that I said many years ago, that when you have people in these political circles, especially these elite individuals, they don't have marriages. They have arrangements. Why do you think it is that Hillary Clinton stayed with Bill Clinton after all of the scandals, after all of the multiple humiliations? She stayed with the guy regardless. Why? Because she still felt that she needed to be attached to him for her own abortive run for the presidency. That's what her goal had been, Jesus, since she was back in college way back in the 60s. She had been daydreaming about that her entire adult life. She hitched her star to Bill Clinton's wagon, and for a hot minute there, she actually thought that she could pull it off. A lot of people tell themselves that the wives of these down-low, high-profile men are clueless, like Andrew Gillum's wife. People say that, but even after the man is found out to be cruising for dudes, the wife stays with him regardless. Now, why do you think that is? Remember, these people don't have marriages. They have arrangements. But just because the wife is getting something out of the deal doesn't mean that it doesn't frustrate her. They just learn how to do the public performance same way their husbands do. When Michelle Obama griped and huffed like a baby at the question of whether she wanted to have a son, that was an example of somebody who just couldn't contain their frustration any longer.
The former First Lady tells radio host Angie Martinez that she's more than okay with not having a son during the June 18th episode of her and brother Craig Robinson's IMO podcast.
You should have threw a boy in the mix.
You know, that is the dumbest fucking observation I've heard in quite some time. Now, if you have two girls and we're assuming that it was the natural way and it wasn't some, eugenics experiment, what choice does Michelle Obama have but be okay with having two girls? It's a bullshit point, and people lack critical thinking. Um, it's a dumb point. Of course. Where is she going to get a boy? Are they suggesting she adopt one? Um, that might be a good point, but absent, throwing that into the mix, what choice does Michelle Obama have? Except, what fate dealt her, which is 2 girls.
I'm so glad I didn't have a boy.
Yeah.
Because he would have been a Barack Obama.
It's like baby Barack. It would have been amazing.
No, I would have felt for him.
She just borrowed our boys.
So in the Obama household, they love to take swipes at anything male every chance they get. Barack should have his wife be mentored so she can finally learn some empathy. I think that anyone with half a working brain cell can agree that Michelle Obama has a deep-seated hatred and contempt when it comes to black males in particular. It doesn't matter if they're black men, black boys, or just black anything.
You know what?
Male.
I suspect that that Professor Black Truth expects Michelle Obama to go, well, Barack is my king. Fuck all that.
Stand it and hates them. Why? Well, she's got some sort of chip on her shoulder. Now, she herself said that no black man ever molested her or did anything to wrong her.
Okay, she didn't want her husband to be in politics. Of course, he's a bit bitter. How about put 2 and 2 together, Professor?
In fact, she tries to talk and pretend as if she had some sort of grudging respect for her father, but yet she spews venom at black men every chance she gets. So if black men never did anything wrong to her, why does she hate black men so much? The only explanation for that is that for some reason, Michelle Obama has an inferiority complex where black men are concerned. And that's where this comes from. She just doesn't like black men because I guess she felt that she was going to compete against black men or show black men up. There was some part of her that felt like she needed to show black men who was boss. That didn't happen. When she got with Barack Obama, she was making more than him, at least at the time, for a while. And I guess she thought that's the right balance. But Barack Obama eventually was selected by the Democratic leadership to run for public office. He was soon selected to be skyrocketed straight to the top. And Michelle Obama wound up having to play second fiddle to him. And you can tell that this woman's been seething about that ever since. As far as she was concerned, all was right with the world. And then Barack Obama decided he wanted to be president. And now every time you look up, instead of her being the great wife who's showing up her little husband who's just a pet poodle for her, instead it's like, okay, he's still a gutless, completely and thoroughly spineless wonder. But the problem is I'm playing second fiddle to him and I don't like it. So when you see Michelle Obama finger wagging and lecturing black men and saying, you need to do better and be better at everything, etc., you know that's how she's been talking to Barack Obama behind the scenes, behind closed doors as well. Her castrated husband, this is a guy who doesn't stand up for anything, not even for himself.
Interesting.
But he was able to make it to the White House. And as far as she was concerned, that's always going to be a feather in his cap that she can't match. She'll never have bragging rights bigger than him on that. So as far as she's concerned, her consolation prize is, well, I can at least belittle and humiliate him every chance I get just to show everybody, sure, he outshined me. And in the end, he wound up making it where I had to take the back seat to him. But I don't respect him. And I'll let everybody know I don't respect him. In fact, I don't respect black men in general. And this is the woman he's talking to when it comes time to talk about boys and empathy. This is the individual there. He doesn't seem to understand what an elephant in the room that she is. But then again, he himself has more than enough baggage on that front. Neither one of them is qualified or has any legitimacy to speak on what is in the interest of boys of any color, especially not black boys. Neither one of them is in any position to give any advice when it comes to boys at all. They need to keep their mouths shut and learn. But then again, they think as far as they're concerned, their job is not to learn anything. They know it all. They're supposed to be lecturing and telling everybody else what to think, and they just can't figure out why it is that nobody listens to them. But if I were a betting man, I'd say it's probably not going to be too long before Netflix or whatever other white media company is their current sponsor will go ahead and give them some money to make a quote-unquote documentary of some sort, where this is exactly what they'll be saying. Expect to see that in the future from Barack and Michelle Obama, some sort of half-brain documentary that's basically going to be saying that heterosexuals aren't the best mentors for boys. They need to have a gay mentor to teach them empathy. And Barack Obama, he'll tell you exactly why that's important. We got to do something about all this toxic masculinity. We need some empathy in here. We need some sensitivity in here. We don't need all of this stuff we've had all these years. Expect to see that before it's all over. But why even go there? Why him talking about boys need gay mentors in the first place? Why does this man fixate on young men and boys in particular? He doesn't have any sons. He only has daughters. So doesn't it make sense that if anything, he would be advocating that girls should have lesbian mentors? Shouldn't he have been extolling the virtues of that for his?
You know, and this is going to be an odd point, but when I was growing up, I literally didn't know any people that at least I knew, positively that were gay. However, they were there. I remember my sister's piano teacher. I loved piano, and I was actually self-taught. I'd take my sister's books. I could even read music. Kind of taught myself to do that. However, I wanted to take piano lessons, and my father was like, absolutely not. And this was like, I don't know, 9, 10, in that age range. And you know what? I suspected why my father didn't have a problem with it, or did have a problem with it. So it's kind of strange. Now we're talking like late 70s, well, definitely late 70s, not so much the 80s. And kids suspect, even sometimes why their parents are saying no. But the point is that I don't think that Barack Obama means you need a gay mentor. It was a college professor, not some 9 or 10-year-old with a mentor. It was college. And using my son as an example, I think my son is relatively fully formed. And I had a secret fear that, oh shit, what if he grows up and he decides he's gay? It's not like I would reject him. It would be, something that I talk to him about and go, hey, you know what? Can't change who you are, but you better understand that your life is going to be a little bit more difficult. So, I had mentally prepared myself for it. Shit, when he was in middle school, I, parents should think that's why parents stay up, can't sleep at night, because they're thinking of all the permutations. There's a whole lot of what if in the middle of the night when your wife is asleep and you're awake and you can't figure out why you can't sleep. Your mind tends to wander. Well, as it turns out, and my son would be, annoyed, but the reason he went to San Francisco was to visit his newfound college girlfriend. So, at least I don't have to worry about that. Bottom line is parents should love their kids no matter what. That parent child love is unconditional, even if your child is just a fucking, total, like, I'm in jail for life for some heinous crime. You never stop loving your kids. You cannot like your kids. I mean, there have been times I didn't like my son, like, fucking stay out of my way. You better make yourself scarce because you don't know how I might react if you say another word. However, you don't stop loving your kids. You just, you have to adjust to whoever they wind up being. Good, bad, gay, indifferent, doesn't matter. So, and to Professor Black Truth, to his points, I guess you got to make content This is not Professor Black Truth's finest moment. Sometimes I agree with with what he's saying a lot. This isn't one of those times.
Own daughters?
What's up,
Considering how they were
CK?
running
How you
around
doing,
smoking
Admiral?
weed and making a mockery of being the first women of color in the White House, I think they desperately need some mentoring or parenting at the very least. That's what you would think Barack Obama would be focused on, but he's not. Instead, he limits his recommendation only to people who have male children, and we all know that when he says boys, he means black boys because that's who he likes to whine at and lecture and finger wag at. If he didn't mean simply black boys, then he would have made sure to specify that. He went, well, we're talking about everybody, not just black boys.
I think you are making somehow or another, you are not understanding English. If he says boys without the descriptor, he is talking about all boys, Professor. If you're a professor, I assume you know how to speak English. If he meant black boys specifically, he would have used the descriptor. Stop it, Truth.
Just everybody. Same way that Michelle Obama made it clear that when she said men need to do this or men need to do that, it was black men that she was lecturing, especially when it comes to voting habits.
She was very
because
specific.
boys need to learn empathy, according to Barack Obama. And he said they need a gay mentor in particular because apparently there's something wrong with a heterosexual mentor in his mind, no empathy. Now, if empathy was what he thought was lacking, why not recommend a
Professor Black Truth is actually telling a lot of truths about himself. You know what? Professor Black Truth, I would want you to be a mentor of a gay black son. How would you treat that person? Jesus, dude. Do better, Truth. This is not your best day. And let's see, crazy because this sounds like PBT's best work. Ooh. Oh, really? Well, of course you would think so, Dave. Why wouldn't you? Joan Rivers stated Michelle was male before her passing. Don't know what that means. I'm guessing that Michelle Obama is not male. And by the way, DiCaprio, Joan Rivers is probably my favorite comedian of all times. You should have heard the way she talked about Edgar, her husband. She talks shit about that man way more than Michelle Obama ever did. So maybe it was a male, male recognizing a male. Joan Rivers talked, dude, you need to go back and look at some of Joan Rivers' old work. She talked about her husband like he was a fucking eunuch. So Joan Rivers saying Michelle was male. Maybe it was game recognizing game. Hey, Lupin, good morning, sir. I will definitely do that. Man, you are too kind. So let's get back to Mr. or Professor Truth. He's Mr. this morning. He's not Professor, by the way. I've demoted him.
female mentor for boys, huh? Considering that his wife was sitting right across from him, you would think that he would mention, well, women have empathy. But then again, considering the way that she talks about him, maybe that's the reason why he didn't decide to say that women could teach boys about empathy. I think that all of this is Barack Obama trying to go ahead and vent some of the stuff that he really thinks. What was really going through his mind when he was wagging his finger at black men about not supporting Kamala Harris? This is him demanding.
You all are dragging me into a fight way before I'm ready to. I haven't had my first cup of coffee yet, damn it. Here is the deal. I think Michelle Obama is a real black woman. She's not a girly girl, but she's not a man. Look, I think Deacon Dave, your mentor, your personal mentor. No, you know what, Deacon Dave, I'm not going to go there because you're too good a friend. So I'm not going to give you the full blowtorch. Michelle Obama is perfectly feminine. She just doesn't take shit. And that's what y'all don't like. Michelle Obama will tell a motherfucker what she thinks if he pisses her off. And I think there are a lot of Deacon Daves and John Galts and hood conservatives who need a strong black woman in their life telling them to go fuck yourself. That, you know what? Y'all aren't right. Y'all need some strong black, y'all need some strong black girl magic. You need a black woman like Michelle Obama to fucking tell you when you're full of shit. And I wish Michelle Obama were in this chat so she could tell you personally that you're full of shit.
Empathy. That's what that is. He identified.
And thank you, Dave. Apparently, I got enough rest after I took my son to the fucking airport yesterday.
With Kamala Harris, same way that he identifies more closely with his wife than he does with any other male that he knows.
Okay,
Barack Obama
this
felt
takes
so strongly about boys in particular needing.
Now, this is the level, and look up at the title again. TDS is like mental leprosy. And when I say TDS, to reemphasize, it's the people who worship Trump no matter what. Now look at what 12th Man says here. I never seen a pregnant picture of man shell. Dude, so you've been looking for a picture of Michelle Obama pregnant? Motherfucker, that is like the weirdest thing I've ever heard in this chat. So you've been looking for pregnant pictures of Michelle. Let me know when you find one. Wow, that is creepy. Creepy.
Gay mentors. Why didn't he say any of that when he was president? He lit up the White House after the Supreme Court handed down their ruling that legalized gay marriage. That was a perfect opportunity for him to go ahead and say that, especially considering that Trayvon Martin was murdered on his watch. And Barack Obama's response to that was the My Brother's Keeper initiative. Basically, that was just some more do-nothing political posturing. Same old empty prattling about opportunity gaps for boys and men of color. There we go with that again. Fixating on boys and men of color all the time. Your first biracial president, that seems to be on his mind constantly. Barack Obama was saying all of this, that parents are the ones who need to seek out gay mentors in their friend groups, because that's actually who he was pointing his recommendation at. This is something he was basically pointing at parents. You got a son who's gay, or you know someone who's a boy who's gay. Well, what you need to do is make sure they have a gay mentor. He wanted to make sure that gay in particular was there, because apparently Barack Obama feels that heterosexual mentors, or just heterosexuals in general, don't have empathy. They simply lack empathy. Your first biracial president saying this. And it's precisely this preoccupation with all of these other tangential things that is the reason that black people in particular couldn't get anything from the alleged first black president, because he wasn't thinking about us. He never did. He's not recommending that people need to seek out black mentors, or that the country needs more black mentors due to a lack of empathy in this country. You need black mentors to teach you people some empathy. He didn't include that with his touchy-feely talk. He wasn't making it very clear. You need to make sure there's some black mentors in your friend group, because if you got any children at all, they need to have black folks there to be exposed to the black experience so they can learn some empathy. He didn't have anything to say about that. Then again, he didn't as president either. So what does that tell you? His absolute adamant refusal to speak up on black people's behalf and to take a hard line against anti-black racism, that wasn't because of any political triangulation. It wasn't because he was looking forward to the next election. It's because this is what he actually believes. And he doesn't want anybody putting anything in there that's going to clash with what he wants to see happen. And what he wants is basically de-racialization. Black people make it so very difficult for the Barack Obamas out there to finally realize their wet dream of being deracinated. You're not a black person or a biracial person. You're just Barack Obama, the tabula rasa, clean slate, empty nothing. That's the reason why at the 2004 Democratic Convention, when he gave the keynote address, he made sure to say, there is no black America. There is no white America. Only the United States of America.
You know what? That's a very interesting point that I'm not absolutely sure I disagree with. But you know what? We got to start somewhere. And I do actually think that, saying I'm the black president of the United States would have probably like been a disaster. I think Professor Black Truth is like 99% wrong in this analysis. Too bad he's not in the chat. Or if he was, I'd invite him up. He and I would go back and forth on this, probably vehemently.
America. He didn't say there is no gay America. He didn't say that. He wasn't about to say that. If the former failed president is really all hot and bothered about boys and empathy, I'd like to know where he was at when Tamir Rice was murdered. Where was he when Trayvon Martin was murdered? Those were two black boys killed on his watch. He gave insincere lip service to Trayvon Martin, but he said nothing at all about Tamir Rice. So this just goes to show that now that Barack Obama's out of the White House, he can walk around D.C. freely because nobody cares about him. As far as they're concerned, he's just some old wrinkled up Negro who obviously is off of his meds. Well, Barack Obama can keep his anonymity, and another thing he can keep is his mouth shut. It's better that way because every time the tether-in-chief opens his big yap, something stupid falls out. If nothing else, we found something that Barack Obama and Donald Trump have in common. They're both prone to saying absurdly stupid stuff in order to get people to pay attention to them. But nobody in their right mind is about to take parenting advice from Barack Obama. And when it comes to black boys or black men, nobody's going to take masculinity lessons from a guy who tolerates the kind of open verbal abuse and attacks that Michelle Obama dishes out. Parents who have boys, or just people in general who actually care about boys, they're perfectly capable of finding suitable mentors for those male children without the spineless, gutless, brainless, and testosterone-less Barack Obama throwing in his 2 cents. Seems to me that if Barack Obama did learn any alleged empathy from his gay professor, then he ought to go back to school because he desperately needs a refresher course. Good day. And B1. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Jason Frazier, Kawi Harvard, Robert Dobson, Sean Allison, and Glennis Davis.
All right. Well, that is that. Totally disagree with about 99% of what Professor Black Truth, his analysis here. I don't understand why the enmity for the Obamas. I think President Obama did a fine job. Is the first black president. Can you imagine the pressure he was under pretty much daily? And it is telling that this black community in this chat are unsupportive. If there is a Trump derangement syndrome, there is definitely an Obama derangement syndrome. And let's see, sin, tribal species. Again, Sin 7, I find your point interesting. I've never read this. I've never read that, for the majority or most of human history, there were no 2-parent homes. Do you mean that there were it took a village or a tribe to raise children? That part I don't disagree with. I assumed when you said 2-parent home, you meant for the majority of human history, human mothers were like lions. The father shows up, and then for the rest of the time, he's off on his own while the lioness raises the cubs. So can you please be more specific about what you mean? It's an interesting point. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I've never read your take on it. Now, maybe you're an expert, so let me know. If you are, recommend your book. I'll read it. Stanley, don't act like MAGA with the Obamas. We have to be honest. I'm not. I'm curious. I think highly of the Obamas. I'm not like MAGA. I think the Obamas are a better family than the Trump family. So not sure. You'll have to expand on that. Not sure. I don't do whataboutism, Deacon Dave. I'm always specific. 12th man, did 47's children change their names too? Okay, no idea what that means. I guess once Ivanka did, she got married, right? I don't think she's Ivanka Trump. Let's see. Nuclear family consisting of parents and their children is a relatively recent. Again, citation needed. Sin. That's where I'm going with this. I define recent. Because I think it goes back a few centuries. It's not like something that happened in the last 100 years. So maybe you define recent, and maybe that'll make sense. Only when they got married, they changed their name. 12th man, let me ask you a question. It is funny that you have so much curiosity about married people in general. Dude, you're living an alternative lifestyle. You should be the last person to criticize how people live. You need to check yourself, son. Trump boys proud their last name. Well, goddamn, they need to be proud of their last name, Jesse Lee, because they've done nothing on their own without their father. Okay, they would just be another fucking, redneck hunting in the hills if it weren't for their father. They have not surpassed their father in talent, politics. They're working for their daddy's company. They have not exceeded their father. To be honest, and I'm not a big Trump fan, but Donald Trump Jr. isn't half the man that his father is, and I don't think his father is much of a man. So yeah, I wouldn't change my last name if I were Donald Trump Jr. either. So anyway, enough of this Obama foolishness. It looks like me and the chat are diametrically opposed on this. There's nothing that anyone in the chat has said that will even come close to changing my mind. And quite frankly, the only interesting comments in this chat are Sin Sevens. At least she is talking about something relatively interesting. The rest of y'all, y'all need to give the Obamas their due. Okay, they are a better family than the Trumps. All I have to say is it Stormy Daniels? Trump messing with a harlot when his wife is 4 months pregnant. You know what? I guarantee you, in a few years, Byron Trump is gonna just be Byron. Oh, I'm sorry, Barron. I'm sorry. In a few years, Barron Trump is gonna be Barron. He won't be Barron Trump. Guarantee it. So anyway, let us move into news. I'm almost sorry I showed that podcast. So citizenship, Trump order blocked again. Better luck next time, President Trump. But I know you will keep trying. All right, a federal judge in New Hampshire has opened a new front in the battle over President Trump's efforts to end birthright citizenship, said Adam Liptak in the New York Times. 2 weeks ago, Trump scored a major win when the Supreme Court curbed lower courts' power to block administration policies through nationwide injunctions. A Trump executive order ending the 157-year-old policy whereby any baby born in the U.S. becomes a citizen had been blocked by such an injunction. But in their ruling, the justices made clear that class action suits could still be used to seek nationwide injunctions. Now, Judge Joseph LaPlante has certified that a suit on behalf of all children born to parents who are unauthorized or here temporarily and barred enforcement of Trump's order. The administration blasted LaPlante as a rogue judge and filed an appeal. Well, he's just doing what the Supreme Court said he could do. LaPlante is no judge gone rogue, said Damon Root in Reason magazine. He's a George W. Bush appointee whose well-reasoned ruling is notable for its careful judicial adherence to the Supreme Court's dictates. He said it was an easy call to determine that the group in question both met the criteria for a class action suit, which lets people facing a common issue band together as plaintiffs, and was entitled to relief. Whether LaPlante's certification of the class action suit will hold up on appeal remains to be seen, said the Wall Street Journal in an editorial. Sorry to spoil your summer plans, justices, but the question may soon land before the Supreme Court. The issue could become a showdown between Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Samuel Alito, said Benjamin Parker in The Bulwark. Both chose to limit use of nationwide injunctions, but while Alito warned judges against letting class action suits achieve the same effect, Kavanaugh appeared to invite such suits. That hints at a split among the high court's conservatives over whether the court will ultimately greenlight Trump's birthright citizenship order and its brazen attack on the 14th Amendment. And I'm going to stop it there. Bottom line is Trump is sunk. I don't think the Supreme Court is going to find a way, and I know they want to. They want Trump to be able to do this. I don't know how they're going to be able to do it. They're going to have to do pretzel logic, and I don't think the pretzel logic exists. 14th Amendment, third clause is pretty, even if you look at the history of it, the debates that happened before the 14th Amendment was enacted and constitutionalized. There's a reason the amendment is written the way it is. And that's that. So there have been more than 400 lawsuits brought against the Trump administration this year. I'm not going to get too deep into this because it is a long article, but I think the title says it all: Egregious, Brazen, Lawless. How 48 judges describe Trump's actions in their own words. And we can go through, all the quotes and stuff like that. But Trump is definitely stretching the system. And in a way, I kind of applaud him doing that. There's nothing wrong with seeing what you can get away with. And in my opinion, he's actually gotten away with more than I would have thought he would. So President Trump is to be congratulated for the victories he's had. But I think that the opinion polls are pretty much a better indicator of how all these changes that he's trying to do are being taken by the American people, even on his immigration policies right now. Now, the Republicans, the MAGA folks, they're always going to be for what he's doing, but it's by no means unanimous. And independents, Democrats, overwhelmingly don't approve of what Trump is doing. And I talked about a story last week about an Iranian-born woman who'd been in the country for 47 years. I think she's in her 60s. Her husband's a U.S. citizen. Her daughter's a U.S. citizen, and she had a legal status. She got picked up by ICE in her garden while she was gardening. And Steve Scalise, the Republican House leader, had to intervene. She had friends in high places. She got a whole bunch of people writing on her behalf. Apparently, her husband and she and the family were prominent. She got special treatment. They had detained her, and Steve Scalise basically sprung her from ICE detention. So it's not just independents and Democrats that are going to wind up disapproving of Trump and ICE's methods. It's affecting prominent Republican type families as well. So Trump is not going to have these opinion polls improve. There are people who have committed no crimes here or in their home countries that are being detained. There are Americans who are Hispanic, American citizens birthright, like people who were actually born here with American parents that are being detained. This is not a well thought out, well planned, well executed immigration policy. Trump will lose on this, just like he's going to lose on birthright citizenship. The dude is a moron. And again, I don't have a problem with the goal. People who commit crimes or shouldn't be here should be deported. It's the people that are being swept up. It's like the dolphins that are being caught up in the tuna nets that are going to crash Trump's policies. So enough with that soliloquy. Let's switch gears to other Trump failures. Judges deemed Trump's motions to unseal Epstein and Maxwell grand jury transcripts inadequate. So Trump is, let's make it.
Two federal judges sent a message to the Trump administration about its attempt to unseal grand jury transcripts related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Try again. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche had filed unsealing motions on both the Epstein and Maxwell dockets amid the political backlash President Donald Trump has faced for his administration's refusal to make public all Epstein-related materials as promised. Of course, unsealing these grand jury materials wouldn't disclose all known government information related to Epstein, who died in custody in 2019 in what the medical examiner deemed a suicide. But even this relatively limited grand jury information won't be forthcoming, at least not until the DOJ satisfies legal requirements that it failed to fulfill in Blanche's unsealing motions. The judge's orders on Tuesday come as Blanche announced his intention the same day to meet with Maxwell and ask her, "What do you know?" Blanche noted that the Justice Department hadn't previously asked that question of the woman who was charged during the first Trump administration and convicted in 2021 of conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse minors. She has a pending Supreme Court petition trying to overturn her conviction and 20-year sentence. The DOJ opposed her petition last week, and the High Court has not yet said whether it will consider her appeal. The orders sending Blanche back to the drawing board on Tuesday came from U.S. District Judge Paul Engelmayer, an Obama appointee who's presiding over the Maxwell docket, and U.S. District Judge Richard Berman, a Clinton appointee who's handling the Epstein docket. Both judges are in the Southern District of New York, where Maxwell and Epstein were charged. The orders are similarly worded. You can read the Maxwell one here and the Epstein one here. Both orders say that the judges intend to resolve the unsealing motions expeditiously, but that Blanche's filings were inadequate. The judges gave the DOJ a week, until July 29th, to file a more detailed memorandum making the case for unsealing. Among other things, the judges said the DOJ has to say in the memorandum whether it reviewed the grand jury transcripts in question before making the requests and whether victims were notified. In addition to the government's memoranda, the judges said filings on the matter are due from Maxwell, Epstein's representative, and victims by August 5th. Subscribe to The Deadline, legal newsletter for expert analysis on the top legal stories of the week, including updates from the Supreme Court and developments in the Trump administration's legal cases. This article was originally published on MSNBC.com.
All right. So this is becoming a whole thing, not only in courts, but apparently apparently the House Speaker starts August recess early to avoid Jeffrey Epstein votes. On Monday, the House Rules Committee abruptly disbanded, aiming to block Democrats from calling up Epstein document release amendments. Under growing transparency pressure, Democratic lawmakers showed no signs of relenting before the House leaves for the August recess. To avoid compelled votes, the House Rules Panel disbanded Monday, delaying Epstein-related bills until September. Amid criticism, House Speaker Mike Johnson postponed a vote on a GOP-backed resolution until the August recess, sparking backlash from conservative Republicans. With legislation pending, the Department of Justice asked a Manhattan federal court Friday to release grand jury testimony from the Epstein prosecution, and President Donald Trump would likely veto similar legislation. Oh man, the House is a bunch of fucking Keystone cops. Congress will subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell to testify about alleged Epstein client list. Now, I'm not sure the timeline here. This says it's what they did on Tuesday. So on Tuesday, House Oversight Committee voted to subpoena Ghislaine Maxwell for deposition. Subpoena follows pressure on the Justice Department amid questions about Epstein's July 6th DOJ memo. Let's see. Is there anything else? In the coming days, Todd Blanche, he's like an assistant attorney general or something. I think he might be deputy, like Bondi's number 2. Blanche plans to meet Maxwell to discuss if she will talk to prosecutors about Epstein's alleged ties to powerful figures. And then I'm going to do this long ass article, probably in its entirety, called Inside the Long Friendship Between Trump and Epstein. And I want to emphasize the love of Trump, that people like Deacon Dave and 12th Man, they loves them some Trump. They want to hug Trump like Trump hugs the American flag. Oh man, y'all picked a pervert for president.
Inside the Long Friendship Between Trump and Epstein. This article is by Alan Foyer and Matthew Goldstein and read by an automated voice. In the swirl of money and suntanned women that was their Palm Beach and Manhattan set,
Swirl of money
Donald
and
J. Trump
suntanned
and
women.
Jeffrey Epstein spent nearly 15 years mingling side by side as public friends. There were lavish dinners with bold-faced names at Mr. Epstein's mansion on the Upper East Side, and raucous parties with cheerleaders and models at Mr. Trump's private club and residence at Mar-a-Lago. In between, there were trips back and forth from Florida to New York on one of Mr. Epstein's private jets. But behind the tabloid glamour, questions have lingered about what Mr. Trump's long association with Mr. Epstein says about his judgment and character, especially as his allies have stoked sinister claims about Mr. Epstein's connections to Democrats. After their relationship ruptured, the disgraced financier ended up behind bars not just once but 2 times, after being accused of engaging in sex with teenage girls. One of the young women, who later said Mr. Epstein groomed and abused her, was recruited into his world while working as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago. Another accuser recalled being eyed by Mr. Trump during a brief encounter in Mr. Epstein's office, and claimed that Mr. Epstein had told Mr. Trump at the time that, "She's not for you." Another woman has said that Mr. Trump groped her when Mr. Epstein brought her to Trump Tower in Manhattan to meet him. This week, the Wall Street Journal reported that Mr. Trump gave Mr. Epstein a note for his 50th birthday in 2003 that included a sketch of a naked woman and a cryptic reference to a secret the 2 men shared. Mr. Trump has denied writing the message and filed a libel lawsuit on Friday challenging the story. The New York Times has not verified the Journal report. Mr. Trump has never been accused of wrongdoing in connection with the Epstein case and has said he had no idea that Mr. Epstein was abusing young women. In response to a request for comment about the president's history with Mr. Epstein, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said that Mr. Trump had barred Mr. Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club for being a creep. These stories are tired and pathetic attempts to distract from all the success of President Trump's administration, she said in a statement. Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein largely went separate ways after falling out around 2004, taking drastically different paths, one toward jail and suicide, the other toward further celebrity and the White House. As criticism of the handling of Mr. Epstein's case mounted over the years, some of Mr. Trump's staunchest allies promoted theories that the government had covered up the extent of his network to protect what they have described as a cabal of powerful men and celebrities, largely Democrats. Now, that story has entangled Mr. Trump himself in what amounts to one of the biggest controversies in his second White House stint. The conflict has come primarily from his own appointees, who, after months of promoting interest in the files, abruptly changed course and said that there was no secret Epstein client list and backed the official finding that Mr. Epstein had killed himself. Still, under mounting pressure from his own supporters to release the government's files on Mr. Epstein, the president this week ordered the Justice Department to seek the unsealing of grand jury testimony in the criminal case brought against Mr. Epstein in 2019, and 1 year later against his longtime partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, who is serving a 20-year sentence on a sex trafficking conviction. She has asked a Supreme Court to consider her appeal. Even if they are released, the transcripts are unlikely to shed much light on the relationship between the two men, which did not figure prominently in either criminal case. What seemed to draw them together, according to those who knew them at the time, was a common interest in hitting on and competing for attractive young women at parties, nightclubs, and other private events. Palm Beach neighbors. Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein appear to have met around 1990, when Mr. Epstein bought a property 2 miles north of Mar-a-Lago and set about staking a claim in Palm Beach's moneyed, salt-air social scene. Mr. Trump, who had purchased Mar-a-Lago 5 years earlier, had already established his own brash presence in the seaside enclave as a playboy with a taste for gold leaf finery. The two had much in common. Both were outer borough New Yorkers who had succeeded in Manhattan. Both were energetic self-promoters. And both had reputations as showy men about town. In 1992, an NBC News camera captured the pair at a Mar-a-Lago party that featured cheerleaders from the Buffalo Bills, who were in town that weekend for a game against the Miami Dolphins. At one point in the footage, Mr. Trump can be seen dancing amid a crowd of young women. Later, he appears to be pointing at other women while whispering something in Mr. Epstein's ear, causing him to double over with laughter. Months later, when Mr. Trump hosted a party at Mar-a-Lago for young women in a so-called calendar girl competition, Mr. Epstein was the only other guest, according to George Haraney, a Florida-based businessman who arranged the event. Mr. Haraney recalled being surprised that Mr. Epstein was the only other person on the guest list. "I said, Donald, this is supposed to be a party with VIPs," Mr. Haraney told the New York Times in 2019. "You're telling me it's you and Epstein?" Mr. Haraney's then-girlfriend and business partner, Jill Harth, later accused Mr. Trump of sexual misconduct on the night of the party. In a lawsuit, Ms. Harth said that Mr. Trump took her into a bedroom and forcibly kissed and fondled her and restrained her from leaving. She also said that a 22-year-old contestant told her that Mr. Trump later that night crawled into her bed uninvited. Ms. Harth dropped her suit in 1997 after a related case filed by Mr. Haraney was settled by Mr. Trump, who has denied her allegations. Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein were spotted again at a 1997 Victoria's Secret Angels party in Manhattan. The lingerie company was run by Leslie H. Wexner, a billionaire businessman who handed Mr. Epstein sweeping power over his finances, philanthropy, and private life within years of meeting him. Court records show that Mr. Trump was among those who got rides on Mr. Epstein's private jet. Over 4 years in the 1990s, he flew on Mr. Epstein's Boeing 727 at least 7 times, largely making jaunts between Palm Beach and a private airport in Teterboro, NJ, just outside New York. "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy," Mr. Trump told New York Magazine in 2002. "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life." An encounter at Mar-a-Lago. In 2000, court records show Ms. Maxwell, a British socialite who had long been tied to Mr. Epstein, struck up a conversation with a 17-year-old girl outside a locker room at Mar-a-Lago. Her name was Virginia Giuffre, and she was a spa attendant at the club, having gotten the job through her father, who worked there as a maintenance man. According to Ms. Giuffre, Ms. Maxwell offered her a job on the spot as a masseuse for Mr. Epstein after seeing that she was reading a book about massage,
God
telling
damn
her
it.
that she did not need to have any experience. She said that when she was brought to Mr. Epstein's Palm Beach home, she found him lying naked on a table. Ms. Maxwell, she claimed, instructed her on how to massage him. They seemed like nice people, she later testified, so I trusted them. But over the next 2 years or so, Ms. Giuffre claimed that she was forced by Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell to have sex with a series of famous men, including Prince Andrew, a member of the British royal family. Prince Andrew has denied the accusations and declined to help federal prosecutors in their investigation of Mr. Epstein. Ms. Giuffre, who died by suicide in April, always maintained that she was trafficked to the prince and other men, once telling the BBC that she had been passed around like a platter of fruit to Mr. Epstein's powerful associates. Some women who were in Mr. Epstein's orbit have said they encountered Mr. Trump during this period. One woman, Maria Farmer, who has said she was victimized by Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, described an encounter with Mr. Trump in 1995 at an office that Mr. Epstein once kept in New York City. An art student who had moved to New York City to pursue a career as a painter, Ms. Farmer recalled in a 2019 interview that when she was introduced to Mr. Trump, he eyed her, prompting Mr. Epstein to warn him, "She's not for you." Ms. Farmer's mother, Janice Swain, said her daughter had described the interaction with Mr. Trump around the time it occurred. Stacey Williams, a former Sports Illustrated swimsuit model, has said she was groped by Mr. Trump when she was introduced to him by Mr. Epstein, whom she was dating at the time. It was 1993, she said, and she was on a walk with Mr. Epstein on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan when he suggested that they pop into Trump Tower to say hello to Mr. Trump. Ms. Williams thought nothing of it at the time because, as she later put it, Jeffrey talked about Trump all the time. After Mr. Trump greeted them in a waiting area outside his office, Ms. Williams said he pulled her toward him, touching her breasts, waist, and buttocks as though he was an octopus. She said she later wondered whether she had been part of a challenge or wager between the two men. "I definitely felt like I was a piece of meat delivered to that office as some sort of game," she recalled to the Times last year. At the time, Mr. Trump's presidential campaign denied that the incident had occurred, calling the allegations unequivocally false and politically motivated. In an interview Friday, Ms. Williams said she was upset to hear Mr. Trump referring to some of the Epstein story as a hoax and boring news. "I mean, it's absurd," she said of him speaking dismissively of the case. The break. Eventually, in late 2004, Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein ended up squaring off, this time over a piece of real estate. It was the Maison de l'Amitié, a French Regency-style manse that sat along the ocean in Palm Beach. The two hyper-competitive men each had their lawyers bid on the property. Ultimately, Mr. Trump came out ahead, purchasing it for $41.35 million. There is little public record of the two men interacting after that. Mr. Trump later told associates he had another reason for breaking from Mr. Epstein around that time. His longtime friend, he has said, acted inappropriately to the daughter of a member of Mar-a-Lago, and Mr. Trump felt compelled to bar him from the club. Brad Edwards, a lawyer who has represented many of Mr. Epstein's victims, said Mr. Trump told him a similar story in 2009. Not long after the standoff over the beachfront mansion, the Palm Beach police received a tip that young women had been seen going in and out of Mr. Epstein's home. 4 months later, there was a more substantial complaint from a woman who claimed that her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been paid $300 by Mr. Epstein to give him a massage while she was undressed. That led to a sprawling undercover investigation that identified at least a dozen potential victims. Mr. Epstein hired a team of top lawyers to defend him, among them Alan M. Dershowitz, a Harvard law professor who would later represent Mr. Trump, and Ken Starr, the former independent counsel who investigated President Bill Clinton's affair with Monica Lewinsky. The two men helped negotiate a lenient plea deal with R. Alexander Acosta, who was then the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. Under the deal, Mr. Epstein pleaded guilty in 2008 to state charges of soliciting prostitution from a minor. In exchange, he was granted immunity from federal charges, as were all of his potential co-conspirators. He also had to register as a sex offender. In the end, Mr. Epstein wound up serving almost 13 months in jail before he was released. For his part, Mr. Trump largely steered clear of the controversy. But in February 2015, as he was gearing up for what would end up being a hard-fought campaign against Hillary Clinton, he sought to connect Mr. Epstein to her husband, the former president. Mr. Clinton has got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein, Mr. Trump told the Fox News host Sean Hannity during an appearance at the Conservative Political Action Conference, referring to Mr. Epstein's private island where he resided and allegedly trafficked underage girls. A lot of problems. Mr. Clinton has denied visiting the island or having any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's criminal behavior, and has said he wishes he had never met him. I wasn't a fan. In July 2019, Mr. Epstein was arrested again. Prosecutors from the Public Corruption Unit of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan charged him with sex trafficking and a conspiracy to traffic minors for sex. Mr. Trump then, in his third year in the White House, immediately sought to distance himself from his old friend. I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him, Mr. Trump told reporters after the charges were revealed. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him in 15 years. I wasn't a fan. The new charges brought renewed scrutiny to the original plea deal. Days after Mr. Epstein's arrest, Mr. Acosta, who had become Mr. Trump's labor secretary, announced he would resign amid criticism of his handling of the case. Speaking to reporters about Mr. Acosta's decision, Mr. Trump reiterated that he had broken off his ties with Mr. Epstein, quote, many, many years ago. He added, "It shows you one thing, that I have good taste." When asked if he had any suspicions that Mr. Epstein was molesting young women, Mr. Trump replied, "No, I had no idea." The next month, after Mr. Epstein was suddenly found dead in his jail cell in Manhattan in what was later ruled a suicide, Mr. Trump weighed in again, reviving what was by then a years-old effort from his first campaign. He shared a social media post that attempted to link the death to Mr. Clinton. Days later, when pressed about his unfounded claims of Mr. Clinton's involvement, Mr. Trump did not let up, calling for a full investigation, even though he offered no facts to support his allegations. Epstein had an island that was not a good place, as I understand it, he said. And I was never there. So you have to ask, did Bill Clinton go to the island? When Mr. Trump was asked about the arrest of Ms. Maxwell in the summer of 2020, on charges that included the enticement and trafficking of children, his answer left some of his own allies confused. I wish her well, whatever it is, Mr. Trump said. In recent weeks, right-wing influencers and Mr. Trump's rank-and-file supporters expressed outrage over his administration's conclusion that there were no revelations to share about the case, not least because some of the president's top law enforcement officials, including Attorney General Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, the FBI director, had promised to reveal more information about Mr. Epstein's crimes. Mr. Trump sought to quiet the demands, calling the Epstein scandal a hoax made up by his Democratic adversaries. He also described it as a subject unworthy of further scrutiny. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Mr. Trump asked reporters with exasperation at a cabinet meeting on July 8th. This guy's been talked about for years. Reporting was contributed by Maggie Haberman, Megan Toohey, and Luke Broadwater.
All right, well, that was quicker than I thought. I see all these people in the chat are just spouting chatter, which is easily, rebutted. Y'all need to do better. And you know what? Let's take the time. Right now, please, everyone, make sure that you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please hit the like button and do a brother a favor. Go over to at Stanley Cross 6000 and subscribe and hit the like so I can get my channel's numbers up, please. And then if you want, you can come back over and join the fun over on John Galt's channel. Also, please make sure that you support subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. It's where Portia and John put all the clips from shows over on the main channel. And I want to also thank Lupin Reiking, who is today's sole sponsor of the show. Y'all support the host. I actually finally got around to getting a Washington Examiner subscription, which is somewhere around I think it's 50 or it's somewhere between 50 and $60 a year, which isn't much, but all the show supporters, all that money actually goes to some of it goes to beer. A lot of it, most of it actually goes to, the subscriptions. I've got 2 or 3 Substack subscriptions. I've got probably 5 or more because I got magazines too. So I'll probably have somewhere between like 8 or 9 or maybe even 10 magazine and newspaper subscriptions. And look, I would probably have these subscriptions anyway. I didn't know a year ago that I would even be hosting a YouTube show, let alone kind of a morning like news show. And I actually love getting up, at 5 in the morning and putting together the show and presenting it, even though it's a bunch of hornets who don't like Obama that are stinging me right now in this chat. And Sin is just like, she's slapping me up because apparently my views on nuclear family are unrefined. So, in a way, it's kind of good that I'm getting a whole bunch of wake up calls this morning in the chat. So, congratulations for annoying me, folks. And but anyway, that's no reason not to support the show. So, y'all support the host. My Cash App is in the crawl at the bottom of the screen. Thank you again, Lupin. Lupin, he's a voice of reason, and I'm actually really glad that he thinks I'm doing a good job. Lupin is wise, and he's also a peer, as far as age cohort. So, he and I probably kind of shake our heads every now and again and go, well, what the hell are these young folks, just screaming about? It's not that big a deal, folks. It'll be okay. So anyway, more, let's see. Oh, Pam Bondi, and I think I might have gotten this out of order. Apparently, Aline, I think it's Aline Haba, who was picked as an interim New Jersey U.S. attorney for like 120 days. Her term came up, and apparently in New Jersey, if you want to extend that 120 days, federal judges have to get together and basically go whether, hey, do I like having her in my court? And apparently they don't. So Pam Bondi has had to step in, and they basically, the federal judges picked Pam Bondi's assistant U.S. attorney to replace her as the next temporary head. And apparently it upset Pam Bondi so much that she fired the number two. So the judges wanted Aline Haba's number two to replace her as interim or temporary U.S. attorney. And Pam Bondi said, well, guess what, judges? I'm going to fire her for no reason at all. There's no reason this woman got fired, but Pam Bondi did it just to thwart the Justice Department. Now, the funny thing is these, the judges, the federal judges, they have to work with the Justice Department like on a daily basis. I think Pam Bondi is just going to piss off a whole branch of government. And you're going to start seeing even Republican judges just like, what the F are y'all doing? I'm a federal judge. I'm going to look for every reason just to go against the Justice Department. Trump is going to wind up pissing off federal judges up to and including the Supreme Court. You're already seeing it. Trump is going to ruin a good thing. And I applaud his recklessness. So let's hear this story.
You're listening to Judges Move to Oust Trump U.S. Attorney Pick Haba Triggers a Showdown, a news story written by Jeremy Roebuck and read by an AI-generated voice. Federal judges in New Jersey declined Tuesday to appoint Alina Haba, President Donald Trump's pick for U.S. Attorney in the state, to continue serving in that role, delivering a resounding rebuke to one of his administration's most polarizing Justice Department appointees and teeing up a showdown over who would lead the office. A panel of the state's U.S. District Court judges made the announcement in a brief order that did not offer any explanation for its decision. The order, signed by Renee Marie Bum, the chief federal judge in the state, appointed Desiree Lee Grace, a career prosecutor whom Haba had named as her first assistant, as her replacement. But within hours, top Justice Department officials announced that they had fired Grace and reinstated Haba pursuant to the president's authority. This Department of Justice does not tolerate rogue judges, especially when they threaten the president's core Article 2 powers, Attorney General Pam Bondi said in a statement. Bondi referred to the constitutional provision that grants presidents broad decision-making authority, which the Trump administration has cited as justification for many of its most controversial moves. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche accused the panel led by Bum, an appointee of President George W. Bush, of acting like activists and enacting a left-wing agenda. The rapid-fire developments threw the leadership of the Garden State's top federal law enforcement agency into chaos and raised the prospect of yet another showdown between the Trump administration and the federal judiciary. As of Tuesday evening, it was not clear whether or how the judges would seek to enforce their order or whether Grace's firing necessarily invalidated their appointment of her. Grace had worked as a line prosecutor in the New Jersey U.S. Attorney's Office for nearly a decade before rising to positions leading the office's violent crime unit and its criminal division. Haba selected her as her deputy earlier this year. Haba, a former personal lawyer for Trump and a prominent surrogate for him on the campaign trail, did not return requests for comment Tuesday. Her contentious, roughly 3-month tenure as acting U.S. Attorney has seen her open investigations into the state's Democratic governor and attorney general, as well as file felony assault charges against a Democratic member of Congress. Trump has since nominated her for a full 4-year term in the role, but the Senate has not yet acted on the nomination, and New Jersey Senators Cory Booker, Democrat, and Andy Kim, Democrat, have said they won't support her over concerns that Haba has acted as a partisan warrior instead of a fair-minded arbiter of justice. The judge's order Tuesday to replace Haba said it was effective as of that day, or upon expiration of her appointment as acting U.S. Attorney. But even that question over timing set off a dispute with the Justice Department earlier Tuesday. Under federal law, interim appointments for U.S. Attorney posts last 120 days, or until the Senate confirms a presidential nominee to the role. If a nominee is not confirmed within that window, district court judges are empowered to appoint someone to serve until that happens. In a March the 24th social media post, Trump named Haba to lead the New Jersey office on an acting basis, saying the decision was effective immediately, suggesting that period ended Tuesday. Blanche, however, asserted Haba's term officially expires at 11:59 p.m. Friday, pegging the timeline instead to when she was sworn in on March 28th. The district court judges in NJ are trying to force out Haba before her term expires, he wrote on X. Their rush reveals what this was always about: a left-wing agenda, not the rule of law. When judges act like activists, they undermine confidence in our justice system. Alina is President Trump's choice to lead, and no partisan bench can override that. The judge's decision not to reappoint Haba while her nomination remains pending, while unusual, is not without precedent. Last week, district court judges in the Albany-based Northern District of New York declined to permanently appoint acting U.S. Attorney John A. Sarcone III to the role after the expiration of his 120-day interim term. Justice Department officials responded by appointing Sarcone as a special attorney to the Attorney General, as well as the office's first assistant U.S. attorney, a move the department said indefinitely granted him the authority of acting U.S. attorney. Like Haba, Sarcone lacked significant prior experience as a prosecutor when Trump appointed him to his position. His immediate previous job was as a regional administrator for the General Services Administration, which manages government-owned properties. Sarcone's tenure was marked by several unusual incidents, including in June, when he said a knife-wielding undocumented immigrant from El Salvador had tried to kill him outside an Albany hotel. Surveillance footage later released by investigators showed the man did not come close to Sarcone with his weapon, and charges brought by local prosecutors were downgraded from attempted murder to a misdemeanor. This month, Sarcone told a local TV station that the district's judges had extended his tenure as U.S. attorney. Within hours, the district's judges issued a statement saying they had made no such decision, and days later, they opted not to reappoint him. Before Trump appointed Haba in New Jersey, she was heavily involved in his legal matters in New York, including defending him against a defamation lawsuit brought by author E. Jean Carroll. Throughout that trial, a senior New York judge criticized Haba for her ignorance of court procedures and at one point threatened to jail her for interrupting the proceedings and rebuffing court orders. Her tenure as acting U.S. attorney in New Jersey was no less contentious. Shortly after her appointment, she told a right-wing news outlet that, in her role, she aimed to help turn New Jersey red, referring to the color typically associated with Republicans. "I think New Jersey is absolutely close to getting there," she said. "So hopefully, while I'm there, I can help that cause." In April, she told Fox News her office had launched an investigation of Governor Phil Murphy, Democrat, and Attorney General Matthew Platkin over New Jersey's directive to local law enforcement not to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. Then in May, prosecutors under her direction filed charges against Newark Mayor Ross Baraka and Representative LaMonica McIver, both Democrats, after a scuffle erupted with immigration agents during a congressional oversight visit to a privately run detention facility in Newark. Though Haba's office continues to pursue a felony assault case against McIver, charges the Congresswoman's lawyers have derided as an act of political retaliation, prosecutors quickly and without explanation dropped trespassing charges they'd filed against Baraka. The federal magistrate judge overseeing the case blasted Haba's about-face and questioned why prosecutors had brought the charges in the first place, given their quick decision to abandon them. "Your role is not to secure convictions at all costs, nor to satisfy public clamor, nor to advance political agendas," U.S. Magistrate Judge Andre M. Espinosa said. "Your allegiance is to the impartial application of the law, to the pursuit of truth, and to the upholding of due process for all." Carl Tobias, a law professor at the University of Richmond who follows presidential appointments, said he'd never seen anything like the Justice Department's maneuvers to keep Sarcone and Haba in place, and said they could complicate federal prosecutions in both districts. If a person purporting to act as the U.S. attorney signs a criminal complaint or an indictment but lacks the authority of the office, defense counsel may choose to challenge that action, he said. The White House said Tuesday that Haba enjoys Trump's full confidence and that he stands by his decision to nominate her. Haba's work as acting U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey has made the Garden State and the nation safer, White House spokesperson Harrison Fields said in an email. The Trump administration looks forward to her final confirmation in the U.S. Senate and will work tirelessly to ensure the people of New Jersey are well represented. Shayna Jacobs in New York contributed to this report.
All right. Well, again, this chat has been mighty active this morning. I might have to start showing Michelle Obama's podcast more often. Got y'all rather lively. So next, Bondi says federal judge's pick for New Jersey's top prosecutor has been removed. Ah, that is so funny. You know, it is absolutely hilarious to see Pam Bondi, who I actually consider actually smart and a good pick for Attorney General. I bet if she didn't have to be Donald Trump's justice wench, she would actually be a good Attorney General. So, ICE arrests co-owner of 3 Lackawanna County restaurants. Apparently, not only are they is ICE arresting like Iranian grandmothers who didn't commit crimes. Now they are literally arresting business owners. Like the part about these people that are coming under the scrutiny of ICE as not being productive or contributing, literally, they are fucking up their own argument. Donald Trump is so untalented, and he's literally hired a team of golems. They just do what Donald Trump says, and they can't think independently because Donald Trump would fire them. So I'll read a little bit of this. Immigration agents detained the co-owner of 3 restaurants in Lackawanna County's North Pocono region last week, family members said Monday. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement agents arrested Nasario Damian Contreras. I don't know what that means. 45, a native of Mexico, on Tuesday outside Isabella's Eatery in Jefferson Township, his son Eric Arcino said. Arcino, 22, said he got a call that day informing him of the arrest and rushed to Isabella's. When I got there, I was looking for him. He wasn't there. And one of the waitresses came out and told me what had happened. Arcino said. So he was coming in to open the restaurant and he was preparing the stuff like normal, like a regular day, and he went out to grab some soup. He exited the restaurant, and that's when they detained and handcuffed him. Deportation worries. Arcino, an Army reservist, said he spoke to his father at the Pike County Correctional Facility. The county facility is one of the Pennsylvania prisons ICE uses to hold suspected undocumented immigrants. Damian Contreras was registered as an inmate at 10:20 a.m. Tuesday, online record show. His father's worried about potential deportation, but is doing the best he can do being in jail, Arcino said. My dad was always telling me that he's a strong guy. Machismo. An ICE spokesman could not immediately confirm the arrest, but family members did, and the inmate tracking site VineLink lists him in custody. VineLink lists Arcino's father as Nasario Damian Contreras, but a 2019 Scranton Times-Tribune newspaper story referred to him as Nasario Damian. Damian owns 3 eateries. He and his girlfriend, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, Vargas, co-own Isabella's, Damian's Eatery in Clifton Township, and Lenore's Eatery in Moscow, Vargas said in an interview Monday. The couple are parents of a 6-month-old boy. Vargas said many call him Damian because they don't know how to say his first name. Many North Pocono residents flooded Facebook with messages of support and urged others to sign notarized letters backing Damian. The letters are meant to attest to Damian's character and that he is a respected business owner, devoted community member, and generous philanthropist, one woman wrote. More than 400 people signed letters, Arcino said. The arrest, was something that we weren't planning on telling everyone, but let's see, kind of tried to keep the restaurants moving without drawing too much attention, he said. At the end of the day, it was really what helped us the most. We invited a few people to make cards or letters for him for his case, and then the whole town showed up, which is amazing. I never expected it to be really close like that. I can't put it into words, really. A hardworking immigrant. Orsino said his father came to the United States at 17 to help his grandfather and later gained legal status. Vargas said his work permit was lapsing, but a lawyer failed to let him know soon enough. A second lawyer did nothing to help, so the family is working with a new lawyer to straighten out his immigration status, Vargas said. So we just hired a lawyer on Friday, so we're working like so hard trying to get everything going and reopen his case, Vargas said. Orsino said his father began working at a young age in Mexico and met his mother after arriving in the United States. And he continued to work to provide for me and my brother, but he ended up in Pennsylvania, he said. Around when I was 5, my mom and him split. His father always works hard, he said. He's a good man. He's always a hard worker. He's always telling me to keep working hard, and that's what I do. We try to do right by him. And I'm, self-taught cook. He likes to help, etc. Little by little, ICE executing Donald Trump's policy are losing whole towns of people. This small town in Pennsylvania is probably fairly conservative. I just read the story, so I haven't had a chance to go and research the town to find out if it went Republican, but I'm guessing if it's in the Pocono region, it probably did go Republican. Donald Trump, is going to lose 2028 for whoever winds up being the Republican nominee for president. And my guess, that nominee will be Marco Rubio, who I'm sure his immigration status has been checked. Ghetto, I don't run, I teach. You have answered none of my questions, at least that I've noticed. Solid Snake, look to his right. And dude, I gave you your answer and you just can't accept it. And Solid Snake, your far right anti-black drone boy is just your little Spike. You're right, Spike. You're right, Spike. Go get him, Spike. Don't be afraid of him, Spike. Oh boy. These little folks. Insurance companies provided mortgages and insurance over slaves that were basically you insured or mortgaged slaves, mortgages for the loans. You insured slaves if they died or they became incapacitated, you get money. If you get money for slaves, it automatically helps as far as generational wealth. There's your answer, ghetto point of view. Don't ever ask me dumb questions because I more than likely know the answers. You asking me for details while I'm hosting a show is a sign of weakness. I like to research my stuff. If I don't know it off the top of my head, I don't feel obligated to give you details. And by the way, giving you details of stuff you should already know, come on now, son. I know you value me as your professor, but come on. I'm hosting a show. Please don't stretch my abilities. I am getting old. So, Washingtonians react to Donald Trump wanting Commanders to bring the name Redskins back. Oh, these fools. Let's see here. There's a video here. Okay, well, let's have a look at this. I didn't realize that Rob Snyder lived in DC.
Go away anyway.
Let's see.
The late night shows, I mean, no offense.
Oh, this
never
is
gonna
late
go
night
away
show?
anyway.
Wait, hold it. Something's wrong here. You know what? AP always. Where is the video? Hold on here. Apparently this video is buried. This is what I get for not checking on this. Well, anyway, Donald Trump is basically holding DC hostage. Like he will not approve of a new stadium if the team doesn't go back to the name he approves of. Talk about, why is Donald Trump worrying about team names in the NFL when he should be running the country? Is this what he's doing when he's not actually out playing golf? And while I'm here and flub this story, let's talk about Ozzy Osbourne. Black Sabbath. I had a buddy of mine in college who was into Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath. I came to appreciate Ozzy Osbourne like later in life, but I'm never going to be a fan. And the music just did not, float my boat. But you have to respect, apparently he's credited with being like a founding father of heavy metal. So you got to acknowledge his influence. Never watched any of the reality shows. Just not my cup of tea. So, R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. And I know people like Solid Snake like Ozzy Osbourne. I think 12th Man wanted me to hold like a funeral service or memorial or something, do a whole show about a funeral or, a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne. That's not going to happen, 12th Man. So let's see. Trump told park workers to report displays that disparage Americans. Here's what these people flagged. This is hilarious.
Trump told park workers to report displays that disparage Americans. Here's what they flagged. This article is by Maxine Joselo and Lisa Friedman, and read by an automated voice. At Cape Hatteras National Seashore in North Carolina, the Trump administration is set to review and possibly remove or alter signs about how climate change is causing sea levels to rise. At Independence National Historical Park in Philadelphia, the administration will soon decide whether to take down exhibits on the brutality of slavery. And at Castillo de San Marcos National Monument in Florida, Trump officials are scrutinizing language about the imprisonment of Native Americans inside the Spanish stone fortress. According to internal documents reviewed by the New York Times, employees of the National Park Service have flagged descriptions and displays at scores of parks and historic sites for review in connection with President Trump's directive to remove or cover up materials that inappropriately disparage Americans. In an executive order in March, the president instructed the Park Service to review plaques, films, and other materials presented to visitors at 433 sites around the country, with the aim of ensuring they emphasize the progress of the American people and the grandeur of the American landscape. Employees had until last week to flag materials that could be changed or deleted, and the Trump administration said it would remove all inappropriate content by September 17th, according to the internal agency documents. The public also has been asked to submit potential changes. In response, a coalition of librarians, historians, and others, organized through the University of Minnesota, has launched a campaign called Save Our Signs. It is asking the public to take photos of existing content at national parks and upload it. The group is using those images to build a public archive before any materials may be altered. So far, it has more than 800 submissions. The directive on national parks is part of a broader effort by Mr. Trump to promote a more positive view of the nation's history. In his executive order, the president also took aim at the Smithsonian Institution, claiming that it had promoted, quote, narratives that portray American and Western values as inherently harmful and oppressive. Critics have warned that these moves could lead to the erasure of difficult periods of American history, as well as contributions made by people of color, gay and transgender figures, women, and other marginalized groups. The national parks were established to tell the American story, and we shouldn't just tell all the things that make us look wonderful, said Dan Wenk, a former superintendent of Yellowstone National Park. We have things in our history that we are not proud of anymore. Kristen Brengel, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs at the National Parks Conservation Association, said many Park Service employees are obeying the executive order even though they disagree with it. Park staff are in a bind here, Ms. Brengel said. If they don't comply with this directive, they could lose their jobs. Elizabeth Peace, a spokeswoman for the Interior Department, the parent agency of the Park Service, said the Trump administration's move is not about rewriting the past. Interpretive materials that disproportionately emphasize negative aspects of U.S. history or historical figures, without acknowledging broader context or national progress, can unintentionally distort understanding rather than enrich it, Ms. Peace said in a statement. Our goal is to foster honest, respectful storytelling that educates visitors while honoring the complexity of our nation's shared journey. Several Republican lawmakers have applauded the administration's efforts to purge the federal government of woke initiatives that portray historical events or figures as racist, sexist, or otherwise flawed. Our monuments should celebrate our founders and tell the story of what makes America great, not push woke talking points to please radical activists, Senator Jim Banks, Republican of Indiana, said in a statement. Already the interior...
Let me make one point here. I think correcting errors or, I think correcting slavery, though it took a war, those are positive aspects, and denying that the country was flawed is simply denying reality. No civilization, no society is 100% perfect. And I think realizing mistakes, correcting mistakes, trying to do good is a positive. And I think Trump is wrong on this. That we corrected slavery is huge. You don't have to say you were the first or we did it with a flourish or, slavery was gonna end, because I think it wasn't going to end without a war. As a matter of fact, the founders of the country knew that there was gonna be, a conflict, not necessarily a war, but they knew it was going to be contentious. That's why they kicked the can down the road for 20 years. Trump is a white nationalist and wants to promote whiteness as a positive good, and it simply is not. Anybody with a brain understands that humans are flawed. A whole country full of humans is going to do things that are not necessarily good. Realizing mistakes, correcting mistakes, moving smartly forward is actually the good. So, ghetto, let's see. Stanley, it takes money to pay for it. That's a dumb point. I don't even need to go farther with that. Man, you took your dummy-os this morning. What did you eat for breakfast, ghetto? Did you eat grits? You had something white for breakfast, didn't you? You had something warm, white, and grainy. Apparently. Run, dude. If I'm running towards anything, it's running towards correcting your obvious lack of depth of thought. So I'll keep running. I will keep teaching you, ghetto. Hit the link. We can we can continue the lessons up on panel if you choose. You not hitting the link is running, son. We all know this. It took several years to establish slavery. Again, I'm not going to read it any farther. You know what? If I didn't know any better, you sound like you are a defender of slavery. Do you want to bring back the Confederacy? That's what it sounded like. I am his ghetto point of view, and I am pro-slavery. Go, daughters of the revolution.
Your department has taken down sticky
Go,
notes that Park
daughters of the
Service employees
Confederacy.
used to annotate an exhibit at Muir Woods National Monument in California. The sticky notes, which park staff added in 2021, were an attempt to present a more comprehensive history of the monument. They highlighted the indigenous people who originally cared for the land, as well as the role of women in the 1908 creation of Muir Woods. They also argued that while influential philanthropic white men are frequently credited with preserving the site, problematic aspects of their legacies are often overlooked. For instance, John Muir, the famous naturalist for whom the park is named, used racist language in writings about African Americans and Native Americans. The notes were removed last week pending a review in connection with the executive order, according to Joshua Winchell, a spokesman for the Golden Gate National Recreation Area, which includes Muir Woods. As we implement the order, we will review all signs in the park as well as all the public input we receive about the signs, Mr. Winchell said in an email. In addition to reshaping the way the parks present history, the executive order could result in the removal of information about the risks that climate change poses in the present day. At Cape Hatteras National Seashore, for instance, the internal documents show that a Park Service employee asked the Trump administration to review a sign that explains how rising seas are threatening the habitat of wild horses. We do not believe it to be in violation, but would like someone to review if messaging of climate change and sea level rise reduces the focus on the grandeur, beauty, and abundance, the employee wrote. As global warming has caused ice sheets and glaciers to melt, water levels around Cape Hatteras have risen by about 1 foot in the last century, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They are projected to rise by another 10 to 14 inches by 2050. From a scientific perspective, there's no question that a warming planet is generating that long-term sea level rise, said Robert Young, who directs the program for the study of developed shorelines at Western Carolina University. I guess you could have a discussion as to what degree it is the National Park Service's job to point that out. But Patrick Gonzalez, who served as principal climate change scientist at the Park Service during Mr. Trump's first term, said that is precisely the agency's job. Communicating the science of climate change helps to educate the public on complex scientific issues, and it provides incentives for people to live more sustainably and reduce their carbon pollution, said Dr. Gonzalez, who is now with the University of California, Berkeley. At Great Smoky Mountains National Park, which straddles Tennessee and North Carolina, park officials have also flagged for review a plaque about the harm that air pollution poses to plants and animals. The plaque notes that fossil fuel-fired power plants, motor vehicles, and industry are the primary sources of these pollutants. The bulk of the content identified for review in the internal documents addresses the struggle for equality of Black Americans, from slavery to the Civil Rights Movement. Text addresses slavery as the primary cause of the American Civil War. One Park Service official noted of a plaque at the Stones River National Battlefield in Tennessee, the site of one of the bloodiest conflicts of the Civil War. This is both historically correct and legislatively mandated, but we ask for further review to confirm it is aligned with the executive order, the official wrote. At Cane River Creole National Historical Park in Louisiana, a park official noted an exhibit about slaves who tried to escape but were captured. The official was concerned because the exhibit identified the enslavers by name and mentioned that returned slaves were publicly whipped. Rolanda Teal, an anthropologist who has studied the Cane River Park, said that Congress established it in 1994 to preserve the history of two plantations that housed hundreds of slaves for over 200 years. If you don't talk about the names of the slaves, the names of the enslavers, the whipping of the slaves, then you're only telling white history in America, Dr. Teal said. Why would you visit a plantation if you don't want to hear the whole story? And how could it be a plantation if there weren't slaves? She added. So that's the ridiculousness of it all. On a national mall in Washington, a sign labeled Working Waterfront describes what had been a 19th century wharf and a landing spot for goods moving along a Potomac River tributary. You might hear the shouts of dock workers, many of them enslaved people until the end of the Civil War, the sign says. A park employee called attention to it, asking, "Is the word enslaved okay here?" And at the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial, also in Washington, a park official raised concerns about books sold at the gift shop, writing, "Not sure if they're all considered disparaging, but they are about either Malcolm X or freedom riders or slavery." Claiborne Carson, who directed the Martin Luther King Jr. Research and Education Institute at Stanford University and helped design the memorial, said the concerns about the books underscored a long-standing inability to confront racism in America. "It's sad to see a lot of things I thought would be resolved in the past have kind of come back," he said, adding, "I don't know how you can have a better future without looking honestly at the past." At the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia, park employees flagged an exhibit panel that discussed the Bell's travels across the country during the post-Reconstruction period. The panel calls out the systemic and violent racism and sexism that existed at the time, employees noted, and at the nearby Independence National Historical Park, where the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution were debated and signed. Park staff raised concerns about an exhibit that memorializes 9 slaves whom George Washington had brought from Mount Vernon. One panel emphasizes the intentional brutality of slaveholders, which included whippings, beatings, torture, and rape. Other content flagged for review addresses the federal government's fraught relationship with Native American tribes. At San Castillo de San Marcos National Monument in Florida, a park employee highlighted a panel on the imprisonment of Plains Indian tribes in the late 19th century. The panel noted that the U.S. Army had sent 74 prisoners from the Cheyenne, Kiowa, Comanche, Arapaho, and Caddo tribes to the fort after the Red River War, which sought to force Native Americans onto reservations. Text of panel needs review for language referring to tribes having choice of extinction or assimilation, the employee wrote. Language of U.S. government giving the choice of extinction could be considered negative toward the United States. Julian E. Zelizer, a professor of history and public affairs at Princeton University, said the president is insisting on a narrow vision of America that he and his followers find most comfortable. President Trump is a storyteller, and I think he wants a vision of history that he believes matches his understanding of the country, Dr. Zelizer said. Documents detailing the Park Service's internal communications plans, also reviewed by The Times, instruct agency officials to respond to queries by saying that the Trump administration is focused on historical accuracy.
And see, this is where dumb people like the Trump administration don't understand that history is about facts. It's not necessarily facts. You take facts and events and you give them a narrative. His story and story is what I'll emphasize. That's why you never read one book on the American Revolution. You read a bunch of books on the American Revolution because different, there is Sean Wilentz, but then there is also Gerald Horne. And quite frankly, Gerald Horne has a different interpretation of what the American Revolution went. And believe this or not, Gerald Horne is actually more educated. If you want to look at just degrees and Ivy League and all this stuff, Sean Wilentz isn't a lawyer. Sean Wilentz does not have the background that a Gerald Horne does. So, and those are just two of my, favorite historians. So we go. Charlie's girl, what the hell? Hey, how you doing? It is so good to see you. Glad you're here. You now you see the foolishness I've been up to. So anyway, let's move on to the next Donald Trump story. Trump announces trade deal with Japan that lowers threatened tariff to 15%. Hey, you know what? Score this one for Donald Trump.
Washington, AP. President Donald Trump announced a trade framework with Japan on Tuesday, placing a 15% tax on goods imported from that nation. This deal will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. There has never been anything like it, Trump posted on Truth Social, adding that the United States will continue to always have a great relationship with the country of Japan. The president said Japan would invest, at my direction, $550 billion into the U.S. and would open its economy to American autos and rice. The 15% tax on imported Japanese goods is a meaningful drop from the 25% rate that Trump, in a recent letter to Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, said would be levied starting August 1st. Early Wednesday, Ishiba acknowledged the new trade agreement, saying it would benefit both sides and help them work together. With the announcement, Trump is seeking to tout his ability as a dealmaker, even as his tariffs, when initially announced in early April, led to a market panic and fears of slower growth that for the moment appear to have subsided. Key details remained unclear from his post, such as whether Japanese-built autos would face a higher 25% tariff that Trump imposed on the sector. But the framework fits a growing pattern for Trump, who is eager to portray the tariffs as win for the U.S. His administration says the revenues will help reduce the budget deficit and more factories will relocate to America to avoid the import taxes and cause trade imbalances to disappear. The wave of tariffs continues to be a source of uncertainty about whether it could lead to higher prices for consumers and businesses if companies simply pass along the costs. The problem was seen sharply Tuesday after General Motors reported a 35% drop in its net income during the second quarter, as it warned that tariffs would hit its business in the months ahead, causing its stock to tumble. As the August 1st deadline for the tariff rates in his letters to world leaders is approaching, Trump also announced a trade framework with the Philippines that would impose a tariff of 19% on its goods, while American-made products would face no import taxes. The president also reaffirmed his 19% tariffs on Indonesia. The U.S. ran a $69.4 billion trade imbalance on goods with Japan last year, according to the Census Bureau. America had a trade imbalance of $17.9 billion with Indonesia and an imbalance of $4.9 billion with the Philippines. Both nations are less affluent than the U.S., and an imbalance means America imports more from those countries than it exports to them. The president is set to impose the broad tariffs listed in his recent letters to other world leaders on August 1st, raising questions of whether there will be any breakthrough in talks with the European Union. At a Tuesday dinner, Trump said the EU would be in Washington on Wednesday for trade talks. "We have Europe coming in tomorrow," the next day, Trump told guests. The president earlier this month sent a letter threatening the 27 member states in the EU with 30% taxes on their goods to be imposed starting on August 1st. The Trump administration has a separate negotiating period with China that is currently set to run through August 12th, as goods from that nation are taxed at an additional 30% baseline. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said he would be in the Swedish capital of Stockholm next Monday and Tuesday to meet with his Chinese counterparts. Bessent said his goal is to shift the American economy away from consumption and to enable more consumer spending in the manufacturing-heavy Chinese economy. President Trump is remaking the U.S. into a manufacturing economy, Bessent said on the Fox Business Network show, Mornings with Maria. "If we could do that..."
Yeah, I'll stop it here. Trump's not going to be able to do that. If at all, definitely not within the next 3 years. But so we go. Dreams, nothing wrong with a man dreaming. And I'm not going to get into Trump's age and if it's a dream or, early signs of dementia. So, let's see. There was something I was going to say. Let's see. Shift of gears here. EPA is set to draft a plan to end its ability to fight climate change. There is nothing like a federal agency deciding that, hey, we're gonna cut off our nose to spite our face. Let's hear about this. Sounds bloody.
EPA is said to draft a plan to end its ability to fight climate change. This article is by Lisa Friedman and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration has drafted a plan to repeal a fundamental scientific finding that gives the United States government its authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions and fight climate change. According to two people familiar with the plan, the proposed Environmental Protection Agency rule rescinds a 2009 declaration known as the endangerment finding, which scientifically established that greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane endanger human lives. That finding is the foundation of the federal government's only tool to limit the climate pollution from vehicles, power plants, and other industries that is dangerously heating the planet. The EPA proposal, which is expected to be made public within days, also calls for rescinding limits on tailpipe emissions that were designed to encourage automakers to build and sell more electric vehicles. Those regulations, which were based on the endangerment finding, were a fundamental part of the Biden administration's efforts to move the country away from gasoline-powered vehicles. The transportation sector is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the United States. The EPA intends to argue that imposing climate regulations on automakers poses the real harm to human health because it would lead to higher prices and reduced consumer choice, according to the two people familiar with the administration's plan. They asked to remain anonymous because they weren't authorized to discuss the draft proposal. The draft proposal could still undergo changes. But if it is approved by the White House and formally released, the public would have an opportunity to weigh in before it is made final, likely later this year. Molly Vasiliou, a spokeswoman for the EPA, did not confirm the details of the plan. In a statement, she said the EPA sent the draft proposal to the White House on June 30th, and that it will be published for public notice and comment once it has completed interagency review and been signed by the administrator. If the Trump administration is able to repeal the endangerment finding, it would not only erase all current limits on greenhouse gas pollution from cars, factories, power plants, and other sources, it would prevent future administrations from trying to tackle climate change, with lasting implications. The White House is trying to turn back the clock and relitigate both the science and the law, said Vicki Patton, General Counsel for the Environmental Defense Fund Environmental Group. She called the evidence that climate change is harmful overwhelming and incontrovertible. Since taking office, President Trump has abandoned U.S. efforts to tackle global warming. He also has moved to roll back virtually every federal policy aimed at curbing greenhouse gases from the burning of oil, gas, and coal. His administration has encouraged more production and use of fossil fuels while stifling the growth of clean energy and electric vehicles. In calling to repeal the endangerment finding, the draft EPA rule does not appear to focus on the science or try to make the case that fossil fuels aren't warming the planet. Instead, it argues that the EPA overstepped its legal authority under the Clean Air Act by making a broad finding that greenhouse gas emissions endanger the public welfare. It makes the case that the EPA administrator has limited power that apply only to specific circumstances. Joseph Goffman, who led the air office at the EPA under the Biden.
You know, one thing I've actually been thinking about, and probably should say it soon, should have said it sooner. I think one of the fundamental differences between the right and the left, and frankly, you know what? I'm not going to even say the left, because in a way, centrist Democrats, of which I'm one, by the way, tend to be a lot like normie or centrist Republicans. In MAGA, I consider far right populism, and they're getting more far right daily. I find it really disturbing that MAGA in the farther reaches of the right wing, they always err on the side of profit. They err on the side of business owners. They err on the side of corporations instead of erring on the side of human beings, or erring on the side of caution. Okay, it is more than likely that greenhouse gases and just pollution of the environment is harmful. And it's definitely harmful to the environment, obviously, but it is also harmful to humans. But if you can't prove it to a point to where there aren't little kids, dropping dead, spontaneously, MAGA wants to err on the side of, hey, you know what? It should be profitable for business owners until it's proven that it's killing kids. No, that's not even that Christian. You err on the side of humanity. You don't err on the side of profit. And I find that hugely disturbing. That's going to be MAGA's downfall. And it's unfortunately, it's going to take like, actual casualties. I mean, look at Trump and COVID-19. Trump literally erred on the side of, I don't want my numbers to go up. Remember, Trump lost me at the very beginning, that March of 2020, when he kept all those elderly folks on the cruise ship, because if they set foot on U.S. soil, and these were U.S. citizens, if they set foot on the soil, they're going to drive the COVID numbers up. The dude literally erred on the side of, I don't want my public image to be damaged by COVID sufferers' numbers to go up. Let's keep them on the ship. That way we can't say, that they're actually sick. That is the Trump administration in spades. And this is like back in 2020. I'm sorry, did I say yeah, it was 2019. I'm sorry. Trump is a menace to society. And that philosophy that running the country like a business is a lead balloon, and the lead winds up in some child's water supply. They're drinking the remnants of Trump's lead balloon in their tap water. So, bad jokes aside, let's finish this story up.
Administration said the rule would all but certainly face legal challenges if it is finalized. He said the Trump administration's proposed rule conflicts with the 2007 Supreme Court ruling in Massachusetts versus EPA, a landmark case that found for the first time that greenhouse gases were a pollutant under the Clean Air Act. That led the EPA to make the finding in 2009 that said that 6 greenhouse gases were harming public health. In more than 200 pages, the EPA at that time outlined the science and detailed how increasingly severe heat waves, storms, and droughts were expected to contribute to higher rates of death and disease. Maxine Joselot contributed reporting.
All right. Well, next next story that makes me laugh about the Trump cabinet. FEMA urban search and rescue chief resigns, citing agency chaos, colleagues said. Oh, Ken Pagurek, hopefully I pronounced his name correctly, had told colleagues the Trump administration was causing chaos inside of FEMA and creating dangerous delays in disaster response. No kidding.
FEMA urban search and rescue chief resigns, citing agency chaos, colleagues said. This article is by Lisa Friedman and read by an automated voice. The head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Urban Search and Rescue Unit has resigned, telling colleagues he was frustrated by bureaucratic hurdles the Trump administration imposed that delayed the agency's response to deadly flooding in Texas, according to 3 people familiar with his reasoning. Ken Pagurek, who worked with FEMA's search and rescue branch for more than a decade and served as chief for the past year, told associates that his concerns had been mounting since the start of hurricane season and that the administration's changes to the agency were causing, quote, chaos. He said he worried that a new policy that requires purchases of more than $100,000 be personally approved by Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, could hurt disaster response efforts that require speed and agility. Experts have said that responses during a disaster can quickly total billions of dollars, and that requiring personal approvals for expenses of $100,000 and above could easily create bottlenecks. This decision was not made lightly, and after much reflection and prayer, it is the right path for me at this time. Mr. Pagurek wrote in a resignation letter. His departure was first reported by CNN. Mr. Pagurek could not be reached for comment. The catastrophic flooding in the Texas Hill Country on July 4th, in which 120 people were killed, was the final straw for Mr. Pagurek, according to the 4 people, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss personnel issues. FEMA was slow to deploy response and search and rescue coordination teams, according to half a dozen current and former FEMA officials and disaster experts. Several Democratic lawmakers have called for an investigation into the agency's handling of the disaster. Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security, said that FEMA did not experience any delays in deployments in Texas. It is laughable that a career public employee who claims to serve the American people would choose to resign over our refusal to hastily approve a 6-figure deployment contract without basic financial oversight. She said, referring to Mr. Pagurek, "We're being responsible."
See, that's the perfect example. They find it weird that a career public servant would err on the side of serving the American people, in FEMA's case, in times of need, versus financial analysis. Perfect example. Money over men. That is the new mantra. MAGA means money over men. Perfect. I'm going to have to use that. Let me write it down. Maybe it'll be a show title. So I see 12th Man has wandered onto the panel. What? Good morning, 12th Man.
Good morning, Stanley. How's your day?
Well, so far it's pretty amusing. I have been amusing myself with my own silliness.
Yeah, that's okay. It's your show.
Last I checked. So any good. Any comments on any of the stories up to now?
Any beer?
Not yet, but you know what? Speaking of beer, I must highlight the sponsors of the show. And again, let me take a minute here to really show appreciation for Lupin and Deacon Dave. Look, I do this like voluntarily. No one is making me do it. I actually enjoy doing, and honestly, now that the show has moved to, more of 6 o'clock in the morning sort of show, I do get rest, except when I do late shows, which I'm going to try never to do again. Hold on one sec. But honestly, I can say that I actually love doing the show. I wake up looking forward to putting together this stuff and making jokes about the news. And the cast of characters that beat my ass in the chat, at least you're not here doing it in person, being the sort of slave. If his ghetto point of view were a black slave owner, and I swear his ghetto point of view, that is his aspiration. If his ghetto point of view had lived back in the 17th century, I guarantee he'd have bought me to be his slave, and every time I got uppity, he would at a minimum be reminding me, I own you, boy. Give me details, boy. If you're gonna be uppity, boy, give me details, boy. That would have been Massa, his ghetto point of view. And I hope he's still in the chat. I hope he takes this to heart. You are a born enslaver, his
Oh,
ghetto
Lord.
point of view. Well, you know what? I'm sure his ghetto point of view knows it's a joke. It is a joke, ghetto, but only half a joke. So anyway, Lupin, Deacon Dave, and everyone else who supports the show, you being in the chat, hitting the like button, subscribing to the Stanley Cross channel, subscribing to the John Galt channel, subscribing to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. It is awesome. And I probably don't say that enough, but I actually do enjoy, kind of doing the news and making dumb jokes. So thank you for supporting an old man, folks.
Well, Stanley, I gotta say that you're probably one of the smarter people I know on that YouTube.
Oh, there are so many people. There are so many people who would disagree with you. There are, if I said, "Hey y'all, if you think Stanley's stupid," people would be coming from all over the internet to hit my the thumbs down button. It would blow up YouTube, and they toss me off just because nobody likes you. So, but I do appreciate it, 12th man. And by the way, you're a supporter of the show, so 12th man, as much as he beats me up in the chat, 12th man is a legit supporter of the show. So I'm not sleeping on you there, 12th man. You are a supporter, and I do appreciate it. So let us move on. Florida congressional districts. Well, Florida congressional districts that eliminated a majority black seat upheld by the Supreme Court. I give the Voting Rights Act, the VRA, another 5 years, and it's going to be gone. The magic potion needs one more conservative Supreme Court justice. And I predict Donald Trump in the next 3 years is going to be able to appoint another conservative, making it a 7-2 majority. And again, I have no facts to back me up. It's just my gut feeling. So I'll read a portion of this. I'm not going to belabor it. Florida Supreme Court.
Interrupt you just for a second?
Okay.
You see how that went in New Jersey today?
Okay, wait, whoa. Slow down. You're slurring. I'm not quite able to discern what you're saying.
I'm kind of drunk.
I noticed.
But they silenced that one lady out of the courts, and then the DOJ turned right around and fired that one that they approved. So that seat is still empty.
Well, let me reassert my point. They did not silence. I assume you mean Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's a Supreme Court justice. She wrote a minority opinion. Okay, then I have no clue who you're talking about.
It was a bunch of judges today went against one judge, and then when they voted her down, they fired the one that they approved. So,
you're talking Aline Haba, and forget her number two's name. Yeah. Well, you know what? That's an abuse of power, And like I said earlier, maybe you missed it. I actually think there's gonna be a high noon shootout between between the
Shootout.
Justice Department specifically and the judicial branch. Trump's gonna lose, but he's gonna win short term. I think in the end, Trump is old and he's starting to show, his seams. I honestly think the one thing about the executive branch, they outlive as an institution, as a branch of government, their life is longer than the executive branch and the legislative branch. The Supreme Court has, between the youngest to the oldest, they're going to have 100 years or more of influence than the executive branch will. There's a weird and actually astoundingly smart point that Aramiyose Frimpong made a while ago. Institutions, and this is why republics are rather unique. Republics are, instead of direct democracy, you have institutions that are democratically elected, either directly or indirectly. Institutions outlive individuals, and that is easily proven. Read your Edmund Burke. Institutions outlive individuals. They live a century or more. And as far as institutions, 250 years for America as a country. The Constitution, the law as an institution, 250 years old. Donald Trump is 79. He's going to die before the Constitution. It's just the way it works. That might be why you have to give credit to the founders and the framers of the Constitution specifically, but the founders as well. This country will outlast Donald Trump. I think human decency will outlive MAGA. And I don't think MAGA is an institution, a political entity. Okay, I need to speak without you interrupting, please. And then you'll get your turn. Human decency is like eternal, at least as long as humans survive. It will outlive Donald Trump. It will outlive MAGA. It will, just like the Tea Party got outlived.
No, they didn't.
I, while not religious, do think that decency, human decency, outlives everything. That is, as far as human affairs go. So, what were you going to say?
Well, no one outlived the Tea Party because they're still there. Ted Cruz
No, they're not.
is still there.
They you know what? If they don't call, if they do not, Rand Paul does Rand Paul consider himself a part of the Tea Party movement? Not publicly.
Of course he does. Yeah.
Of course he doesn't. You have no clue what you're talking about.
He does.
Have you asked?
Yes,
have you talked to Rand Paul lately?
Yeah, I have asked him.
Oh, really? Did you ask him whether he still considers himself a part of the Tea Party?
Yeah, he does.
And he said, okay, well, you know what? You have a vivid imagination, and I appreciate you for it. So, his ghetto point of view, you know what? You got my email address. I'm willing to do a special early show so you can join. Just let me know. I would actually do that.
Let me ask you, Stanley.
Let me finish talking to his ghetto point of view, please. Ghetto, just I don't know if tomorrow's a good time, but if you want to do like an early show, email me, let me know the time that you're free. And yeah, I can work my schedule around yours. It'd be an honor. So just let me know. And so that's that. Finish up your point and we'll get to this story. Please, 12 man.
Like what story?
The story about the voting rights in Florida
Voting
congressional
rights?
districts that eliminated a majority black seat upheld by the Supreme Court. They meant Florida Supreme Court, by the way.
Is that Marco Rubio? See, he is a part of
No,
the Tea Party
it's
too.
Ron DeSantis.
Okay, well, they look alike.
Do they really? All white people look alike to you, huh? Interesting.
That's Ron DeSantis. Is this
Yeah,
about
you know what?
allegation?
You know what? You know what gave it away? That big ass DeSantis on his chest. All right. So the story
So what are they
reads.
gonna do?
The
Just
story
about
reads.
Alligator Alley?
The
Where
story
are they gonna
reads.
go, Stanley?
Oh my lord. The story reads: Florida Supreme Court on Thursday upheld the state's current congressional redistricting map. This is an old story. It was last Thursday, and I guess I'm just getting around to it. Upheld the state's current congressional redistricting map, rejecting a challenge over the elimination of a majority black district in North Florida that was pushed by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. Dude, you're interrupting. The court, dominated by DeSantis appointees, ruled that the restoration of the district that previously united black communities from Jacksonville to west of Tallahassee or across 200 miles would amount to impermissible racial gerrymandering that the majority ruled violates the Constitution's equal protection guarantees. Oh, that is such a bad argument. The court leaves, and essentially, they are ruling that whites have a better argument for equal protection than the blacks. And by the way, just so you know, and I'm sure a lot of people in this particular audience know this, Florida has the largest black demographic in, well, I'm sorry, the second largest black demographic in the country. Texas number 1, Florida number 2, Georgia number 3. So they are literally taking one of the biggest black populations in the country, saying that gerrymandering a district that allows black representation in the U.S. Congress is infringing on the rights of the whites in Florida. And essentially what they're saying is whites have a better argument for equal protection than the black demographic. It is just shocking that they could make this sort of thing. Hopefully this gets appealed to the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court. The record leaves no doubt that such a district would be race predominant, like every other motherfucking district in Florida is not race predominant. These guys are disingenuous and racists. The record also gives us no reasonable basis to think that further litigation would uncover a potentially viable remedy. So they can't find a better argument, so they're just going to say this remedy isn't good enough, said Chief Justice Carlos Muniz in the court's majority opinion. The decision means Florida's current congressional districts that give Republicans a 20-8 advantage over Democrats will remain in place for the 2026 midterm elections and beyond. The former North Florida district was most recently represented by a black Democrat, former Representative Al Lawson. The new districts divide the area among 3 Republican districts. This was always the constitutionally correct map, and now both the federal courts and the Florida Supreme Court have upheld it. DeSantis said on X, one of the plaintiffs, the National Redistricting Foundation, called the new ruling alarming because it diminishes the voting power of Black Floridians by upholding the GOP drawn map. The court is abandoning the most basic role of the judiciary to provide justice for the people, said Marina Jenkins, executive director of the foundation. Earlier redistricting efforts by the state legislature included versions of the North Florida district that preserved Black voting power, but after a veto by DeSantis, the governor pushed through the current map that eliminated it. And I'll just stop there. Hopefully it just winds up back to let the U.S. Supreme Court uphold the Florida Supreme Court, and then it will be a fait accompli. Slick, no. Let's see. What is Slick saying? That's how I have been billed from the Ross. Dumb shit. Tony Danza. Uncle Fatty, what's up, man? Long time no see. Barry Manilow and Meatloaf. He's a Piano Man lover. Okay, you know what? I don't even know what y'all are talking about. So let's see. What else do we have here? Judge sentences ex-officer and Breonna Taylor raid to nearly 3 years in prison. This is a super interesting result. The Trump Justice Department asked for, I think it was 1 day. And apparently the courts have gone, Trump, you're full of shit.
Judge sentences ex-officer in Breonna Taylor raid to nearly 3 years in prison. This article is by Glenn Thrush and read by an automated voice. A federal judge in Kentucky on Monday sentenced a former Louisville police officer involved in the fatal raid of Breonna Taylor's home to nearly 3 years in prison, in a sharp rebuke to the Trump administration, which had requested he serve only 1 day behind bars. In November, a federal jury in Kentucky convicted the former officer, Brett Hankison, of 1 count of violating Ms. Taylor's civil rights by using excessive force in discharging several shots through her window during a botched drug raid in 2020. Even though none of the 10 shots he fired hit Ms. Taylor, Mr. Hankison, who is white, was the only officer to be charged for his actions during the botched operation. The killing of Ms. Taylor, 26, in her own home became a focal point for the national outrage over police violence against Black people, amid a spate of similar acts of violence around the same time, most notably the murder of George Floyd by a police officer in Minneapolis. Ms. Taylor's killing in particular brought national attention to, quote, no-knock warrants, which allow the police to burst into homes without warning. The lingering bitterness surrounding Ms. Taylor's death and a renewed sense of injustice incited by the Trump administration's extraordinarily lenient sentencing request spilled over into protests outside the federal courthouse in Louisville in the hours before the sentencing on Monday. Last week, Harmeet K. Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, asked the judge in the case, Rebecca Grady Jennings, to sentence Mr. Hankison to a single day in prison, essentially the brief time he had served when he was charged, and 3 years of supervised release. The request was intended to send the message that the department planned to abandon its long-standing efforts to address racial disparities in policing, and to reorient the Civil Rights Division to pursue President Trump's culture war agenda at the expense of its founding mission of confronting race-based discrimination. Judge Jennings, whom Mr. Trump appointed to the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Kentucky in his first term, took issue with the department's extraordinary sentencing request. But she also settled on 33 months, a punishment far short of the maximum sentence of life in prison allowable by law. Sentencing requests are typically filed by career prosecutors who worked on the case. The filing last week was signed by Ms. Dillon, a political appointee who is a veteran Republican Party activist with close ties to Mr. Trump and one of her deputies. Shortly after the department made its request public, the family's legal team issued a statement describing Ms. Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, as, quote, heartbroken and angry. The legal proceedings stemming from Ms. Taylor's killing, which brought intense scrutiny on the Louisville Metro Police Department, have been drawn out over years of dramatic court battles. In 2023, a judge declared a mistrial in Mr. Hankison's trial on federal civil rights charges after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict. He was previously acquitted of similar state charges. The case fueled
I have to ask my dog about this.
The city's police chief was fired amid the demonstrations, and a 2023 report by the Justice Department found that the department had shown a pattern of discriminating against Black people, as well as a pattern of other abusive behavior. Investigators found instances of police officers subduing residents with neck restraints, chokeholds, and even dog attacks, and using excessive and escalating force. The report also said officers made unlawful stops and searches based on invalid warrants. A judge initially signed off on a warrant for Ms. Taylor's apartment, but the officers were later instructed to announce themselves. Whether they actually did has long been in dispute. The warrant to raid Ms. Taylor's apartment was based on shoddy surveillance. 3 officers were charged by federal prosecutors with knowingly including false information in an affidavit to get a judge to approve the raid. One of them, Kelly Goodlett, pleaded guilty in 2022. The case against the 2 other officers, Joshua Janes and Kyle Meany, is still open. Prosecutors argued that Mr. Hankison did not have legal justification to use deadly force when he fired through a window and sliding glass door covered by blinds during the raid, ultimately hitting a neighboring apartment. The police were seeking evidence that Ms. Taylor's former boyfriend was selling drugs when they barged through her door on March 13, 2020. Her boyfriend at the time of the raid, Kenneth Walker, opened fire on the officers as they entered, later saying that he believed they were intruders. 2 officers, Miles Cosgrove and Jonathan Mattingly, immediately returned fire and shot and killed Ms. Taylor. Those 2 officers, who were also white, were never charged. Prosecutors argued that they had been justified in their actions. Chris Cameron contributed reporting.
Yeah, in a way, it was kind of a tragic mistake because Breonna Taylor's boyfriend had no clue because the cops didn't identify themselves. It was a no-knock warrant. So he was, the boyfriend was justified in defending his home, thinking it was a home invasion, and the cops were justified in defending their lives. The dude that fired did it from outside. He had no justification for firing through that window. He was not inside the abode, and no one was shooting at him. He just fired because his buddies were firing. And quite frankly, 3 years is a light sentence. So there we go. And Solid Snake, you better goddamn thank God that there are people like me who exist, because otherwise there would be no one to have the patience to teach you about U.S. history and that sort of thing. So next is going to be a return visit by Professor Black Truth.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I don't know about you, but I'm suffering from some serious white fatigue. Former officer and current prisoner Brett Hankinson, one of the murderers of Breonna Taylor, has been sentenced in federal court for his crime to a little under 3 years in prison and then an additional 3 years of probation. The criminal Hankinson isn't believed to be one of the thugs who fired the shot that actually killed Miss Taylor. He instead was firing at least 10 shots all over the place, including into the surrounding apartments, because the cops are so brave, don't you know? It's a miracle this moron didn't kill anyone else. The charge that he got was excessive force, and while the sentence is pitifully small considering what this creep did, the truth is the judge wasn't necessarily the big problem here. Biden's DOJ begrudgingly began the prosecution of Hankinson, but it's Trump's DOJ that's been handling the sentencing portion, and they decided to send a so-called memorandum calling for time served. which would have amounted to 1 day in prison and 3 years probation for this criminal. The judge presiding over the case rejected this memo, calling the Justice Department's recommendation incongruous and inappropriate. The judge also shot down Hankinson's own pathetic plea for a new trial, correctly noting that there were no grounds to do so. Obviously, this is the white right doing their typical performative extremism, because if they felt that this murderer didn't deserve prison time, then why waste everybody's time saying to put him in prison when they knew he would only get 1 day? Why even bother? Pam Bondi's DOJ claimed that the reason that they were advocating for a time-served sentence was that Hankinson didn't actually kill Breonna Taylor, nor did he kill or even wound anyone else. A ridiculous claim that would never be made for anyone, especially not a black person. Now, this memo that was sent at the last minute came from the Justice Department officials themselves, which means the bleach blonde bimbo Pam Bondi. The line prosecutors, that's the actual U.S. attorneys who prosecuted this case, they weren't the ones who sent the memo. This came from Pam Bondi and her clown car of creeps. Tamika Palmer, Breonna Taylor's mother, said that a new prosecutor, one who nobody had seen during the entire trial, came in at the last minute for sentencing and began openly arguing for the defendant instead of for the deceased, Breonna Taylor. Kind of reminds you what the Biden administration did in the trial of Ahmaud Arbery's murderers, saying that a plea deal was appropriate because, after all, they had already been sentenced and we need to go ahead and give the family peace by giving a sweetheart plea deal to the killers. Never mind the fact that the family of Ahmaud Arbery went to court and that they were the ones who openly argued that the criminals needed to go on trial and be convicted. This over the objections of Biden's DOJ. Now, was this asinine agitprop a serious proposal from Pam Bondi? Was this actually something that Trump himself wanted to see? If so, well, he is president, and this was a federal conviction, so he has the ability to go ahead and issue a pardon. He just might, by the way. The white right has so few victories and so many defeats, they need something they can point to and say, see, I'm white and I still say so, that kind of nonsense. We can be disgusted with what happened here, but recognize this is a continuity of policy. Just like with Biden, when he sent his Solicitor General to interject herself into a case before the Supreme Court that the feds had nothing to do with, but they chose to get involved because they wanted to weaken Miranda protections, which is what they did. And in that case, the victim of police violence was also black. Yes, the Trump administration is more obnoxious and vulgar with their pro-cop advocacy, but Biden's administration was the one that had the chance to charge these murderers with murder. Instead, they decided to reduce the charges to merely crafting a falsified warrant and excessive force. And by the way, that case about crafting a falsified warrant, it still hasn't gone to trial. They wanted to reduce all of that criminality to nothing more than bad paperwork. Biden's DOJ refused to bring federal charges against the other killers because they were trying to walk back the prosecutions that public pressure had been forcing them to make. But regardless of Biden's own wrongdoing, that's still no excuse for the predictable nonsense that's coming from the orange man. But for those of you in the black grassroots, just understand something. Consider this to be a reminder. We have no friends. While Trump and his degenerate pals are cracking down on illegal aliens rightly, they still consider us to be the enemy as well. It's not as if they've taken us off their enemies list. Remember, being anti-black is a bipartisan issue. Both political parties subscribe to it. And if I had to answer right now, I would say that I would bet that Trump would actually attempt to try to give some sort of pardon to Hankinson. And the main reason why is Hankinson he would point to and say, well, he didn't kill anybody, unlike, say, Derek Chauvin. But also, while Trump's allegiance to the thugs in blue is genuine, it's also true that his bungling of the Epstein files has created a schism in MAGA land. He would like to have a distraction because that's his go-to maneuver whenever he's trying to pass legislation and wants to get everybody to look the other way. So actually using this as a means to get attention off of his own screw up with Epstein would be exactly the kind of play you would expect the orange man to make. He doesn't exactly have crossover appeal with voters. As far as he's concerned, his play is always to try to gin up the base. Do whatever you got to do to rile up the base. That's his only play, so that's what he does all the time. We know the GOP, being the official mouthpieces for the white establishment, are openly on the side of the thugs in blue, but let's be clear. The Democrats weren't exactly given this one the old college try. Miss Taylor was murdered during the first Trump administration, who of course did nothing about it. Now, when Biden took office a year later, there was no urgency or even interest on his part. His administration had 4 years to round up those criminals and lock them up. But it was clear that Biden saw the Breonna Taylor murder as just some activists who needed to be placated or talked to death. They wanted the outcry to simply go away, only it wouldn't. Eventually, Merrick Garland was forced to have to do something, but he dragged his feet from the very beginning, overlooking or even excusing the blatant criminality that had taken place. The corrupt Klansmen in Kentucky broke a ton of laws before and after the murder of Breonna Taylor. I've detailed that for you on this channel. The Louisville police lied, flat out lied, to get that no-knock warrant. They falsely claimed that the post office had told them that suspicious packages were being sent to Breonna's apartment when they knew that the post office had told them the opposite. And truth be told, the post office didn't actually say it to the Louisville police because the local post office had an order that they were not to do anything for the Louisville police. God only knows what the cops had done to get on the mailman's bad side. And the judge who signed off on that fraudulent warrant, she didn't hold the cops in contempt for perjury when she found out that they had lied on the affidavit. But then again, that judge never saw a police warrant that she wouldn't sign off on. The cops couldn't get their lies straight about which one of them made out the fraudulent affidavit that they used to get the no-knock warrant. They couldn't get their lies straight about whether they knocked or didn't. They claimed that they did knock, which begs the question, why did they apply for a no-knock warrant then? They also lied and claimed that there were drugs and guns that they were going to find, but of course they didn't find anything. The police lied about who fired and when. They just couldn't get their story straight. While the murder of Breonna Taylor was high profile, it was hardly a complicated case. But for the Biden administration, it was a political dilemma. He was trying to undo the progress that had been made on punishing the police since 2020. All that taking a knee crap that the Democrats were doing for the cameras, that was just pathetic PR, and it didn't fool anyone. Biden made it clear whose side he was on: the criminals. Every crooked cop, every lying deputy, every dirty DA, every scumbag judge. There need to be RICO cases put on all of them. Now, for the Democrat shills who infest my comment section, who will point to what the Trump DOJ just tried to pull and say, see, this is the reason why y'all need to go on the war path against the Orange Man. First of all, we're not supporting him, stupid. Second, are the Democrats going to go after the police? The entire reason black voters stayed home was because you have cities under Democrat mayors. You have Democrat DAs who refuse to even prosecute these degenerates. That's what happened with Breonna Taylor. They allow the white right to push laws and policies meant to embolden the thugs in blue, and instead of pushing back and putting the law and policies in place to punish the police, instead Biden bragged about diverting COVID funds to the cops. Democrats bragged about backing the badge instead of breaking the badge. Where are the laws to clarify that citizens can and should protect themselves from police brutality and that the law will be on their side? You see, Kenneth Walker did the right thing. And if more citizens protected themselves from these police ambushes, a lot less innocent people would be dead. But you don't see the Democrats saying, wait, we got to be on the side of the citizens here. We know these cops are dirty. Somebody's got to rein them in. And the citizens cannot hesitate when they're being fired upon or being threatened. Democrats could have and should have been pushing rafts of legislation to go after the police and make it a point to put forward prosecutors who will go after them. But they didn't do any of that. 4 years that they had the Breonna Taylor murder case on their desk, and the best that they could come up with was excessive force and fraudulent paperwork, because corrupt politicians rely on corrupt cops to protect them at all levels. That's the purpose that the police play in a dirty system like this. Let's get something straight. The only reason that a case was even brought at all was because the grassroots demanded it and didn't stop demanding it and made it something that couldn't be buried. The grassroots put up billboards, and then the queen of the white media bootlicks, Oprah, tried to jump on that bandwagon. She tried to dispel the energy, but it didn't work. She wanted to get out in front of it and say, I'm going to be the leader of this particular parade, but nobody was following her. I remember making it a point to get on the case of two of the writers for the Washington Post who had been misreporting on that murder and were omitting the information about the fraudulent affidavits for the no-knock warrants. I started going after them on Twitter on my own. I made it a point not to bring the family into that because I didn't want for them to be able to lie and claim that there was some sort of organized harassment campaign against them or anything else. What I did was I went into the threads on their Twitter feeds and started posting links to official newspapers in Louisville and Kentucky, in other words, so-called credible news sources that had reported on the fraudulent affidavits, and asked them, when are you guys going to report on it? This in turn forced these Washington Post writers to have to do follow-up pieces that finally mention the fraudulent affidavits in their reporting. And the Washington Post matters because it's the inside the Beltway paper of record, and people in political circles are at least aware of its coverage. And it was pretty much after that that other white media organs began to finally talk about those fraudulent affidavits. Now, again, I have no direct evidence of this, But I don't think it's a coincidence that the main thing the Biden DOJ chose to focus on was precisely the fraudulent paperwork from the police that led to Breonna's murder. That was the first domino to fall. If the Democrats are supposed to be different than the Republicans on policy, then they have to actually be different. If we have to drag them kicking and screaming to do the things that, as their constituency, their so-called base, that they are supposed to be doing for us anyway, then that doesn't mean that they're actual opposition. That means they are controlled opposition. They are different in rhetoric only. Hell, even Republican administrations can be pressured into bringing prosecutions against the police occasionally if there is sufficient and sustained public pressure to do so. So please don't try to make Biden into some sort of saint just because after the uprisings of 2020, he felt enough heat where he felt like he had to try to do something to placate the outraged masses. The only reason that any of these scumbags are being held to account is because of the activists who were in the street, not because of any alleged decency by the Democrats. The grassroots made that happen. The same way the grassroots made the prosecution of Ahmaud Arbery's murderers happen. The politicians weren't responsible for that. As Dr. Claude Anderson said, politicians react to the conditions under them. What we do is more important than what they do, because persistence on our part shapes the landscape that the politicians have to operate in. We're fighting a war against white supremacy, and in war, you can't spend too much time basking in your victories or lamenting your setbacks. You got to keep moving forward regardless. We keep the heat on the bastards. We remain adamant that our demands aren't going to change and that we punish those who refuse to submit to our demands. If we do what we're supposed to do, then before it's all over, we will create a social and legal environment of justice so that these cowardly scumbags know that no matter who's in office, they'll no longer be able to count on getting away with murder. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Glenda Tice.
Well, Professor Black Truth is batting 500. Mostly right on the Breonna Taylor thing. Mostly wrong on the Obama thing. So, 500 ain't bad. U.S. Olympic officials bar transgender women from women's competitions. I can hear the cheers from this chat.
U.S. Olympic officials bar transgender women from women's competitions. This article is by Juliette McClure and read by an automated voice. The United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee quietly changed its eligibility rules on Monday to bar transgender women from competing in Olympic women's sports, and now will comply with President Trump's executive order on the issue, according to a post on the organization's website. The new policy, expressed in a short, vaguely worded paragraph, is tucked under the category of USOPC athlete safety policy on the site, and does not include details of how the ban will work. Nor does the new policy include the word transgender or the title of Mr. Trump's executive order keeping men out of women's sports, referring to it instead as Executive Order 14,201. Mr. Trump signed the executive order on February 5th. The committee's new policy means that the national governing bodies of sports federations in the United States now must follow the USOPC's lead, according to several chief executives of sports within the Olympic movement. Those national governing bodies oversee many, but not all, events in Olympic sports for all ages, from youth to masters competitions. In a letter sent by email to the Team USA community, the USOPC acknowledged on Tuesday that its policy had changed. The letter from Sarah Hirshland, the USOPC's chief executive, and Gene Sykes, the president, said the committee had held a series of respectful and constructive conversations with federal officials since the executive order was signed. As a federally chartered organization, we have an obligation to comply with federal expectations, the letter said, adding that the committee would work with the national governing bodies to implement the new policy. USA Fencing was among the first of the national governing bodies, or NGBs, to post a new policy for transgender athletes, which it did on Friday. Its new policy will take effect on August 1st. those new rules still allow trans women to compete, but only in the men's category. All others who aren't eligible for the women's category, including non-binary athletes, transgender men, and intersex athletes, will also be limited to competing in the men's category, the policy says. The rule changes come after the sport was thrust into an uncomfortable spotlight this year when a female fencer declined to compete against her transgender opponent at a mid-level meet. The moment went viral and led to a congressional hearing about trans women competing in women's sports. I'm not going to try to oppose the USOPC because I understand that they've been put in an impossible situation by the administration, Phil Andrews, chief executive of USA Fencing, said on Tuesday. We essentially have no choice but to change the rules, because once the USOPC says this is now the policy of all of our NGBs, we all have to follow it. Mr. Andrews added that it was unclear how the new policy would play out in states like Minnesota and California, which are defying Mr. Trump's ban on trans women competing in the women's category. How the entire policy will unfold, from sport to sport and state to state, is uncertain too. Some sports could add an open category, available to anyone, or a mixed gender category to accommodate the change, Mr. Andrews said. The Olympic Committee was spare in its explanation. Its new policy said that it was committed to protecting opportunities for athletes participating in sport, and that it would work with the International Olympic Committee, the International Paralympic Committee, and the national governing bodies of every Olympic sport to ensure that women have a fair and safe competition environment consistent with Executive Order 14,201 and the Ted Stevens Olympic and Amateur Sports Act. The Ted Stevens Act is a 1978 law that established the U.S. Olympic Committee and allowed for national governing bodies to run each Olympic sport. A change to that law in 2020, prompted by the Lawrence G. Nassar sexual abuse scandal in gymnastics, gave Congress powerful oversight over the USOPC and each of its national governing bodies. Congress now can dissolve the USOPC's board of directors and decertify NGBs if it deems that those entities have failed to follow through with any of their duties, including keeping athletes safe. Before the new athlete safety policy was posted, the committee had stayed away from taking a bold stance on the issue of trans women competing in the women's division, trying to carefully navigate the politics of the matter as the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles inched closer. Instead, it had delegated decisions about transgender athlete eligibility to the national governing bodies of each sport. The USOPC has 54 member organizations, according to its website. Before Monday, the committee's transgender policy stated that the group was relying on real data and science-based evidence rather than ideology. That means making science-based decisions, sport by sport and discipline by discipline, within both the Olympic and Paralympic movements, the former policy said. The International Olympic Committee has been struggling for years with the issue of transgender and intersex athletes in sports, coming up with various rules at various times, including sex testing, in an effort to balance fairness with inclusivity. Its current policy allows each international sports federation, like World Athletics or the International Cycling Federation, for example, to determine if and how transgender athletes can compete in sanctioned events at the international level. But several leaders in the Olympic movement said on Tuesday that they were expecting the IOC's rules for trans athletes to change now that the organization had a new leader, Kirsty Coventry, an Olympic gold medalist swimmer from Zimbabwe. She took office last month. During her campaign for president, Ms. Coventry, the first female president of the IOC, had pledged to protect women in sports, and that included possibly barring transgender women from competing in the women's category.
Well, a couple things. And I am not one to go all into conspiracy theories and stuff like that. But I will offer that, number one, I think that incident with the Olympic Committee doctor, SAing gymnasts, I don't recall hearing the kind of concern from the Trump and MAGA crowd about that. Yeah, the guy got in trouble and there were sanctions and, all kinds of rule changes, but I just don't recall hearing the deep moral outrage. Okay, that incident was 100 times more serious than whether trans athletes can compete, across, sports. I guess they're more transgender males, that compete. So that's that. But the actual conspiracy theory is, you know what? This could have been nipped in the bud years ago. If the Olympics are going to do sex testing where you actually test to see, at the genome level, whether, at the chromosomal level, you know what? That is simple enough. You have to have this set of chromosomes to compete against athletes with similar sets and vice versa. It could have been solved a decade ago. And I think the reason that it is that simple solution hasn't been adopted and maybe just now proposed is because the dumbass religious motherfuckers just wanted to make a bigger deal out of it than it should have been in the first place. And I don't mean to be, all mean about it. I grew up Catholic, so I have a healthy respect for religion. I think religion is mostly a good thing. For the people who actually practice it sincerely and not hypocritically. However, the solution was simple and elegant in that we're just getting around to, oh, hey, we mapped the human genome. We're just gonna, a solution that's simple and elegant, irrefutable. And how are you gonna protest it? Oh boy. Sheer making mountains out of molehills. Now, you know what? I'm just some weird YouTube host who likes to make jokes, but to me, it seems simple. And who can protest? Who's going to make a chromosomal protest? So we move on. I'm belaboring the point, I'm sure. What's up? Questions to ponder. Good to see you. Let's see. What do you have to say? Catholic kids are smarter than oh my Lord. Come on now. Tisk tisk. Let's not let's not be all elitist there, Mel Gibson. You're exhibiting on code behavior. No idea what that means. There is only one code, at least, at this moment. And Deacon Dave, you will enjoy either tomorrow's show title or the next day's. I can't remember which it is now. So Manhattan Institute, my favorite far right institution, the anti-CRT bastards. They would give this president sweeping power to force university compliance with right-wing demands. Right-wing demands. I'm a right-winger. I demand it.
A Manhattan Institute manifesto would give this president sweeping power to force university compliance with right-wing demands. The statement is selling a naked ideological agenda as a defense of campus free speech. By Walter Olson. Many persons I'd think would know better have affixed their names to a new and highly illiberal set of demands on colleges and universities. Billing itself as the Manhattan Statement, the new manifesto was sponsored by the New York-based Manhattan Institute for Policy Research. I was affiliated with the institute for many years, through 2010. So far as I know, I haven't met the drafters of this document. One of its promoters has labeled it a program of national reform. That is misleading. What is distinctive about the Manhattan Statement is not that it calls for reforming universities. Others regularly call for that. In fact, many of its reforms, considered at a vague and aspirational enough level of abstraction, are neither new nor even particularly controversial. What stands out is by whom and by what means the manifesto proposes to impose the changes. By dictation from the central government in Washington, employing force and ultimatum, devoid of any advance enactment of objective rules defining what universities' obligations in fact are. If imposed, the result would be an utter centralization of peremptory power over academia, private colleges, state universities, religiously affiliated institutions, in the person of a single man. And while the Manhattan Statement coyly avoids naming the current president, it is fair to say that it means specifically Donald Trump, since it's utterly unthinkable that the signers would propose handing such boundless power to a liberal or Democratic occupant of the White House. After beginning with a few paragraphs of bad-potted history and ipsy-dixits, the document launches directly into screech mode. Universities have brazenly, deliberately, and repeatedly violated their compact with the American people to serve the public good. The first problem here is that it is not apparent what, if any, stable or broadly held understanding of such a compact there has been, aside from the specific legal obligations already placed on universities. Leaving aside the cluster of laws around discrimination, the statement doesn't seem very interested in those existing laws. Nor does it linger on whether the all-important public good concept, on which its theory hinges, might be seen differently by the diverse constituencies universities serve, from parents and students to alumni and donors, state governments and taxpayers, employers of future grads, the beneficiaries of research, and so forth. It does not seem interested in the expectations of most of these groups, either. A couple of trite paragraphs later, it's on to a long list of right-wing culture war complaints it pins on higher education. The result is a mix of what to me seem fair criticisms. Faculty hiring often reproduces ideological monoculture, worsened by devices like compulsory diversity statements that function to screen out conservative doubters. Alternating with absurd and strident hyperbole, universities have, in effect, declared war on millions of Americans who simply want to live, work, worship, and raise families in peace. Strikingly, some of the grievances do not seem particularly closely tied to issues of university governance. It is aggrieved at the advent of underage trans medical interventions. While some university-affiliated hospitals and clinics got involved in that, many others in this field have no academic affiliation, and most colleges have no medical schools to begin with. The document is aggrieved also at COVID-19 public health orders. Were universities really the ones driving that episode? Governments, not universities, are the bodies that wield public health authority over the general population. It's true that universities, in their capacity as employers and operators of dormitories and convening spaces, adopted rules meant to forestall contagion and serious illness among employees and residents. But then so did the run of other institutions, including private and public employers, conference centers, event planners, and so forth. Why are colleges being singled out? To put it differently, the document's tirade against university governance soon becomes hard to disentangle from an ever-so-familiar, roving gripe against elites. Perhaps the implied logic is that dubious ideas keep circulating among American elites, that universities are engines for turning out future elites, and that universities therefore need to be restructured so as to turn out elites that will have different ideas, more in line with the authors of the statement. But if that's the idea, it's all quite inchoate. Almost at once we're on to another laundry list, this time a 6-point list of what the signers think universities affirmatively should be doing. Some of these have drawn controversy in early reactions from critics on such matters as information disclosure and the application of federal civil rights laws, but I want to concentrate on the ones that don't seem controversial. Universities must advance truth over ideology. Decision-making at all levels must be merit-based. Standards of academic conduct must be rigorous. While they're at it, colleges must embrace the highest standard of civil discourse. Why didn't anyone tell us it would be this simple? It would be easy to line up 1,000 faculty progressives happy to endorse the elevation of truth over ideology, an adherence to rigorous standards of academic conduct, the making of decisions based on merit, and the upholding of the highest standards of discourse. Although inevitably differences of opinion would soon manifest as to what each of these terms means. Whichever side you take on whichever issue, it's likely you believe your side does a better job of living up to pleasant generalities about truth and rigor. But the kicker is what comes before the string of wet noodles. It's this paragraph which is the real centerpiece of the manifesto. It is worth close attention, up to and including its final 8 words. To that end, we call on the President of the United States to draft a new contract with the universities, which should be written into every grant, payment, loan, eligibility, and accreditation, and punishable by revocation of all public benefit. Italics added. Vague prescriptions on their own are one thing. Vague prescriptions drafted by a strongman ruler, forced into every corner of the world of higher learning, and enforced by the sudden and arbitrary imposition of an institutional death penalty come off differently, don't they? Consider how this would work. Trump drafts and imposes on every institution of higher ed vacuous yet momentous dictates. For example, that they place truth over ideology. 3 months later, someone in the White House social media feed complains that a college has permitted ideology to be placed over truth in a particular program, or the class.
Let me make one point here, and this is the weakness of people like Donald Trump. Truth with a capital T, there aren't many of them. Most of the truths that are political are small t truths. It is the small t truths that pretty much undergird ideologies. And see, this is why we don't need universities tampered with. I'm going to be straight up with you. There are always flaws in institutions. There are always improvements that can be made, but the universities are fine the way they are. They do not need MAGA tweaking. And I will say this again for emphasis, and I hope I piss a bunch of motherfuckers off. Universities are fine the way they are. Hands off of our universities.
Room of a particular professor. What happens next? Some White House gopher places a call, and, unless the college is absolutely determined to make a martyr of itself, it adjusts the problem to the satisfaction of the rulers. It's not as if the plan so much as nods toward crafting some sort of objective legal trigger
And
to evaluate.
This is actually the other thing. There is Hillsdale, there is Liberty, there is Bob Jones University. If you want a right-wing education, go to the Claremont Institutes. Go to Regent University out in the Northern Peninsula. There are places you can go to get your far-right education. Yeah, Brigham Young University, Oral Roberts. There are go to Notre Dame. Go to Loyola. There are places you can go to get the type of education that y'all want. And when I say y'all, I just mean like the y'all in a larger sense. Stop trying to change the educational system. It's problematic in and of itself. There are ways you can get the type of education you want. Stop trying to force everyone to be MAGA. What the fuck is wrong with these idiots? Look, it's always the solid snakes and the 12th man types who want to talk about places they never even thought of going. And I hate to be mean, but you know what? I can drive, I can hammer a nail, turn a screw, and read Shakespeare. Stop acting like people can only do one or the other. Okay. I read William F. Buckley, but I've also read Alice Walker. Stop acting like people are just one note. You can do a bunch of different things. The human brain is like the cradle of dichotomies or dichotomous thinking. Stop acting like it's got to be one way or the other, MAGA. And for that matter, the woke folks. Stop acting like it can only be one way. Man, people are boring.
dispute, let alone submitting it to the judgment of a court. Then would come all the further complaints that some scholars' published paper didn't meet rigorous standards, that a faculty hiring choice wasn't merit-based, or that a campus forum didn't attain the highest standards of discourse. There would follow the phone call better than
by the
putting
way,
something in
you know
email,
what? I just thought of
and the
this.
university would hop to comply.
Unfortunately, as I get older, I don't think quickly anymore. Rhodes, I think it's Rhodes University in Nashville, Tennessee. This institution has produced two famous lawyers. Both Amy Coney Barrett graduated from Rhodes, I think it was Rhodes College at the time. Rhodes University or college or whatever it is produced Amy Coney Barrett, and it also produced Jasmine Crockett. Talk about dichotomies. The same, I think it's a Methodist institution, same college, two totally different political perspectives. Dude, colleges are good at what they do. Stop acting like they're not. Now, of course, if I had my way, there would be no campus protests of any sort unless it actually dealt with like the cafeteria or the the meal program or some professor who's gone too far. But that's not, I don't get my wish, unfortunately. Send your kid to a fucking engineering school. Engineers don't protest. They just do their math like automatons. However, colleges are fine the way they are.
Either that, or I the guillotine of revocation of all public benefit. Nothing could be a broader invitation for those who consider themselves in possession of truth to impose harsh measures on contrary thinkers who they dismiss as in the grip of ideology. Just to ice the cake, the statement has the nerve to throw in some talk about the principle of freedom of speech, about how colleges must provide a forum for a wider range of debate and protect faculty and students who dissent from the ruling consensus. It recites this language as if it is advancing these liberal values, as opposed to constructing a governance mechanism calculated to render meaningless every one of them. It gets worse. No bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., no matter how conscientiously staffed and careful in its procedures, could be entrusted with the power to enforce, with annihilating penalties, this combination of vague standards. But it's unlikely that a bureaucracy will be in charge, as opposed to the simple will of those in a chain of command. Note that the statement says nothing about determining the lineaments of the supposed new compact by having the nation's elected lawmakers deliberate on a bill in Congress. Instead, it calls on the president as strongman to draft the terms and impose them on the universities, acquiescing right there, without discussion, to the emerging personalist nature of government action under Donald Trump. Don't be fooled. This is not some mere compilation of pleasant principles we might wish would hold greater sway among college administrators. It is a plan of control aimed effectively at putting academia under centralized command. It is also an attempt to validate in retrospect the actual practices of the Trump administration, for whom peremptory defunding, illegal and otherwise, has been a favorite way of imposing its will. Those familiar with university governance know that it's not new in itself for the federal government to dictate overbearing terms to universities, and that funding cutoff threats have been a part of that. Still, the arrangements in place until this January, deeply imperfect though they were, retained important elements of due process, such as rights to be informed of charges of misconduct and to present evidence in one's defense, including before a judge. Regulations drew also on the so-called notice and comment procedures that make federal policy slower, but more deliberative. They also
I'll go ahead and stop it here. It is kind of beating a dead horse. Ponder, I saw the title of the interview. I didn't find it particularly compelling as far as whether I want to listen to it. Blaming, everybody for his father's loss, or I don't think he's right on that. Let me know if you think it's worth hearing. If you think it's something interesting, we can at least look at it. But I think Joe Biden lost the election when he said, hey, he didn't commit to that one term. He could have given the Democrats a big head start had he just said, hey, I said I was going to do one term, I'm going to do one term. Joe Biden fucked it up personally. And let me tell you another Democrat who fucked it up, and God rest her soul. RBJ, dying in office was like the worst thing that could have possibly happened. Holding on like that, she could have retired during Obama's term. It did come up, and Dianne Feinstein, another. These politicians, and it's not just Democrats, but politicians thinking they are the indispensable man or woman. That's what messed it up. Hunter Biden blaming everyone else for an obvious F up doesn't impress me. I know you love your daddy, but let's not be making huge dumbass excuses, because the first thing I'm going to ask you is, have you relapsed? Are you doing drugs again? It is painfully obvious that it was Joe Biden's major F up. Well, you know what? That's my point, Ponder. So anyway, again, I'll ask you the question one last time. I saw that he did an interview. I saw it on YouTube. The title didn't impress me as something worth me watching. Tell me if it's worth watching. I tend to have my horrible thoughts on the relevance of Hunter. Look, Hunter Biden shouldn't go to jail, but he is not my yardstick for good political or even moral or personal decision making. I don't give a fuck if he did an interview. I think he's wrong. Love your daddy, I understand, but Joe Biden effed it up. Period. So anyway, Daily Docket is something I don't actually subscribe to. Maybe I should. It's too expensive at $120 a year. It's not a bargain. But it does have a couple things that are interesting. Wisconsin voters sued the state's elections commission, claiming that the congressional map violates the state constitution by discriminating against Democratic voters and is antithetical to virtually every principle necessary to sustain a representative democracy. And I think I have to actually let's see, do I need to subscribe? I think I can read this without subscribing. Good for me. And then I have one more that I'm going to go back to look at. New lawsuit alleges Wisconsin's congressional map violates state constitution. Wisconsin's congressional map violates the state constitution by discriminating against Democrats, a group of voters alleged in a new lawsuit Tuesday. Voters said the battleground state's map was the result of partisan gerrymandering that unfairly benefits Republicans and deprives Democrats of equal protection under the law and discriminates against voters based on their political views. Florida tried to make the same argument, but they basically used race. But sometimes race and Democrat are thought to be synonymous. Wisconsin's congressional map is, let's see, I read that. Voters are seeking a court order to redraw the map and to bar the state's elections commission from conducting future elections under the current map. It's not going to work. Alabama, North Carolina, Florida have all been upheld. I suspect Georgia is going to be next, but it'll be a little bit harder in Georgia. Blacks and Black Democrats and Democrats in general have a bit more power. And our governor, Brian Kemp, is a little bit more sane than your average MAGA dude. In adopting the map, the court adhered closely to a previous map passed by state Republicans a decade earlier. After the map was adopted, congressional seats held by Democratic members fell below the state's relative Democratic vote share, plaintiffs alleged. Republicans currently represent 6 out of the state's 8 congressional districts by packing the substantial share of Wisconsin's Democrats into 2 congressional districts while cracking the other Democratic communities into uncompetitive Republican districts. The map condemns the party that regularly splits or wins the statewide vote to permanent minority status in the state's congressional delegation. I think we pretty much get the gist. Wisconsin Democrats will lose this one. If they win, I'm definitely going to talk about it in Crow, but I don't think they will. Ron Johnson is a senator. He's going to work against fairness. There is another story here. Amid Epstein fallout, Trump says Obama is guilty of treason. Yeah, we got to talk about this. Why is it not obvious to MAGA voters that every time Trump gets into some weird crisis with his base, the first thing he does is he goes to Obama? Now, there was a commentary that I haven't played that I don't necessarily agree with. I think it was Lady Boulay, who we have not had grace our show today. I think it was Lady Boulay, who basically said every time Trump gets into trouble, he goes after blacks. And I don't know that I agree with that, but I can't dispute it in this. Obama committing treason. It got to a point to where Obama usually just blows off Donald Trump, but Obama responded saying, you know what? Essentially what Obama's spokesman said is prove it, bitch. And Obama was so worried he did a podcast with his wife. That's how nervous he was about this whole thing. So I'm not going to even, give this attempt by Donald Trump to obfuscate dignity. So we'll go to another newsletter. My darling Ground News. Always interesting. Let's see. Oh, that's the other thing I didn't talk about, and I guess I should. Apparently, Texas, fertile, so MAGA that the soil is red, not with Republican red, but probably blood. They're looking to squeeze out 5 more Republican districts because they have had a big influx of population over the last several years. So, you know what? 5 more for Texas will, make them extremely competitive, overwhelmingly so, in 2026. Let us see if they can do that. And the better story that I'm much more interested in, and it's going to be emphasizing Trump's disapproval rating hits record for second term. This is The Economist, not a bastion of liberal reporting. The Economist. I don't think it's even an American publication. I think it's British. This past week, President Donald Trump saw his net approval rating dip to its lowest point of his second term in an Economist YouGov survey. It wasn't a poll, it was a survey. While a second poll showed a slight improvement from last week. Liberation Day tariffs. You know what? I did this story before. Why are they repeating this? This is 6 days ago. This is old news. This is my bad. It showed up in the newsletter today, and I just glanced at it. I didn't go in and look at the date of it. So my bad, but doesn't change my point. Donald Trump is slipping in his support. Independents and actually a surprising number of Democrats, and like myself, I don't see a problem with, for instance, the immigration stuff. I don't see a problem with that goal, but the ends don't justify the means. And I don't think MAGA has actually caught up with 2025 humane or moral standards. Ends don't justify means. I think we learned that quite some time ago as a human race. And speaking of ends justifying means, Israeli strikes on World Health Organization site after military expands Gaza offensive. Israel hasn't learned that the ends don't justify the means.
Israeli strikes hit WHO site after military expands Gaza offensive. This article is by Aaron Boxerman and Bilal Speyer and read by an automated voice. The World Health Organization has accused Israel of attacking its site in central Gaza after the Israeli military expanded its operations in a part of the territory that had been left relatively unscathed during the war with Hamas. Israel has leveled much of Gaza during the 21-month war. But Israeli forces had not previously launched a major assault on the city of Deir al-Balah, fearing that Hamas was holding Israeli and foreign hostages there. In recent days, that seemed to be changing after the Israeli military ordered residents in parts of the city to leave. Some Palestinians hoped the warning over the weekend was a tactic to force Hamas to make concessions in ceasefire talks, but Israel has stepped up attacks in the area. A WHO staff residence was damaged by airstrikes on Deir al-Balah on Monday, the agency said in a statement. An Israeli military official, who spoke on condition of anonymity to comply with protocol, said the strike took place after the staff was evacuated. Israeli forces also entered the building, handcuffed and stripped male staff and family members sheltering there, and held them at gunpoint, the statement added. Women and children were forcibly evacuated, the agency said. Another WHO building, a major warehouse, was damaged in a separate attack and later looted by desperate crowds, the UN agency said. The Israeli military said that its forces had come under fire while operating in the vicinity, leading them to respond toward the area from which the shooting originated. It did not deny raiding the WHO facility, but said any suspects had been treated in accordance with international law. The Israeli military has launched strikes and ground operations around Deir al-Balah, but has not advanced into the densely populated city center, where some residents were already fleeing north. Yasser Rihan, 37, who left one of the evacuation zones on the southern outskirts of the city, said his family had huddled at home on Sunday night as airstrikes pummeled the area and gunfire echoed all around. By Monday morning, other residents were frantic to get out, waving white flags in the hopes that they would not be shot, he said. The whole scene was unspeakable. Children crying, women screaming in fear, everyone shouting and confused, asking, "Where should we go?" Mr. Rihan said. Deir al-Balah had been an informal refuge for Palestinians escaping other parts of Gaza, and huge tent camps have sprung up in the city. In the relative calm, a modicum of normalcy had survived. The city also hosts major warehouses for the United Nations, as well as guest houses for the organization's staff. Many Palestinians fled to the north of the city after Israel issued its evacuation order, seeking safety in areas that the Israeli authorities had not declared potential combat zones. According to the United Nations, tens of thousands of people were sheltering in the zone covered by the evacuation order, but there are few places left to flee to in Gaza. More than 85% of the enclave is under direct Israeli military control or subject to Israeli evacuation orders, according to the United Nations. The rest of Gaza's nearly 2 million residents have been mostly hemmed into the shrinking parts that remain. More than 57,000 people, including thousands of children, have been killed in the Israeli campaign against Hamas in Gaza, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, which does not distinguish between civilians and combatants. A wider offensive in Deir al-Balah is unlikely to generate many major achievements for Israel, even if its forces manage to kill additional Hamas fighters in the area, said Shlomo Brom, an Israeli retired brigadier general. Nearly 2 years into the war, which began with the Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, Israel has said it will continue its military campaign until Hamas is destroyed. But the government of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has yet to articulate a clear vision publicly for who could take Hamas's place in leading Gaza. Some members of Mr. Netanyahu's coalition government want to control Gaza indefinitely and establish Jewish settlements there, but Mr. Netanyahu has rebuffed those demands for now. Without a clear path toward an alternative post-war order in Gaza, Israel's military is simply treading water, General Brom said. A ground offensive and aerial strikes, no matter how intense, won't change affairs except to increase the killing and suffering of the local population, even as we continue to lose more soldiers, he added. For the families of Israeli hostages, the potential of expanded attacks in Deir al-Balah has fueled fears for the lives of their loved ones. About 50 of the 250 captives seized during the Hamas-led attacks in October 2023 remain in Gaza, though dozens of those are presumed by the Israeli authorities to be dead. The Hostage and Missing Families Forum, an advocacy group, has demanded that the Israeli government explain how an attack in central Gaza would avoid putting captives' lives at risk. The people of Israel will not forgive anyone who knowingly endangered the hostages, the forum said in a statement on Monday.
Yeah, let me backtrack a little bit and have have a look at this this video that's embedded.
وهي اللي لقيته من خيمتي كله، هاي اللي جبته كل خيمتي، ولا طناجر ولا اغراض ولا اي شيء، حتى اي شيء مقاوم عشان اطبخ، عشان اعمل اكل بيتي. هاي طلع الدب بدبوا فينا بس.
Interesting. Oh, they evacuated the WHO staff before the strike.
ساعات من الموت والرعب
Wow.
يعني يوم ونص ورحنا نلملم باقي وشتات امورنا، نحاول ان نكمل باقل القليل.
أنا بعاني إن أنا كيف أدبر قوت أولادي. أنا رحت أموت عشان أجيب كيس طحين لأولادي. دعس على راس العجل إلا شوية، وأنا نازل في الكيس خبطت هواي في الحجر في العجل.
والله يا خالد.
Yeah, a lot of suffering. All right, well, Chinese car giants rush into Brazil with dreams of dominating a continent. Interesting. Like I said, China has they are the only country that can stand toe to toe with the United States, and they are at least, if not equals, we are first among equals.
Chinese car giants rush into Brazil with dreams of dominating the
And
continent.
we won't listen to this
This
whole
article is by
story.
Somini Sengupta and read by an automated voice. A 2-hour drive beyond the traffic jams of Sao Paulo, past the vast valleys of sugarcane, one of the first Chinese battery-powered car factories in the Americas is getting ready to open. Its goal is to reinvent the way Brazil drives, and ultimately the rest of Latin America, much as Chinese automakers have already done across much of Asia and want to do in Europe. Until recently, this factory was run by Mercedes-Benz, the German giant of 20th-century automotive innovation that churned out cars powered by gasoline. Today, it's owned by Great Wall Motor, a company that decades ago made rugged pickup trucks for the Chinese countryside, but is now one of China's leading exporters of stylish, affordable electric cars. The change in hands reflects a profound disruption for one of the world's most vital industries. If American and European gas-guzzling cars once dominated global tastes and trends, that era appears to be fast turning to China's favor. Today, not only does China make and export more cars of all types than any other country in the world, Chinese firms dominate the global manufacture of battery-powered vehicles of the future. They also control the supply chain for virtually everything that goes into those cars. China's EVs are among the most advanced in the world. Some today go as far on a single charge as top-of-the-line Teslas, at lower prices. One Chinese carmaker, BYD, short for Build Your Dreams, has developed technology that can deliver a full charge in just 5 minutes, roughly the time someone might spend at a pump fueling up a gas-burning car. Little wonder that Tesla sales in China are lagging, and that the United States, under both Presidents Joseph R. Biden Jr. and Donald Trump, have essentially banned Chinese car imports. For China, that leaves the rest of the world. Its electric and hybrid manufacturers have set up, or are in the process of setting up, factories in Hungary, Indonesia, Russia, Thailand, Turkey. These efforts, including Great Wall's Brazilian factory, are part of a globe-spanning campaign by China to seize a major share of the world's auto industry, a powerful source of revenues, jobs, and also national prestige. The technological upheaval is a moment of opportunity for China. While the Trump administration is trying to halt the advance of electric vehicles in the United States, Chinese leaders see EVs as a rare chance to crack a market long dominated by German, Japanese, Korean, and American companies. Toyota, General Motors, Volkswagen, and their Western peers have struggled to master electric vehicles. But for China, the disruption is a gift. Beijing has lavished support on carmakers whose names Great Wall Motor, BYD, SAIC, might not be familiar to Americans, but whose vehicles are flooding much of the rest of the world. They have become potent symbols of China's economic and technological ascendance. Western auto giants are alarmed. We are in a global competition with China, Jim Farley, the chief executive of Ford Motor Company, said at the Aspen Ideas Conference in June. It's not just EVs, and if we lose this, we do not have a future at Ford. In Europe, Chinese carmakers this year have doubled their market share for all cars to 6% and now command about 20% of Europe's EV market. This despite hefty tariffs that Beijing has been negotiating to try to cut. Showrooms for Chinese electric vehicles have opened from Milan to Mumbai, and Chinese car brands are an increasingly common sight in Thailand and India. Now, in what reflects Beijing's swelling industrial confidence and geopolitical influence, China is making its way into the big car-buying economies of Latin America. Great Wall Motor took over the Mercedes plant in the industrial town of Virasmapolis, near Sao Paulo, after the German car maker closed shop in 2021, blaming a slump in luxury car sales. BYD took over a Ford factory after years of poor sales and steep losses forced the U.S. car giant to end its long history of manufacturing in Brazil. Mr. Farley at the time called the closures difficult but necessary actions. Ford had assembled cars in Brazil for a century, starting with the Model T. For the first time in decades, we're seeing a real challenge to the dominance of American and European brands, not just in terms of market share, but in shaping the future of mobility, said Natalie Unterstell, president of a climate research and advocacy organization called Talanoa Institute, based in Rio de Janeiro. Brazil, the world's 6th largest car market, is trying to take advantage of it, instead of being steamrolled. It's prodding companies, no matter where they're from, to make cars on Brazilian soil. The less polluting, the better, while also imposing steadily rising tariffs on imports. It hasn't all been smooth sailing. There have been union clashes over Chinese labor practices. But the government's overall message, if you want access to our car buyers, then come and create factories and factory jobs here. We don't want to be an importer of technologies produced in other countries only, said Rafael Dubeu, special advisor to the finance ministry, in an interview in the capital, Brasilia. We also want to take advantage of this profound change in the world, in manufacturing facilities, so that Brazil also has a part in the value chains that we think are the ones that will prevail. The Brazilian appetite for Chinese electric vehicles has shocked the legacy Asian, European, and American brands that had been making cars in Brazil for years. Chinese imports tripled between 2023 and 2024, according to Brazil's National Association of Motor Vehicle Manufacturers. It immediately cried foul, accusing Chinese companies of flooding the market with cheap cars. Brazil's government responded by ratcheting up import duties on all cars and encouraging production at home. Chinese automakers are complying. Sort of. At least 3 Chinese firms are opening assembly plants in Brazil. In addition to Great Wall Motor and BYD, another Chinese automaker, Chery, has teamed up with a Brazilian company, Caoa, to produce cars in central Goiás state. Nevertheless, Marcio Lima Leite, head of the Brazil Automaker Association, remains worried. The new Chinese auto plants are mainly assembling cars with components imported from China, including the most valuable component, batteries.
Okay, I'm going to stop this here. If anybody, and by the way, let me just do the commercial. Please, everybody, make sure you are hitting the appropriate like buttons. If you are in the John Galt chat, take a trip over to the at Stanley Cross 6000 chat. Hit like for me. Subscribe to the channel while you're there. And if you're new to any of the channels, please make sure you subscribe. Make sure you all share these channels out. I know Charlie Girl, you know what? If you like what you're hearing, feel free to share it. Most of the Wonderland crowd at least knows who I am. And there are folks who might want, a dose of morning news. So feel free to share it out, folks. Subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel if you are new to it. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000 if you are not already. And hit the like. Do me a favor. At this rate, I will be monetized in 10 years. Let's make it 9 years, please. Urban Landlord Clips. It's where all the John Galt Show clips go. And I think there might be a couple of mine over there, though I tend to clip what I think is worthy and, just post it on my channel. Make sure you support the show like Lupin and Deacon Dave did this morning. And again, shout out to my patrons, Deacon Dave and Lupin. Thank you so much for supporting the show. And by the way, both of these guys are dear friends of the show. They are always free to, especially Deacon Dave likes to bust my balls. And, he does it, makes me laugh when he does it. I think Deacon Dave is the reason for the title of this show. And he was talking about me with the TDS. Unfortunately, he's the one with the TDS. For Trump is truly deranged, and apparently it is catching in his base. They're all deranged. So support the show. Support Portia J. She is the mad scientist who threw me in this role, and I went voluntarily. But as I said earlier, I actually enjoyed doing this. So thank you for all the folks. And it doesn't have to be monetary support. Just support the show. Share it out. Let some folks know that there is an old man who's cranky about the news. Let's see. Morning news. Yeah, it might be the only thing I'm good for, though. Ponder. That and cooking dinner and taking my son to the airport. I seem to be just, I thought I was parent emeritus, but apparently, I have to dust off the old parenting hat every now and again. So, Ponder, you brought up Volkswagen in Brazil. You brought up Catholicism. Well, this is where reality meets random comments.
You're listening to Volkswagen Kept a Dark Secret in the Amazon. Then a priest made a call, a news story written by Terrence McCoy and Marina Diaz, and read by an AI-generated voice. Santana do Araguaia, Brazil.
And we're not going to listen to this whole thing. It's about 30 minutes long.
Through him. It was about Volkswagen. The company said it was finally ready to atone for its past. After admitting that its staff had cooperated with Brazil's military dictatorship to target workers for political persecution, the automaker had begun to negotiate reparations. Rezende read to the bottom of the article, then sat for a moment, quiet. The story didn't say anything about the Volkswagen cattle ranch, nor a word about the Amazon rainforest, where the company's leadership had once presided over a property nearly twice the size of New York City. It sometimes seemed to Rezende as if no one still remembered what had happened there. The forced labor and privation, torture and violence, deception and horror. But Rezende did. He'd recorded it all. Perhaps it wasn't too late, he recalled thinking. It was early 2019. Rezende left his small apartment and walked across the street to Rio de Janeiro's Federal University, where he taught human rights and coordinates a commission to study modern slave labor. At 73, gray-haired and bespectacled, he no longer resembled the shaggy Catholic priest who had led an investigation into alleged atrocities at the Velo do Rio Cristalino Ranch, owned by an eponymous subsidiary of Volkswagen Brazil. But the documentary evidence he'd gathered during that time was still with him, inside a filing cabinet. It had sat there for years. Rezende called Rafael Garcia, who prosecutes slave labor cases for Brazil's labor ministry. "Did you see that Volks is recognizing what it did?" Rezende recalled asking him. Maybe, he continued, it was time to investigate the Volkswagen cattle ranch as well. Garcia didn't know what he was talking about. He had no idea Volkswagen had participated in one of the world's first grand experiments in globalization half a century ago, when multinational corporations partnered with Brazil's authoritarian regime to develop the Amazon, pressing poor, unwitting workers into service in the distant rainforest. But Garcia trusted the aging priest and admired his work. He asked Rezende for his files. They ran to more than 1,000 pages. It took Rezende days to photocopy them. But by late February 2019, Garcia was paging through the dossier. The attorney remembered his pulse quickening as he scanned the records. He'd never seen such a rich trove so carefully collected and preserved. The scope was enormous. There were detailed testimonies from dozens of workers and their families. "We were inside a prison," said a worker who had escaped. "I never heard from my son again," said the mother of a worker who hadn't. Garcia called his colleague, Christian Noguera. "Hey, Chris," he recalled saying in a rush, "you've got to see what's in these files." The papers were yellowed by time and humidity. The print was small and faded, rendered by typewriter or Rezende's jagged penmanship. But the stories were clear and consistent. The dossier identified 69 alleged victims, with testimonies spanning 1977 to 1987. There were notarized declarations, police statements, court filings, and lawmaker reports, alongside decades-old press clippings in Portuguese, French, and German. Page after page, the documents recounted how labor recruiters contracted by Vale do Rio Cristalino Company, the Volkswagen Brazil subsidiary, had lured hundreds of seasonal and informal workers to the Amazonian property in Santana do Araguaia with the promise of good pay and a better life. But once on the farm, the workers said, they were trapped, geographically isolated, ensnared by debt, sickened by malaria, and forced to toil under threat of violence. Their job was to destroy the forest and make room for cattle. "We worked Monday to Monday, often without eating," one man said. "They promised to kill us." The labor contractors, known as Chico and Abelau, were among the Amazon frontier's most notorious and brutal figures, according to contemporaneous records. Under their command was an armed cadre of inspectors who used any means necessary, the records allege, to force the men to work. They stomped on a laborer, broke his teeth, brought him to the hospital, and put him back to work in the jungle, said Jose Camilo da Silva, 29, of Anápolis, Goiás. They tied up a man and beat him in the forest, leaving him naked there, alleged a 1983 account by 3 men who managed to escape. They have a cave where they kill people and throw the bodies in, said Edivan Dias Alencar, a recruit from Porto Nacional, Tocantins. Volkswagen Brazil didn't respond to an interview request for this article. In a statement to the Washington Post, the company said it categorically refutes and rejects all allegations of abuses at the Vale do Rio Cristalino Ranch and remains committed to the pursuit of justice. Volkswagen's headquarters in Germany did not respond to requests for comment. In early March, Resende granted the Post access to his archives. Reporters spent weeks reviewing the files, as well as contemporaneous records found in court documents and Brazil's National Archives. The Post also interviewed 29 people with knowledge of the Volkswagen Ranch. 16 worked on the property, and 9 alleged they had been enslaved. During 2 trips into the southeastern Amazon, including a visit to the remains of the ranch, the Post was able to find workers who had never spoken with authorities. Their stories closely mirrored those of other survivors. One man, Valdeci Alves Fumero, 74, said he went to the ranch in pursuit of a lost lover and was pressed into unpaid service. He said he spent 7 years on the property, never once allowed to leave, even when he fell atop barbed wire and ripped open his face. Instead of being taken to the hospital, he said, he was stitched up on the farm and put back to work. Today, he lives alone at the end of a dirt path in the misty hills of the former Volkswagen Ranch. His house is barren. His face is marked by scars. I have nightmares about what I went through to this day, he said. The records and testimonies offer a devastating portrait, not only of what transpired on the property, but of a legal and political system that abetted the alleged abuses. State authorities affirmed the existence of forced labor on the ranch 4 times, records show. But the Post could find no record of any worker being freed or any of the alleged tormentors being charged with a crime. Only now, decades later, has there come a reckoning. For Garcia, reading Resende's dossier was like tumbling into a lost and violent chapter of Brazil's conquest of the Amazon. The military dictatorship, which ruled the country from 1964 to 1985, built highways, encouraged mass migration, and offered tax breaks and public funds to national and multinational corporations, hoping they would invest in what seemed at the time like a quixotic venture, cattle ranching in the world's most forbidding rainforest. Volkswagen Brazil, then the largest car maker in Latin America, accepted the challenge. In the untamed municipality of Santana do Araguaia, the Vale do Rio Cristalino Company, a subsidiary whose leadership included Volkswagen Brazil's president, Wolfgang Sauer, and Human Resources Director, Admon Ganem, obtained a large parcel of land. Executives back in Germany envisioned a herd of more than 100,000 cattle in an answer to world hunger. This world not only needs cars, Volkswagen President Rudolf Leiting declared in 1974, but also meat. The forests of southeastern Parastate were remade in short order. To tear down the trees, companies hired local labor recruiters, called gatos, to find informal workers, truck them into the jungle, and put a machete in their hands. Many of those lured to the area were subjected to what Brazilian law defines as modern slavery, characterized by forced labor, degrading conditions, and restricted freedom of movement. Brazilian sociologist José de Souza Martins has put the number of victims at 85,000, at minimum. Other estimates are far higher. Because the region was so remote and so many of the workers were itinerant and illiterate, no one knows for sure. Much of the story will probably never be told. Reaching back across the lost decades was Resende's dossier. Garcia and Nogueira decided to open an inquiry, launching a multi-state quest to find the lost laborers and locate additional archives. In December, their efforts culminated in a federal lawsuit against Volkswagen Brazil that alleged hundreds of victims. During the ranch's years of operation, from 1974 to 1986, Volkswagen exploited slave labor and human trafficking on a scale that was generalized and systemic, the federal attorney said. Because the alleged abuses occurred on a property owned by a Volkswagen subsidiary, prosecutors contend that the parent company bears ultimate responsibility. In its statement to the Post, Volkswagen Brazil denied the allegations and said it had been a driver of the country's economic and social development. The company said it has consistently defended the principles of human dignity and rigorously complies with all applicable labor laws and regulations. In court filings, Volkswagen's lawyers have characterized the company's role as that of a shareholder in an independent business that contracted other firms to develop the property. Brazil's government is wrongfully pursuing a case against an uninvolved party, the company claims, while giving a pass to the labor recruiters who oversaw the deforestation camps. In sum, no responsibility can be attributed to Volkswagen Brazil, the company's attorneys wrote in response to the government's complaint, which is awaiting adjudication in a federal labor court in the Amazon. One of the contracted labor recruiters, Chico, whose full name was Francisco Andrade Chagas, died in 2014, according to a Brazilian registry of death notices. The other notorious recruiter, Abilao, whose full name is Abilio Dias Araujo, 82, declined to answer questions from the Post. "I'm an old man," he said. "I don't remember anything." Police reports and declassified records show that the men were accused of using slave labor at least 3 times in June 1983 at the Volkswagen Ranch and twice in September 1984 at other area farms. "The fact exists," said a report by the Brazilian Intelligence Service. Police investigated Chico again in July 1986.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stop this here. Again, a lot of the news articles and videos that I show are in the show notes. Um, this is not in the show notes because it was a audible that I added. But if anyone ever wants any of these links, feel free to ask. I can always drop the links, and folks can use them, for research or for your own shows for that matter. So, and again, this particular article is like 30 minutes long, and these do kind of get redundant or kind of keep reinforcing the original theme. Let's see. I'm an old man. I do not remember anything plausible denied. I don't know whether that doesn't sound like a compliment, AAE. But in any case, no, I'm not that old, but you know what? I'm 60. I can use it as a defense and get away with it. So you're right. Plausible deniability and being able to engage it at will, it is a weapon. So anyway, I'm going to end all this news reporting. Now, if there's breaking news, and it's worth talking about, I will do. This is Ross Douthat, by the way, a Catholic conservative columnist, opinion columnist for the New York Times. No one controls MAGA, not even Trump. I think we're finally realizing it. Trump created the monster, and the monster is autonomous, apparently. So, and I probably won't read all of it unless it gets good. This is a conservative and a latecomer. The guy who started out as, I don't know that he was ever never Trump, but he was not a fan. Now he is. At least fan enough to be able to interview people like Peter Thiel and Curtis Yarvin. Says here, apart from supplying endless fodder to journalists and Democrats, the White House's attempts to put a lid on the Jeffrey Epstein affair provide a useful test for a question that will matter more the deeper we travel into Donald Trump's second term. I like the way he said deeper we travel, because it's becoming, a little shop of horrors. Namely, to what extent does MAGA populism exist as a political force distinct from the impulses and whims of its red-hatted leader? The popular answer has always been that it doesn't, that MAGA is just a cult of personality in which any ideological reversal will be tolerated so long as the great man sets the course. But this confuses the personal bond between Trump and his core supporters, which is unlikely to be severed by any mere policy dispute, with his ability to persuade those supporters to actually change their substantive views, where his powers are more limited. The president is an especially potent avatar for the broad populist impulse across the West. And I'm not a fan of populism, so broad populist impulse is where I concentrate. But he did not create that impulse. He took advantage of it, of course, and he doesn't single-handedly decide what it demands or where it ends up. Instead, there is an ongoing negotiation between what the president would like to do and what his voters will accept. In some cases, what MAGA wants acts as an ideological tether on Trump's political impulses. You can see this especially on immigration, where the president's personal restrictionism still leaves room for some kind of wide door in its big, beautiful wall. Depending on which interest group Trump is talking to, that door could be open for farm and hotel workers, or for H-1B visa recipients, or for foreign college students hoping to have a green card stapled to their diplomas. But what seems clear enough is that, left to its own devices, the president will probably end up negotiating an immigration reform that pleases business executives more than Stephen Miller. Trump doesn't actually do this kind of deal, however, because he knows Miller represents the purest form of anti-immigration sentiment, to which even MAGA's leader must defer. In most cases, what MAGA wants is discovered gradually, and the president follows along. You saw this at work during COVID, where Trump was often one step behind the populist impulse. He treated the outbreak as a nothing burger, while the online right was freaking out about it. He accepted lockdowns and restrictions just as the populist impulse began evolving towards anti-Faucian libertarianism. And then he took up the libertarian critique himself, but haphazardly, leaving Anthony Fauci in charge of big parts of policy. Similarly, Trump's desire to celebrate the triumph of Operation Warp Speed was in persistent tension with grassroots vaccine skepticism, and his eventual embrace of MAHA and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was a case of the grassroots mostly getting its way. Then you have cases where what MAGA wants is just the perception of success, and so Trump's ability to lead his base in one ideological direction or another depends on whether he appears to be succeeding. I think this is what you see in his administration's Middle East policy. When the White House was considering joining Israel's war against Iran, you had would-be populist spokesmen like Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon arguing that bombing Iran's nuclear program would shatter his coalition, while more hawkish pundits insisted that real MAGA voters were Iran hawks. But it might just be that any MAGA position on military intervention is entirely contingent on whether it seems quick and easy. So MAGA might have adopted the Bannon-Carlson stance if the Iranians had dramatically and successfully struck back. But because they didn't, Trump was able to play the hawk without losing populist support. Now, back to the Epstein case, where you can see all three of these dynamics at play. The original promise to reveal the Epstein files was a case of MAGA leading Trump, since the president himself was never especially enthusiastic about the issue. His failed attempt to simply make it go away was an example of pulling against the MAGA tether and being yanked back unusually hard. And the various forays since, unsealing the grand jury transcripts, changing the subject to Russiagate, interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell, are bids to offer some kind of victory, some success to satisfy MAGA's demand for a win over the deep state. The deep state does not exist, folks. It is a figment of a MAGA imagination. But perhaps the most important dynamic lurking just below the surface of the Epstein debate is less about Trump himself than it is about the shared awareness that MAGA will continue to exist in some form once his presidency is over. I actually don't think it's going to last much longer than this president's term. In that form, no less the current version won't be imposed by anybody's fiat. It will be created by interactions between populism's would-be leaders and the demands and expectations of their voters. In bottom line, populism does not have it's very ephemeral in U.S. history. I think MAGA will be ephemeral. Let's see. Deep state would not be Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld. No, it would not. Questions to ponder. Stanley Cross, those are big and deep state government. I guess the neocons, or deep state. No, you would be wrong. There is no deep state. Populism is very fickle, so true. Fickle because it is volatile and fizzles out quickly because America, America, whether you like the word or not, is very diverse. You can't put one group of people together and have them agree on more than one big issue. It's going to be the little issues that, pretty much dissolve, populist unity. So that is that. And again, if anybody wants any of these links dropped, I'm more than happy to do it. Let's see. And let's do some history here. And I hope I depend that this video will piss some people off. And poor Solid Snake, he had to go somewhere. Too bad he's not here.
Telling people what lesson to take from history. That's playing politics. That's what the chair of the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, Carly Fiorina, a former Republican candidate for president, she said just recently, not as a misstep, but directly, purposefully, while working with Ken Burns to promote his upcoming American Revolution series. And Burns echoed it. He said, we need to avoid the fashions of historiography. Scholarship ebbs and flows. We need to stick to the facts, especially when it comes to the revolution. Now, that doesn't represent some new controversial direction in public history. It's not a disruption. It's far from it, actually. It's a confirmation of what American heritage institutions and their allies have pretty much always done. Reject honest interpretation as dangerous, label authentic meaning as political, and protect the dominant national narrative from being questioned too closely. It might interrupt the people who are buying your tickets. But take that logic and drop it into a different context. Say, I don't know, Germany. Imagine the director of the Dachau Memorial Site insisting their job isn't to help visitors understand what the Holocaust means, only to show what happened. There are the barracks. There's the gift shop. Meanwhile, rate us on TripAdvisor. These places are, first and foremost, places of remembrance, spaces where the lessons of the past are intended to collide with application in the present. Imagine the leader of the Anne Frank Center in Frankfurt saying it would be inappropriate to draw a modern conclusion from Anne's story, that to draw lessons from her diary and her lived experience and the way in which she was murdered would cross a political line. That's just playing politics. In Germany, with its robust, if imperfect, memory culture, we can talk about that more, that might be a scandal. Not only because it would be morally unacceptable, which it is, but also because it would betray the public purpose of those institutions. There, at least in Germany, memory work is built on the premise that interpretation isn't, optional. It's the point. It's necessary. And it's especially necessary for a healthy democracy, for an informed citizenry that privileges human rights. They need to understand how those principles came to be and why they remain important, which is why you need to put in the work to continue to support them. People are supposed to understand what happened and what it meant, because forgetting, that's the danger. We know the stakes. We've seen this movie. We know how it ends. Here you go. In the United States, it's the opposite. There's no memory culture. As Fiorina represents, memory is the enemy. In the United States, we built a whole heritage industry, a heritage industrial complex designed to obscure meaning. There are exceptions, Whitney Plantation and places like that, but they prove the rule. The rule is delay recognition, delay acknowledgement of historical truths. That's why in the 1920s and 30s, Henry Ford, America's white supremacist in chief, and John D. Rockefeller pumped millions into capturing a narrow, distorted view of the American past to keep that version of the white past just far enough away from the authentic past to make sure that its consequences lose their sting. That's why the Reverend Goodwin, when he was putting together Colonial Williamsburg and he pitched it to Rockefeller, made sure he was pitching it as restoring a quaint English village that never existed. That's what Rockefeller bought into. We don't call that neutrality. We don't praise that as objectivity, because it's neither. It's evasion at best. It's obedience, more to the point. Colonial Williamsburg, Mount Vernon, Monticello, the Museum of the American Revolution, not enough people actually visit them to make a difference in terms of our political culture. The importance is understanding them as arms of this nationalist state, because they are not neutral spaces. Increasingly, they exist to serve a specific audience, those white Americans who want to feel affirmed by that past, who need the founders to remain noble, who need truth to be waved away as complicated, and to context to be framed as politics. Don't let your truth get in the way of my feelings. Those places continue just to hold this outsized power for those audiences because they preserve this vision of the past that makes white identity feel righteous, safe, and permanent. I worked at Colonial Williamsburg for 4 years. I'm the author of Colonial Williamsburg, the official guide. I know these places inside out. And I see how they can easily embrace associations with the far right. They always have. But now Mount Vernon and the Heritage Foundation, the Museum of the American Revolution, with education groups on the populist right, like Moms for Liberty, at least aligned with them, and Monticello with Trump himself. That's what Fiorina's statement really reveals. It's a system functioning as designed, and one that's now reached its moment of greatest application, arms of a nationalist authoritarian state. It's always served the nationalist authoritarian narrative. Keep white people centered in everything. Talk about other people only to the extent that they served the white goal. You want to talk about black people? They had better be black patriots. They had better be buying into white ideas of patriot republicanism. Anybody who opposes that, explain them away quickly. If truth is the highest form of resistance to any regime that requires lies to function, then America's heritage sites and the people who promote them are the ultimate collaborators. Because the American memory system, if you want to call it that, was purposefully built to avoid the truths of the past, not to reckon with them. Unlike Germany's memory culture, American heritage was designed to elevate myths. It takes white rebellion and it makes it identity. It takes treason and makes it virtue. And then it calls anyone who refuses that flattening, divisive, unpatriotic, radical, anti-American. I just need to look at my comments and my emails for that.
Hey, guys, I'm going to switch over to John's show right quick because I'm going to have to answer the door here in a couple minutes. And then I will be right back because apparently I am part of the topic for John's show today.
Probably than the black Americans. I don't get the culture you're talking about. Maybe because you guys dominate the basketball, the sports game in America, you guys dominate. Is that the culture? Sport is not culture, bro. Let me educate you. You don't have any language you speak outside English. You don't have a tribe. Culture has traces. You don't have any culture. But you always say culture. Bro, you don't have culture. Your culture is about dressing, looking nice, and wearing Nikes. They will tell you that they have the Nike. Bro, Nike is owned by a white man. I want to educate you on that too. The Nike is owned by a white man. They will tell you, hey, man.
John's show seems to have stopped. Let's give it a couple minutes.
I'm on mute here. Sorry about that. Are you able to hear me now? Anyway, so over the the last couple of years, I've been listening to Michael Savage over the last few years. He used to always talk about orders, language, and culture. And so I did the street interview the other day with a white waiter. He said, "What is Black American food?" And he said okra, plantains, and stuff like that. You can hear it on the interview there. And then you hear the African here. I'm not sure if you're able to hear the interview, but the TikTok video, I guess, where the African saying, "Well, what is the African Black American culture? If they want to be so front and center with it, what is their Black American culture?" And again, I ask you, what is it? They don't speak a particular language of their own. My lady, she's African. They have African food I've never seen before, never heard of before here in America. That's what they eat. That's their African food. It's not macaroni and cheese. It's not, fried chicken. Matter of fact, I've never seen them fry chicken. So again, there seems to be a void in the food. Clearly, the Blacks don't have a language of their own. I mean, they seem to kind of come up with a language kind of evolving off of English, like one of those languages. Well, I forget what they call them. But there's not much language. There's not much of a food. And so there's really not much of a culture there. And so yesterday when I was watching Be Brave stream, and I'm going to pull that up, it just, there was some things that I noticed that, I think you have to, if you're being honest, you would attribute it to white people. And one of the things, I'm going to pull the video up and we'll watch a little bit of it. I think I already have it here. But one of the things Brave was saying, here's Brave here. I'm just going to get right into it, right where I think he started. And we'll start here. And here's Brave from yesterday. Brave, for those of you that aren't familiar, Brave is a 70-year-old white man. And he talks about, the white culture and, the difference in the Black culture. And he talks about the Black culture being very, devastating to the American culture. And some of the things that he was just pointing out in his, I couldn't help but remember,
yes, we can hear.
And myself here. And we're going to take a look. And as we,
oh yeah, they're that close
here.
I was just gonna go. You guys got the crux of the project. Look at that fan. That fan is 35 years old.
And that was one of the first things that really caught my attention. 35 years ago, things were built, with higher quality. And it's something.
Yeah. Bring me into this.
He remembers these days. 35-year-old fans still working now. Today, fans are more or less throwaways.
Kicks ass, man. You can be, that's some bitch you can be 15 feet away from it and it'll put a hell of a breeze on you. 35 years old. I'm going to do the same to all of this. Get all this out of here. As opposed to just pulling up.
Let's talk about 35-year-old ceiling fans, or is it a roof fan?
And guys, ladies and gentlemen, you notice how peaceful and quiet it is. And you contrast that to the neighborhoods that you've seen me riding through.
Motherfucker, it's not the hood.
Be Brave's neighborhood to the neighborhoods that you've seen me ride through.
See if I get too far away from the internet, if I'm screwed. So what I did is I took these corner pieces that I had left over, because I only needed 8 feet of them. You have to buy 10 feet lengths. And you take the corner pieces, flatten them all out very carefully, and then put some hems on them with some tools that I have.
And my comment is
so that the brown-
Outhouse
This is a
Building
7-year-old man.
101.
I've been on this stream day in, day out. See, I can't even find black men to cut my grass. Young black men, I ride by them every day. On my bike, they're just hanging around, doing nothing.
You invert the bend from the 90 for the brown outside, and you invert the bend, and the brown is on the inside, and you can make awnings out of it.
Be Brave lives in the white state of denial.
They're on top of the door that I was just put these in there.
Was marketed
makes
as
it
the
so it don't get too
television
hot
that
in
would
there
be
from a
built to
trike.
last for
Some
generations.
bitch is about a foot and a half by
I'm not sure
damn
what your
near
point
3
is
feet.
there. TVs, 35-year-old TVs. Brave already said his
That's
father
an
is
interior
Hungarian
door,
immigrant
folks. I'm
and
going to
his
see how
mother is
long it
Polish
lasts.
immigrant.
Add to it, I just take the hardware off and get me
I don't
something
give a
else, make
shit.
it door.
You know what? Let me
Nothing
tell you
complicated.
something, Ms.
Again,
Ponder.
he's talking about doing some
If
things that
there
are
is
very difficult to
anything,
find.
if there is anything to be taken, since Be Brave is a racist, I'll meet his racism or his racist behaviors with some racist points of my own. I have my roots, my family roots on both sides are probably 100 years or more deeper than Be Brave's American roots. And you know what? We are both American. We are equal. But if you want to be a racist, dude, you don't have the deep roots in American culture than that I have. So you need to shut your immigrant ass up. If you are a first generation American, you best not be talking bullshit. I know more about America than you do. And quite frankly, he's a waste of white privilege. Let me be all racist myself. Yeah, okay. I jumped the gun there, Ponder. So anyway, you know what? I am honored that I made a topic of John's show. So maybe I should quit whining.
Maybe they don't see it because they moved away from the black neighborhoods. But in white neighborhoods all around America, there's things like this going on.
On top of the breather. So I mean, it would have to rain
Well,
would have to
Ms.
come down
Ponder,
sideways to get
look,
in this.
if Be Brave doesn't know American history, it's for lack of interest or lack of trying. I'm not one to really care. If you are first generation American, you are American. You have equal access to a grade A uh, uh, Ivy League education or the equivalent. There is no reason for any American to not know American history. There are libraries where you can check out history books for free. In YouTube, you can get for free, for the price of a computer, or go to your library and watch YouTube. There is no excuse for ignorance.
Into the trim, under it, then down over it. So basically, no caulking needed. No caulking needed over the doorway. I'm just gonna weatherproof it down the side with some more wood, bring the wood out.
This 70-year-old man, he doesn't have to do any of this.
If there's no
in these inner cities, these poor old blacks get weather subsidies, heating, cooling subsidies. They don't weatherproof anything because the government comes in and saves the day.
Fucking needed. Keep everything dry, treated wood, no big deal. That's a fun trike. Like I said, folks, I don't even Set it back up there. Put on my little hillbilly fasteners. See that? Holds it. Come over here. Put one in here. And it holds it in.
In my comment, Plasma Void over on
Real
John's
nice
show
and smooth in there.
says that Be Brave Shed will stand for millennia. My response is Plasma Void, that shed will be a shed for millennia. And now Be Brave has a shed to put his pot to piss in. Oh, boy. Oh, man. John and Be Brave are a load of fun.
These people might be
And
poor.
questions to ponder, hit the
No,
link.
it's
We can
fairly
come up and
maintained.
mock Be Brave together.
Trash cans are orderly in place there.
Got a place for my trash can since it's the back of my shed. Oh, I know it's not the Taj Mahal, folks, but John's got a structure. John's got some framework over there. It's sturdy. It's unconventional. It's nuts and bolts, lag screws and long screws. There ain't a screw showing anywhere inside of it. It's all depth. Paid attention. There ain't no screws coming through anything. Nuts and bolts on each corner. Lag screws. It's very sturdy, very unconventional. Look at the frame; it's very unconventional. But I'll tell you what.
Hey, well, folks,
Comes
what do
down
you
right over
think?
the concrete.
Okay, the link should be pinned at the
Haven't mowed
top.
my lawn
I'll
because
drop it.
yesterday I mowed their lawn.
And by the way, I wonder if I shouldn't just end this show and hop up on
Oh yeah, we get
John's
well. It
panel
don't
and
need them. I
mock
don't use them. I
mock
only use the
John
one, and I'm so
and Be
many
Brave.
things.
And so Be Brave says something else here.
Goddamn neighborhood, man.
You know, one thing I don't see is any trash anywhere to be found.
And see, this is the bullshit that John Galt likes to push. Okay, of course you don't see trash anywhere because it's not the hood. And believe me, look at the houses on that property. Dude, you are basically saying there's no trash, therefore the neighborhood is better. It's a different neighborhood. God damn, what fucking John couldn't reason his way out of Be Brave's outhouse. Of course it's not the neighborhood you live in. Be Brave does not live in the hood, John.
I left this house empty for a year. A year and 3 or 4 months after I bought it. Power tools in it, power tools inside. Shit, $1,000. Don't have to worry about shit here, man.
Hey,
you go to Detroit.
questions
you
to
do a fixer
ponder.
upper in Detroit or anywhere
I
near
was
it.
home.
Yeah, you got to take all your power
I was
tools
back
with you.
in Savannah. I was back in Savannah last week. Now, there are holly trees on my father's front lawn now that literally my sister and I planted. Those trees are probably 50 years old. They are huge. The lawn, literally, I mowed that lawn for years. We nurtured that lawn. We dug it up. My father burned off the lawn one year, and we resodded it at least a couple times. my I guess I'll call it my family home. It is golf course beautiful. And my son actually mowed it last Friday. And I was kind of laughing. You know, I mowed that lawn easily 1,000 times because you got to mow the lawn at least once a week, if not twice a week, down in, the deep south. The lawn literally is golf course. No little brown patches, no little divots. It is all grass all the time. So yeah, my father treated that fucking lawn like it was a kingdom. There's even a sprinkler system in it, which didn't exist when I grew up there. It was installed after I left home. But in the back lawn, it's pristine too. Not as pristine as the front lawn, but you know what? It's pristine. So John's point about black people, living in neighborhoods with a bunch of trash, John knows better. He's from the South. He has seen black neighborhoods that are pristine. He's just pretending he doesn't know all this shit.
Blacks, and they can't be honest about this, but what blacks have to do is they have to go to someone else's neighborhood if they make it. Even if they don't make it, they got to stretch and go to the whitest Mexican, Asian neighborhood they can find. That's why they all say, I live in a mixed neighborhood. They're not looking for all black neighborhood. Be brave, say, give me all white. And I think that blacks are very desirous of that. Hell, I live in an all black neighborhood. Shit, don't cause me any problem. But my children don't live there. And I think that for the blacks that, have children or feel vulnerable to the predators in the neighborhood, they know they can't live there, but they can't be honest. And I think that is where the Stanleys of the world have their biggest problem with the Be Braves of the world. Because Be Brave is not like that rich, wealthy white man that I interviewed the other day at Union Square. Be Brave is a poor man. He wants to live around his people, white people, poor white people. And Brave went on to make a point, which I thought was very interesting. Blacks love to say, well, whites do meth. But that poor white neighborhood clearly could not be meth infested. It's too civil. It's too quiet. You could feel the tranquility there in that neighborhood. And I think that blacks know this. Even among the lower class blacks, they can't create what Brave showed us here. As proof of that, I've been in Brooklyn lately, and I put this up on the stream here. This is Eastern Parkway. This is the Parkway where they.
I asked John if he wants me to come up to roast him and his white trash massa.
Look at
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where John gets all this from. And you know what? I didn't grow up rich, but I didn't grow up poor either. I don't know where John gets all this from, to be honest. And why my name has to come up, I have no clue. I have told y'all how I grew up. The black community that I knew produced Clarence Thomas. Literally, Clarence Thomas was a member of my all-black Catholic parish. We produced a Clarence Thomas, and John Galt wants to talk shit about me and the blacks I grew up around. This motherfucker's really makes dumb points. I love John Galt, but John, you don't seem to understand that literally my black church produced Clarence Thomas.
And here's another extended video, a wider frame video of all the trash.
All right. Well,
I'll be right back.
yeah. Well, look. Questions to ponder. Even in little Adel, Georgia, where my father was from, my grandparents lived in the city on like an acre and a half. When I was a kid, I used to climb pecan trees. Me and my sister kept our candy stash up in like a pecan tree. There was a whole grove of pecan trees. You know, we used to pick pecans and sell them. Black people don't all live in the hood, and I, for the life of me, don't know where these fucking anti-black blacks like John Galt get this bullshit from. Dude, I literally grew up in a place that produced a Supreme Court justice. And you know what? Blacks can't be that fucked up if we produce Clarence Thomas. All right, let's have a look at it then, Uncle Fatty. Let's see what we got.
Look at all the trash here. And now you consider this is the neighborhood that blacks love to rave and rant about. Brooklyn in the house.
Black
This
love
is how
that.
they maintain their cherished neighborhood.
Oops. Let's see here. Let us bring this up. All right, Uncle Fatty, let's have a look at it.
I'm a white man.
You think?
Yeah.
No. Do you believe?
I believe I am a white man.
Don't you know that belief is a doubt?
How is belief a doubt?
Eh?
How is belief
Because
a doubt?
you cannot believe something and know it.
Wait, my poor brain, wait.
Hang on.
I cannot believe it and know it.
No. And you can only believe in what you don't know.
I like that. You can only believe in what you don't know.
You don't know.
That's why you have to believe it.
Yes.
Ah.
Now, do you believe in your mother and father?
No, I know my mother and father.
Yeah. So, but you might believe in Jesus.
I might believe in Jesus.
Because you don't know Jesus.
I've never met
him. You can only believe in what you don't know.
True.
So know that belief is a doubt. Now, do you know that you are a white man? If you know that you are white, explain to me how you know this.
Okay. My mother is Portuguese and she's white. My father is Scottish with blonde and blue eyes.
And you reckon they are white?
I reckon.
All right. Listen to this conversation.
Go on, Nita.
If I get water,
yeah,
it's quite simple, innit?
Yeah.
I get a black can,
yeah,
a white one,
yeah,
a blue one, and a yellow one, and I fill them with water and seal them.
Yeah, okay.
When you look, would you see the water?
You can't see the water at all.
What would you see?
Nothing, just the white of the black.
You would see the different colors.
The different colors.
And if you trust those eyes of yours,
yeah,
you're going to believe that they're different, aren't you?
I will believe it.
Until you go and fucking taste them.
Correct.
And what are you going to discover?
That it's all just water.
All one. Oneness in diversity, we call it.
Yeah.
Now you see all these human beings that you see.
Yeah.
Who believe that they are Japanese, Chinese, blacks, and whites.
Yeah.
They are the same. And if you go to any one of them, excuse me, sir, what color is your mind? You see, you hear what he said?
He doesn't know what color is mine.
No, go and ask a Japanese, he don't know either.
No.
Because we are spirits living in different color physical bodies. We are not our bodies. When you look with the eyes, you are not seeing me, you are seeing the body. Just like I tell you, when you look at the tins, you won't see the water, will you?
No.
So, will you look at my body and say I'm a black man? That is a program. You was programmed from birth, yeah, to believe that you are blacks and whites. But you fuck all like that. You're just a spirit in a body full of the same stinking shit.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. If only John were that cool. But you know what? I just don't get why people don't get that point. We're all gonna die. You know, we're all going, you know, gonna have the same fate. And I kind of agree with you, Uncle Fatty. We sometimes make too much of this mortal coil. So we'll watch a little bit more of John's show. He's showing clips of stuff that he's shown about 8 times already. I thought it was going to be a better defense of Be Brave, but it's kind of pedestrian.
I've heard sounds at night that I wasn't sure if they were gunshots. So I
Then
guess
when you
that's a
read the
maybe.
news, you heard somebody got shot.
I know that happened.
He said, "I think it was gunshot."
Look
I
at,
read the news,
and I'm
somebody
going
got
to be
shot, but I can't
honest.
be sure it was gunshot.
Why is John Gall acting like a fucking drunken fool in front of a young white boy worth showing 80 times? It is not comedy gold.
The blacks, they want to have their festival with shootouts. It happens every year, and the white man just said it happens every year. And again, why can't they have peace in their own neighborhoods? They can't have peace when they go to other people's neighborhoods. You have to start asking yourself, why don't they just stay in their own neighborhoods if other people seemingly don't like them? But they want the amenities of living around whites. They just don't want to admit it. And here's this woman basically saying what I'm saying.
Very interesting being a person of color in a restaurant like this because we get looked at kind of differently than everybody else. Very interesting being a person of color in a restaurant like this because we get looked at kind of differently than everybody else. Very interesting being a person of color in a restaurant like this because we get looked at.
What's up, Ms.
It's very
Ponder?
interesting being a brown person in a restaurant where only.
Hey, by the way, I looked. I know
go
who
eat that
Texas
soul
Paul
food that you say
is.
you love your culture.
I am a fan of his, even though I don't really watch his stuff a lot. But I did watch a video that he dropped. It was either yesterday or the day before that was spot on. So yeah, I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to start watching more of his stuff. Uncle Fatty, what's going on, Ms. Ponder? You there?
Hey, Stanley, I was just grabbing my coffee.
You what?
I was just grabbing my coffee.
Oh, okay.
Just
Please
grabbing.
tell me that you are drinking blonde roast.
No, not that actually is one of my faves at Starbucks. It is. I do. I do
Well,
like
I
Starbucks.
pretty much only drink it, but I don't drink a lot of coffee these days, but I do drink a cup every now and again. And I just decided, you know what, if you're going to drink coffee, just do the highest caffeine you can. So blonde roast is what I do.
Yeah, I do. I like the roast. Starbucks has great roast. I'm also, I did buy a machine when Bath and Beyond had those had all those sales when they were closing down. So I bought a great machine, and I also enjoy Cafe Butello. I do enjoy the good stuff, and almond milk. So Starbucks is expensive.
Yeah.
Well, we can do our own. Starbucks.
Well, let me put it to you this
Oh,
way. If I buy a machine, that's a full commitment. I'll feel obligated to use it, and I'm not going to do that.
$9.
Coffee, I drank a lot of it in the Navy, and I have been leery of coffee ever since. You can't overdo it. And apparently my son is part of some coffee cult. So, I'm not buying a machine. However, believe this or not, Amazon, I buy the pre-ground stuff. I'm not committing to, the coffee culture. But Amazon makes a blonde roast that is every bit as good. Now, these are pre-ground. I'm buying it in bags. It's not like fresh ground. But for, a guy who drinks coffee like maybe 2 or 3 times a month, the Amazon blonde roast is a good price, and it's every bit as good as Starbucks. They make a veranda blend or something. It's every bit as good. So,
I will definitely look into that. I do enjoy
well,
it.
bless all you coffee drinkers. I'm just not, I'm not committed to the culture.
Starbucks is just the margins. It costs them like pennies on the dollar, if that. if that. The most expensive thing about Starbucks are the cups itself that they pour your coffee into. The coffee costs nothing, and they have created this $1 billion entity just off coffee culture as opposed to coffee itself. Very smart model, and they've actually have been good to their employees. They had great benefits even in the late 90s, early 2000s. So they've done something really unique. You know, people are spending how much on something that cost nothing to Starbucks, and a lot of people
I
bring their
don't know.
own. So it's highway, hey, capitalism. It's just coffee. And coffee costs nothing. I mean, pasta costs nothing, but at least pasta, there's like a recipe to it. Coffee, really, I mean, we're just buying for like the culture and the artistry. I mean, it's little to nothing, not much of anything. You know, Italian food is expensive, but pasta is very, very cheap. It's like pennies. I actually worked at the Olive Garden when I first started my first job. And I was
Okay,
even
well, why don't? Well, you know what? Now you were talking to a person who likes to cook, so I'm gonna be a snot. Make
yeah,
your own pasta. It's way better.
I heard that. Yeah, by the machine. Oh,
I
that's like
well, I actually own a pasta machine.
pasta machine.
I literally now it is a lot of work.
Like
It's
pasta
actually
is too
harder work to make
decadent.
the bread.
Yeah, pasta is too decadent. Pasta is like dessert, savory
No, it's
dessert. It's
not.
too yes, it is. It's decadent. It's like cake. It's so decadent. It's so good. It's too good. Like a celebratory meal for me would be fettuccine alfredo, which is not even Italian. That's more like American Italian that I learned. And then like a nice glass of like probably like a Pinot, like a nice little glass of Pinot Noir. Nothing too
Well,
fancy.
I think
But both are so caloric and have so much sugar. That's so
well
gotta keep waiting. Gotta keep
the
waiting.
dairy-based Alfredo sauce, like the way that's supposedly more true to the original idea is you use pasta water.
Right.
You don't use dairy at all.
Use Parmigiano, if I'm correct.
Yeah, and pasta water.
Yeah. But you know, this is
Because the
America. You know,
pasta
people love
water
dairy.
actually has is the thickener, the starch from the
Yes.
pasta water or in
Yes.
the pasta water.
Correct.
You use Parmesan, it does thicken up, but it's kind of volatile. It's not, it doesn't keep well. Like you can refrigerate it maybe overnight, but it's not something you can store for days.
Right.
But I'm not a fan. Like, let me put it to you this way: my son, who is a child, even at 19,
And
he
I can't
likes that
go
jarred,
yeah.
that jarred dairy
Pasta.
Alfredo.
Yeah.
I don't, I don't eat that shit. I don't buy sauces in jars, with one exception. There's and I'm getting way off the topic, but I will do. There's an damn it, it's an avocado sauce that I haven't taken the time to learn how to make that I like to put on like fish tacos and other stuff.
Ooh, that sounds so
There is
good.
also there's
With
this
like your own tortilla.
jalapeno oil sauce that's
Sounds so
got
good.
vegetables in it.
That sounds really good, to be honest with you.
Oh,
It does.
dude, you,
I love
see,
seafood tacos, shrimp tacos, like the avocado sauce you mentioned sounds good. I do like to make my own like fry my own tortillas as opposed to buy.
oh, I do too.
Makes it even better. Mm.
Well, I
That's why
make
people
all
like
my bread
California.
products.
I
I
do. The
don't.
best thing to do is to make your own bread, pasta. Any rice is of course different.
Pasta, I'm not gonna do a lot because it's just too much work for one person.
But if we can make your own bread, and one thing I know we're off
Oh,
topic.
easily.
The thing about bread is that bread is not supposed to last. Bread is the
Right.
most basic food stuff. There should be no preservatives, and as women, we really should not be eating this store-bought bread if we try not to. Make our own bread for our families, sourdough preferably because of the probiotics, and keep it simple. We're just baking our
Too
own
much
bread.
work.
But if you can't bake your own bread, try to stay away from carbs as women. I'm not a carb person. I do like carbs, but carbs is more like a dessert to me. If I had to
Well, let me
choose,
tell you a funny story. I started making bread is like right after my wife died. You know, I was just looking for stuff my son and I could do. So I started making bread. My son is 19, so about 12 years ago. And I make like everything from pita to tortillas to bread to hot dog buns, hamburger buns, cakes, cookies. And it's so funny because before my wife died, I literally said, "That's woman's work. I'm not doing baking." You know, I've mentioned on this show before that when my wife died, what actually got me into baking, like my wife used to bake cookies for my son, and he literally broke my heart. And it was an offhand comment, not to me, but to someone else. And he literally said, "Well, I guess cookies are out of my life now." I was like, "Oh shit." That is such, and he was like 7 when he said it. I'm like, "Well, that's so fatalistic." So I had to become a baker just not to ruin my son's life. I wanted him to know that daddy can make cookies. He's not gonna leave you hanging. So I make all the baked goods,
That's
just
good.
because I can. And I'm good at it. Like once you get good at making bread, oh dude, you believe me,
Stanley,
you
if you may
making
segue,
bread or hot dog buns, like brioche buns, like not bread but actual buns, you literally can do in a couple hours, and that's with the double rising. Because
there's
I
a,
tend to
what
want to
about
do
the
at least
focaccia?
2 rises.
What about, have you made like, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, excuse me. Focaccia or focaccia? Focaccia?
Oh,
I think it's,
focaccia. Oh, I
yeah.
made focaccia too. Focaccia is like, to me, it's the best sandwich bread
Yeah,
because
like
you
if you're
can
going
put
to eat bread, eat really good bread. It's like just don't eat cheap carbs. If you're going to eat carbs, make sure it's the best, which is either make it
right.
yourself or buy it at a specialty store, farmer's
Well, the
market.
thing is you can do, you can make like if you're gonna, and I literally make um whole wheat rye, but it's like it's basically um 3 or 4 parts. Um, well, let's just say 4 cups of bread flour, a cup of whole wheat flour, and a cup, maybe half a cup to a cup of rye. And then I like that I do it with honey for sweetness, and I do it with and I always forget there's a grain. Um um Damn it. Rye bread has what are the seeds? Can't think of it now. I'll think of it in a minute. But look, you make the wonderful thing about bread is you can make it complicated and relatively nutritious. But the other point I was going to make, my son, it is so satisfying when your son goes, "Hey, I want some cookies," and I can go, "Well, you know how to make them." We got chocolate chips, we got flour, we got butter. And it's so funny how all of a sudden he doesn't want cookies if he has to make them himself. I love it. The nutrition is in the work. You're not laughing. I'm a cruel father. Motherfucker,
No,
if you
here's
want
the thing
sweets,
though.
work for it.
Here's the thing, though, Stanley. Everything you're saying, I was just thinking, everything you're saying right now comes from household. Household starts again, of course, with the home. The woman is the home, the man
Of
is
course.
the household. You cannot do this without a physical property. That's why I think John Galt's kind of moving a leap because I rented homes in Georgia. Well, a home. I rented a home in
Mhm.
Georgia. I own, by the way, I own a home in Georgia, and I rented a townhome in Georgia. Like I mentioned to you, the townhome I rented
Right.
was right there in Marietta near Dobbins. You know where that
Yeah, I
Volkswagen.
know, right? Well, I live in Carroll County. My sister lives in Marietta is in damn it.
Cobb.
Man, I'm having all kinds of
Marietta,
senior
Cobb
moments.
County, I believe.
Powder Springs is
Cobb.
like minutes from Marietta.
Yeah,
I that part of Georgia I know.
Powder Springs, very, very, very wooded, beautiful homes. Like Georgia has
No. When's the last time you were in Powder Springs?
Well, I was looking to rent a home there, and in Stanley, that home I was looking to rent, the land was so extensive. Like, oh my God, I was just thinking
Well,
about chill.
let me tell you something. When did you look? When was the last time you looked?
Oh, this was back in, I think 18 or 19. I was looking for like just a home to rent.
Okay, well, let me tell you about Powder Springs now. Back like all our kids are like I have a nephew who's 20 now. Like back when they were like 9, 10, I could literally walk from my sister's front door all the way to downtown Powder Springs at night and it would be fine. Powder Springs has totally changed. There are still parts that are kind of countrified, but the cute little quaint downtown, it's still there, but it's not what it was. Traffic has gotten bad. Powder Springs used to be, you could live downtown, like in one of the kind of houses, one of the like, nice houses, but downtown-ish within walking distance. It's totally changed. You should be glad. You should be glad that you wouldn't move there now. I'll put it that way.
Well, I'll email you later about what's going on right now for me.
Okay.
I'll email you later.
Okay.
Quite a bit I need to share with you, but I don't want to.
Well, that's fine, but you know what? And I also have to comment that I'm glad you don't hate me still.
And I never hated you. You annoy the hell out of me. I don't hate people.
I annoy the hell out of everybody.
So
welcome to the club.
Being a jerk is
It's called Stanley versus the world.
Being a jerk does not equate someone hating you. That's just you being.
You know what? I treat jerks like jerks. That's what they don't like. Dude, I can
being an asshole. You do have those tendencies big time, but to hate someone.
Of course I do, and I freely admit it. That's the difference. I don't go. I'm not an asshole. I go. I'm the biggest asshole. I am a big black asshole, like a black hole, and they all will be destroyed by my gravity.
Okay, so that again, being a jerk, that doesn't mean that someone would hate you. Someone to be hated is someone who's outright looking to destroy another person's livelihood and like.
Oh, fuck you, Kelvin.
Mental
waste the time and the energy.
Like you're not like there's nothing like I don't see you as someone who hates others. No. I really don't.
Why would I do that?
And I don't see that. From what I've experienced from you, I don't see why someone would hate you, dislike you. Yes. See you as a jerk.
Well, let me put it to you this way. And this has been, I am consistent.
Just like loving someone is a big leap. Like you just don't love anyone.
Right.
Just like you just don't.
Well, here's the deal. I don't suffer fools gladly. And I'm not going to. I don't have to. Look, you can be the total opposite politically, SKC and Deacon Dave and Latino for that matter. Dude, I laugh at some of their political thinking, if you could call it that. However, you know what? We do have other things we can talk about, and family's one of them. Cooking is one of them. There are 1,000 things we can talk about, but if you insist on talking politics, I'm gonna talk my politics.
Well, speaking about family, I'm going to be honest with you because I've seen neighborhoods Dunwoody. I have seen.
Oh, dude! When's the last time you were in Dunwoody?
I did an Airbnb there when I was still looking for a home to rent, and I rented from a black man. I think he was a New Yorker. His home is amazing. Well wooded, just beautiful.
Well, I have a Dunwoody story.
I did rent a huge home in, I think it was at Fayetteville. I read those, and the realtor was.
I know, right? Was it Fayetteville County?
County and the city.
Cumming, Georgia.
I'm very familiar with Cumming. Very familiar.
Yeah, well, there's a whole story behind that too.
Yeah,
Um,
can some of these wait in an email? Because
oh,
I
absolutely, they can.
yeah, there's quite a bit I need to share.
Well, we gotta let Latino talk too.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
What's going on?
I was gonna make a she said joke when you guys mentioned the town coming, but I was like, eh.
No, and even I do that. But here's the like even on the coming water tower, it says like coming home, like coming CUMMING, coming
Yeah.
home, and yeah, so like
And that is so lewd.
yeah, exactly. So what is that? That area, that's 400. So if you're in Buckhead, so if,
Yeah,
like
I
okay, so
know right where it
person,
is.
I know you, of course you do, Stanley. Of course you do.
Well, I've got my sister's father-in-law lives in Alpharetta. But
like
when you're
Alpharetta.
done, I want to tell you the Dunwoody story. You will appreciate it.
Stanley, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm going through some some interesting issues in that particular state. I would prefer. So, if you don't mind, if we, it's just there's some stuff I should probably. I personally would like to tell you, especially because you're from there. You're very familiar with this
Right.
area, very familiar. So I have some interesting stories. Long story short,
Well, you want to tell them on air, or are you going to email me?
I'll just say this. I live near the lake, Stanley, and
Lanier?
I didn't know the history, Stanley. I didn't know.
What? Well, you're not from Georgia, though, right?
So, Stanley, I would rather email you.
Well, wait, hold it. You're not from Georgia. Why would you be expected to know the history?
I should probably email you. I prefer to email you.
Okay.
Yeah.
But let me tell you the Dunwoody story. When I was in college, I had a buddy of mine. He was a black guy, parents black, all that stuff. Now, I grew up in a middle class. I wouldn't say lower middle class, but it was solidly middle class. I mean, my father bought me like a go-kart once, and I swear he wanted the go-kart more than me. So, I mean, we could get stuff. It was a solid middle class. You know, we could eat steak every now and again. So anyway, I'm at the University of Georgia. I used to play basketball every fucking day. Like after classes, there'd be like, you know,
In
80
Athens?
dudes out there.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you. That Athens campus. I'm sorry for interrupting you. University of Georgia.
Well,
and
yeah, that's the University of Georgia, the Bulldogs.
Okay.
You didn't know I went there?
No, they have a great law school. I was definitely thinking.
They do. I almost thought about going there. I have classmates, high school classmates who went there.
Yeah, that's another thing. You have great schools. Great public schools.
Well, Georgia Tech, Emory.
Emory's incredible. Emory's
Well,
tier one.
speaking of which,
Georgia State's good too.
my son, the reason I didn't do the show yesterday is I was a tad hungover from doing a late show or two. And my son went to San Francisco to visit his Emory girlfriend. And I'm like, God damn it, these fools. But you know what? He's there safely. You know, I didn't even tell him to wear a condom. I'm sure he knows to do that. Plus, he's meeting her family, for God's sake. This is a little bit more serious than I would like it to be. No, Kelvin, ninjas not be drunk. I'm perfectly sober. However, but I am Lupin. Lupin, the sponsors of of today's show did like say, hey, and I did indulge in my newfound total Uber forever. Delivered some Guinness Stout, so I'm working on it.
That was your sponsor yesterday.
But let me tell you the Dunwoody story, because it is actually real. It was really important in my formation. Dude, I used to play basketball with. You know what? One day he was like, "Hey, you know, come home with me this weekend." Dude, black IBM executive, like mother, like storybook. This was like the Huxtables before I knew there were Huxtables. This is like mid 80s, like 1986. So we walk into this huge Dunwoody home, and what is the father doing? He bought some golf contraption with a flashlight on the front of it. He's practicing his fucking golf swing in the hallway, and the flashlight on the on where the floor meets the baseboard, you're supposed to follow it, and it keeps your golf swing straight. So you know what? I knew there were successful black people, but this motherfucker, like, he's practicing his golf swing at like 1 o'clock on a Friday. Aren't you supposed to be working? Look, the reason it was important is there are black IBM executives who fucking buy useless golf contraptions so they can play a horrible game of golf. This is a dude who was like a classmate of mine. And you know, my parents weren't poor, but we weren't, hey, dad's home practicing his golf swing rich. So look, you want to pretend that all black people live in the hood, you are a fucking moron. And I am old enough. This is a college story. I was in college fucking 40 years ago. I have known for 60 years that not all black people live in the hood. And for the idiot plasma void who wants to talk about, dude, I don't like to brag, but literally Clarence Thomas, the Clarence Thomas, was a member of the Catholic parish I grew up in.
Clarence,
I
okay.
knew people who knew Clarence Thomas when he was a boy.
Stanley,
I know goddamn black success.
word.
Hold on one sec. I know black success. I
Because
know.
You're
I
Catholic.
know.
And
It
you're
is not
Catholic.
all in the hood.
And you're Catholic. Stanley, like you have to include
Well,
the
lovely me,
word.
it's luck that I'm Catholic. I was born that way.
Stanley.
I was baptized. Well, wait, hold it. Now that you mention it, I was baptized in St. Benedict's parish. In Clarence Thomas's, it's his parish. I was baptized there.
Keep going, Stanley.
I know what black people are
Stanley.
and be and will do.
Stanley, you
Don't
have
ever hold
full
on, Ponder.
rights.
Give me a sec.
Received
Let me
full rights,
proselytize.
just like
Let
Clarence
me
Thomas.
proselytize.
You're
Black
Catholic
people
under
are
full
not
rights.
black people are not what John Galt in Solid Snake think we are. We are not doomed to black culture. And black culture is not a motherfucking sentence in the hood. Sometimes I don't know what these fuckers are talking about.
Stanley,
Ma'am.
it's not just, you are not only baptized, you have received full rights under the church, and you are fully.
Well, wait, hold it. My mother's a cradle Catholic too.
Even further proves my point. You are full rights in the church. You have your mother, so you come from the.
Everybody has full. My father's a convert.
Okay,
He has full.
Even which again further proves my point. Stanley, your background
Yes, ma'am.
completely reminisces Clarence Thomas. He's another Catholic kid. He's womb.
No, it doesn't. No. Clarence Thomas went through 88 times more. Clarence Thomas, dude. Clarence Thomas, I don't respect necessarily, his politics.
Another Catholic kid.
But let me tell you something. Clarence, I can't. Can you ever let me talk? Clarence Thomas, honestly, is a saint. I personally think, because I've known black lawyers in Savannah, Clarence Thomas actually did blaze a trail, an honest to goodness trail. That's why I don't ever trash him. I don't agree with his politics. I will make a joke or two, but Clarence Thomas is a motherfucking hero, especially in black Catholic Savannah. Oh, no, no, no. Clarence Thomas fucking suffered so that there could be black lawyers in Savannah. I firmly believe that. My father wouldn't agree with me. Of course, my father's older than Clarence Thomas by not quite 10 years, but in that neighborhood. So you'll never hear me trash Clarence Thomas, but
No, why would you? You both come from the same
I
background.
come I come from a different political point of view. But
But
he
with
is
the
my
same
senior.
roots. But with
He is a respected elder. I'll
Yes.
never trash him.
Yes, he is, and you both come from the same roots. You're both
No, not quite the same roots,
You're
but
both
you know,
Stanley, if I may.
well, hold on.
You've been
Pinpoint.
speaking.
Now,
If I
let
may
me
just
tell
say
you
one
where we
thing.
might have similar roots on my mother's side. My
Stanley, you
mother's
both
side is
K through
I
12
don't know why
what do you
give me a
both
sec,
of you?
please.
You
This
never went
isn't
to
B
public
Brave's
schools,
panel.
Stanley.
This isn't B Brave's panel.
Neither did I. You never went to public school. You both come from
Okay, and my son
and
went to
it
public
does
school.
and it who has a Catholic father who's military, you're from the Navy, you're a Catholic kid, you come from a Catholic woman.
Okay, look, I am
You
also
come
Stanley
from the
versus the
church.
world. I
You come
have my
from the
flaws,
church.
dear.
And you're come under full rights of the church.
So
So it does matter. Yes, it does. I'm
all
just
right,
saying that
if
because I
you
have the
just
same background. It does matter. When you Stanley, Catholic education back then was 2 grades ahead. Back then. Stanley, who else you and I were just speaking the other night about Homer. I brought it up. You were impressed. Yeah, you would be impressed because you also read the same book.
several
Beowulf.
times.
Of course you have. Beowulf. Even the public schools where I
Well,
went
I've
to
only read that once and
even
didn't like it when I read
even
it.
the all white, even the best all white public schools in America, they read the books that you and I read in freshman year, they read them senior year.
Oh, wait, hold it. You're not 60. Who knows? I've
Yes,
read
Stanley.
Homer in Latin. Well, it was the
Stanley,
Iliad.
who else do you know, regardless of race, has read Beowulf and read it when you read it? Because I know you read that
Plenty of
probably
people.
freshman year.
People I know.
Who even knows who
People who are
Beowulf
my
is?
peers, especially.
Hey, Stanley, who's Antigone?
I have no
Yeah,
Antigone,
you
the
don't.
Greek
Yeah.
dude.
Really?
I don't recall, but
You?
I've read it.
Stanley, I can say things to you that you would go back and forth with me because we come from the same education. Same thing as Clarence Thomas. When you're raised under the rights,
Well, Clarence Thomas had a better education than me.
you know who also had the same education? That YouTuber Destiny, Tim Dillon, another one. It's very obvious. I'm just
Look,
making
you, Tim Dillon, Destiny
tell
are like
Catholic
20
kids.
years younger. You
Stanley,
didn't have the same
point is-
education.
Stanley, my point is you can tell a Catholic kid, you can tell Catholic education. Within like
No,
5
I'm
seconds, I
cultural
could tell
Catholic.
Destiny. I could tell Destiny went through Catholic school, Jesuit.
Gotcha.
I could tell Tim Dillon
Well,
went
are
to
we gonna let Latino and Jay talk? Latino, please
Destiny
go,
who?
and then Jay, please take the floor after Latino's done.
Which Destiny are we talking about?
I think she means the YouTube Destiny.
You saying that he's Catholic?
Stanley, he went through Jesuit. He came in just in time, second
Oh,
grade.
did he really?
Right before he could have been tainted by public school. I kid. I'm joking. But they brought him in second grade, and you don't even need to go to college. Like you basically are ready to go.
Well, I do have to say my mother was a retired public school teacher, and my sister is a retired public school teacher.
You know how many girls in
Let's not
Well,
denigrate public schools.
CT exposed the public school yesterday because he
Stanley,
used
a
to teach
number
there.
of
Did he
girls,
The
really?
public,
a
yeah,
number of girls
he said
I
he
went
got into a fight with a student or something because they were being
Okay, whoa,
disrespectful.
whoa, whoa,
And
whoa,
he
whoa,
got
whoa.
fired.
Okay, you know what? Please, Ms. Ponder finish. Please, Latino finish, and then Jay. It's gonna be you and me because CT exposed himself, not the public schools. Teachers should not be fighting students.
Period. And
What
I
the
mean, we
fuck?
could we could we could start the
Exposed to
conversation.
public schools? Teachers fighting students?
Yeah, we could start the conversation here,
Yeah.
man.
Wait, hold it. Are you a student or are you a teacher? You're
Or
both
you in the
fighting.
UFC, man? Are you training these kids for military school or something, bro? I don't even think
He said
military school does this
he
shit,
said he got wrongly fired or something because of that.
You know what?
bro.
I don't know what to say because I
Bro.
didn't listen to the show. And I don't know the details and don't care about the details. But when I hear a teacher fighting a student, like he wasn't beat up by the student, he was returning punches. I'm sorry. He didn't expose the public schools, he exposed himself.
Yeah.
You don't fight kids.
Well, I mean, but you don't know what
the example, bro.
I just said I don't know, son, and neither do you for that matter.
I don't know.
You might
I don't
be
know either. But you're
heroizing.
supposed to be the
Okay,
example. When you're a
no, I
teacher.
literally said I don't know, but when I hear a teacher,
I agree with you,
which is
Sam.
what you said. You didn't say a student fighting a teacher. You said a teacher fighting a student.
Okay, they both got into a tussle or altercation.
Hey Jay,
They got into a tussle.
Okay,
He said it was a student. He said it was a student.
You know what? CT says a lot of things.
But the stream is not even up no more. He said it's on his, I think.
Okay,
his,
let me
BitChute.
put it to you this way, and I think you probably understand my point. You just refuse to accept it. Teachers, look, my son went to public school. It's just so lucky that he went to a small town public school. Dude, my son has 2 other classmates who are at Georgia Tech. The school was excellent. Even I would say that. He took a shitload of AP courses. However,
Well, I think
okay, you don't need to cut me off until I'm done, sir.
But I think
however, the first thing I told my son's teachers every day from like 3rd grade forward, I assume my son is wrong until you prove yourself wrong. And I told my son the same thing, not in front of the teacher. You are always wrong. If I get a call from a teacher, you're guilty until proven innocent. And God help the teacher who winds up being in the wrong, but God help you more because you have to live with me.
Yep.
And you know what? I have had 3 occasions in 12 years where I had to tell the teacher, my son's attitude will change 180 degrees starting tomorrow morning. And you know what happened all 3 times? It changed because I don't brook that kind of bullshit. The teacher is always right until proven wrong. And you know what? My son knew it. So anyway, teachers fighting students, if that's the context, I didn't hear the show again, and I've never talked to CT about it. You may be quiet until I'm done, son.
No, but the show.
Okay, no.
The show,
you don't
the show is on.
Apparently the ill breeding is talking more than you are. When I fucking say let me finish, I literally mean let me finish, Jay. This is not be brave. I don't give grace. Bottom line, CT is not a hero in this story. Period.
I'm going to put the link in the back chat to the show on Rumble
And
because it
you
got
are
deleted
going to waste,
from YouTube.
You're going to waste bits
and
bytes.
we're going to watch.
Okay, we are going. Wait, did this motherfucker just tell me what we are going to do on my own panel? Oh. Hey, put the link back there.
I'm going to find the way to share my screen.
Put the link back there. Motherfucker, don't share your screen or I'll boot your ass. when I tell you to share your screen, you share your screen, and that's not going to happen probably. I'm sorry. This misbehaved youth. You know what? I bet you fought a teacher or two there, Jay.
I got stories.
All right. I don't get why. What is this? Did you hear the story? I mean, was the story that good? CT told. I saw the title of CT's show, and it wasn't something I was interested in watching. So, but I'm not interested in following it up either. So, anybody hit the link? Portia, why don't you hit the link, Portia? Come on up, please. And now that Portia's here, let me do some housekeeping. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. If you are in the John Gall Urban Landlord channel chat, go over to my chat, please, and hit the like. Join the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Please also make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. It's where John puts all of his points about how Stanley does not know how to be black points. Apparently, I'm 60, grew up black in Georgia, and I don't know much about black culture.
We stole your black card.
Dude, you know what? I was black before there were cards. It used to just be your skin color.
Like, I'm black.
Now they're cards. Now they're issuing IDs. Damn. Damn, back in the day, you could just be walking down the street. You didn't need a card. They would just know.
Stanley's like, this is worse than the VA.
So anyway, this has gone beyond silly, apparently. But
yeah,
y'all hit the link if you want.
Yeah, but I'm glad
if
that
Dave hit the link, dude.
I'm glad that
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm glad that he put up my comment in his screen. When I said that my cousin-in-law works as a butcher in Whole Foods and he's black. So.
Yeah, I saw that. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean,
he
hooks me up, dude. He hooks me up with prime ribs and all that. I mean, I don't want to say too much.
Nice.
But yeah.
Does he like the job though?
Yeah. He's always on time and he's moved up because I think he started.
How did how did he become a butcher?
So
I've never met like a butcher I knew.
And now he knows about.
Tell us a story.
So he first started working inside as like the stock, basically you stocking stuff and all that, and then basically the position was open and he took it because it paid him like $2 more, and now he's been doing that for what 3-4 years now. So he knows all the cuts, he knows all like.
Nice. Well, see, what? I bet he can cook too.
Oh, dude, yeah. After he started getting like at first. He wasn't cooking, but after he started getting steak and everything, he started looking at recipes and stuff, and now he makes his own steak. Yeah. Fire, dude.
Well, see, you know what? That is awesome. I would love to be a fucking butcher.
The whole reason why I brought it up is because it's like hearing that African dude on the phone with him saying that they only want to be on the front. That's not necessarily true, man. That's not everybody, bro. Right, like as a minority, I'd rather be not on the register. Let's say if I was to work at a restaurant, right, I'd rather be at the grill or doing something in the back than being on the front of the register.
Well, the thing is you're gonna make more money in the back or the grill. I mean, money isn't being a cashier.
And I'm active. That's what counts the most for me. Because if I'm just sitting down typing in numbers, I'm going to go fall asleep.
Well, now for a fella like me, I like my computers, but no, I mean the butchers are gonna make more money. Now, except for the management, butchers. I mean, now tell me if I'm wrong, because dude, the other thing I have to tell you is I was a bag boy in high school. So I worked like 2 or 3 years at JT&K Red and White in Savannah, Georgia. It was a 10-minute, 15-minute walk from my front door. So it was a beautiful job. But I mean, the butchers were, I mean, that was where the money was. You're not going to make a whole lot of money being a cashier
Nah,
or a stock
no.
boy or, bag
I
boy.
I believe it's in the range of like $26 from what he started.
Yeah, it's a
From
skill.
what he
It's
started, it's like
actually a
what,
trade.
$8 more.
Hmm. Do you think
So
your cousin? I'm sorry, you said your cousin or nephew?
no, he's basically, so he is married to my wife's cousin.
Oh, okay. Do you think he'll start a business?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's comfortable where he's at. He's one of those type of people.
Well,
As long as he's making his ends meet.
right.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you why I ask that. Like small town butchers, there when I lived in Warren County, Virginia, Front Royal, Virginia was the county seat. Two fat butchers. I used to go there all the time, because the meat was just way better.
Oh yeah,
So,
but
and these were like a group, maybe 2, 3, like old time butchers, and then they had a couple apprentices who did the hard work.
like those butchers would only exist in like small towns because, to be honest,
Right,
you can't
right, right.
compete with like supermarkets.
Let me tell you something, Latino. And again, now when I was a kid, my father, you'd get like a half a cow or quarter cow, and then
Yeah,
you put it in your
in the
chest freezer.
freezer.
By the way, that chest freezer my father bought back in the 70s, that motherfucker still works.
Oh, I
that
guarantee it does, man.
that goddamn thing, like it's older than my brother, and he's
Dude,
47.
dude, we have an AC. Dude, we have an AC that literally we got like when we first moved into like what Charlestown, what like 16, 17 years ago. It's been handed from my brother to me to
That's
it
funny.
made its way here to our house, right? And
Mhm.
this is finally the year that it broke down. Like so,
Yeah.
it lasted long enough.
Did it have the wood grain front to it? The old
The
school, like,
sidings, yeah.
yeah, that meat wagon look to it. Yeah, that's old.
Started crystallizing and shit, man. Like ice started
But
forming out.
let me tell you the butcher story. And I kid you not, I sound so fucking like low class here. I had like a very short term girlfriend, and when I was an ensign, I was commissioned. I was in Newport, Rhode Island, and we kind of hooked up. And I wasn't even intending on hooking up, but we did. So she decided to cook me a meal, like a Sunday meal. And you know what? I ate it. She got a whole chicken. I ate that chicken and I'm like, God damn, this is the best chicken I've ever had. And you know what?
It was the best because you was hungry
She had
from all
gone
that
to
workout.
well, she got it was a butcher shop chicken. I'd always gotten it from the grocery store. No, this
Yeah, it's not
dude,
the same, dude.
like the butcher shop chicken, especially beef, not so much. But goddamn, if your chicken is like free range, organic, and
Oh,
all that
bro.
stuff, now it spoils quicker in my
Oh,
experience. But oh
it
my,
does.
dude, I didn't I never thought about going to a butcher shop or anything like that. Dude, I was literally 23, I think, and it's still possibly the best chicken I ever had.
Bro.
Now, after a bawdy, tawdry weekend, having your having your having your girlfriend cook you a chicken from scratch, and she was a good cook, but I won't get into the details. But no, I'm a butcher shop guy. If you live in a
I agree
small
with you,
town,
Sammy.
Oh, if you live in a small town, find a butcher shop
Yo, the
or
chicken
do it
is
yourself.
different, dude. It's different. Like in the Dominican Republic, this is the like busher, like bicycle guy that comes in a bike with like a bowl of hot water and a mechanism that just like cuts the chicken's heads off, and you
Oh,
take the chicken
I
and
call him Cinco Peso because he's got that megaphone playing and he's screaming the
yeah,
prices of the
bro. But
ticket.
he
I
be
know exactly
yo,
who
you
you're
gotta
talking
you gotta
about.
catch him early at 8:30 in the morning, bro. Like
Oh yeah, I've done it. I've
you
gotten
know
all
what I
types of
mean?
stuff from them guys.
Yo, and yeah, bro, my aunt, yo, these two chickens over here, pop, pop, they be feathered him, yo. But when you try that chicken, oh man, it's not all extra hormonal, big or none of that. And it's a nice, perfect chicken, bro.
Have
Nice
you
and
ever been
tender.
there in the Have you ever been there in the morning and got like the or seen the street cart or the empanadas? They call them
Yeah, that too with the
Johnny
bread.
KKs. Oh my
Yep.
god,
Oh, bro,
them things, man. They're like 50 cents a
man,
piece, and they're the shit.
bro. It's been like what 6 years I haven't gone, man. My kids are asking because they want to
God
go back
damn.
to the roots. They want to know where they come
Well,
from,
no,
man. I'm like,
hey,
damn,
don't
man, y'all.
ask them. Take them. Take them.
I know I have
Oh,
to. I
don't,
have to work on it, man.
are you Dominican?
My parents are Dominican, right? So I spent most of my time growing up in the Dominican Republic.
Oh, okay,
I
K.
happen to be born in Puerto Rico. So we when I was 5, my parents moved out of Puerto Rico because of situations over there, and we moved to Boston.
Yeah, Puerto Rico's crazy, bro.
Yeah, there was a lot of killings and shit. Like, so my mom decided it was enough, dude. Like, they killed some lady that was like going to church, bro, and like she had like these gold rose beads, and so they robbed her gold rose beads, and like the little kid is like 14, shot her, and then that's what my mom says, like, nah, this is nuts. Like, we gotta go.
Yeah, that was a good choice. Get the hell out of there. What's going on, Stanley? You told me to hit the link, but you want to cuss me out. What's
Oh
up?
no,
What's
man.
up, question?
No, I just wanted you up here, dude. You are a sponsor of the show.
Oh yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy
And
the
it's
show.
stout.
Yeah, let's get them some more
No, you
Guinness.
know what? I only curse people out when they need it. I don't do it gratuitously.
No,
Oh man, I was looking
The
forward to
sponsor
it.
is Guinness. That was yesterday's sponsor.
Hey,
No,
I'm a
you
glutton
know
for
what?
punishment. I don't mind, really. You're good.
Well, no. You know what? Actually, it worked out, and I enjoyed those shows. I'm, I don't know. Either it's gonna have to be a rule if I do a show that late, I just automatically don't do a morning show. And I took that morning show and did it, the late show with it. So there was no, as far as I know, there was no like, hey, it'll be there in 30 minutes.
Oh, we
But I do.
figured. What time did you get done?
Oh shit, I don't remember. It was around midnight. But you know what? I can't do that 5 hours and be up anymore. I have to accept my age. However, I did have to get my son to the airport, so that was part of it as well. But it was a
Yeah.
good rest.
So
I got a good night's sleep.
you're up here reviewing Brave and John. What they talking about?
You know what? John didn't talk too much about me. For some reason he thinks, look, I'm not saying John is wrong. If you can be 70-year-old be brave, and you've kind of done what you wanted to do. And I mean, Be Brave is not living on the government dime. I mean, he is successful, but I know 70 shit. My father-in-law is I think he's 85. The motherfucker's a retired Naval Reserve captain. Is still driving. I see him like once or twice a month. His daughter, I married. That's how I know him at all. And you know what? He grew up in rural Virginia at the time. He grew up with like Scots Irish roots. Masters from Virginia Tech, retired Navy, retired teacher. My mother-in-law died like 20 years ago. You know what this motherfucker did? He married his high school sweetheart. Her husband had died, his wife had died. They were fucking married almost 20 years.
Wow.
So
That's
the
nice.
dude and he's dude, his mother was the only like objection to me and Deanna getting married. And her one objection was, can't she find a white man? Now the woman was like 85 or something. What would you expect her to say? And I've
Yeah,
told the story
that would be
before.
expected.
Right, but you know what? Stanley, when you coming to see me? You never see dude,
Eventually. How long did that take
she
after?
wound up she wound up being my biggest fan because her granddaughter, look, I worked. My son and my wife did the lick. Don't fucking call me. I don't want to hear about your good time. But you know what? My son also was like reading on some obscene level. Like I'm not kidding. I used to honestly come home at like 8 at night. Fucking it's snowing and it's dangerous coming up on this mountain. I might have to stay in town because it's too dangerous. I'd get there and it would be like my wife would be like, well, guess what your son did today? And I'd be like, I don't care. What did you do about it is what I want to know about. Anyway, you do run the danger of like, well, what do y'all do all day besides go to the lake? And you know what? Unfortunately, I found out what she was up to once she died. My son was motherfucking like outrageously like reading on a level like, really? I guess I know what she was doing. My son's extremely smart and to be honest, he's a little more of a risk taker than I'd like. But you know what? My wife proved to be my wife is like in the pantheon of great mothers. My son is awfully capable. He's confident. And I wish I could say it was all daddy, but you know what? I might see my son a couple hours a day, during weekdays. Now on weekends I was home, but it's all my wife laid a base that it's all her work. I did the
Same
finer
here. I think that's
touches.
pretty usual. That's pretty usual when you're kind of the traditional working provider male. You know what I mean? My wife, she's with
Well,
my son. I get to see him a few hours a day.
what's unusual is, the I had to do both from the time he was 7 going on 8. I had to be both. So,
And that's commendable.
I will say, well, you know what? It's expected. And you
It
know
is,
what?
but you didn't fail. You know what I'm saying? You did
Oh, no,
good.
no, no, no. Oh
You
my
did a
God.
great job.
You know why I didn't fail? For 3
Pressure.
reasons. No, they're called my wife haunting me and my mother and my father. They never said, well, Stanley, your job's going to be harder. They never talked about it. It was assumed. There was no talk about, well, Stanley, who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? Motherfucker. Basically, if you need help, call us. We raised you to be competent. And now I go the other way. I probably should have asked for help more often, but you know what? Um, he is where he is. So anyway, I don't mean to. What I mean to do is go. John Galt is wrong about black men, black culture. I am a black American, and look at where I am. It's not
Why
all trash in the hood.
no,
No,
I get it.
I get real offended by some of John Galt's rhetoric. He
And I
demeans.
could see why. I could see how, and I could see why for sure. But watching some of these panels, man, I
Dude,
don't.
I don't ever
Sometimes there
go on
are
those
times
panels.
when John is 100% accurate by the
And
mentality.
you know what? It's YouTube panels he's being 100% accurate on. It's not real life.
I wish more people would hit the link so you could just you know see these
Well,
different.
we can watch John Galt live. Universal is comfortable up there. Universal doesn't come on my panels because I like trashing him too.
That wouldn't
I
run me
fucking
off.
love trashing Universal. And I think Universal's smart, actually.
I find it hilarious that I don't hit many panels, but I'll come up here, even though you're supposed to be the guy who who was, roast somebody half to death. Like that doesn't scare me, but like people really get
Why
offended and
should it?
take this personal. This is a
Motherfucker, you
digital.
better. I
This is a
expect you to
digital
fight back.
neighborhood.
Yeah, this shit ain't real for me.
Yeah, like who cares?
Look.
I don't care if you come up here and totally incriminate yourself. Just get
Well,
involved.
here is
It's
the
fun.
deal. Here is the deal. I actually don't roast people. They roast themselves. I just highlight.
You're an
I
idiot.
just highlight what they should be roasted about.
Fuck you, Stanley.
Yeah, I was kind of concerned I offended questions the other day, but she seems to be cool. She's up here. She ain't saying
No,
that,
as
but
a matter of fact, I would put Ponder in Republic Tea Room. And I don't know, she's a nurse, so maybe she's been working a lot of shifts.
She's at work.
They work.
She's at work,
Yeah,
Stanley.
nurses have a rugged schedule.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
I
they
also,
can't be trusted.
of course they
Excuse
can.
me? Nurses cannot be trusted. I hope
Are
you're
you a
joking.
nurse?
My mother is a nurse, 25
I'm not
years.
talking about. No, I'm not going to address somebody who's not here. Are you
Now
a nurse?
see
Yeah,
how
for
these
real, don't do that.
these N words just step in it. You can't help it, can you? You know what?
We ain't gonna talk about mothers.
I was just about to say, sis started a show, and it was an interesting title, and I'll bring it up. But do I need to bring sis up here to kind of
There is no
tame
doubt in my
you?
mind that you asked me questions to put my foot in my mouth about her, and that's not going to
No,
happen.
no. By the
You
way,
did that like, oh, you don't
I
have nothing
don't
to say.
agree. Well, I'm teasing you about it. You're married. However, you know what? I don't agree with all her points, but she is just so funny. She is so unique. You know
Republic?
what? I just kind of look over the stuff I don't
No,
agree with. She literally makes me chuckle. It's like, did you really just say that?
I know you put the cape on, but you got to loosen it up, man. You want to get choked out from it.
Dude, you know what? I'm out of that game. I can be the grandpa.
I know you get sick of that. I'm not a threat. The way they treat you, they say, "Oh, Stan's the cute old man." I know you get
No,
tired of that. You
actually,
should
Stanley's Grandpa Shark.
I
no,
want him to be like,
actually,
"Bitch, I
I
will rock
don't.
your
Well,
world."
look, let me just say something. I'm a huge believer in if something's gonna happen, it happens. Most of the women that I meet, and they are all like, dude, if I were younger, I'd probably be a little bit more aggressive in pursuing. But meeting my wife taught me something. And
Wait,
I'm not all
before you get
religious or
into it,
anything like that.
before you get into it, you don't seem to have a problem doing that with Lindy Lou.
I think Lindy Lou's a racist. And I
Wait,
don't,
why?
I'm
Because
not
she
making,
won't
whoa,
go
whoa,
out
whoa,
with you?
whoa. You wait.
I found out she's 6'1".
I literally think she's a racist. And you know
No,
what? It might, well, hold on. Not every racist
She had black
intends
in
to
her.
be, not all racists intend to be racist. Sometimes it's just sheer ignorance. She is so ignorant that she steps into all kinds of things she's not mentally capable of handling.
Well, white women do that a lot, though. It's like want to
You
be in
know
charge.
what? I'm not going to disagree with you,
I want to be in
but
charge. I want to be an authority. They want to feel in
well,
control
they want to be
and
nice. You know
delegate.
that woke stuff.
They want to be
I have a
heard.
buddy of mine. I have a buddy of
Exactly.
mine
They
who
want to
can
be heard.
actually go into details. Wokeness, wokeness basically was hatched by young white women, and
Exactly.
I can back this up with history and
Yes.
details.
Because the person just said it right now. They want to be heard. Whoever said that basically has just
Well,
the past 100 years. They're the only group who literally can just be ignored. Just ignored.
Go back to 1971. White women, sex was not part of the 1964 Civil Rights Bill.
They made it
White
though.
women insisted
They
that
made it.
sex gets added as a class. Go
Yes.
back to the 15th Amendment.
Yep.
Was
You ain't
it
lying.
Susan B? One of the women suffragettes in Frederick Douglass went back and forth.
Yes.
Black men getting voting rights before white women was a huge deal.
Yes. And what did
Yes.
Frederick Douglass say? He
There's
said
a book.
time
There's
for
a
the
book
Negro.
called.
He had to
There's a
check
book
her.
called.
He's like,
There's
this
a
is the
book called.
time for the Negro. I'm so sorry for interrupting you, Stanley, but just to let everybody know, to touch on what Stanley just said, that there, which very much was a big, I don't want to say scandal, but it did piss off a lot of people back then. The fact that you had Black men receiving the right to vote before essentially women, white women. 15th Amendment, universal male suffrage. Frederick Douglass had to check. He had to check a white woman. I can look up her name. He told her, this is the time for the Negro. And I'm quoting him verbatim. This is the time for the Negro. So
I
black
mean,
male,
isn't this not the
male
same thing that happened with
suffrage,
BLM?
black male suffrage was first important, paramount before white women. And there's a reason for that, which I won't get into detail. But Stanley, thank you for letting me have my spiel, my time.
Well, no, it's only because I agree with it.
well, good job being succinct and not
Well,
shaking
no,
the dice for too long.
Latino, develop your point because I'm not sure. I don't think I agree, but develop it.
This is why I say Booker T was right. And once you give one
Well,
group
no,
special treatment,
Latino was making a point, which I don't know. I don't know what to think, but please develop it.
No, it's the same thing with BLM, right? So when BLM first came out, right, that all these incidences was happening, I was kind of on board with it, right? But I was, from the bleachers, right? So and I just looking within, and what I've noticed is, like I told a friend of mine, he used to come by all the time and drop off ice cream and shit. This is when I used to, do my dabbling and whatever. Anyways, he used to come. We used to have conversation, and Jamal tells me, he goes like, "Yo, nah, because the movement and all this." I'm like, "Yeah, but let's give it time because I feel like every time there's a movement, it always gets bastardized by something else, Because if we're going to represent black people, let's just make it about black people." And then the gay movement, then feminists came in, and then Black Lives Matter was just not what it was supposed to be.
I'm not convinced that there's not a group of people who just need a grievance.
During Frederick Douglass, it was Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony. Those are the two that you
It's
were.
Katie Stanton.
I always say Cady, but okay, Katie Stanton. So
Well,
Elizabeth,
you might be able. Hold on. You might be able to pronounce it that way, I'm not going to say it's wrong. It's just,
History says
might
Katie.
be wrong.
You're just as bad as Black Crow,
It's up to
Stanley.
you. You know what? I don't care. There are English is weird that way.
And so,
But Caddy does have 2 D's. That's my only defense.
oh, it would have 2D. So it is Katie. Yeah, Katie would have CADD. Yeah, you're right. So it is Katie Stanton. So to touch on
What you just said reminds me of Cat Williams.
Thank you, Father Bryant. My 10th grade. My 10th grade.
Grammarian, yeah,
English
Papa
grammar
School in
teacher.
particular was
Yes.
That's true. To touch on what someone mentioned regarding BLM, that is 100% correct. Black Lives Matter was literally that. Black, comma, lives matter. That's what it was focused on. Then it morphed. It was the original intention morphed to include LGBT and to also include women, which was never the purpose. It was Black Lives Matter was specifically about Black, comma, lives matter, or Black lives, comma, matter. That's it. And then we also what happened. This is arguably what also was included with the Civil Rights with the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah, the same thing.
Where you just mentioned, Stanley, sex and gender, both interesting, were included within the act when the focus specifically.
Yeah, you did. You never saw. There's a video clip on this.
And we're going to bring up when we're bringing sex and gender, Stanley. You know you had to mention Gloria Steinem, that woman. You had to bring her up. You have to.
I think Gloria Steinem is actually uninteresting compared, and she might have worked on getting sex included into the Civil Rights Act.
Well, her influence.
But there's a congresswoman, and I can't recall her name, but there's literally a video clip of it where she literally says they're afraid of Black women having more rights than white women.
Of course,
that's it might not be exactly verbatim, but those words are used.
Do you think they do today?
This is where hold on one sec. This is where I go. Oh, dude, you know what, Ponder? You and I should do a whole show about human rights. And I don't mean to be that denigrating. But it's not so much young white women as much as white women who are treated like gilded lilies by their white fathers.
Correct.
There's a video I will show. White women being put on a pedestal was like the worst thing for white women ever.
Yes, and
no, the worst thing for society.
Look at what someone on your panel just said. They want to be heard. This is one thing that they have always had difficulty and issues with. They're not heard. When you are this gilded, beautiful trophy to be loved and adored, nobody wants to hear what you have to say. Just shut up, sit down, and be pretty, and make it.
That's why Lindy Lou said she wasn't a princess.
Stanley, think about something. Everyone on this panel, think about something. I'm about to say something very important, and you're all going to know I'm correct. When you look at the United States, there's a big difference when we look at colonial America, the Pilgrims, Puritans, whatever. They brought white women. Why? To ensure white society. There is nothing more important.
Well, why wouldn't they?
Absolutely, Stanley. Why wouldn't they? I bring this up because when you look at the comparison between the English and the Dutch and the Spanish and the Portuguese and the Portuguese came here looking for wealth, money, and to go find Montezuma and Atahualpa and get these Indians and all their wealth. That's not what when you look at the Massachusetts Bay Colony, when you're looking at
you need to go deeper than Massachusetts Bay.
I know I had to
go back to 1607.
We don't even need
women were more or less an afterthought.
The reason why I did not bring up 1607 is because the Virginia colony is different. That was pure corporation.
Okay, good. I got you.
Thank you. I knew you would.
You know a little history.
Well, Stanley, where did we go to school? Come on. I mean, think about it.
Well, I don't know. Wait, hold it. I didn't learn all this in high school.
Sure, Stanley, who went to
Yeah,
Catholic.
I would
No,
agree with Stanley
honestly,
now.
I didn't. Let me make a
You're
quick
pre-K.
aside. Let
Stanley,
me
you're
make a quick aside. This is, and I didn't get a Jesuit education. I got a Benedictine education,
which is
which
still again
is
solid, which is
as good.
solid, which is solid.
Here is
And they
the
have how many
deal.
schools? They have
Learning in high school. High school is the beginning of learning. College,
it's a
look,
continuation.
there is nothing saying you can't buy a book and follow up on what you're interested in ever. Book, you can buy books or you can go to the library. And another quick aside, my son was literally, I'll tell you stories about him reading. He's gotten totally away. He's become a motherfucking engineer.
Stanley, if I may share something,
And
get back
it's so annoying.
what Catholic school does, it teaches you how to learn, how to study.
Right. Oh, you learn critical thinking. You learn
Exactly.
critical
That's
thinking
intelligence.
like
You learn how to learn. That's what we learn that's Catholic
Okay.
high school. We learn how
Right.
to learn. We leave Catholic high school with the mindset of learning how to learn. So we're always in a perpetual state of wanting to learn. That's intelligence. Intelligence is what? The ability to apply new knowledge to
Well, it's
existing
ability to learn.
analysis. That's exactly.
And you know what? I'm
the ability to learn.
actually gonna hop on board your little Catholic St. Patrick's Day float. You know,
Speaking about St. Patrick,
I do think that
does not
method,
educate children.
and
The
it's
Irish
not a
don't
Catholic method, it's really Socratic method,
It is a Socratic
asking a
method.
bunch of questions.
Yes, it
Look,
is. They call it classical
the
education.
first thing you need to know is you don't know.
Know anything.
How do I know? That is literally the root of building intelligence. Catholic schools build intelligence.
Yes, they do. And across the board for everyone. So you
And you
that's
get good. See, intelligence is a skill. It's
Thank
not
you,
necessarily
Stanley.
a genetic
Thank you,
ability.
Stanley. That's why this whole IQ thing is BS borderline.
Right.
I don't even I
Okay.
tell people everyone
Amen.
knows I'm intelligent. And my IQ is 12. Like I tell people, yes, it's 12. Like who cares? I have a high IQ. I'm sure you do. Good for you. Now, can you apply that intelligence to
Well,
create?
you have found an ally.
Facts.
I think
People,
IQ.
they really like white
Now,
people
there
really love this
is
intelligence.
ability to learn,
It's your ability to
but
learn
it's
new
also, dude,
information and
you
apply
can
it to
literally
knowledge.
be normal intelligence, but you know how to learn. You learn what you need to learn. You
Exactly.
learn more when you need to learn more. God damn it. That
There
is
is.
Catholic school.
That is Catholic school, 100%. 100%. And touching on to that, let's discuss Clarence Thomas. Even with his background, because you know, Stanley, Clarence Thomas didn't even learn English, well, or standard English until he entered Catholic school.
Okay, there's Gullah.
He was speaking
I
Gullah.
know,
Correct.
right? Where Sandfly, I was gonna make
He was
the
speaking
point.
Gullah. Not
There
just
are
that, Paul
Georgia Sea
Robeson was still
Islands. There
speaking
are
a
Georgia
traditional
Sea Islands.
West African dialect. Paul Robeson
Yes,
was still
Gullah
speaking.
is not Geechee, by the way. I get real persnickety about that. What is it? Geechee's more inland. Uh, my, I,
But they're
dude,
all a
we
West
have.
African.
Well, hold on one sec. We have property, or at least inherited property from my mother's family that my father owns. Dude, I used to go to St. Helena every weekend. I know the South Carolina Sea Islands. I know people. That's why I know that, this bulls, even better. In some ways, I wish I could have lived back during Reconstruction out Defusky, fucking St. Helena. Those sea islands were heaven, and they still are. They can be dangerous. They can be annoying with the heat and the bugs. St. Helena is heaven, especially in the fall. So I'm sorry, I kind of absconded, but I know that Sandfly, um, Clarence Thomas, I think people like John Galt just don't understand. John Galt does not understand Black culture. He doesn't understand Black history in America. He doesn't understand American history. Black people rule, but not in the way he thinks we do. We actually survived these dumb motherfuckers for centuries. That takes
Yeah,
some
but if I
skill.
may share something with you, you know, before the culture, 'cause it is Black people, Black America created the culture. Before the culture, which is we're looking post like 1870, it was all slavery. It was just slavery. It was slavery. It is Black America who created
When
it.
you say post 1870, I'm not sure I understand you.
When I say post 1870, I'm referring to post the amendments and then the ending of the Freedmen's Bureau. The Freedmen's Bureau went defunct by 1870. So basically, the former slaves were just left to just
Well,
to
let me tell you,
survive.
I think it was the Supreme Court that actually did it. It allowed the legislation.
You mean, are you referring to Plessy? Or
Well,
am I?
separate,
Are you
separate
referring?
but equal.
Uh-huh. Are you referring to Plessy when you say
Plessy
that?
Ferguson, yeah.
Okay, so that's what you're referring to when you say the Supreme Court is what the yeah, separate when they legalized
Yeah.
well, yeah, Plessy. With Plessy, yeah. And by the way, to those in the
Well,
live
the
chat,
whole
Homer
notion,
Plessy was 1/8 Black. Just for those in the live chat, for those of you not familiar with the Supreme Court case that Stanley and
I
I are
think they
discussing
are.
right now,
They went
I
to
hope
high
you all
school.
are. But those of you who may not be familiar, Homer Plessy was 1/8 Black. This man had a full red beard. He looked more white than Art, who's on Chaotic and Bob's channel. This man borderline was like Irish German mix, and yet he was Black. So just understand when they look at this mixed race, it means nothing to them. You
Well, yeah,
have
it's one drop rule, ma'am.
drop rule. That's basically what Plessy just solidified. It's one drop. They
Well,
quantify
no, I think it was
one
actually not so much the drop as much. Please finish, but please allow me to rebut. I'm
I
not
will.
gonna say
I
you're
will.
wrong, but I want to add to your point.
1/8. So Plessy basically defined to 1/8. So everybody 1/8 below. So that is thought like a great grandparent, you essentially would be defined as Black. We can get into greater detail because many of you are familiar.
Well, I don't care about the genetics part.
So I'll go ahead and go on mute. If you may say me, I'll go on mute.
Well, no, what I'm saying, to me, the more important part wasn't so much the admixture as much as what equal and separate. Most of the justices on that Supreme Court were Southerners. They knew what it meant. They knew separate wasn't equal.
Separate inherently means unequal.
I don't think it inherently means unequal.
That's what Brown.
Now, see, this is an odd argument with you.
That's what Brown overturned. That was the argument with Brown versus Boyd.
I know.
Unequal, prima facie.
No, it was overturned. They finally figured it out. But dude, look, like I said, they knew separate wasn't equal. But if you look at it, the dictionary definition, and that's what I'm gonna have to be blunt here, but it's what a John Galt or a solid snake even. They think if you dude, if you look at the idea of CRT, for instance, like actual the legal roots of CRT, words can explain how things are equal. CRT looks at outcomes, not the words on the law books. America fundamentally, and John Roberts is a huge proponent of it. If the law doesn't specify race, then it is colorblind. But the problem is that the way American culture has evolved, the law can be colorblind the results can still be racist. And this is where the Alitos, the Clarence Thomases, all those conservatives, with a couple exceptions, they don't understand that outcomes matter more. The ends don't justify the means because the means don't care about the ends. They just care that it's they care it's legally if the legalese doesn't mention race, sex, or anything else, the outcomes don't matter. They literally, dude, I can go back and I can research. Essentially, the Supreme Court's position is we don't control outcomes, we control what's written on the law books. It is elegant in its understanding that we don't need to say, if we say it's equal and it doesn't come out equal, we don't control people. We don't control morality. It doesn't say black or white. Therefore, the outcome is up to the people. It's up to Congress. The people control Congress. It's up to the people.
That's a good point, Stanley.
America is fundamentally racist to its core. And the system, when I say racism, is the culture. The culture is fundamentally racist, and it's not going to be changed anytime soon. So the John Galts of the world, they just want to do a Booker T and go, oh, the white people win. Motherfucker, I do think Booker T. Washington has great points about the hard work. In my opinion, Booker T. Washington bakes the cake, but the cake might not taste good. It's a W.E.B. Du Bois who understands what the icing should look like. And you need both to make the cake delicious. Horrible analogy, but it's the only thing I can think of.
No, Stanley, you've really kind of answered a lot of confusion. And that last statement you made.
Wait, who's confusion? I was never confused.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying a lot of confusion that you've basically answered or correctly or provided guidance and direction to a lot of confusion. What you've been stating right now.
Who's confusion? Who was ever confused?
Well, you just said it. The demos. Like you were like the American culture. That is the demos. Like the democracy, the body politic. The demos is racist.
Well, the problem, and I hate to cut you off. The problem is what a Deacon Dave doesn't understand. The Democrats are as fucked up. American politics, there are no good guys. Half the black people are as racist as the white people.
Facts.
Agree.
Okay, the bottom line,
majority of them are boomers.
I don't disagree with that. I don't know why you're saying.
Give me a sec. What? And I'm just everybody swims in these American waters. We're all the black people, the Native Americans, the Mexicans. Dude, the American waters are racist. We all are fish in it. This whole thing, and there is a point about how power works. Black people don't propagate racism, but they can't be racists. Racism, we don't control a system, but we can be racist. People, you know what, Ms. Ponder? I wish you were 60 because we would be a power couple. Look, people don't fucking understand the English they speak.
Organic power couple.
I think I was too fresh.
Stanley, we have very similar backgrounds. You would be able to have these types of conversations with Clarence Thomas. You would.
Well, my wife was Catholic, and we never had these conversations.
Well, remember, I'm coming also from a younger generation. I'm coming from a younger
Right.
generation. Well, I think
Thanks for reminding me, Ms. Ponder.
there was something that you said that was so profound, Stanley. There was something that you just said that was so profound. And it goes back to the founders when SCOTUS is there to interpret. So think about what you just said. You succinctly and adequately made a really, really important point.
Ma'am, I'm educated this way. This is me.
But if I may,
I don't have to think about it. It is.
If the outcome is racist, and you brought up Scalia correctly, who's also Catholic, you also brought up.
Well, I didn't bring up Scalia, but
you brought up Alito. I'm sorry.
You know what? Oddly enough, Scalia might have
Alito.
actually been the best thing to happen.
You know, Scalia and Thomas, those two were homies. Those two.
And you know what? Scalia. Look, here's the deal, and you will never believe this. Questions to ponder. My father and I talked about. We talked about Clarence Thomas last weekend. We were in the car going somewhere, and Scalia and I actually defended Clarence Thomas. That dude had a horrible time in his seminary.
Scalia?
He was going to be a priest, remember?
Yeah, he was. Yes.
And you know what? He got his ass handed to him by the white boys who were going to be his fellow priests. I feel for him.
Irish, probably
Dude,
the Irish.
Let me please, Miss Ponder. I'm going to have to tell you my experience in that all boys Catholic military school.
I do want to hear it. Break it down, Stan.
I had a very strong family. Okay. I had a mother and a father who were there. And I don't have heroes. I have Fletcher Cross and Dolores Cross. And Fletcher, especially because he's my father, and my mother, I take after personality wise. She could rape your wit. You wouldn't even know you were cut until maybe 5 minutes later. Brilliant woman. And where I got my passion for history. However, this is a weird story. I motherfucking scored 10th highest in the city to get into the school. 500 kids took the test, 500 boys. I was number 10. Some black dude. I was the shit. And you know what? That's why they didn't fuck with me that much, because I was smarter than they were. However, high school being high school, boys being boys, I had to punch a couple people, had to, prove myself. But my yearbooks, high school yearbooks, spent 30 years. Let's see, I'm 60. They spent 40 years in my parents' attic. I've never been back to my high school. My brother went to my high school. He had some of the teachers I had, and I was in the Navy at the time. They used to go, my brother used to get motherfucking. As a matter of fact, I thought he was going to rebel. They used to always talk about Stanley. Where's Stanley? What's Stanley doing? Oh, he was so smart. He had my English teachers. I used to feel bad for him because, of course, I was a standout. However, I've never been back. They've asked me to come back. Shit, I've never contributed to the Alumni Association. It got so bad that one of the kids I went to school with, his father has like a huge auto dealership in Savannah. So, my father would buy a car every now and again. Where's Stanley? When is he coming to a reunion? And my father would be like, well, I'm like, hell no. I've never been back to my high school. it was a nest. It was an incubator of fucking racists. The reason I have my yearbooks, I've literally not looked into my yearbooks in like 40 years. My father's like, they're in the attic. Do you want them? Should have told him. The only reason I didn't tell him to trash them was because, you know what? They wanted me to go there and I got in. N-word. These are like 13, 14 to 18-year-olds.
And they called you
N-word
the
in my
N-word?
yearbook. No, motherfucker. Hold on one sec. They didn't call me. They wrote it into my yearbook. Well,
Get the
you're a
fuck out of
good N-word. You are a smart N-word. And you know what? It was he. It's just a joke. Motherfucker, y'all don't know my goddamn background, Mr. Latino for Trump. I don't call these people racist. Motherfucker, I have literal yearbooks. Now, boys will be boys. And we boys, when they think they're elite and all that smart, they will be cruel. And I've been that cruel. I've never written, hey, cracker, have a good year. Have a good next year. I wasn't raised that way. But Latino, I might do it just for you. Dude, it is cringeworthy. The
Damn,
shit these motherfuckers. No. And
you
I
should have
paid
wrote
for
that,
those
though.
yearbooks. My parents' first 2 years, because I think I paid for the yearbook last 2 years. Dude, for a Benedictine education, I haven't told my parents half the story, but I know my father knows. Just instinctually, I've never been back to that goddamn high school. My brother went there. I wouldn't go back when they asked me to come back. And motherfucker, dude, I was that smart. I was that accomplished academically. My junior year teacher knew my mother. They used to go to English teacher conferences together. I've never been back, and I won't go back. I've never been to a motherfucking. It'll be.
I
Let's
don't
see.
blame
I'm
you.
60, so I've done a full. I won't go back to reunions. They know. My classmates know I won't go back
I don't blame you.
because motherfucker, I was. I'm not the shit. I wasn't a football player, but everyone knew who I was. I don't go back. Won't go back. I thought about sending my son there. My son would have blown that motherfucking school out of the water because he's that smart. I don't go back. I did not want, dude. It was a great education, but it was, dude. You don't you're a good N-word. I'm going to find those yearbooks because they're in my house somewhere. And I'm going to motherfucking read some of the bullshit. This is
crazy,
why I know. No, it's not crazy. It's America. And honestly, Latino, I don't mean to whine. I survived it. My son is where he needs to be. I was where I needed to be.
I had my moments in
All I have
Southtown,
to
too.
say is I have a healthy skepticism because I know these white boys in the South. Motherfucker, I went to the University of Georgia. I know Southern racism. And the only way to deal with it is to be twice as smart, not because your daddy or mother told you to be, just because you are. They don't like smart N-words, son. But you know what? I'm also 60. You don't live in the same America I did. Ponder, Dave. Y'all don't. My brother, who's 47, I think, he doesn't live in the same America. And I have to understand that. But forgive my healthy skepticism. It's real. Those notes. These are kids. And those kids didn't learn the racist bullshit. They learned it from their parents.
Yo, Stanley, like I think I
I've
told you this
never
story.
I've never told this before, but y'all wonder why I'm so sure America's racist? Because motherfucker, I went to school with elite racists.
Yo, man.
Sorry, I
So
had to get that out.
I used to
And
date
I'm not hurt. It made me stronger.
this white chick, and she went and invited me over to go visit her parents. This is when I was like in my teens. And basically her brother-in-law is married to her sister, and they live like in this trailer outside the home. And this guy, like when I went there, bro, like there's this fucking song that like talks about racism grabbing the Jew or the black and the Hispanic and all, and he just put that song on repeat. And her father, you know, was pissed off at her at the fact that I was even there. And I was just like, yeah, this ain't gonna work, dude. Like, and yeah, that was it. And then story long story short, I see her 2 years later prior to that, and she ends up having a kid with a black guy. So
Okay, well, help me understand why you're
that was
laughing.
awesome. No, because it's like the
Well, wait,
dad.
hold it. Now my wife had blonde eyes, blonde eyes,
No,
brown
she was
eyes,
brunette, blue
but
eyes.
she was a well, no, let me tell you about my wife. She was like it depended on the season, but my wife could be platinum blonde and she didn't use shit on her hair. She just tended to be, depending on the chlorine she was swimming in, sun and chlorine would make her a white blonde. Um, but my wife had a kid by a black guy.
No, I'm not saying that that's
That's
an
not a
issue.
condemnation. It's
I'm
not
not saying that's an
it's
issue,
not
but
a
it's just
mortal
funny.
sin.
It's just
I'm
funny
fucking
how
with you, Latino.
it's just funny how her whole family, you know what I mean, except her mom was the only one that was like accepting. And it's just funny that years down the line, after she joined the Air Force and came back, you know, from the Air Force, she had a kid, you know, and
Well,
now,
you
and
know
now,
what though?
long story short, guess what? The grandfather is always with that kid up and down. Loves that kid more
Yeah.
than he loves his kids, and it's funny to me that I'm
Let me
just like,
tell you something.
all this race
And
shit
you
for
might
what?
be look, um
It's fucking retarded, dude.
no, it's not retarded, it's America. But here is the beautiful part about America. And this is where I sometimes don't get why we need to, Trump needs to avoid the slave past. Motherfucker, we grew out of it. That is the success story. That is the beautiful part. The story you just told, that's the America I know. Like my wife, my wife would get pissed off. I like his curly hair. Dude, we are doomed to be idiots if we don't fucking understand that it's okay. America's glory is we learn from our mistakes. That's actually my American story. My 85-year-old grandmother-in-law was like, "When are you coming? Bring your white wife." She didn't say that. "And your half-breed son, come on over here. I'm cooking dinner." Motherfucker, we used to have a good old time. We used to have a good old time. My very Scots Irish background father-in-law, motherfucker, he's here every few weeks. He sent my father a birthday card. He remembered my father's birthday. Dude, we are America. My father was like, "Did you thank Ray for the birthday card?" like, well, motherfucker, you got his number. You call him. Dude, we know each other as a family. There is literally, my father could walk into my father-in-law's house, and you know what would happen? They would go, that Stanley's an asshole. I love my family. I love America, but America is messy. And the sad part is most Americans don't understand their own country's history.
Man,
So
I love when we go to family gatherings, and
yeah.
so most of these so my wife's family is like mostly girls, right? So they all have, you know, their husbands or boyfriends, etc. They all come from a different background. So we got blacks, we got whites, we got Hispanic, we got Asians. And when we sit in there and we just, you know, grilling and drinking and stuff, we crack racist jokes. Nobody gets offended because it's just
Oh,
like
fuck that. You understand the jokes. You just don't do it
yeah,
around
and we'll be
strangers.
cool
Of
about it.
course.
So like, but you know, I
Dude,
can't do that on here because some people take offense, and it's like,
you
shit,
know
man.
what? On my panel,
And it's just love.
just don't use the N
No, I don't
word.
use the N word. I say ninja.
Well, yeah, okay. Look, I used to call my wife would get all demandish. Now, here was the trick. Her mother could be just so demanding. So her mother's name was Anime. That was her mother's name. Yeah, Anime. And
Like a
believe it or
cartoon.
not, she wasn't from the South. It's all my mother-in-law's sisters had like double names. Like there was a Mary Lynn, there was an Anime. It was some tradition in their family. But my point being, um, I used to half the time when my wife would get all wifey, like, you know, wives get pissy sometimes. So I would call her Anime, which would piss her the fuck off because her mother and she could be at loggerheads. I can tell you jokes my wife used to make to her mother. However, I was more racist than my wife. I hate to admit this. Sometimes
I
he
mean,
would
same
get
here.
like, you know what? I just go, yes, Miss Ann. Oh, that used to piss her off more. My wife literally in 10 years never made a racist joke. Uh, my wife, oddly enough, was not a racist. She was really, now she could be mean, but she wasn't mean in that way. And she used to she used to get livid. Yeah, Miss Ann, remember I'm not your slave. Oh, ooh, you want to, and I do it just to piss her off more. Let's see what kind of fireworks are gonna go off. Let's fuck with this woman. But did you make her eat the cake, Stan? My dream is a racist white wife. You know what? You don't want that. What the fuck are you talking about, Kelvin? I
He's
think
been trying to
Kelvin
make
is
things
just
sick.
no. You know what? I miss my fucking wife every goddamn day. And this is the last time I'm going to talk about my wife. I miss her every motherfucking day. And she has been dead for quite some time. I still think about her. I literally had my father-in-law say that, Stanley, we would understand if you moved on. And you know what? It made me cry because there is a woman out there somewhere, I'm sure, but we'll find each other by accident. I was dude, I was fucking 38 or 39 or so.
When that happened?
39 when we got married.
Oh, okay. I was
Dude,
like, Jesus Christ.
motherfucker, I was ancient. I literally thought, I guess I'll never get married, and then I met her. Dude, I was so fucking dude, I don't get all I need to talk to you every day like. But I talk to her every day. And
Hey.
that is very unusual. I don't even like talking on the phone. I used to call
same
her
here, dude.
when I was at work. I would call her on my lunch breaks. What you doing? So I've never been that way before or after. And you know what? I had the love of my life. I'll be okay. I got my son, and he's doing well. It would be nice to meet someone, but you know, I met my person, and God damn it, honestly, that's why I'm not in a rush. She literally was my person. She understood me. She understood when to go, yes, dear, and walk off. She could be
That's
rude.
important. That's very important.
Oh, no. It was necessary. Dude, I'm an
Yeah.
asshole.
It's the same thing here with me, bro. I'm the dick in my relationship. I tell my wife this all the time, and I apologize for it.
Well, don't be
And
proud
I
of that.
thank her for having the patience that she has with me. Because
Yeah.
Lord knows.
You got to. Dude, do you understand? Your wife has a difficult job. My wife had
Oh,
a
dude.
difficult job. It's and that's why I'm kind of like, Deacon Dave likes to tease me about, oh, Stanley, if a woman says something, hell yeah, I'm gonna take her side, because a man worth anything, let's face it, is gonna be difficult. You know, les hommes souffrent tant. Dude, if you are about shit, you're working 12 to 16 hours a day, you're not going to be the most pleasant motherfucker when you get home. And having a wife who understands that, oh shit, he's been working, give him a little attitude, be
Yeah, let me
able
give
to
him a
say
treat.
yes,
Let me fix him a
dear,
sandwich, a
and
coffee.
walk away instead of fussing.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want my wife, PhD. She could have asserted and would be right to do so, but she didn't. Dude, control your house. Don't be a motherfucking monster, but you are human. Pick a woman who knows you are human and apologize profusely when you're an asshole. You know what? You don't go, well, honey, I was tired. Just please go, I was so tired and I apologize, but forgive me. I'll try and do better. They just really, honestly, they just need to know you understand what an asshole you were. Sometimes they can forgive you. Just try not to do it. Make a good faith effort. And Kelvin, I don't know. No, I don't like talking, but I like talking to my friends. Um, I got 2 friends on the panel. Kelvin, you hit the link. You can talk to me as well. Don't be an English snot, sir. Apparently that tea is strong you're drinking. Oh, look. Oh, this is gonna be good. It's
What?
Be
The big
Brave up
brave.
on panel.
The white Messiah.
Well, we don't get to talk about what used to be while something presently is ripping the shit.
You know what? I might have to go over there and destroy John and motherfucking Be Brave. Make it a twofer. No, I
Stan,
don't like talking, Kellen.
you know what? Let's go ahead. Some quick background information for you. This is specific to Be Brave and his background.
Oh, I don't
Baby,
care. Dude,
I know.
let me
Okay.
do it in the blind.
I know, just for your live chat too, Stanley. Baby boomers were born between 1946 and 1964. There were approximately 76.4 million baby boomers living in the United States in 2012. In 2019, the Pew Research Center estimated there were 71.6 boomers in the United States. Baby boomers are predominantly white, representing nearly 3/4 of the demographics. In 2023, 71% of boomers identified as white. In 2015, 79% of baby boomers were white. Immigration, here we go. Historically, the era when baby boomers came of age, 1946 to 1964, saw a relatively low share of immigrants in the United States population compared to other periods. The majority of immigrants during this time were white Europeans. The share of the population that was first generation immigrants was 6.9% in 1950 and 5.4% in 1960. Immigration surged after the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. I bring this all up to you, Stanley, just to give you some background, because when we're looking at white European immigrants, which is the boomers that I just read to you, 6.9% in 1950 were first generation immigrants, white Europeans, majority. 5.4% in 1960, majority of these immigrants were white European. This is Brave's family. Imagine coming to this country and you have to assimilate.
No, actually, you're wrong. Brave is 70 years old. Look at Brave's. No.
Mhm.
Let's do math here.
Okay.
Brave's parents were probably pre 1946.
Oh, I don't.
Or is my math wrong?
Okay, but even if that's the case, there's
I
still
mean, Brave
generation.
would have been like he's 5 years older, so he would be what 1955.
Okay, so
Correct.
plus or
Okay,
minus.
so when would whoa 1955 roughly when he was born?
Okay, yeah.
His parents.
He fits right there then. Yeah, he fits
I mean,
right
it
there.
would be pre.
You just said he's
His parents would have
1955.
been back. His parents would have possibly been. Look back. After World War II, they wouldn't have been born here.
No, his parents were
No, they
not
wouldn't
born
have.
here. His
I think
parents
he
Right. So
mentioned.
immigrated.
what
That's
I'm
my
saying
point.
is
They're part of
it's
that group of
possible.
white European immigrants who came during that time.
And he mentioned this in the past that he's
Well, I don't care about any of that. What I'm saying is that
And right, imagine if
most of
assimilate.
you don't think when did he say when they immigrated? He was
He didn't.
born. When did they immigrate?
He never said that. He never
no.
gave.
He
Okay,
just
then
and
well.
I'm just giving
I
you
don't understand. What are y'all fussing about? You have no clue when his parents got here.
Yeah,
What if
but
they were
if
here
you look,
back? Please let me finish. What if they were back during the 1930s? I'm thinking the immigration would have been back in the like 1930s pre World War II.
No, that's kind of so they got here in the 30s and then they had Brave in the 50s.
It's what
So
he
you're gonna
never said how old his parents were. They didn't
okay.
have to be in the 20s.
That it just
They
right.
didn't have to
It
be
doesn't
in their 20s.
seem plausible. He just said that his parents were immigrants.
Okay, if
Here,
let's just say they were 25. If he was born in 1946, I'm sorry, I'm getting the math. He was 55. Let's go back 25 years, 1920 something.
Stanley, you don't need to know how
I
old
will. You will have a more solid
when more than
argument
likely
when
they
you know when
arrived.
his parents were born. See, Be Brave
We're
didn't
talking
tell
about
you
when
when his
he-
parents were born.
we don't need to know when his parents were born. Knowing
We
Be
do. You don't get my argument, do you?
No, I don't, because I'm talking when they
Well, let
arrived.
me help you with my argument, ma'am.
More
And
than
then
Monday, and even
poo
then,
poo on my argument. Poo poo on my argument when you disagree with it. His parents were probably 1930s or maybe roundabout World War II refugees. If he was born in 55, it is totally possible that his parents could have been pre-World War II born immigrants.
Okay. I okay.
And my point would be my roots are deeper than his in any case.
Right.
That
I've already made
that he is bold enough to talk about a culture, that he is old enough to talk about a culture that pre-existed his parents in the United States, I find vulgar.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And that a motherfucker like John Galt allows a conversation like this. I think John Galt is very limited. Universal Jones, stick with broken families and fake pop psychology, and we can go from there.
My point in bringing that up is that he still had to assimilate. That's my whole point. At the end of the day,
Be Brave didn't have to assimilate. He's first generation. He is American.
Okay, Stanley, keep in mind the
No,
immigrant
honestly,
experience is not
you
something that
don't
you're going to be familiar with.
Be
The
Brave
immigrant
is as
experience-
American as
Right.
me.
Yeah,
I just
we
have
get
deep
that.
roots.
We get that, Stanley, but he's still the child of immigrants at a time.
So
when
what?
when
He
he probably
is
may have been one of the
American.
especially Polish, Hungarian.
Honestly,
Stanley,
I'm not
the
going
United
to
States is not
tolerate this
Polish,
argument, Ponder.
Hungarian,
If he
European.
was
We all
born
know-
here, if Be Brave was born on American soil in an American hospital and he went to an American school, the motherfucker is as American as I am.
That's besides the point. My point is he's still a child of immigrants, and an immigrant experience is still going
And
to be.
I think your
Oh,
point about him being a child of immigrants is besides the point. He's American.
that's not my point, and we're not even disputing whether or not
Okay,
he's
dude,
American.
we're not going to
We're
go
talking
round
about
and
him
round
and white and
forever
black
on this.
people.
Let me ask you a question so I can help you out here. Don't know why you must fuss. Is Be Brave American?
That's a
Was he
moot
born
point.
here
That's
on
a moot
American soil?
point. That is
See, Ponder, you
Stanley,
are
I gotta
as
head out. I gotta head
racist
out.
as Be
I don't
Brave
know.
is.
I gotta head out. I don't know what other
Motherfucker,
country
you don't
American
have
has
to
to do.
know. You have
I
to
gotta go,
accept
Stanley.
that
Goodbye.
Be Brave is an American. Dude, what kind of fucking bullshit is he trying to propagate? I don't care who his parents are. I have an argument, but dude, he is 100% grade A, as American as I am, and that's how I beat him. He's just not a good American. Ponder, you need to understand how I work. I don't do Be Brave is less than American. That's not how I goddamn work. Come on now. I fought for this motherfucking country. I am kidding about that. I fought for it, but I don't. It's much more interesting to hear how this American look at him.
That they're repulsed over this nonsense. Just like that young lady jumping her mother or whatever it was. That's where we're at. It's over.
Latino.
It's over. We're done.
Y'all don't motherfucking understand how I'm an American.
Society.
If you were born here, you are goddamn American.
I agree.
Period. I don't give a fuck if your parents were immigrants. Motherfucker, you are an American. You understand? Now, there are people who are Mayflower family Americans who understand America a lot less than Ponder does. Ponder understands America. She just wants to dig into things that separate. If you're born here, you went to, like, motherfucker, if you went to kindergarten here and you made it all the way through 12th grade, motherfucker, you're an American. You are a fucking grassroots American. I told you I loved my high school, but I also hated it. Be Brave is as motherfucking American as I am. That's why I win these arguments. He just doesn't know. He didn't take the time to study it.
I hope that rule changes.
What rule?
If you're born here, you're American. I hope that changes. I hope that comes to an end.
Motherfucker, then you will catch heat on this panel.
I hope that hits the wall and explodes.
Well, you know what? I hope you become a lawyer and change the rule because it's not going to change, son.
I agree.
So somebody hop the fence, they're American.
Yeah, God damn it. If you hop the fence and drop a baby, the baby's American.
Yes, the baby.
Stanley will fight to his last breath to protect that right.
God damn, Skippy. I will adopt that baby.
I will sponsor it.
No offense to
Why wouldn't
anybody
I?
who's done it.
If you're born, if you
apparently.
are born on American soil,
that's like
read the Constitution, son. And Latino.
Stanley, can I just throw a little point in there, please, if you don't mind?
Please do.
For instance, let's say, you know, me and my wife are citizens, right? Like, you know, we did everything the right way, but let's just say that we didn't, right? And we're here and we pay taxes and everything, and all of a sudden we get deported, but we have our kids that are citizens. Are they not entitled
Then you
to
stay, both of you.
No, that's the part. It's not that you show up on the
soil.
soil.
I don't care.
I'm not
if my
listening
kid
to
not
Deacon Dave.
having-
If no. American kids, you weren't here for the argument I made. If you're an American kid, you have a God-given right to an American childhood. And if that means making exceptions, then you make the motherfucking exceptions. Americans, kids shall not be hurt. They have a God-given right to an American childhood and all the bullshit that entails. Deacon Dave, don't bring that bullshit here because I'm going to crush it.
To make a greater point, the one lady who got kicked out and the way the United States work is that the child is with the mother, and you said that the American citizen got
make an exception.
deported.
Make
the American citizen
goddamn
got deported with their mother. Now, why did that happen if she was a
make an exception? You can't fucking figure that out. You better be goddamn motherfucker. I might just go to law school just to fuck with you dumb motherfuckers. Which part of if this little girl was born in America and she's an American citizen and her mother is not, guess what? Make a goddamn exception. The child stays and her non-citizen mother stays to take care of that American child so the fucking welfare system doesn't have to. The fuck is wrong with you people? You know what? I honestly think that black people in America, like Deacon Dave and John Galt, America done fucked y'all up. Retain your humanity. Retain your humanity, black man. Don't be like them.
There is honestly a contradiction to these rules, and I don't understand why.
There's not a goddamn contradiction. You need to remember you're black, son.
No, I don't, because I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm an American. You want to play the crayon game? Go right ahead.
I am not going to tell you. I am going to tell you, be who you are, but you're black.
Okay, but black in name only, or black in color only, but not as a class.
Motherfucker, you are black in heritage only. White people ain't going to claim your dumb ass.
I don't need white people to claim me. Why do you think because somebody says they're not black, that means they want white people to claim you?
You don't need much. You know what? The stupidity is you not understanding that you swim in the same racist waters than that Trump does. You are as big a racist as Trump.
Are you afraid to drown in those waters by yourself? Because I'm not in those waters.
I don't drown. I put my head above the surface of those racist waters waters and breathe critical thinking air.
Well, they had
If
to be
you want,
consistent,
if you
Stanley.
want to swim in the American racist waters, you gotta learn how to breathe some critical thinking air.
It's inconsistent. If you want the mother to be the custodian of the
Motherfucker.
child.
Okay, dude, if you're
Wait,
looking for
you gotta let
consistent,
somebody get the
no,
argument
you
out. This
wait,
shit is
son.
silly.
If you want to look at consistency in human life, good luck with that. The only consistency is you're gonna fucking die.
Well, the family court system is not agreeing with the way you're saying.
I don't give a motherfucker. Why? Let me ask. Why the fuck should I care what the family courts say? I've never been in one. Why the fuck do I care? I will care when I need to.
And
Don't
that's
bring
why
up
the
that.
child.
I do. No. I don't give a fuck about the ghetto. I don't give a fuck about family court. I'll care when I have to deal with it. Don't you fucking present your version, and not you, Dave. Don't tell
That's
me
all
about a
good.
family court. Don't tell me about a family court I don't give a fuck about. I've never had to deal with it. Not every motherfucker does. Stop your whining. Whining about the courts. Don't go to the courts if you don't want to deal with it. The fuck?
Respectfully, this is why you're ignorant to what I'm saying.
I am ignorant so much so that I'm smart. I only deal with the bullshit once I have to. If you have to deal with the bullshit of family courts, I assume you know it's bullshit before you ever get there. Don't go. Don't fucking take your family court suffering and spread it like fucking disaster on toast. No one gives a fuck about your experience in family court.
Let me know when I can talk because you're just conflating something.
You know what? If you're gonna
I'll point it out
spout
to you when you're
bullshit,
done.
don't talk. You
I'll
will
point out your
nothing.
conflation when
You
you're
will
done.
No. What you will point out is I'm smart enough not to have to motherfucking deal with family courts.
That's irrelevant. You're personalizing my
No,
argument.
it's extremely relevant.
Yeah, it's
Motherfucker,
irrelevant to my
do
argument.
not come up. Who on this panel has been to a family court? Wale, welcome. Latino,
I've never been to a family
you're the
court.
only. Well, then why
Thank God
are
I
you
haven't been
talking?
to one.
Then why are you talking about something you don't know?
You're getting caught
Motherfucker,
up in the words
stop
family
licking.
court.
Okay, what you're getting caught up in is an experience you don't know about.
You're getting caught up in not listening.
No. What do you know about family court if you've never had to deal with it? Stop
The
it.
default
Stop licking.
judgment, I'm telling
Stop
you what I know about
licking.
it. The default
You don't know
judgment is that the
shit.
mother
You
gets
don't know
the
shit.
custody of the child. And if you have to
So
deport the mother,
you
the
have
child goes with the mother.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, then why are you
So
talking?
what? Because I think you're full of shit is why I'm talking.
Your counter argument is more personal towards the person presenting the argument than the argument itself.
Okay, see, you want to call this a counter argument.
It's not. It's just a bit of a crazy reaction.
Yes,
I don't know why.
it is reactionary. Let me tell you, would you like to know why? Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I'm
That's not the
offended.
reason why either. The reason why is because you think less of men
tell me
who had
why.
to deal with the
Don't
family
tell,
court.
dude.
That's
Don't
a
tell me
default
what.
response.
See, look at this racist motherfucker. He wants to tell a black man why a black man is making this argument. Are you
Actually,
a John
the
Galt?
reason for your counter
motherfucker.
argument is partially what John has been speaking on.
Doing a John Galt here. You think you know all black men because you're a black man, right?
You racista. No, seriously, Stanley. I
Motherfucker,
love you
you
to
don't
death,
know
man.
me. You don't know me.
Love you to death, Stanley, but you got to stop with this Kate behavior.
You literally sound like John Galt here.
And you have a sisterhood response to what I'm saying. and you got to stop with
And
the caping.
motherfucker, of course I do. I like women.
I did not
Y'all
know
dumb
before I hit
ass.
this panel
Y'all
that you was
dumb
a male
ass.
feminist. This is crazy.
There is a reason why Hood Conservative cries on his panel about the women who abuse him.
Yeah, if you're black, you're supposed to believe all in together now, make it more better now. But then when you have to deal with the enforcement
The
that the
blacker the
system
berry, the
brings,
sweeter the juice.
Okay,
all that stuff.
do you know what my black father taught me and my black mother too? Because they were married for 59 years. They taught me, motherfucker, you're smart and be yourself and don't fuck up.
Yeah.
Those were
I'm
the
not even
cardinal
speaking about
rules.
somebody fucking up though.
Dude, do you think if I divorced my wife and gone to family court, my parents would be there? Fuck no.
Okay, Stanley,
Stop
hear me out.
pretending. No.
Hear me
I'm
out.
gonna go far afield. I'm gonna go to places you never thought your dumbass logic could go. Dude, stop being hood conservative. You can't help hood conservative. You
If they
cannot
had to
help.
leave the
Okay,
child with the
dude,
father to set a precedent.
who gives a fuck? It's
You
not
have
you.
like a block or something. You
I
refuse
do
to
not
listen to that.
have empathy.
That's
I
a
don't
lack of
have that kind
respect.
of.
That's what I think it is.
I don't have empathy. I don't give a fuck. I will give a fuck. I will give a fuck when I have to deal with the courts. I can offer sympathy. I can pat you on the back and tell you it'll be okay. But motherfucker, I'm not going to take up a cause I have no clue about. You and hood conservative are dumb nigger rebels without a clue.
M-bomb.
No, motherfucker, I'm going to say it again. Y'all are dumb nigger, and I'm using the hard R, and I don't like saying the N word on my panel. Y'all are dumb niggers without a fucking clue.
That's
Stop
very
it. Stop acting.
it's
Stop acting
hard to
like.
do when
Stop
you won't
acting
even
like I
consider
have
what
to.
you don't know.
You need to stop acting like all black people need to support your stupidity. You're stupid not because you're black. You're stupid because you're a fuck up.
Damn.
Which one do you think bears more weight?
Motherfucker, I'm gonna talk, god damn it. Hood conservative is a fuck up and I have no sympathy.
I'm just.
Well, Stanley, consider this: if they gave that child to the father,
I don't have to consider it. Stop asking me to.
but they had to get rid of the mother.
Dude, you keep asking me to have sympathy or empathy or any sort of consideration for something I don't understand. And
You don't
number
understand.
two,
Thank you. That's all I needed you to say.
Dude, it's not my goddamn problem.
I know, but then you go on and you make a stream and you argue this whole
stop
point that
acting.
they.
See, this is what dumb fucks like hood conservative think. Because you're black and a man, you need to
Stanley,
understand
you're
my
gonna
motherfucker. You go into the back. Don't interrupt me. Hood conservative is a fuck up. He needs to stop acting like all black people are a fuck up. Same with John Galt. John Galt is a fuck up. Dude, who the fuck carries a goddamn gun into a federal motherfucking court? I have no sympathy. You were simply stupid. You were either stupid or you were forgetful. In either way, I don't give a fuck.
Bro.
Stop acting goddamn like it is a black problem. It is a stupid motherfucker problem.
Damn.
You're gonna hand me my fifth.
Don't, motherfucker, don't blame. See, this is what these motherfuckers want to do. I have made it to 60 years old and I get to do what I want to do. Dude, I've come close to fucking up. I have fucked up. but god damn it, I haven't.
Pretty sure we all
Like
have.
I tell my son, I've told my son, don't fuck up to a point to where I can't save you. If you fuck up beyond me helping you, you have fucked up. I can't help you. It is your stupidity. Don't be stupid. Every fathers don't want their sons to be stupid.
They want them to be smarter than they are.
No,
Or even
motherfucker,
more.
my son is super smart. Now, I'm smarter, but maybe only because I know how he thinks and I'm older. No, that motherfucker's doing linear algebra for databases. I've worked with databases. I always did the front end. I never designed one from scratch. So anyway, I hate to be so mean, but you need
No,
to
it's
stop
cool.
this
No, it's cool. It's cool.
bullshit.
It's cool.
Deacon Dave, I honestly don't give a fuck about family court. I will when I
No.
have to.
Hey, Stanley, this is the stuff that would inspire me to make a stream my damn self to spell this out for you. And you could check it. You could fact check it.
So you need that kind of revenge?
No.
You need to
I
go.
need that kind of
You
subject
do
matter.
understand that you'll never be able to convince me, right?
No, it's not about convincing you. It's about spelling out the facts and explaining exactly why you're wrong.
Dude, history is full of facts, yet you spin a narrative that can be counterfactual.
Your interpretation of history is different than what is factual.
I will give you this. My interpretation is theoretical because I've never had to fuck up. I've never had to cover up that kind of fuck up. That's a hood-servative problem, not mine. And I often don't
and
want
I
to
think
hear
that's the
about it.
mistake you're making is that you're
Motherfucker,
labeling.
I don't. No. You're telling me that I'm fucking up by calling another asshole a fuck up and not listening to his channel? How is that a fuck up?
No, I have the Stanley argument rule book, and I know I'm violating a few rules in that thing. But
This is literally where the manosphere has gone wrong.
the Stanley strategy guide.
Half the motherfuckers, half the manosphere motherfuckers can't think their way out of a YouTube show, and the other half think those motherfuckers who have no brain and can't think are heroes. Therefore, that's 100%.
This isn't manosphere.
I don't do
in the
dumb
law.
nigger shit. I don't
It's
do
the
dumb nigger
contradiction
shit.
in the law, not manosphere.
I don't do John Galt plus Universal Jones dumb fucking loser shit. They're losers. I said it. You're welcome to repeat it. I will hop up on John Galt's panel, which we're showing. Universal and John know what I think. They are good people. They could snap out of it, but motherfucker, who gives a fuck? Dude, John Galt hasn't married a baby mama yet. I don't give a fuck about his lovely. I don't give a fuck about his lovely lady Lisa. Who gives a fuck? Only bottom feeding motherfuckers who like a good story and a drunk minstrel like to hear about lovely lady Lisa.
My lovely lady.
Universal is hanging on. I'm not going to get into Universal's story because it would be mean. But Universal isn't a winner. Motherfucker, he's working for his wife. He does not get to dictate his kid's schedule on a daily or weekly basis. You win when, motherfucker, you control your life. You control your house. You don't have to be mean. Motherfucker, I was working all the time. And you know what? By the way, I loved my work. I loved Ticketmaster, systems engineering. I love that shit. That's half the reason. Dude, you know what? My wife was home. I loved my job. That's why it never pissed me off to have to work so much. But motherfucker, look, I was raised to be successful. Luckily, I listened to a couple things my parents said. Dude, when my wife was at the lake and I was tapping on a motherfucking computer, dude, I was going to get fresh, hot, fucking. I was getting Popeye's chicken fresh out of the fryer. This shit was delicious. You know, you're up there swimming with the child at the pond. I'm eating fresh, hot motherfucking Popeye's chicken and hanging out with my
Love that
buds
chicken from
doing.
Popeye.
Dude, I wasn't suffering in a coal mine. Motherfucker, I was hanging out, coding, having fun, eating fresh out of the fryer Popeye's chicken. You got to cut the crust to let it cool a bit so the steam comes out. That shit is crunchy.
Love that chicken.
Dude, I wasn't mining coal. So anyway, dude, I love being married. I fucking loved it. I miss it every goddamn day. My wife was awesome. My child, though he's not a child anymore, is motherfucking awesome. And I'm not going to ask him what he's doing out there with his girlfriend in San Francisco. I just don't want to know. You know what? I look, motherfucker, this motherfucker is a fucking gonna be some form of engineer, and this motherfucker's getting pussy. Shit, I didn't even pay for it, dude. It's his money. I don't even have to pay for it. Look, it could all crash and burn tomorrow, but you know what? This is what Mr. Galt doesn't understand. I'm here by myself. I have sponsors of this show, and I must bring them up, and I must. Deacon Dave, I should treat you with more respect because you did sponsor the show. And Lupin.
No, you good. You good, Stanley. I like it. I appreciate it.
No. You know what? You're going to get me, aren't you? This motherfucker's going to crush me. I hear it in your voice. Look, I'm sorry that I knew my wife. I'm sorry I took my son to the airport to meet his Asian girlfriend. Motherfucker, he's meeting their family, her family, and I haven't met her. I'm a little jealous. I'm a little pissed off, quite frankly. But I'll meet her. I think my brother has met her.
What?
Well,
but does your brother live?
My brother is his uncle. Yeah.
But does your brother? Does he live next to the university or something?
Well, no, he's a researcher.
Also,
oh, you don't know about my brother?
So your brother works there?
No, my brother is a think tank computer dude. It's the Georgia Tech Research Institute.
Oh, okay. I mean, that would make sense.
Oh, no. Hey, the only thing I have to say is I literally taught my brother computers. He's taken it way farther than I ever could have. Dude, we used to play Doom on Commodore 64.
Damn.
He would take the right side. I would take the left side. Now this motherfucker is an AI researcher. So y'all don't know shit about me, dude.
Black excellence, Stanley. Black excellence, Stanley.
No. It's black normality. Dude, motherfucker. Dude, my brother's first fucking job was fixing
just
computers.
A professional
and, like,
that happens to be black.
I bagged groceries. My brother fixed computers and then started doing. My motherfucking brother was making like $20,000 $100 a year in like the 90s as a kid, as a 14-year-old. My parents used to complain all the time about their motherfucking taxes.
Yeah.
Dude, no. Wait, hold it. And I wish I were kidding. I don't have to exaggerate. My brother was designing websites for corporations at like 15.
Awesome.
Now, there were big corporations, hospital corporations in Savannah. Look, y'all think I'm fucking bullshitting about black excellence? And dude, we're not rich. I'm not rich. My sister's okay. My brother's okay. I'm not rich. John Galt thought I was kidding about generational wealth. We don't talk about money in my family. My father's still alive, and it's gauche to talk about such shit. John Galt does not understand black excellence. It's not being an urban landlord. It is being who you are.
Hey, Stanley.
Now, I am drunk. I am boasting a bit. But the part,
urban landlord.
okay, no, there's nothing wrong with it.
shit.
All I'm saying, I think John is a little too dismissive.
The hell is that?
No
What is my
idea.
ring light? Hey,
I think John, and I'm being a little flippant, by the way. All apologies to John Galt, but I'm not whistling Dixie. I am who I am. When I talk about black excellence, motherfucker, I'm the black sheep of the family because I read Chaucer. Motherfucker. However, I'm not poor. I am the poorest person in this family. Yet my son has a full ride to Georgia Tech. So we go. Y'all need y'all need to find out what black excellence is, and it's not being dismissive, but it's also Deacon Dave, Latino, and Wale too. Look, I have a friend of mine who grew up in the hood in Richmond, Virginia. And this is like 5 years ago. I was like, well, the police need to do a better job and the people. You know what this motherfucker told me, Stanley? You didn't grow up anywhere near these issues. You need to stop fucking talking about it. And he was sincere. And you know what? I did a little pushback, but in the end, he was right. Stan, you're black. Just don't talk about shit you don't know. And this is a motherfucker, former Marine. He's a financial dude, probably richer than I am. Younger than my brother, by the way. He's in his 30s. And he did the with all due respect thing, and he was definite. Don't talk about shit you don't know. And you know what? I try not to. And that's the best motherfucking advice I've ever gotten. I don't know about the hood, but I don't need to either.
But you want to know where the problem lies? It's when people want to box everybody into one box, and it's like, dude, you can't.
Well,
compare.
That's a white thing. White people do that.
Yeah, but I mean, I see it happening in the thing that you have right now on your screen, where we say, we want to compare Pookie and Ray Ray to black excellence, and we got to be realistic here. Like,
well, Pookie and Ray Ray are black excellence of a sort. Why? Whoa! Why are we even comparing? They're not, dude. Pookie and Ray Ray. Why would you compare them to
your brother's not?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. That's not black excellence. Why make the comparison? I think Pookie and Ray Ray.
That's where we get lost.
No, let me finish. Pookie and Ray Ray need to be compared to Jim Bob and the other fucking like Gomer Piles. That's the actual comparison. How about do it across class and not so much about race?
Agreed. And that's where I was going to get to, because it's like,
Okay, I'm sorry. I jumped
you
your
know,
gun. My bad.
about and also education has to do with that too. I mean, if you could be a uneducated Pookie and Ray Ray and get yourself educated, and you no longer have to be a Pookie or Ray Ray. You could become in the middle until you become excellence. You know what I'm saying? But
Let me put it to you this way, and I think there's a lot of things y'all don't understand. My father never graduated from college. But guess what he did? Let me put it to you this way. There's generational wealth. And a lot of it has to do with him and his brother, my uncle. And the two, we're not connected other than they were brothers, but it just a little dab will do you. Look, they're not going to send us, they're not raising my father didn't raise Trustafarians. My uncle didn't raise a Trustafarian, but you know what? We didn't starve, and they were like, this is what you need to do. Go out and do something yourself. Look, John Galt wants to talk about why can't we be like Asians? Asians don't all throw fucking money in a pot. Sometimes those kids go out and become doctors and lawyers. Sometimes their cousins, their nieces and nephews throw some money from their like doctor's office kitty fund. It's not all built in the first, second, or even third generations.
no, it ain't.
Immigrants don't become rich in their first or second generation.
No, they
Look,
don't.
you raise your kids to be a motherfucking neurosurgeon, there's some extra cash. Like a Ben Carson, who is a better example. Ben Carson doesn't fucking do neurosurgery. The motherfucker, it had to have been stressful to a point to where you get PTSD. Dude
Sure.
retired and did something else, but was still making money.
Mm-hmm.
The simpletons, the Ray Rays and Pookies think, why can't we be like Asians? But yet they're never like Asians. Asians fucking, they raise neurosurgeons who can retire at 40 and then they have excess cash to build businesses from there. There's more than one way. You don't fucking do it. Like listening to what's his name? The Korean dude. That motherfucker's a moron. Literally.
Oh, Master Kim?
A moron.
Oh, okay.
That mother. No, now I will give him credit. He is like a John Galt. He thinks everybody, you got to do everything from the ground level. Well, the smart people do the ground level work and then they raise kids or grandkids who don't have to dirty their hands but have plenty of money. Motherfucker.
Yeah. That's how my kids are gonna be.
Work smarter, not harder, and it might take more than a generation. Dude,
Mm-hmm.
I have Indian friends. I have a buddy who's like, I think he's second generation Indian. Motherfucker went to Berkeley. That motherfucker doesn't work. He talks about investments while he's making money. Motherfucker doesn't care. John Galt, these motherfuckers, I'm going to be perfectly honest. John Galt doesn't think like a rich man. I don't think like a rich man because I'm not rich, but God damn it, dude. Getting on a panel with bottom feeders, Eastern Europeans in a cheap ass pool. And no, dude, you know what? If I went up on that panel, they would toss me off. John would be in a tizzy. That's why I'm not there. These guys are successful, but they don't know how to build success. I don't know how to build success. I know my father does. And if I put my mind to it, dude, I'm a lazy motherfucker. I'm just successful. But I also know I don't go to my father for money. I don't go my motherfucking son. I'm a little miffed off. You know what? He didn't ask me for money. The motherfucker, he figured out how to get to San Francisco for his little assignation.
What up, Wale?
Hey, dude, who that?
It's Deacon. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I didn't see either one of you. I was saying I just got off a live feed myself. I put the name of it in the back chat, but I didn't see Stanley. I was waiting
Oh,
on
did
Stanley.
you? Oh, I'm always here. I'm. It's called Stanley versus the World, Wale.
Yeah, I didn't know you did that 24/7 though. Damn.
You
So
know
I
what?
put the,
I don't.
He got trapped up here.
I got good night's. I got a good night's sleep. Took my son to the airport yesterday. You didn't notice I didn't do a morning show because I was busy.
I did a morning show, 7 o'clock to about half an hour ago.
Oh, motherfucker, why aren't you telling us what your link is? Put the
That's
link
what
in
I-
the back, not the.
Oh, the actual link.
You put the text, not the link.
Yeah, I see you said the actual link. It's coming. Yeah, I
Oh,
was just
dude,
saying.
you know what?
The title.
You know what? We will watch your show. As a matter of fact, if I don't have to do a show, we'll all go over to your show.
Oh, it's done. I closed it out. It was 5 hours.
Well, hopefully, is it a one-time deal?
For that particular concept, no, I do more, but that was just that particular concept was the white privilege or white handicap. They have
right on theme with the show.
Well, you know what? It actually sounds like something we should watch.
Oh, okay. Well, I put the link in.
Stanley, he gonna break it down. So he gonna this motherfucker.
Stan likes saying that, but you know what, Stan? I took that word to heart when I was a youth, right? And somebody called me a motherfucker, and I took it to heart. And because I like to frame everything in truth first. And I realized, I said, you know what, you're right. Most of the women I have fucked have been mothers.
Yep.
Yeah. What a coincidence.
It's a coinkydink.
Couldn't argue with him. He called me a mother. I said, you're right,
Yeah.
I'm a motherfucker.
Yeah, you're right. And if your mom and right there and then I would be like, if your mom looked good, I mean, she might be getting fucked.
It might be, telling you, I mean, life is life.
Come on out, you rapist!
All right.
Come out, you rapist.
I was so bad
figure
at
out. Well, give me one sec. Be right back.
The girl asked me to rape her, and I couldn't do it. I was like, damn.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, bitches got weird fetishes, and you gotta be careful with it.
I had one ask me to punch her in the back of the head on some serious. She was serious. I was like, what the hell? Put your shirt on and get up out of there. Yeah.
You gotta make sure, like, if you do some stuff like that, you gotta have like you got text messages of her saying all this shit, bro.
Got to sign a NDA and
yeah, because bitches be crazy. Bro. Turn around and say you did some shit to her, man.
Well, they request the strangest shit, and then
again, this is turning into something I don't approve of. What if it's just a test? What if you raped her and she got pissed off?
What? I couldn't. So I was just saying an experience.
That
Some things I
is
don't
the right answer, and it was probably a test.
I can dig it. Because to
Well,
me,
of course you could dig it because I'm probably right.
okay.
Yeah.
Because people do not
Dude, every woman asks that question. And you know what? You want to
Really?
know well, did someone say really?
Yeah, I said really because I only got that from one woman.
Okay, well, motherfucker, let me give you the answer you probably already know. Did you rape her?
No.
Well, then there is your answer, and that's why I think I'm probably right.
That every
What if you
woman.
had? What if you had?
I don't know. I
My
didn't.
point, whoa. Before you get off into some moral high ground, you didn't do it. Okay, you can chuckle all you want. Bottom line is you didn't do it, and ask yourself, what if you had?
Okay.
You would literally be on that video.
Yeah, this shit's silly.
Dude, I take dumbass points and make them dumber.
I'd be on the video. That's funny, man.
Well, you know what? That dude asked the question.
Hey.
And you would have to say yes. Imagine
Hey.
that. Stan Autry. Motherfucker, you know what? I'm dropping this link, Mr. Top. I'm dropping that link. Hit the link, man. We got a gaggle of old black men up here. and yes, Latino, that includes you.
He's giving you an honorary badge for today.
No, motherfucker. Latino is black.
No, you got a 24-hour pass.
Okay, what you're gonna do is not do that, Dave. He has my trust.
I heard you in the
He
young man
has
arguing.
my motherfucking trust.
Okay.
Earlier, Stanley, you were talking about cookies,
about
man.
Black.
And that's why I got on the
Oh,
panel.
motherfucker! You know what? You really want to talk about cooking?
No, you said cookies earlier. But that's why I got on, and like I totally
Oh,
slipped and forgot. To ask you
what? Have I kept you up here this long because of cookies?
Bro, like that was like 3 hours.
No,
ago.
but you know what that's, dude. Look, my son, and you know what? My son and my wife, they were close, like seriously close. Like, goddamn, is there room for daddy sometimes? No, when he said, I guess cookies in my life are older, I know it sounds so stupid, but he was 7 and he was sincere. And I'm like, I'm not letting him down. I fucking hated baking. I won't say I love it now,
I
but
love it now because it's calming.
It's a necessity. I like bread, and it's too expensive to buy, so I have to. But I also mean, motherfucker, you are black. Fuck you. You got a black grandfather. You are black.
So I'm not black, right?
You've
None of my
defined
people.
yourself. Whoa.
Yeah.
Don't pull me in that direction. You defined yourself.
Of course. That young boy, that young brother.
Well, then you don't need to motherfucking worry about anyone else. You asked if you were black. I say you defined yourself.
That's another thing my mom taught me.
Dude,
I heard you
this isn't the Wale show. Don't digress into places I'm not interested in going.
Hey man, I could dig you not interested in going anywhere, actually.
Well, good. It makes my life easier.
What's going on? trying to figure it out.
Now, am I
So
going to get a
appreciate anyone
copyright
that
strike?
showed.
Am I going to get? Am I going to get a copyright strike from your show?
You telling yourself these
Well,
things
there we are.
is greater than someone else telling you these things. For instance, somebody keeps saying, "Oh, you ain't shit." You say, "What? You're gonna push back," as they call it. But when you're telling yourself them things, there's nothing to push back. Oh, once again, this is all science, man. It's very easy and simple. You're doing voodoo all the time. We cannot do anything else. This is our being. Just like some animals breathe through their mouth. We're not that animal. We're not mouth breathers. Actually, we ingest air.
We ingest air?
Food, whatever, noise, sound.
Air is not food. We do not ingest it. We inhale it. We inhale. Ingest and inhale.
What we doing in lapping is
why do I have to suffer
we
through
advance
this?
here.
I can feel a motherfucker coming soon.
I had did this on another broadcast already about explaining.
Okay, it has nothing to do with my point. Inhale, ingest, is there a difference?
Oh yeah, they spell it differently too. That's
Then
why
are you talking about inhaling in food?
No,
Do
I
I need
said
to rewind
I'm not
this?
talking about inhaling food. I said ingesting.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to try not to be mean.
Good for you.
Oh, motherfucker, I want to be.
And without the pad, we have to come again, catch up, and watch. Our strides are longer, baby. We make longer. I used to run the 220, right? And I noticed I didn't always win because I ran against niggas, man. Niggas is a competition, dude. So anyway, but I noticed myself and anybody, once they get into their stride, that's why I ran the 220 instead of 100. Because 100 was too short for me to get into my stride. Once I got into my stride, each time I moved, my foot was almost 6 feet. Every time I went up and came down was almost 6 feet. That's a stride. So there used to be people running, they hitting every foot, every yard, every foot. Every yard, they stride is about a yard. That's what's 3 feet. When I open my stride up 6 feet, that's how they run 2 steps to my 1 step. See, this is how life is. A Doberman Pinscher is going to take 1 step and he'd be past a Chihuahua. Because they got different strides. We have different strides. We can't go by the same, like we going by their stride. The mathematics won't add up. If we take their stride numbers and all the calculations that they use to get themselves from A to B, and we try to use them same calculations, we ain't gonna get from A to B the same way. Because our strides are different. You got to have the numbers. You got to find your numbers that work for you to increase our stride and move us forward. We are already moving forward. We can't help but do that. Our ancestors refuse to allow us not to. Our ancestors pushing us forward day and night, whether you realize it or not. I'm saying let's just get in sync with our ancestors and we move forward. It's like sometimes I be swimming or something and I can, the current is coming this way. But you get in sync with the current and just ride the current. It's easy. Takes all the stress out of everything and I move much faster. wrong with fighting the current, and we fight the current so much. Man, it's like pathetic. Why we feel like we got to fight the current? We don't. We've been set up to always want to fight. Somebody come in the room and say, "Oh, y'all beautiful people, look, y'all the bright colors and everything." And nigga go, "What do you mean by that bright colors? What are you trying to fight?" Niggas get offended. How the hell you get offended? You know, we cause offense when we take offense. People don't be trying to offend. No, wait a minute. Not only don't people be trying to offend you, but let's go the route you're thinking. What if they are trying to offend you? Why help them? Why say, "Oh, now I'm offended"? Why? When people try to offend me, I laugh. I'm not helping them to offend me. That's stupid. Oh, I'm offended. Oh, you tried to offend me, and guess what? You did it. Oh, you're a great, because you tried to offend me, and you did it. And I helped you to offend me because I took offense. When somebody tries to offend me, I laugh, and I be like, "Yeah, you can't offend me, baby. The most you can do is talk crazy, but you can't offend me." And so I don't take offense, and so I don't make offense just because I take it. And that's what I see a lot of people doing. Well, what you trying to say? Oh, that sounds racist. Well, see if you would.
Words of the wise.
Hey, C-Dot, one love, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I got it together. It took a guy had to come out here and do it. And then he come out here, he did everything, and it still didn't work. He had to take a pen and scrape off the doggone contacts. He was here about 20 minutes, maybe 15, because we turn it on, see it, turn it on. No, I clipped this, put in a new this. Okay, got this. Still not on. See this and that. And then he took the thing apart. He said, "Oh, wait a minute." And he took it out, looked in it, took a little pen and scratched the thing for the connectors. You know how the little golden looking connectors. Scratched them off so they can get real contact. They ain't been working ever since. Man, that's funny to me. That's what I'm saying. The beauty of life. Life is so beautiful and simple. We think it's hard and complicated because we've been given that narrative that it's hard, complicated, and you know, the rest of that goes with that. But life is not hard and complicated. First of all, we've been given this doggone, and this is very important, the cosmology that we have accepted, because, you know, you can give somebody something, but they don't have to take it. So when I say, "Oh, we've been given this and we've been given," well, you don't have to take it. I was thinking about that with my mom. Asked me about my name, because Wale is not the name that she gave me, right? And she was asking, we were talking about it because I love her.
What was the name your mother gave you, Wale?
You would have to ask her.
Is she still around?
No.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll stop here.
We talked. And I say, listen, that was a given name.
Given by whom? Now, you know, now I'm curious. And this might be the crux of where I'm going to go. You know what? Humble presidents, you are. Because I get into so much esoteric bullshit, and I don't care to be like Bob, whom I love. He's a great host. CT, I just don't do that type of show. I would much rather have 10 people who kind of vibe with where I go with these arguments or the ephemera or the dumb shit. I would much rather have 10 humble presidents than 80 wickeds. Wicked's a moron. Humble presidents is not. Give me a Deacon Dave, a Latino, a Wale versus 88 fucking mavens. Better company. A bunch of fucking pigeons, white pigeons at that. I would much rather have a Wale. Oh, stop that. So that's why oh shit, there is no one in the chat. What the hell? Oh well. So we go. And let's see. Oh shit, it is 2. I have had too many Guinness Downs. Stan, hit the hey Stan, hit the link, please. You can bring some sanity to this. Military order, good order and discipline.
Yeah, I haven't eaten breakfast.
Well, that is so sad. Had you eaten breakfast during this video?
I don't know. I got up this morning.
Do you plait your beard before breakfast?
Depends.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Stop laughing, Latino. It's a serious question. It's an ablution. Like, do you do your ablutions before breakfast? You still there, Wale?
I didn't realize I was on mute. Yes, is the answer to your question.
So you plait your beard before breakfast? Dude, that doesn't work.
The hell was that?
I have no clue. You know what? I think Wale is a genie.
Like when the cartoons are running away.
Dude, that beard. That beard.
You know that sound that
I'm just wondering. You know what? I have 3 wishes.
There you got 3. That is a funny dude.
The fuck? Oh shit. Did you know? Well, motherfucker, hit the goddamn link. You are free. Oh boy, Stan, I just got dismissed from federal jury by putting down FBA talking points on the. Oh, okay. I don't understand what the fuck that means, Humble. I wish you would hit that link because I'm curious. What are FBA talking points? You don't like cops?
Hey.
Well, you know what? It can all. Well, are they talking points or good points about history? I can understand why an FBA wouldn't like the cops that much. See, this chuckle-headed it's not always funny. Sometimes you actually have to think, Wale. Sometimes life is not a bunch of bananas. Did you ever know that? Wale? Hello, Wale? Are you cooking breakfast?
Bananas.
Well, the genie needs breakfast apparently. Humble, tell us this story. What are FBA talking points for that matter? And I promise I'm not. You know what? I'm actually honestly curious.
Yo, me too.
Well, Humble might be busy. He'll chime in.
Hey, Wale, you there?
Yo, my bad, Stan. I was on mute. I was talking the whole time. How
Oh,
you doing?
motherfucker, who cares?
Yeah, my bad. How you
So
doing,
tell
bro?
us your story. Everyone is interested
Man,
now.
Stan, I got up
What you
out of that
got?
thing, man. I got up out of that
Dude,
motherfucker.
you know what? I don't want to be on a jury either. So tell us.
All right, so
No,
can I?
and I'm dead serious. The FBA talking points,
Well,
you
okay.
have the floor
Yeah, I
and
was
no
saying
one
this.
interrupt, please.
Yeah. I would say it's a little bit. I'm not gonna make it too drawn out. I try to be Bob and land the plane. Distant flight, Miami to Orlando, not to
Motherfucker,
Georgia.
you have the floor.
So Stan,
You are blanking out a little bit.
I think I'm too far away. All right, what about now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So Stan, a few months ago, right, I got a note, and this is what I get for being an upstanding citizen, right? I get a notice from the court saying, "Oh, you've been selected for a federal grand jury summons, right? So to be on the grand jury." And I'm like, "What the fuck, man? I got a career, I got a job to handle, man. I can't do this shit, man." So I forget about it, and then a couple weeks later, they send me another notice, and they were saying, "Oh, we didn't get your response. If you don't want to be automatically selected for the grand jury, you gotta fill out a questionnaire." So I put down, I'm a young black guy. I'm a fucking thug. I'm a bum. I'm absent-minded. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, right?
Fuck you. What the fuck are you doing?
Exactly.
Let us start with motherfucker. You were selected for a jury. That is not the definition of a thug. Stop
I
that.
know. I understand that, but I put that
You
down.
know, did you
Stan, I was being
did you
facetious.
wave a red flag?
Yeah. It had blue and starred stripes on it too. But Stan, so I don't believe this shit, but I'm in a medical field. I actually just got a promotion. I got more responsibilities. I don't got time to be on a fucking federal grand jury. You know what I'm saying? So
Let
I
me
put
tell-
that. Yeah.
Let me tell you, and you need to continue your story, and I understand why you don't want. No one fucking wants to be, but motherfucker, you need to reorient how you think of yourself. And I'm not all, Mr. Psychologist and all that shit.
Yeah.
They don't fucking ask thugs to get on a goddamn jury. They
Of
ask
course not.
responsible citizens.
Yeah, of course.
They
I've always been a
ask
responsible. Yeah.
responsible citizens, sir.
Yes, Father. So
Stop calling. Dude, my son doesn't call me father.
I don't want to call you what Snake be calling you. I think that's the closest thing to
You know
respect.
what? Snake is probably closer to right. As much as I fuss, I actually like Snake.
He's cool. He's cool. He's just
Hey, you know what? Dude,
he's just a lush from New Orleans. All right, that has psychological and emotional problems. Come on, man.
We used to play a trumpet.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Stanley, let me finish my story. Goddamn, motherfucker, shit.
No. Please do. I
All
am
right.
going to interject with a joke.
Go ahead, man. I don't want to hold up a good joke.
No. Dude,
I'm one for good banter.
You are not a thug. Let's stop there.
I know I'm not a goddamn thug, but I don't want to be on a goddamn jury.
Continue this story.
All right, motherfucker, let me shit. So
sometimes, you know what, motherfucker, sometimes you respectable motherfucker it's responsibility.
Can I get another yes, Father? Amen. But
go ahead.
All right. So I put these stuff down, right? So last night I come home from work. It's like 5:30 in the evening. I live in Miami, Florida, right? So I get a call, and you know how nowadays if you get a random number, they actually had the name instead of a random number. So the name,
they were trying to trick your dumb ass.
Right. So the name says you. So the name. I thought I was a responsible citizen, not fucking not a 12th man. But But check it. Hey, hey, check it out. Check it out. So it says U.S. courts. I'm like, fuck. One thing, I don't mess with Uncle Sam, Stanley. That's one, because I had a bad experience like 12 years ago with the IRS.
Oh, really?
Whatever I got to do with I stay out of the ire of the federal government, right? So I
Yep,
get a
that's what
call
my
from them.
parents always taught me.
Exactly, Latino.
Fucking
So,
stop. Please
yeah,
let
yeah,
me
so
make an aside. Y'all run head first into it. Dude, I've had an experience with the IRS, and you always run head first. Motherfucker, you're not a goddamn thug.
I
It'll
understand
be
that part.
fine.
Yes. I
This is not
think I'm willing.
fucking.
Stanley,
This
I
is
think I'm
not.
at
This
this
is
point,
not
Stanley.
Reconstruction.
Stanley, I think I'm at this point. I'm well aware that I'm not a thug. Thank you for reinforcing that point.
You know
So,
what? Now you're
continuing.
being snarky. I like it. No,
Okay, so
I accept it. I'm
all right.
being an asshole.
I appreciate. No, come on, Stan. You just being, you stand, Stanley. So, and you one of my favorite. I'm here every day, bro. Like, I played the dozens with you, but I got much more
I
respect for
know.
you than
And you know
the
what? I have
a
to
certain
do better myself.
landlord. But all right, so Stan, so I get the call. It says U.S. courts. I'm like, fuck. So I answer the phone call. It's an automatic message. You've been summoned for a federal grand jury. It's mandatory. You have to be at the U.S. Federal District Courthouse, Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 8 a.m. I'm like, motherfucker, fuck. So I call my director and I'm like, hey Cam, I can't come in tomorrow. I gotta be at he was like, what's going on? I was like, I gotta go federal court. He was like, that sucks for you. And it was like, remember last year I had to go? He's like, yeah, but they dismissed me. Yeah. I was like, yeah, they dismissed me. And I was like, yeah, probably because you're a black guy with tattoos all over your neck, right? Which he does. Right?
Is that
And,
what
that's what he
really?
looks like. He's the director at my job, but he's like, but this guy has like a freaking 3 masters, like he's crazy, but he's from Chicago, so he's like tats all over his body. But he's a director, But I'm only a year younger than him, so I talk to him like this. So so he goes, so I go, man, Cam, on the questionnaire I put that I'm this, that, and the third, and he goes, man, Al, like a lot of people do that nowadays. The courts, did I just say my real name? The courts caught on, and they bypass that. So he was like, you gotta go, and I was like, I bet. So in the morning, I told myself, you know what? I'm gonna get up out of this motherfucker. I know exactly what I'm gonna do, Stan, because in my mind, Stan, I'm like this. Okay, I'm a black man in Miami, Florida, right? It's not like a John Galt level impossible. Black man can't be successful, but to the point that I am in my life now, it was hard, much more harder than the average person. And Latino for Trump, no disrespect. These Latinos down in Miami, Florida, they get freaking whisked through careers. I had to fucking grind, bro, with a lot of fucking discrimination against me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, dude, trust me, them Cubans did not.
Yeah,
like
bro,
me.
it's the Cuban mafia, bro.
They did not like me, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, I focus, like I mind my career to the point where I'm okay, right? But it was a struggle. So in my mind, Stanley, I'm like this. I'm like, man, okay. So since you want to use a system against me, making it hard for me as a young black man to be successful, I'm gonna flip it on your ass.
I know where you're gonna go.
You know what I'm saying? All right, all right, Stan. You know where I'm going with this, right? I was like, okay, I'm gonna flip it on these motherfuckers. So Stan, I go. So I wake up early, boom, boom, drive down to downtown Miami, big, huge fucking federal courthouse, right? So I'm in there, and they're like, and then the rep you have to wait like an hour and a half. So we waiting, and then the juror rep, she gives a spiel. Oh, you guys got to be you're doing a great thing. You're doing a service for the community. This and that. They put on a fucking video with a young ass Neil Gorsuch and fucking John Roberts preaching the virtues of being a juror, and I'm like, these motherfuckers are full of shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? The whole time,
let me. Oh, dude.
And fucking Sandra Day O'Connor too. Fucking the Judge O'Connor.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm saying? She's on there too. Oh, you have to be. Before Sandra Day O'Connor was on the video talking about before jurors only have to be white men with property. Even when I was a associate justice, it was like that. But we fought hard. I'm like, this is all
Now,
fucking
let
bullshit.
me ask you a question. Please, were you insulted?
I wasn't insulted, but I was
Because motherfucker, I would have been.
Why?
There was Frederick Douglass.
Yeah,
Who
okay.
understood the law way better
Right.
than.
But I'm not as
Sorry,
well
I'm a
versed
history
into
guy.
what
No,
I'm not
motherfucker, you
as
can
well.
be as indignant.
Yeah, but can't. I mean, Stan. I wasn't insulted. I was like, I was humorously
You were
amused. You know
Oh,
what I'm saying? At the
okay.
hypocrisy. You know what I'm saying? I was humorously amused at the hypocrisy, especially in light of the
Understood.
political environment. So I'm sitting there, I'm chuckling, fucking looking at the video. Some people looking at me like, why is this motherfucker? Everybody's looking at it serious and shit. And it was funny because they kind of insulted the Hispanics in the video because they had a Hispanic in the video. They was like, oh, I just got there with that full accent and everything. He's at work talking to his Asian
Now, see,
coworker.
that's
Huh?
disrespectful
Right,
too.
right. But I'm laughing because in the video, the Hispanic guy is talking to his Asian coworker. He's like, oh, I did go to summing for the grand jury. Oh my God, what did they?
Dude.
And you know what the Asian guy says, Stanley? You know what the Asian guy says? He says, oh, now you're a real citizen now. And I'm like,
You
oh,
know
shit.
what? Oddly enough, that's might be more true.
I know, but in light of the current environment around birthright citizenship and the Hispanics getting the brunt of the whole situation, to have them play that video in Miami, Florida, I'm like the only one of two black guys there. I just thought that was just so ironic and hilarious. You know what I'm
Let
saying?
me tell you how, and I hate, and I know I'm interrupting.
Yeah, it's all good.
America is America.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you know what? My dumb old ass, America's America. We don't falter. Even Trump won't deter. A birthright citizenship will survive.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
agree.
what?
can you hear me? I got dropped out.
It'll be okay.
Hello?
Yeah, you did. You're here. Birthright
Yo.
citizenship will
All right.
survive. It's or
Mhm.
your little great 38 great back in the day. Dude, this is what I love. Y'all motherfuckers had ancestors who wanted to make it tough to change shit.
Mhm.
Guess what? We all swim in the same American waters. If you want that 14th Amendment third clause changed, motherfucker, 15th Amendment will tell you how.
Stanley, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Yeah, but that's a great point. You're absolutely correct, Stanley. But I'm getting to the excuse me, I'm getting to the arc of the story, right? So the juror goes on to say that, oh, okay, guys, we're gonna pass out a questionnaire. And this is where our FBA talking point comes in. They go, okay, we're gonna pass out a questionnaire, and judge some type of small hat name. She wants to know your mindset and your
And
you know.
stop fucking calling them small hats.
What do you want
They're
me to call
human
them?
beings.
All right, some
Jewish.
some chosen person's name, right?
You're
You
a
know,
dick.
the judge was a holy saint of the Most High, right? So she's like, oh, this judge, she wants to know your mindset. You know, fill out this questionnaire, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, you want to know my mindset? Bet, say less. I'm gonna show them how to do this, right? So, all right.
Did you show out? Did you motherfucking show out?
Boy, let me tell you something, boy. So check it out, man. I get the questionnaire. First question: what do you do for your occupation or work? I put, I'm a warrior for the Most High God, right?
Oh my God.
Second
Really?
question. Yes. Second question. What do you like to do for hobbies? I put, I like to praise the Lord Jesus Christ, who is a black man. Third question.
Really?
Dead ass serious. No bullshit. Third question. Are you married? Hell no, I ain't married. Second question. And this is where I give John Galt credit because he inspired me with this question. Do you have any children? Do you have any children? My response: hell no, I ain't got no children. CHIILREN. Hell no, I ain't got no children.
Cheering?
Just like that. Hell no, I ain't got no
Okay.
children.
You know what? Then I am less cool than you. I'd have been like, motherfucker, put me in the first seat, make me the foreman.
Yeah, fuck that shit, man. I don't got time.
You know what?
I don't got time.
Honestly,
Yeah.
then I'm gonna have to motherfucking. I think I'm the effed up one. Lupin, can you hit the link too? Because you are also, dude. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Cam, can I mean, Stan, can I finish? Please? May
Go
I?
ahead. I'm just like, I'd have been proud to be the foreman. I have to run
Well,
things.
you have higher aspirations than I can. I mean, Stan, I keep calling you Cam, you're like my boss.
No, motherfucker,
But
no, you don't. You are the next generation me.
all right.
You didn't realize? Oh, motherfucker, you don't think so?
I think Kylie Cross has that title.
You don't have to be crazy.
Yeah, I think Kylie Cross has the crown for that, bro, and I don't want to come for the throne. But
dude, no.
hey,
Kylie Cross is that's I live on Kylie Court.
Oh, whatever you. I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful. Whatever your son's name is,
I would never name
Yeah.
my daughter Kylie. It's the
Your
street I
son.
live on.
Your son. But check it
Oh
out.
no,
All right, so
my son is not named Kylie.
but Stan, I apologize. Your son's name, but Stan. There's only 2 more questions left, right? So the second to last question goes: have you ever been a victim of a robbery? Me, yes. I've been robbed by the IRS
Oh.
every year for the last 2 decades. Right?
Really?
Yeah, dead ass serious. That's my response, right?
Oh
in a
my
federal federal questionnaire. Last question: do you hold any biases or any impartial? Do you hold any biases that would make it something like that would make it impossible for you to be impartial during a jury trial? So I thought about, said, okay, I gotta really come hard with this one to get the fuck out of jury duty. So I put, yes, I believe that every black person charged with a federal crime, with the exception of murder and child abuse, are automatically innocent in the eyes of the law. And then I put a little dash, just to put a little season on it. I put a little dash. I said, free the homie fast, right? And a little parentheses. So I turned in my questionnaire, right? The little representative, she looks to, she has a smile. She looks at it for like a minute, like a couple of seconds, and she looked at me like, what the fuck is like her frown just turned upside down, like all the way, right? So I'm like, cool. So I sit all the way in the back, and I'm waiting for like another hour, and then she goes, okay, she hands out the juror badges, and she calls my name. I get my badge. We wait for another 20-30 minutes, and then the juror rep goes, Stan, you're awfully quiet over there. You can hear me, or am I talking to myself?
Oh no, I can
You
hear
me?
you.
Okay, cool. So we we go down.
I am reading.
Right. So we go down, and the juror rep, she there's like 60 people in the room, right? It's this big ass room. It's like 60 people in there, and she brings everybody down like in sections, and then we go down to the 5th floor, and there's like this big ass fucking hallway, and like you can see the whole Miami skyline. Like it looks so dope, right? And I wish I could like take a picture, but they said no phones allowed. So she breaks us up in rows of 6 and 10 each row, right? And she goes, a juror rep goes, okay, guys, Judge such and such is gonna, get review your questionnaires, and then after she reviews your questionnaires, we're gonna break you down into little groups, and we're gonna have personal interviews to see, who, just to see your mindset, just to get to know the judge or whatever, something like that, something to that effect. So I go back, cool. So I'm in the 2nd row, and I'm in the front, right? And then the juror rep, she leaves, and everybody's just waiting there for like 15-20 minutes in that row, right? The juror rep comes down, and she goes, juror 31, me, right? She say my real name. I said, yeah, that's me. She goes, yeah, the judge says you're dismissed. You can go home. And I said, bet, say less, I'm close. Man, I got up out of that motherfucker, bro. And everybody, like, I was the only one they dismissed. And it's because of those quote unquote FBA talking points.
I wonder if there's not a Pam Bondi who put a little Apple AirPod or Air whatever they're called on your bumper.
What the fuck are you talking about, Stanley?
Okay, I want you to tell me what is the good part of that story. Why are
The
you
good
so
part of that
proud?
story is because the federal grant.
Whoa,
Stanley.
whoa. Please let me ask the question.
All right.
Why are you so proud?
I'm so proud because if you're selected for the federal grand jury, you have to be there you're on call for 18 months, Stanley. That's
So?
over a year. So I don't got time for that shit, bro. Do you? Do you got time to sit in the fucking federal grand jury?
Yes.
Come on, Stanley.
Well,
Come
no,
on,
I'm
man.
old.
Come
I
on,
don't
man.
have
Come
a
on,
young
man,
family.
Stanley.
I don't have a young family, but let me
Latino for
tell
Trump.
you
Latino
my
for Trump. Do
side
you
of the
have time to
story.
sit on a federal
Why?
grand jury for 18 months? Latino for
I
Trump.
mean, I got a similar story. I just basically said I don't speak
No,
English.
what we're not gonna do is
I said I ain't speak English, and they let me go.
let me speak. Dude, that's part of being in America, motherfucker. This might be to a John Galt point. Nigga, are you so special you can't sit on the
Nigga, I'm
jury?
back. Nigga, I'm back. What up,
No,
nigga?
no, no,
What's
no, no,
going on?
no. I'm
Hey,
gonna
Stanley,
clear
what's
this
happening?
motherfucker because I have to have my perspective,
You just called me
which
a
I
hardy
think
you
is
are.
just as bad.
I'm
I'm
slightly amused
sorry.
and offended at the same
I
time.
know it is so disrespectful. I know
Come on,
it's so
Stanley. You know I don't give a
disrespectful.
fuck, bro. I'm being facetious.
No, I respect you, young man. And
I appreciate that, sir.
Stan is here. Dude, what the fuck? You didn't know I respect you? I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I am going to have to say this. Don't set yourself aside. If there is a white person on earth who says, well, black people are separate, they have their own culture, don't be part of that problem. And I'm not going to go farther. I understand you're busy. You're a young man. You have
I'm not
shit to
that young,
do.
bro. I'm gonna be 39. I'm gonna be 39 next month, bro.
You're kidding, right?
Is that a
Motherfucker, I
kidding in
got
a
goddamn married. Dude, I got married at 39. Motherfucker, and it was the best. You are gonna
he
be an
wasn't
asshole yourself.
he
Dude,
wasn't no spring chicken now, Stanley.
that part of my life, I found my wife. Dude, we were fucking like crazy. I remember no, listen to this story. My wife was like, I'm pregnant. And I'm like, it took this long? Motherfucker, we knew what was gonna happen. Dude.
You know why you know why it took so long?
Well, hold on.
You know why
In
it took
all
so long, Stanley?
honesty,
Stanley, you know why it took so long?
why?
It was all those late nights you were shooting blanks down in the midshipman's deck.
The fuck are you talking about?
All those lonely
I was with my
nights in the
wife
fucking
the
Mediterranean. You wasted your fucking you wasted your mojo. You had 4 years worth of mojo. You expelled,
you know
motherfucker.
what? I was working every night on watch. Here's the deal though. What in humble presidents, this is actually the surprise. Dude, we stopped using it was like we just like each other. We're gonna fuck. And we were late 30s. My surprise is it didn't happen it took us 2 years. We were there were
Man,
no rules. Now
there
there were some rules, sometimes now's not a good time to get pregnant. It's a funny thing. Catholics use the rhythm method and all that, but once it was on, and I guess she knew it was on, I knew it was on.
Well, Stanley,
It
here's
was
a silver lining,
it was a
Stanley.
motherfucking matter of time.
Stanley, here's a silver lining. You did the right thing in the Catholic way, but
Oh,
at least
motherfucker, it was, dude.
at least she wasn't a fucking
she
Jew,
didn't
and she made you cut a hole through your bed sheet.
that's not all Jews, by the way.
No, well, maybe it's gypsies.
That is
Maybe it's
ultra
gypsies too.
orthodox. That's dude. Don't treat me like I'm a dumb black man.
What the fuck are you talking
Jews.
about, Stanley? Come on, man.
Okay.
Why would you even say that?
Now let me ask you a question, Mr. President. Do all Jews do that?
I'm confused with the hole in the
Nah,
shoe.
man,
Motherfucker, you have no humble
listen.
presidents.
I can
don't
say this
treat
about.
me like I don't
I
know.
can, Stanley. I'm not, bro. Come on, man, Stanley.
Dude,
I grew up in Miami, Florida, around
what I'm
hella Jews.
trying to
Stanley, I
do,
grew up around
they're
blacks,
not
Jews,
motherfucker.
Cubans.
Those are the same.
Fort
Humble
Lauderdale.
Bro,
president.
I used to be in a
Humble
fucking I
presidents.
used to be in a Jewish
I
athletic
gave
league,
you the
bro, with
full.
my friends,
I
bro.
don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Fort
They
Lauderdale
told you
was full
wrong.
of them.
Yeah, huh? They taught me wrong.
98%. Okay. Yes.
Do you know what they used to do to me, Stanley, when I was a kid?
I don't give a fuck
You don't
unless
give.
it's
Oh, now you
funny.
don't give a fuck. It is kind
No,
of
no,
funny.
no,
Man.
no.
It is.
I've heard the Catholic stories. I
No,
experienced them.
it is kind
I
of
have
funny.
to let you. I have to let you tell the story because what is it cruel?
Nah, no, it's just I don't know. I don't know. Your sense. You and I have a similar sense of humor, but yours kind of fluctuates a little bit. All right?
Oh, of course it does.
But
Situational, son.
yeah, you have situational humor. But when I was a
You
kid,
don't think that exists?
in your case, it's an
You tell
abundance.
the right joke at the right time. That's how humor works.
Yeah, that's right. So Stanley, they used to make
Don't call a Jew at a cookout when there are no Jews there.
They have Nike check yarmulkes, motherfucker.
They're gonna look at you weird. What Jew?
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Nike
Let me
check yarmulkes.
Let me tell you
Jump
something,
man,
Stanley.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, right. Fucking Prada, fucking Prada Zeet seats. But Stanley. So my friend on their set, because in my neighborhood in Miami, it's in the northeast part of Miami-Dade County, right? So it's a mix, a lot of Caribbeans, all mixed into this one neighborhood. So my friend, his family would ask me almost every other Saturday, hey, can you come downstairs to our basement and flick on the light for us? And when I flick on the light, there's like fucking 10 people sitting around a fucking table waiting to eat, and they can't touch because apparently God is going to strike them in
Let
the
me
ass with
ask you
lightning
a
if they do
question.
on a
Why were
Saturday.
you offended? Were you offended?
No, I wasn't. I'm not offended, but
well, good for you. You didn't understand.
It's quirky. When I was a kid,
Motherfucker,
when I was a kid,
is quirky.
When I was a kid,
Have
I didn't
you
think nothing
ever
of it. When
heard
I
of-
was a kid, I didn't think nothing of it. But when you become a man, I'm like, what the fuck, like.
I'm gonna be honest. That was the best education you ever had.
Oh yeah,
they trusted you.
Yeah, minus my
Now,
$60,000 student loan.
Yeah. I can do a John Galt if I must. Ooh, you could have just kept the light off and stolen all the TVs.
Better I think about it. It wasn't such a bad idea. They did have a lot of money.
I'm waiting for a motherfucker to tell me I'm not a good comedian.
Yo, Stanley probably wouldn't been like, you couldn't have taken all the culture.
No, but in all honesty,
motherfucker, you know how many 30-year-old Manischewitz wines you could have took?
You know how many silverware?
But let me tell you something.
And it's just wine.
This is actually serious. The first time I had experience with Eid was a kid I worked with. I was working IT for Ticketmaster. This little 19-year-old kid, this motherfucker was starving. Dude, religion has quirks. And you know what? That they asked you, that they involved you.
Bro, I was there next door neighbor. We fucking played basketball every other day. Him and their kids. You know what I'm saying?
Why are you fussing? I was about to tell you.
God damn it! Why you?
I was about to tell you that's a fucking honor. They
Stanley,
trusted you.
Stanley, when I was 9, 10 years old when
So
it probably stopped at like 11. Who knows? They moved away, right? But when I became
oh,
a
come
man,
on,
I was like,
accept the compliment.
why? I mean, you're so entrenched and intrepid in your belief that you're afraid to touch a light bulb on a Saturday afternoon.
You don't understand, dude. They trusted you. Don't be upset. Don't
I'm
be
not
weirded
Stanley.
out.
I'm not
It
upset.
is.
You're upset because you
Let
think that
me
I'm
finish.
upset. Like, what the fuck,
Oh,
bro?
dude. Well, I think you are talking about it. What, 30 years later?
Stanley, you talk about
What you
everything 30
didn't.
years. Stanley, half of your live stream is about things that happened 30 years later in your life, bro. What are you talking about?
Thank you for reminding me, son.
Yeah, you better be got.
You and my 19-year-old motherfucker. If someone else tells me half your life is over, fuck you.
I'm about to start calling you old Yeller around this motherfucker. Well, you be reminiscing.
You know what? Whatever. I will say this, and this is, they liked you, they trusted you. Now, maybe you know these people better than I did. Maybe I'm wrong, but dude, they let you into their life.
Man, their grandma would.
Why didn't you ask? No, motherfucker. Why didn't you ask questions about why are you asking me to do this?
I don't know, because we're busy thinking about basketball and the girls.
If you don't know,
I was thinking about their.
them.
I wasn't even thinking about their
blame
adherence to
them.
the book of the law.
Do you still
at
talk
10 years
to them?
old?
Do you still have relations with them?
I talk to them every now and then on WhatsApp.
Well, motherfucker, you ask them. If you,
I think it would be kind of awkward to ask them randomly. Hey, remember when you was kids and
of course they would love
Humbo's like,
to.
why you trying to feed me matzo soup?
I'm gonna have to tell these. This is an honest thing to say, dude. That you still talk to them, Humble. That means
that's awesome,
dude. Ask them. They
bro,
want
I
you to ask.
I don't hate Jews. I grew up around them, bro. I don't understand this whole.
No one said you hated Jews.
One of my best
You
friends
said
is
you
Jew.
still have a goddamn relationship.
Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling at me, you Lieutenant Cross?
Because you're fucking stupid is why. This is total frustration on my part.
Stanley, you're turning from Lieutenant Cross to Lieutenant Dan.
You still talk to them, right?
Yes. Motherfucker.
Stop there.
He be eating falafels and shit.
Ask. Okay, dude, I'm gonna have to put everyone in the back.
No, don't put nobody in the back, man.
You still have a dude. They still care about you. You obviously still care about them. How about relate the experience and why you were confused, and they will explain why they trusted you.
Well, Stan, you know what I have to Stan, you know what I have to say?
Honestly, no.
You know what I have to say, Stan?
You don't understand how human beings work. What happened to you, son? No, I'm serious.
Hey, Latino, Stanley's about to ask me
your humanity go.
Where did they touch you on the bear? Where did they touch you on the bear?
Not what I asked. Why?
On the dog.
You know what?
They did it, motherfucker.
You know what? John Galt wins this argument, and he's not
what you mean
here.
John wins? Hey, John ain't winning nothing around this motherfucker. What you mean John wins?
He wins.
John ain't even here.
What you mean? What you mean John wins?
Y'all dumb motherfuckers can't figure this out?
No, that's why we asking.
John Galt wins. Your ignorance about pretending and wondering why without asking questions. This is John Galt's territory. Okay, motherfucker, I will criticize and I'll put all your dumb asses in the back. John Galt wins this argument, and this dumb shit isn't even here.
Come on, Stanley.
No, I'm not.
I don't even know what to say to that. I don't even know what to say to that.
Wondering for 30 years why they asked you to turn off a light switch. You could fucking
well, Stanley, it's 10 years less than what these motherfuckers did in the desert. Now, is it, huh? What you got to say about that, partner?
Humble president, don't be a John Galt.
Stanley, Do I look like a fucking slumlord from Coming to America? That opening scene. Do I look like that? What do you
I
mean, beard?
literally think you were doing a John Galt with not asking people you still talk to.
Latino Trump. I
You
don't even
still
know.
talk
I
to
don't even
these
know
motherfuckers. Why can't
why
you?
and what we're arguing
Why are
about
you
anymore.
scared? Why are you so scared of the white people that you can't ask them a question?
Scared of white people? I talk to them every day.
Yo, what's going
Wait,
on?
hold it. The people who told you to turn off their light switch in the basement, or did I misunderstand?
No, the people like at a store, at a job.
Motherfucker, did I misunderstand?
Yeah, I
Light
think you may
switch.
have.
Light
Yeah,
switch. Concentrate on the light switch.
bro. I'm staring at the
Why
light.
did they ask you to do it, son?
I'm kind of hypnotized right now. The light is kind of like switch.
You know what, humble presidents?
Yes.
I hope you won't turn out like John Galt.
Oh God.
Because you are on that road. You don't ask questions, you make dumbass assumptions.
How?
Oh, small
Stanley, I'm feeling like
hats. The small. They asked me to
Stanley.
turn off their light switch. Some woman looked like a Jew as a judge. Motherfucker, you are John Galt, and dude, I
Stanley,
heard what you
I'm
said.
actually
See,
I'm actually
this is what
flabbergasted at how we got to this point. I don't even know what the
y'all
fuck is
can't
going on
figure
right
out.
now.
I hear what you're saying.
I don't even know what's going on right now. Like real shit, bro.
Well,
Like I
then,
don't know what's going on.
motherfucker, catch up. Catch the fuck up.
My feet
You
hurts though,
said it. I remember it.
but it hurt though. Like I can't really.
It does not hurt me. It hurts you, motherfucker. I'm independent. Motherfucker, I live. I don't have to talk to y'all.
I mean, all due respect, Stanley, I don't really believe you saying that because if it didn't hurt you, you wouldn't be as passionate as you are.
I am going to give you all due respect. Fucking grow.
I'm like 6'3", bro. I don't think I can grow any much further.
I meant grow mentally, son. See, this is where dumb niggas get all confused. I said grow. I wasn't talking about your height.
Hey, Stan, you want to know something?
No, motherfucker. Don't hate Stan me. Do not do that. When I said grow, I literally meant your ability to fucking think, not your height.
Hey, Stan, you want to know something?
Niggas grow tall.
Hey,
Do
no,
they
you
grow
want?
smarter?
Hey, Stan, you want to know something?
Oh, I bet I don't.
Okay, then I won't say it. Hey, look, Stan, I gotta go, bro.
I do not want to know what you're gonna say.
Stanley,
is it gonna hurt me?
Not hurt you, but I was actually gonna. Nah, I'll save it for another live stream.
You hit the goddamn link too, so I can take your points and call you stupid as well.
Stanley, all right. I'll talk to you.
Mike.
I'll talk to you later, bro. All right, take care.
Sorry, it makes no sense. Orthodox Jews have a Sunday where they don't do work. Why don't you know this, motherfucker? There are whole shows about this. They trusted you to and it's a little motherfucker, you can do it. It is a little weird, but dude, they trusted you in their house. Know some Jews might be your antidote. I don't like stupidity, and black people who are stupid about the country they live in and talk about corncob dumbness. Dude, we've had 400 years to learn this country. Sorry, I'm simply not going to accept. And Stan, please tell me I have not embarrassed you, but I don't like black stupidity. Black people who are stupid are worse.
Yeah,
We've been here a minute.
yeah, I was just waiting for y'all to finish. But what you saying, right? Because being in the military as long as I have and moving around the
Absolutely.
world, I got friends, or some of them acquaintances, and we would talk to each other about their cultures, right? And I would
Right.
tell them about mine, right? And I don't think what you was asking him to do was so out of reach,
No,
right?
I never thought it was. What is my disappointment is, motherfucker, you live next door to people with kids and you never thought to ask them why?
Right.
Dude, you're a
That's my point.
fucking victim. What if they told you to go down to that dark basement and now this is a joke. They did, what was the movie where they this motherfucker this motherfucker went next door and went into a dark basement. I
But
wouldn't fucking I wouldn't have done it. My
yeah, but
Yeah, I
but
know you're
another
pissed
thing you
off,
were
Humble,
saying,
but come on, dude.
but
There
another
were
thing you was
questions to be asked.
Another thing, Stanley, you did, you was like, hey man, it takes a lot for somebody to trust you, to be around their house, right? And being
Yeah.
around their family in
I'm
their
gonna,
home. You was like, it takes a lot for that. Because
you know
my
what?
children, they didn't have a bunch of people coming in and out my house. I didn't
Right.
play it, right? You know, and that's true because me and my wife allow somebody to come in, that means that's a level of trust, right?
Right.
And I mean, I got where you was going with it. I understood your point.
You
Um,
know what?
that's the
And I oddly enough, I'm gonna have to leave this channel at some point. These motherfuckers, I've been here for a year. I'm 60 motherfucking years old. I have done some stuff, I know some stuff, and I still get questioned. And people, I will ask them questions, and they think I'm asking them odd questions just to be mean. Dude, it's motherfucking Socratic method. You're supposed to cure your own stupidity. Have you not goddamn read Socrates? Dude, those people were asking you questions. You should have asked them questions. They motherfucking trusted you. And you know what? Probably could have gotten a girlfriend out of it too. Stan,
yeah.
you know what? And I am Common. Look at this motherfucker, Common Stanley. No, it's not Common. It's don't fucking fuss at me when I ask you, why couldn't this question be asked? If you still talk to them, which is what I thought I heard.
That's a feat within itself to being connected that long in life, right?
Well,
With someone.
they trust you to ask questions. Well, why, when I was 9 or 10, did you? Dude, I'm a motherfucking Catholic and I understand that there are Orthodox Judaism. Dude, there are YouTube shows about this. And I'll have to stop fussing. And Stan,
Okay.
I warn you now, I've had some Guinness stout.
Yeah,
So
but no, it's no problem. But I wanted to dispel some of the myths about grand jury, right? Because I actually
okay.
said on the grand jury. So
Mhm.
so being a part of the grand jury, right? It's not a continuous job, right? They put you
Right.
on for 6 months or whatever. You show up one day a week or 2 days a week, and it varies. It fluctuates from state to state, and they can extend you 12 months, 18 months, depends on if they have enough people. But I was actually disappointed, right, in the grand jury, sitting in there, right, because I thought it was going to be all this that you get to ask questions or whatever. You don't. It's limited what you can ask because we saw the investigators and they were just reading the reports, right? And I was like, wait a minute. And so they say, how many agree yes or no, right? So you thumbs up, thumbs down type crap because you trying to see if they can get a true bill because they need enough yeses. Man, there's so many people in that damn room, and they only need a certain percentage just to say yes, so they can make it a true bill to take the case on the court. So, but the jury duty is totally different, right? So if you sitting on jury duty, you on that trial, right? And you come in every day and doing whatever. Grand jury, you just go and you determine whether it's a true bill or no true bill. That's the difference. And there's no day-to-day thing with the grand jury. So people, they get that out your head. They don't keep you no damn hold you hostage like they do the jurors and all that. It's not like that at all. Nothing close. So you just determine guilt or innocent, right? That's not your thing. But in jury duty, it is, right? But the grand jury is just, do they have enough evidence to go forward, right? And to go to trial. That's the biggest difference between that.
Hey Stan, can you answer the question on the screen? Oh,
What's
sorry.
that?
Humble presidents who I'm kind of pissed off at him, but he is actually smart.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I looked it up too, Stan. I looked it up too, Stan. And yeah, it could be 4 months because I looked up specifically Miami. It could be 4 to 6 months, and then it said in some cases it's 12 months, and then you get extended out to 18 months. But the grand jury is not like jury duty. It's not a duty that you show up every day for. That's not what the grand jury is, because it's always a cycle of people, right? Because the group that got selected before us, they was in there with us with the new group, and then when our time was up, they already had another group, and we kind of like mixed together, and then we was done, and then they brought in another group. So it's not a day-to-day thing like jury duty. Yeah, you can be on call and they see you once a month, twice a week, or a month, whatever. It's not a continuous thing, and that's the misnomer on the grand jury. And I pulled it up while y'all was already talking about it,
well,
because I go ahead, Sam.
humble presidents is pissed off. And Stan, I'm gonna ask you humbly. You know what? I'm a dickhead. You tend to be more even tempered. I was
share it with
trying to say that to humble presidents.
you.
So
Yeah, I mean, because that's the way it works, is where it comes down to that. Because I sat on the grand jury, so I didn't want to take what NC does versus what somebody else. So I just went, just do 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 do. And it's not a continuous thing. And not the grand jury. Yeah, you can be up there 12-month period, 18 months, but it's not a daily chore. Not like jury duty. Jury duty, when you select for jury duty, you own that case. But grand jury, I think we end up having to determine whether a case can move forward. I think we did like 60 something in one day, Stanley, to say whether they can take it to trial. That's the
understood.
big difference between jury duty. You're not determining guilt or innocent. Do they have enough evidence to move forward? That's what the grand jury is. It ain't all that.
Understood.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
The jury
Stan,
duty.
Deacon
Yeah,
Davis here, tough guys here. You know, tough guy.
yeah, I know, tough
Um,
guy. How you doing?
I'm
How's it going,
going
tough guy?
to introduce 12th Man, and I don't have a high level of patience with 12th Man, but we'll give him a test.
Okay. Okay.
And
Yeah.
look, I'm gonna have to apologize to humble presidents. I think I treated him like my son, and he is a grown ass man. But dude,
He'll recover.
you know what? I'll
Yeah.
just have to apologize.
Yeah.
Humble
We all know how
president.
you get down.
No, it's unfair.
Man,
But
he knew what he was getting into when he came up to
no,
talk to
no, no,
Stanley.
no, 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 no. Dude, I took it too far.
Man, come on,
And
it's
you know what?
Stanley. He ain't talking
Look,
to me.
I
He's
even
talking to you.
apologize to my son sometimes these days.
You
You
know,
should stop
when
apologizing. It is what it is. I
No,
am,
motherfucker.
therefore I am.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no.
Lean
you know
into it.
something when tough
Hold
guy was
on.
sitting back.
Humble president, I don't mean to look. Please forgive. I know you're smart, but I'm just older. I think I have some angles, and you know what? I've had this conversation with my young son too. He humble presidents, you're older than 19. I understand that, but motherfucker, y'all know more and less. That's
Is your
how
camera on? Because I hope you
generational
got pants
blackness
on. I know
works.
you be over. I know you're streaming with no clothes on, so cut your camera off.
No, I never stream with no clothes on. And by the way, I miss my son. He's in San Francisco, and I am unhappy. I don't think he should go out there. But he's meeting her family.
Your camera's on.
Oh well.
Okay, I'm just hoping you're
Is
dressed.
that
That's all.
my face?
We all know what Stanley's ugly ass looks like. It ain't no
Humble
secret.
president, because motherfucker, you are actually smart. And dude, even I make mistakes sometimes, and I know I go overboard with the bullshit. And I thank you. I will try and be a little bit more moderated. I am, knee deep in, but dude, you didn't deserve that tongue lashing. I just think jury duty is an honor, and that's just how I think of it. So anyway, I'll stop belaboring the point.
Yeah, you make it worse when you explain it.
You know what? You're right. Now I seem weak.
Yeah, it was trending that way, but don't do that.
Motherfucker, every now and again you gotta abjectly
We know you
apologize.
got a heart, but stop putting on the fucking screen,
Motherfucker,
man.
I have an old heart. That's why women love me.
Oh, ladies love Stan the man.
Yeah, when you say it like that, motherfucker, you make it seem
Women
taunting.
love you, Stanley.
Hey Dave, you make it seem like I'm some dirty old man. I'm not
No,
that.
but if I was you, I'd lean more into the dirty old man archetype. Why not?
I wish I could be.
When
I
AAE
like
gets up
being
here, if he gets to talking and with logic,
You know what? I think
shoot
I
the
have
shot in
changed
the
my
middle of what
mind
she's
about
saying.
her.
nothing wrong with being a dirty old man as long as you just
Everything
go after
from
the right
old to
woman.
dirty to man.
I
Now,
think you're
Yeah.
the
afraid to
man part
to
is
use that to
okay,
do
but you
that.
have to be a good man. The old and the dirty. Old, you'll get. Dirty is bad.
Yeah, forgive me for
Yeah.
encouraging you to be corrupt, but I like comedy.
So, top Stan, the smarter Stan, by the way. We can move to tough guy.
I know it was
Long
good
as
when
you
Tough Guy was sitting back. I
Stanley,
knew it was good when Guy
Oh
was
no, no,
sitting
no,
back.
no. Stan, let me tell you
Stanley,
why tough guy sits
Stanley,
back.
as long as you don't beat
Okay,
me up,
what you
okay,
need to
Stanley?
do is you know what? You get a little bold sometimes there, 12 man. Tough guy,
Yes, sir.
he's on a Stanley panel, not a drip, not a T.
No.
No, and no. I've been called mean, authoritarian. Tough guy knows where he is.
No,
Well, at
no,
least
not
you're not
that.
a fucking
Okay,
communist.
don't know why the fuck you are still blabbering on. Tough guy knows where he is, and I appreciate the respect because tough guy's a motherfucker. This motherfucker is smart, and I like. He's got wisdom and much respect. Tough guy.
Yeah, because I really wanted to hear the story too. So I'm glad you let the story continue. Nah, I really wanted to hear it, and thank you for allowing that latitude to hear the story. And
Which
it was
story?
good when y'all was talking about jury duty because it is an honor. You know how many times you said we get convicted because nobody's sitting in jury duty, then we turn around and do
Dude, that
everything
is
not to go to
American
jail.
history. They wouldn't let black lawyers argue cases. This is why I
Exactly.
get so upset about it.
Right. Yeah.
Look, all white juries were the death of black men. That's what these dumb fucks don't understand. All white juries, black people not being on juries, there used to be, they wouldn't, it was a law. Black people couldn't be on juries. Why the fuck don't these goddamn young N-words know this?
So you're
You
telling him to
must
be a
be on a
credit to
jury.
his
It
race?
is a motherfucking sacred right. We need more black. Look, OJ Simpson, whether you love the verdict or not, that motherfucker was saved because of black people could be on juries. Dave, don't you dare.
Yeah, I was going there
I
too.
will argue your dumb ass down. I
Bring
need
it on.
you. I need SKC. I need John Gall. All y'all motherfuckers on a jury and let me be the judge. Because Nightish, bring that dumb son of a bitch. Bring a fucking hood idiot. I will be the judge, and I will find you all wanting. Y'all talk a bunch of new nigger bullshit, but you
What
don't know
the-
American history. Read you some Gerald Horn, and you might get a brain. I get upset when I hear motherfuckers discount the importance of being on a goddamn jury.
It's being
Y'all
a credit
don't
to your
know
race.
shit, Dave. I will flush you. That's how pissed off. Do you actually understand how blacks forbidden from being on a jury? It's disrespectful. You don't
I
want to
don't
be
know
on a jury?
why.
Motherfucker,
Wait,
your
that
great,
doesn't
great,
make sense.
great, great grandfather was fucking lynched because black people weren't on a jury. I defy a nigga to fucking bring me the goddamn history in your nouveau nigger bullshit. And I know I'm using the nouveau. I'm using a bunch of N words. Dude,
Did you say
y'all
nuevo
don't
or
know.
nouveau? What is nouveau?
Y'all don't know your own motherfucking source of your own destruction. Dude, that shit can happen again.
How come I can't say that?
Motherfucker, because I don't want you to.
It
Because
doesn't go
all
against
you're
what you
gonna
said
do
about
is
it.
defend. Dude, Dave, bring your SKC or your hood conservative. Hood conservatives is literally an ignorant motherfucker who drives a truck and hosts a YouTube show. All that bullshit about his cultural, that motherfucker is fringe. I know hood conservative from way back. Hood conservative is a goddamn moron who is barely sane. You better realize who your heroes are. Hood conservative isn't. Hood conservative drives a truck while talking to John Galt, who has 80 kids and has never been married. John Galt can't tell black men how, Johnny boy, motherfucker. John Galt, the motherfucker is not a hero to black manhood. Did you not know this? I'm on his goddamn channel and I'm talking shit because I'm right.
You're doing a
Tell
good
me
job.
your bullshit.
No, you're doing a great job keeping.
Motherfucker, you know what? I will burn the bitch down because I can always rebuild. Motherfucker, you see, this is why John Galt, he can talk about Stanley in brief. Motherfucker, you don't hold a motherfucking candle. You could be a motherfucking think you are an imaginary developer for the next 20 years, and motherfucker, where are you? Scraping up dead bodies. Motherfucker, my parents didn't raise me to be a landlord scraping up motherfucking bodies. It's not success scraping up dead bodies. You might make a lot of money, but motherfucker, I'll make half the money and not lick up the fucking dead bodies and do 80 shows about it. The fuck? That's
Hey,
not
Stanley,
black
I think Humble
success.
in the back. Okay, you got
That's
it.
not
Yo,
success.
Stanley, I want to ask you a
If I
question.
have to be a motherfucking entrepreneur scraping up dead black bodies, make me poor.
Yeah, absolutely. Point well taken, Stanley. May I ask you a question,
Humble,
please?
I apologize.
Stanley, I want to ask you and Stan a question simultaneously. Is that all right?
No. You
No.
take this, you take Stan, don't do it simultaneously.
All right.
Ask one at a time.
I definitely should have said a
And
pause before that
Stan
statement.
goes first.
What do
Unless
you mean
it's a
Stan goes
difficult
first? I go first, motherfucker. I'm the one that asked the question. What the fuck are you talking about?
Motherfucker, you don't have to ask the question.
The whole point.
I
Damn it.
probably already know the question.
God. Okay. Whew.
What if I know the question?
What?
You got to read the rule book. Humble, you got to read the Stanley Cross strategy guide.
He's making me blind over
There
there.
is no strategy.
Hey.
Mo love.
Stanley, I'm going to ask you the question first.
The strategy is to drop all y'all motherfuckers and talk
Stanley,
about love.
Stanley, can I ask the question, please?
Yes,
Please.
sir.
I'm
Yes,
begging you for the
Humble.
Lord have
Humble,
mercy. Let me
humble.
ask this motherfucking question. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Stanley. I was hearing the discourse between you and Mr. Stan. You know, thank you for your service, Mr. Stan.
No.
I was really
Stan
bad now that I was thinking about it.
Stan is the real deal. I did 5 years.
I know that I've heard his
Stan did the hard work. So you need to reorient.
Hey, Stanley, and it is 30 years. I have much respect.
Okay,
by the way.
your phone. Don't ask questions when your phone is faulty, son.
All right, hold on. This fucking Wi-Fi, bro. You know, I live in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a house in the hood, bro. I don't have the best
Don't
Wi-Fi.
live in the hood if you don't want to.
I actually like it. You know, there's a lot of flavor.
You know what?
It's highly gentrified. It used to be really bad, but it's kind of gentrified now. There's a lot of Jews. There's a lot of Jews there. But Stanley, let me get
gentrified.
Well, I beg to differ.
Dude,
But
have you
Stanley,
ever had a homemade bagel?
Have you ever
had homemade hummus?
I have, and I've had
I've literally eaten dinner with
I've had gefilte fish. I've had gefilte fish with my Jew neighbor when I was a kid. All right, Stanley, let me ask the question, please, man.
Go ahead.
All right. So I was thinking about what you're saying, how like, man, Humble missed an opportunity to be in a grand jury because he could have helped a lot of black men.
I didn't quite say it that way.
I know, but you know,
doesn't that mean being a credit to your race?
Yeah. And I'm like, and I was thinking
to.
about it. I was like, you know what? Stan and Stanley, they were right, bro. Like, if I would have had that mindset, like I really should have done to it. But the other side of me was like, yo, okay, because I was like only one of 3 black guys there. Everybody else was Spanish, right? So I'm thinking to myself, what if I was on the grand jury, Stanley? And everything that I would do to advocate for black men that is facing federal indictment, what if they would have blocked me at every turn? Then it would have been a moot point. You know what I'm saying? Because I've experienced that as a black man raised in Miami, where it's hard to go against the I hate to say this because I don't want to be racist, but the Hispanic gatekeeping structure that's so entrenched down here.
Don't be racist. If you don't want to be racist, don't be racist.
Stanley, that's a sidebar. Don't make it the whole point.
No,
can you address my point?
Literally what you said, and I'm correcting it.
Okay, I stand corrected.
If
but
you do not want to be racist, do not be racist.
I won't be racist, Stanley. I promise. Scout's honor. I won't be racist.
A
So,
motherfucker, the scouts are racist. That's a joke. However,
but Stanley, can you expound upon what I just said? Like what it like?
expand or expound.
Expound upon what
Don't
I
be
just said.
racist if you don't want to
Not
be.
not the whole
You know
racist
what?
point.
Black
My other
people
point.
are the worst racists.
All right. Okay. Since Stanley can't understand the crux of my
No,
of my
I
question,
understood
Stan, can
and
you
had
answer? Officer
see,
Stan.
y'all
Can you?
think I don't understand. I'm literally telling you I don't have to deal with the stupidity. Dude,
You
I
don't.
don't understand because there's nothing to understand.
But can you address my question though?
You don't have a valid question.
Come on, Stanley.
No, I literally think that.
Can somebody address my
Well,
question? Anybody? Going once,
Deacon
going
Dave
twice.
is the
Bueller.
best at answering stupid questions. Ask Deacon Dave.
So be it.
Deacon Dave.
Oh, no.
Oh shit.
Stan, I'm not going to let you pollute your soul with a stupid question.
I don't think it's a stupid question.
I guess I'm going to have to pollute my soul. There is
Well,
no good question.
we need
Be
a
on
tie.
jury or
We need a
don't.
tiebreaker on this then.
What you need to
Officer Stan,
understand
do you
is
mind if
the
you chime in?
history. The history. And I'm actually, dude, I agree with you. Being on a jury is horrible. Humble, please don't think that I'm saying you made the wrong decision because I don't think you did. But all I want you to do is next time you're on a jury, think about the history.
In what
It is
context?
a special honor, especially down there.
That's what I want. That's what I want you to expound upon.
Dude,
Like
just
expound
next
upon.
time. I don't think you made the wrong decision. I'm just saying next time.
All right. But can I'd like
all this way just to hear me say that? It was obvious.
No, I didn't. Well, I kind of expected you to kind of turn the whole question left because
Why?
Because that's what you do. But
Motherfucker, you made the right decision. Don't
that
do
was
it next time. It was the right decision for now, but in the larger picture.
Stanley, I am so disappointed in you right now as a person that.
Why?
Yeah, I'm seeing you like my son. Now, how does it feel, motherfucker? So, Stanley, I'm disappointing you because as a person who has vast historical knowledge, who's well read in history, well, it's much more than the average bear for sure. But I wanted to get your in-depth perspective of how the situations where if I were on a grand jury blocking federal indictments of black
stop
men
asking me
and then
dumbass
Hispanics.
You
That's a
weren't
stupid
on
question.
a grand jury. You have
Huh?
wait, hold it. Humble, you have no clue what a grand jury is like because you rejected being on one.
I'm raising a hypothetical situation. I'm raising a hypothetical situation, Stanley.
You want to do that manosphere level bullshit?
I'm not into no fucking manosphere. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know the answer, but you're going to be stupid enough.
Oh, so when everybody else has a question for you, you can always put your 2 cents in. But when I do it, you don't got links in your 2 pockets. That's what it is now.
Your young ass feels like asking a question neither of us know. What kind of dumb bullshit is that?
I don't know. Let's ask more love.
I don't know. Why are you asking the question like either of us know? Really?
Because Stanley, you have a response for almost Stanley. You have a response
We're gonna
for
make
almost
up a dance. We are literally
Stanley,
going to make up a dance.
Stanley,
and we're gonna do some beats too.
Stanley, you have a response to almost every inquiry that's asked of you. All of a sudden, you don't have a fucking response to this shit.
Hey, Stanley, let me put on my thinking cap to answer his question.
No,
if you don't
I
mind,
gotta
kind
beat him
sir.
up, Stan.
I know.
What the fuck?
I know. Yeah, I know.
But
So
Officer Stan, you get what I'm coming from, right? Though you understand what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
All right,
But
then.
Okay,
this is
well,
And
this.
then
someone
and
Let,
and then
educate me.
let
You're
me let.
coming from
Stanley is feigning.
nowhere.
Stanley is over here feigning ignorance, like he's fucking
No, dude,
like he's
you
fucking
have
Caesar or some
no,
shit.
you're coming from nowhere. You want to
Uh,
talk about a grand jury and you couldn't even, motherfucker, you said you got dismissed.
that's not the point, Stanley.
You've never even been on a regular jury.
And that
What
was
the
an
fuck are you talking about?
and that was an intentional
You
dismissal, but
got
that's not the whole
called
point.
in for potential
And
jury
and the other
duty.
Stan
But
understands that.
motherfucker, you didn't make it to a regular jury.
Stanley,
Stop the goddamn cap.
I'm so disappointed in you right now, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you had potential to be on a jury and you want to talk about a grand jury? Really?
I had no potential to be in a jury because the
No,
summons was
you
for a
don't have
grand
a
jury, not a
conversation,
jury.
motherfucker.
Ah,
You don't have
I'm
why
about
the
to start
fuck
cursing you out
are
in
we
Creole,
even
motherfucker.
here? You went into a building where there could have been a jury you could have sat on. That's the best you can do. That is nigger rigging.
Oh, nigger. That's what you call
Oh,
that?
I'm 60, motherfucker. You don't know what nigger rigging is?
I know exactly what nigger is, but
Well,
I'm
then,
just shocked.
motherfucker, are you not doing that?
I'm surprised you know since you don't
You
know
are
anything all of a sudden.
literally doing the worst thing a young black man can do. Stop it.
Stanley, why are you returning back to your old vomit? Didn't you just
You know
apologize
what?
to me for this
Sometimes you
shit
gotta
that you
get
just
drunk and old. You
for this
gotta go
shit that
back to the roots.
10 minutes ago before you just
used to call
apologized for
them.
the same shit
Hey,
you're doing to me right now.
Hey, humble.
Yes.
Since everyone is older than you are on this panel, I'm gonna have to
Not
go on.
by
My
much.
mother
Not by much.
died at motherfucking 81. You know what she used to call what I just said with the N rigging? That's what the old people used to say, but it seems to work. Motherfucker, stop nigger rigging this argument.
Reading out the John Gall
And you
lexicon
know
again, huh,
I'm gonna
Stanley?
get meaner, motherfucker. I've told you, I will channel my mother's spirit, and I will have you in tears.
Well, I told you need to channel
Stop it.
your father's
Stop
DNA,
it,
not your
motherfucker.
mitochondrial
No,
DNA,
my
which you have an
father,
abundance of, Stanley.
hey, when Hurricane Dolores started getting righteously pissed off, because a lot of the time she was right. I'm tired of all y'all motherfuckers. Don't make me channel Hurricane Dolores, because it spins and it does it with correct English. She pronounces her T's at the end of the sentence. We don't want that.
Well, I'm not saying anything snarky because your mother is involved in this statement, but I understand what
Oh,
you're
I'm
saying.
channeling her spirit. You want to offend her?
I'm not offending no mama. Are you
and
crazy?
you will cry.
Especially not somebody I rock with. What the fuck are you doing?
Hey, humble. I
Dude,
answer your
you
question
have
in
never
a
been
minute.
on a jury. Stop talking about jury duty.
Hey Stanley, as the
You
host of the
got
show, all due
out
respect,
of
can
the
you
jury
kindly shut
duty,
the fuck up so
and
I can hear
I think
Stanley's
you
dance
made the
question?
right decision. But motherfucker, don't come up here being all heroic of talking about grand juries. Motherfucker, you haven't sat on a jury.
I wasn't being heroic. I wasn't even being
You are
anti-heroic. I was
talking about
I was
shit that you don't know, humble.
You're the one that doesn't know anything. You just said it 5 minutes
Dude,
ago.
I know a fool. I know that you've never been on a
Oh,
jury.
now you be brave.
I've
One
never
of
been
us
on a jury
one of us is a
either.
fool, huh? Huh? Be brave.
Humble President.
One of us is a fool.
Humble President.
Call me El Presidente, motherfucker. This Miami, Florida.
Hey, y'all got that down there? The El
Yeah, we
Presidente?
got president. That's why I get Deacon Dave. That's why I get my Fabuloso and
You know what,
Oh,
all my
yeah,
other
I know
trinkets.
about that.
Won't you?
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry,
love
Stanley.
that
What'd you say?
Fabuloso. Smells
Stanley,
good.
what'd you say? Stanley, what'd you say? You were scolding me. I didn't hear your reprimanding.
Motherfucker, stop scolding me, bitch.
I feel like
I'm glad
I'm
you weren't
fucking
really
grounded right
upset.
now,
Mr.
bro.
President,
Jesus
I
Christ.
said what I have to say.
But
You know what?
Stan, I want to hear from the Stan. So Officer Stan,
No,
like,
you want to hear from someone who is sober insane.
yeah, that's
Well,
what I
the
want to hear
real
from Stan.
Stanley, please
Yeah,
stand up.
yeah, with a real Stan. Stan.
Yeah, I'm here.
So can you address my point, please, before Stanley goes on
Yeah,
another diatribe?
yeah. So
Motherfucker, I go on things I know. Stop it.
you keep messing. Man, hey man, much respect to my man Stanley A, and
Yeah, we love Stan. Come on, we know we
thank
love
you for
Stanley,
your
man.
serve,
He's just a
and
motherfucker.
but
That's
thank you
all.
for your support. And
Yeah.
but I'll tell you this. This is the crux of the case, right? Because it was a time, and Stanley broke it down. It was a time you couldn't even sit on jury duty. Now we can sit on jury duty, and we do everything to get out of it, right? Yeah, it was a deck stacked against us 100%, and then it started changing. So if we don't fulfill our obligations, how did the numbers ever grow?
Right, you're right.
Even Martin did a show about it. You're right, and and he talk about I just rip it up. I'm like, bruh. Then we talk about disparagement, right, and jury duty and all that. If we ain't there, how the hell we think we're gonna move the needle? That's the long and short of it.
That's why I
Because
feel
I ain't
so
gonna try to
guilty now,
get.
man. When Stanley mentioned, I was like, that wasn't even in my mind, and
I
that's
know.
a dis
No,
that
I took it a different place. Dude, this is how people think.
Yeah.
None of this compares to
Motherfucker, you
abortion.
will go
Deacon
380
Dave, shut the
degrees
fuck
to
up. Let
come
Stanley
back
talk.
to the first degree. Don't you know how people think?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Motherfucker, you are black. You're probably smarter than most white people you know.
Definitely smarter
I
than
would,
Brave.
motherfucker, I would put you up against, dude, what I heard about your experience in Miami, motherfucker, you are literally smarter than most of the white people, 90% of the white people you know.
Like
Easily.
years ahead of them.
Thank you, sir.
No, this is why the humble presidents of the world don't understand what they have. Dude,
All right.
you know shit. My son knows shit.
Right.
You had humble stop the bullshit. Be more confident. And humble, I honestly I'm a little out of line here, but motherfucker, I
A little.
give you the full brunt. I put the brunt of calling you full of shit because, dude, you're not full of shit.
And
Dude,
Stanley,
fucking motherfucking lead.
and Stanley, you even dipped the brunt paddle in water.
Dude.
Hey, Stan, let me ask you a question because you were actually on a grand jury. If I
No,
was on
I've
a,
never been
I'm not
on
talking about
a
you,
jury.
Stan Lee. I'm talking about
Oh,
Stan.
my bad.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
My
sorry for
bad.
disrespecting you, Stan Lee.
Sorry,
My
Stan.
apologies. Stan, let me ask you a question. You said you had experience on a grand jury, right? Is it a real thing that, okay, let's say you're in my position, right? You're in a grand jury. You're one of two black men on a grand jury. I don't know of how many, 12, 24, I don't know who the fuck. Everybody's Hispanic. You're the only two black men. Can they overrule you dismissing indictments against other black men?
Yeah, it's not about this. What it really boils down to, right? It's that it's a group of people, and you need the majority to say that it's a true bill, right?
Uh-huh.
But because most of us, right, that the people that don't hang in my circles because we go to grand juries, right, or jury duty. But I'm talking about around the sentiment is, and you can go to panel, you got to take Sam's word for it, that they say, I ain't going to no damn jury duty. I ain't going to no grand jury. And that's why this disparity is, right? However, but if you're in a population a certain way, man, what to say, man? Because you said you grew up with Jewish people and
Yeah, I did.
I grew up with Hispanic people. Hey man, y'all all chew the same dirt. To just assume that they're gonna automatically say guilty, and that's crazy. But if you ain't in the room, how do you know? You got to be in
and
the
I hate
room.
to assume because of the old adage, assuming
Yeah.
makes but my assumption is based on my lived experience as a black man in Miami. Like, Stan, I've been blocked by job opportunities so many times. I've been discriminated against.
Dude.
And I don't give a fuck because it makes me. Now that I think about
Have
it, it
you
makes me stronger.
survived? Have
Yeah.
you? Well,
Hell
then,
yeah,
have you
I'm black.
prevailed?
Hell yeah, I'm a nigga. Of
Okay,
course.
I'm. You know what? I'm gonna ask my my if I were 20 years younger girlfriend to come up, and she's gonna be embarrassed.
Who that is?
But
Who
no
that is?
love, hit the link, ma'am.
Oh, Mo Love's is in here. Hi,
Oh, you
Mo.
know what? I'm surprised she is. She's probably, but I'm gonna have to
Probably,
with
she's
with
probably shaking her head
Stan
in disgust at me right
Autry's
about now.
permission. We're gonna have to edge. You're under 40, right, Humble?
Barely. I'm gonna be 39 on next month.
Oh, motherfucker! Then you are young. You're younger than my brother. My brother is. Who knows where he is? well, no. The
Apparently, he's
reason
in
I said,
Japan.
dude,
Apparently
all
he's
these
in Japan.
motherfuckers are gone. Dude, my son is in San Francisco. My brother is in Japan for 2 weeks.
Stanley,
All these black motherfuckers are just going
Stanley.
where they want to go and being all successful. And it's just me and my daddy.
Stanley,
Fucking Savannah.
Stanley, why are you bitching about that? Stanley, I've heard you for months. I've heard you for months.
Two old black men in Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, I miss my son. He's in college. I'm
No, it's not.
As soon as the motherfucker comes back home, I can't wait till he leaves. How come he ain't leaving? How come he ain't in his grandparents' house?
Humble. You know what my father asked me to do? I need you to weed that rose bed. Motherfucker, my ass was motherfucker, I'm 60 goddamn years old and
Not
I'm
in his
weeding
eyes.
a motherfucking rose bed. Motherfucker. You know what? And then my father was like, "You okay? You need some water?" Motherfucker, this is Stanley goddamn Cross.
You damn near about to call.
No,
Because damn near about to strap you to the post and call you Toby.
No, dude, when my father, I don't have motherfucking heroes. I have my father. And you know what? If he thought I could do it, that means I can do it. Motherfucker, we don't ask questions. Daddy thought and thinks. And guess what? Motherfucker, he was right. I weeded that goddamn car. Now my son helped me with the other one. Dude, we don't motherfucking my father. I don't have heroes, motherfucker. I have
well, you know, Stanley,
father.
Stanley, I don't have heroes. I have examples.
Well, that's a better way of putting it. But guess what I did?
What?
Take a guess.
You
There's
cut
not
the
a
lawn.
goddamn weed around that rose bush.
You fucking cut the weeds with scissors too, I bet.
I had to ask my father, "Is there a spade?" Well, use your hands. And I'm like, no.
Hey, Stanley, I remember one time. Yo, Stanley, I remember one time. Hey, Stanley.
I did
Hey,
have
Stan.
to say, well, you know when he told me,
what?
There's a mother. Well, he didn't. My father doesn't curse. There is a what is it? Pitchfork. You can do it. And you know what? It was a full-size pitchfork. It worked.
Hey, Stanley, I remember one time.
You know what the sad thing is?
What?
And I'm going to be honest. My father had probably been wanting to do it himself for a while. And me and Trevor mowed the lawn, which, by the way, you could fucking put a tee and swing a golf club on that motherfucking lawn. It's like 50 years old.
Hey, Stanley.
No. Let me finish.
Okay.
My father had probably been wanting to weed those rose beds. And you know what? I'm mother goddamn fucking honored. I didn't say no. I said, let me get some water. Motherfucker, it was motherfucking 96 degrees out there.
Yeah.
I sat my ass down and I did it. My son did it. The lawn was mowed. And you know what? My father didn't say thank you because it's expected, motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah. And Stan,
That
and
is black excellence.
it is.
Dude,
And
what the
Stan,
fuck did I
Stan,
raise you for?
Stan, and you know, I got to give you jazz snaps for that. You know, a lot of respect to that, as you being an old fogey as you are, and you still listening to your
Motherfucker, I'm only
father.
60.
I'm just playing. But Stanley, please don't interrupt, sir. I think that I know your father wanted to cut that lawn for so long, but on the flip
Motherfucker,
side,
I
Stanley,
cut
God
the
damn it, let me
lawn
fucking finish
for
my
my
statement,
brother.
Stanley. I understand
Oh,
that.
you need
But
to
Stanley,
understand.
I think your father garnered much more satisfaction seeing the fruit of his bowels, you know, at his age, like be there,
Loins, not
man, yeah,
bowels,
you know what I'm
sir.
saying? Like, yeah,
Bowels,
the
shit.
loins.
Loins
Well,
produce. Okay, here's
Stanley,
where we're gonna correct
Stanley,
the dumb
pardon my
nigger
old
shit.
English. Stanley, pardon my old
Bowels,
English. All right.
bowels. I will put you in the back until you can get your biology
Am I
correct.
grounded for fucking up them
Bowels,
party? All right,
bowels.
loins. But stop derailing.
Motherfucker, you get to go into the back. You better get your goddamn biology right. Bowels shit. Loins produce. Stop it, son. If you're going to talk some motherfucking N-word shit, you best be better. Get it right.
Yeah, if I want to come for the hooked on
Dude,
phonics
I
king.
don't care about any of that flap your
All
lip
right,
stuff.
motherfucker. All right, all right.
Your lip stuff.
Let me tone down the
Your lip
English.
stuff
Let me.
produces bowel production.
Well, all right. Let me nigger rig my English. All right, so
Look,
I get the
I
story out.
will say this, and
Yeah.
I don't need you to confirm my life.
But you
My
understand what
father
I'm
is
saying, though, right? You
up.
understand what I'm
I'm
saying?
gonna put you in the back.
It was a compliment,
So make
Stanley.
me treat you like 12th man. You are miles ahead.
Stanley,
I don't need your confirmation. I don't need to even talk about it. My
why
father
are
does what
you
he
taking
does.
it as
The
disrespect? Why
Cross
are you taking it?
family has done what it did.
So me
We
complimenting
are
your
not.
father is disrespect
We
to you?
are who we are. We
I
don't need
understand
to
it.
talk about it. We just do.
You don't need to
And
talk
if
about it. You
I
talk
talk
about it
about,
almost every
dude,
day.
if my father knew I'm the black sheep, the Cross family, my son, my sister, her husband, my brother, his wife, all the nieces and nephews, my mother, who is gone now, my father,
God rest his soul.
we don't talk, we just do. And when we do talk, it's usually like past that very delicious meal.
I
We don't talk about
gotta
shit.
tread lightly with you, Stanley. You take compliments as
Oh,
insults.
motherfucker, you need to not talk about it. We don't tread.
I'm not. God damn it, motherfucker!
Dude, you don't understand black people, do you?
Right, because I haven't been a black man for the last 38 years.
No, motherfucker, I've been one twice as long.
Yeah.
And my father, 20 years, 24 years before that. Dude, I'm not going to disrespect your blackness. I will question whether you understand what black is.
How the fuck did we even get on this point? I'm trying to compliment your father's
because I guided you
landscaping.
here.
I'm trying to
I
compliment.
dude, you didn't see where I
Your
was
father's
guiding you? You
your
don't
father's
see.
landscaping abilities led
See, this is the lovely thing, Humble.
led
You
to
didn't know
questioning my blackness. Make that make sense.
Humble. You had no clue you were coming here, did you? I bet Stan did.
No idea.
Motherfucker, dude, you don't know how blackness works.
Oh, you got some fucking balls, Mr. Carr.
I am literally challenging your blackness. I don't have to ask for a see.
You know what? I don't.
You're
My
gonna interrupt.
blackness is so
Your
entrenched in me. I
blackness
don't even need to
is
even entertain that silliness. It's like you said, there's no such thing as stupid questions. This is
motherfucker.
a
Did I
stupid
ask
question,
you for
Stanley.
a goddamn black card? I bet I
Motherfucker,
didn't.
you just
Did
pulled
I
mine without
ask you
permission. What
for
the
a
fuck are you
black
talking
card?
about, nigga?
Black man. Did
What's
I
up?
ask you for a card?
I don't know. You
Ask
want
me,
one?
ask me why I didn't ask you for a black card or even mention it until now.
Lieutenant Cross, why didn't you ask me for a black card or didn't you
Because
even
there
mention it
is
until
no
now?
motherfucking black card. You either are or you aren't.
What do you think I am?
I think you're black. I think you're a black man, by
All
the
right
way.
then. So
Yeah,
everything you just said,
motherfucker, but you can be
everything you
challenged,
just said
bitch.
is a moot point.
When your black manness can't be challenged, we're not doing a duel. I'm just asking questions.
About my blackness?
No. See, you think your blackness is being challenged by being asked questions.
Stanley.
Dude, you must
Stanley.
do that. Dude, no one challenged. Did I ask you if you were black, humble? Honestly, did I
Stanley.
challenge it? Did I ask you?
No, you didn't. But Stanley, can I ask
Then
you something?
motherfucker, you are black.
Stanley,
I
can I
don't
ask you a question,
challenge your
Stanley?
blackness. The fucker, dude. The one thing, if you know you're talking to a black man, the last thing you do is challenge if he's black. He's black.
Stanley.
We all know this.
Stanley, did the nuns of Our Lady of Sorrows ever told you that you're smart? You're too smart for your own
Fuck all
good.
the Catholicism. Don't
They never told
bring
you
up
too
that
smart for.
bullshit.
They ever told you too
We were
smart for your own
black
good,
before
Stanley?
we were Catholic, right?
Stanley, the road that you lead me on, this shit is making me
The
hurt, bro.
road that I'm
My
leading
head
you
hurts.
on,
What the fuck are
you
you
follow
doing?
or you don't. Dude, there is no one road to blackness.
There's one road to heaven, and that's Jesus Christ.
Dude, I'm not going to challenge the heaven point because it is not my place. But I know I'm black. And I know
That as a black Catholic, it is your place. I'm coughing like Stanley.
I am so black, I don't have to ask another man whether he's black. I
You
don't
just
challenge
did.
it because I don't care.
You just challenged
You're either
my
black or
Stanley.
you aren't. See, this is what being a black man is, sir. You don't ask. You just know. And I know I'm black. I'm not going to ask you if you are black. You either are or you are not. Stop the fucking bullshit that these little idiots on YouTube panels want to ask. You either are or you're not.
Stanley, what bullshit am I indulging in?
You know what? You are listening to me flap my gums a bit. And I thank you. I do thank you for that. Dude, no one challenges humble. Motherfucker, you're black?
Stanley, I want to hear you confess your love for Mo Love, and I want to hear you challenge your blackness simultaneously.
I don't do that kind of disrespect.
What declaring your love for her?
Yes.
You do it all the time. You do it all the time.
You don't do these wanton little manosphere fucking bullshit little boy points. Dude,
Stanley,
stop being a little boy.
Declaring your love for Mo is the exact antithesis of the manosphere talking points.
Do you understand what love is, son? Or do I need to explain that to you too?
I need an in-depth knowledge. I have no idea.
Okay, humble presidents, dude. I will literally put you back into kindergarten, and you fucking become an adult. Love is a two-way street for starters. There is no I love you. It's not love if it isn't a two-way street. It is lust. It is like motherfucker. You best shut up.
When you let me ask you something. When you
declare supremacy, I'm smarter than you are on this. I know I am.
So let me ask you
Love
something.
is literally a two-way street.
So
It's
question. Let me
not,
ask you.
motherfucker, you keep wanting to interrupt. It's
Oh,
not
that's
love.
the pot. That's the pot calling
If you
the black
say
man.
I love you and you don't get I love you back, then guess what? It's not. Take a guess. It's
Stanley,
not love, son.
I don't.
I will make it easy for your dumb ass. This is literally where the manosphere fails.
Stanley.
They confuse subservience and leadership with love. They're dumb fucks. And motherfucker, y'all
Stanley, can I ask you a
gather a
question?
bunch of
Stanley, can I
conservative
ask you a
and hit
can I ask you a
no.
relevant question? May I
This is a
please, Stanley?
challenge.
May I please ask
Bring
you a
a
relevant?
motherfucking hood conservative up here with his dumbass crew. I love mowing down weeds.
A crew full of lisp yappers. But Stanley, may I please ask you a question? To your point, it's not love, it's lust, right? So let me ask you a question.
Love is a
When
two-way street. It's
right,
not
I
love
got it.
if it's
Point
one
taken.
way.
I understood. Understood. Point
Motherfucker,
taken.
I've literally lived this.
I understand that. I know you did. But let me ask you a
Well, then
question.
why are you asking me dumb questions?
You don't know if it's done or
ask
not
me
because
what
you
love
don't get
is.
me. I don't have the
Already
opportunity
told
to
you what it
ask
is.
the question. So how do you know if it's dumb or not?
Do you have
So
to ask? No,
so
motherfucker,
so
I
let's
know
play a
because I
game. Let's play a
know.
game. Let
Okay,
Humble
see,
ask a question and we can see if
this
it's
is
dumb or
what
not.
Humble.
Yeah.
You young folks think
Oh.
it's a game. You think everything is a motherfucking game.
Do we know?
That's where you lose. I know at my age, even at 60, life isn't a game. It's not a motherfucking video game for sure. Don't ask me questions you ask questions I've
Lieutenant Cross.
answered. Don't re-ask in a different way. Same
Lieutenant Cross,
answers.
permission to
Okay,
speak freely.
you seem to really think that I care
Lieutenant
about
Cross.
you asking persistence.
Permission to speak freely, Lieutenant
Don't
Cross.
bother. You don't have permission.
Permission to speak
Stop
freely, Lieutenant
asking
Cross.
dumb questions.
Permission to speak freely.
Okay, permission to tell me what you heard love is. What is
Okay.
love, Humble?
I don't know what love is. That's why I want to
Okay,
ask a fucking
motherfucker, I
question.
just gave you the answer. I literally asked
All
you a
right.
question you couldn't
All right.
answer,
All
and I gave you the answer before the question.
No, you're just good like that, Stanley.
Dude,
Okay,
what
Stanley.
is love? Did I
Stanley,
not tell you?
can we segue into my highly relevant
There
question?
is no segue, son.
No?
I'm going into there is no answer, son.
You
I'm
even
going into the fatherly mode.
Stanley, are you omnipotent? You know what the fuck my question is before I can even get a chance to
You
spit
know
it out?
what? Why don't I care what your questions are? Can you answer that?
No, I can't.
Because
Like
I don't
father,
think
like
I'm
father, like son, I
interested
guess. Huh?
in dumb questions, and you seem to have a bouquet of them.
Oh, motherfucker! This is the motherfucking.
Yeah, motherfucker, I said it.
This is the flower
You
shop
are
of horrors,
bringing
motherfucker.
me an FTD florist level bouquet of dumb questions.
And you're bringing me an
And
STD level
motherfucker,
question
I'm
of
telling you
deflection.
not to ask. Dude, don't ask the questions. I'll just
Stanley,
piss you
Stanley,
off.
can I motherfucking
Which
ask this
part of
question, please?
motherfucking don't ask me dumb questions?
How do you
Can
know
you
it's dumb? I
respect
didn't even
that?
get to ask the question.
I don't care. Don't ask the questions.
God.
Do not ask the goddamn questions. Why do you feel the need? See, this is the interesting thing. I tell you not to ask dumb questions, and you are asking permission to ask
Stanley,
dumb questions.
not too long
Can you
ago, you
ask
told
a
me
good
that
question?
young
You
black
get
men such as
one
myself
good
need to be more
question.
curious.
You're in the back.
Why didn't I
Ask one good question. That'll be your wish. Don't ask me more questions. Everyone. Stan, chat, one good question, Humble.
I understand.
One good question, sir.
Okay, you ready? You asked you told me about
motherfucker, just ask the question.
Motherfucker. Okay. When you're on Child Listen podcast, and you're serenading Mo Love and T with Sweet Nothings. Is that love or is that lust?
I did that.
Yeah,
Oh my lord.
No, you didn't did that. You do that.
Okay, then why are you asking something I didn't do?
Motherfucker.
See, this is why this is look, if I was gonna serenade, and I'm not going down that road, good women, T I absolutely love. Mo Love is I absolutely love. And look at why the fuck do they do that, Stan? I would be here for it.
Something in the water.
You know what? I've gone too far too, Stan. Apparently,
I
I've had enough.
appreciate you, brother. Hey, Stanley, I appreciate you, man. Every chance I get, man, I'm gonna come up and talk with you, brother. I appreciate you, man.
I do want Mo Love to come up. Or you know what? That might be too much. But Stan, you know what? You kind of get it, and I definitely appreciate that. Man, these folks have never look. Humble Presidents is an awesome young man. These motherfuckers, you know, even there've been a time or two. If you haven't asked your question, I might not have you. I know you have. There've been a time or two. I'm like, I might not survive this. If you haven't been in that situation, I don't want to
Absolutely.
motherfucking hear these young people. Young women, yes. Young men, what the fuck do these idiots want to come up and go, whoa, you not? Motherfucker, dude, Red Sea. I was one of those dumb motherfucking officers. I have literally said, like, you know what, Chief? You take over. I'm gonna go down and, inspect these containers with my men. And you know what the chief did? He looked at me like, what the fuck? Oh, dude. Look, Chief, he's an E7. Well, you know naval rank. Chief, look, if my men can do it, I can do it too. We can't. And my chief just fucking shook his head. Yes, sir. Dude, I'm down there. I open up a container that's 3 stories high. You know how containers are like at the port? So it's a 3-story high container. And, oh, yeah, I'm cracking open containers. Dude, I opened up this goddamn container and it was full of fucking boulders. So I opened this thing up and all of a sudden there are rocks falling against me. And I'm one hand on this swinging door. And I'm like, oh shit, let me push off. So I swing clear. Dude, I'm 3 stories high. If I fall, I'm going to be injured at a minimum. If I stay in front of this container, I'm going to get my head bashed in. Dude, and you know what I did? I fucking swung back, closed the container. Motherfucker, I never told anyone that story because it's so goddamn embarrassing. Dude, I didn't go down into the holds of cargo ships anymore. But you know what? I know what my men were doing. It's dangerous. If you aren't the kind of goddamn officer who, dude, you cannot tell your men to motherfucking do shit if you don't know what it's about.
Exactly.
Your chief, your E7, no, the officer has to know. And the fucking 03 needs to know, the 04 needs to know. You got to do it at least once. And be brave when you do it. You motherfucking lead those bastards. Dude, I led my men to that fucking cargo hold. And my Jeep was probably laughing the whole time. But I know how to lead.
Hey, Stanley.
Now, it is such a silly story, but where I'm going with this, Stan, is motherfucker, officers lead. And they must know. And I
Right.
got better stories because I was always that dumb motherfucker. But my men respected me. And you know what? Here is the deal. No one fucked with my people. I literally, they knew if you're going to fuck with me, you're going to have to fuck with Mr. Cross. Do you really want to do that? Now, I was in 03, the 02s and the 01s, the 03s, the 04s didn't fuck with me. Motherfucker, I'm a bastard. I will take you to task. And I was an asshole to my men, but you know what? They knew. Don't fuck up, motherfuckers, because Mr. Cross will protect you. Dude, don't you fuck with my men.
Hey, real quick,
Well,
that
that's black.
I went on post today, right? Me and my wife, because we had to take care of
Oh,
some business
really?
out there. Yeah, but when the Joker saw that ID guard and looked at that rank, the Joker, oh yeah, that level of respect.
Yep.
They just don't give that stuff out like candy, and and it's like, and the thing is, I earned it, right? And I give
Oh,
them respect.
motherfucker.
I
Yeah.
give them respect too, and that's what it's supposed to be, right? Well, we know it's not 100%,
Mhm.
but that's what a lot of people are missing in life, right? So I mean, my wife, man, she flashed her card out and I pulled mine out. Boom, we good, and we got like, oh yeah, shit, boom, we moving, right? And everywhere we go, right? And
Right.
even she not with me because she got that ID card that has my information on it with the rank and all that. Now they're gonna give her respect. You know what I mean? Come on, man. But now nobody, a lot of people, not nobody, not no one, but a lot of people don't have respect, man. Respect. I'm like, bruh, did it, man. I went through a lot to get it, and
Yeah.
whatever. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't change it for the world because
But
I
you
know
know,
everybody ain't built to do it. I know they ain't built to do it. They talk a lot, but they ain't
right.
built to do it.
You
And
know
that's
what?
fine.
You are going where I was gonna go. These YNs don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Motherfucker, you don't, and I'm gonna pick on tough guy. And I hope he's listening. Motherfucker, women don't respect you because you are a black man. That's not like a requirement. A black man who can do what Stan Autry did. Here, um, you know what? They will respect you because they know who I am. Motherfucker, until you can do that, shut the fuck up. I want to hear what you have to say. YNs are not being trained right. And John Galt, Be Brave, um, they're not the trainers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know you was a hell of an officer, and
No.
I know
You know what?
what I mean by
I was
this.
I was actually a bigger asshole when I wasn't an officer. Dude, you just have to
But
be smart. You just have to back up what you say.
yeah,
You know what? My son, uh, he doesn't know it yet, but that motherfucker's an asshole too. Because he's smart. He can't be now. Look, you got to be kind. You wield your powers for good.
right. That's what I mean by that. But because I was in a chat the other day, on a panel the other day, and The guy said, "You must have been a hell of a first sergeant, right?" And
Wait,
I
hold
said,
on.
"Well,
What?
you must have been a hell of a first sergeant, man. Been
Well,
a
was
good
he an
first sergeant."
officer, a fellow first sergeant, anywhere
No,
near your rank?
yeah, yeah. So the guy said it, and he said, "You was a,
Oh, okay.
you must have been a good first sergeant," and all that. Oh, he said, "I know you was a good first sergeant." I said, "Well, the soldiers say I am, and and they still contact him to this day because I stood up for what was right." Man, you get certain privileges as you get rank and officers they get certain privileges and stuff like man. So we let them live in squalor? Nah, man, it's not right. They're like, oh, we the ones that's in the meeting that we the ones talking in the meeting, and the rest of them just getting their licky chewy stuff. Man, forget that. Man, it's about these dang on soldiers and
Yeah,
sailors or
it's
whatever,
always
right?
about the men. It's
Yeah, I'm
always
like,
about the
man, we
people.
always gonna be good, but we
Dude,
ain't good without them. And I'm like,
oh mother well, you know what? I was actually I was watching something on YouTube like you eat in rank order. E1s eat before did they of course they did that in the army, right?
absolutely, you let
Motherfucker,
the soldiers eat first.
the captain or the colonel or motherfucker, senior rank eats last.
Yeah,
And dude,
junior soldiers eat first.
and you know what is so weird? Dude, it stuck. I my when I was married and I like, we would get together, my parents back, and this is kind of the good old days. My mother and father, my brother and his child and his wife, and my sister and her three children, and it was the cross folks, dude. Kids first, motherfucker. The youngest gets to eat first. And I think the military is a weird but moral, but I love the military. I love the Navy. And my son, I'm not done with him yet. I've seen some Georgia Tech folks who make rather good naval officers. Dude, they eat first. They are your people. And I just wish parents should be the same way. Motherfucker, if my child is not eating first, you give the best to your children. You give the best to your wife. If you're the man, motherfucker, you eat last. You might have to starve, but
Right.
your babies and your wife, motherfucker, they better be able to take care of you when you're starved.
I done been so many places where we had to field strip because we didn't carry the whole box of MREs, for the people, the civilians, meals ready to eat. We field strip it. You ain't carrying that big ass bag in there because you got to be on the move. And I'm like, it's just got to make sure your soldiers are good. We do PCCs and PCI checks, personal combat checks, and personal combat inspections, right? Before we go on any mission, right? You got to make sure they're good. Forget if I got all my stuff. I mean, hey, man, hey, we do a layout before we go and make sure everybody got everything. Make sure the
Right.
gunner got his stuff, right? And all these things, right? It's
Well,
important.
Tom, maybe you have to tell that story. Was it difficult? Because I have done it, but usually it was E8, E7, E6. Um, and did you obviously you cared, but tell us how you took care of your people
Yeah,
because
it was
that is important.
It wasn't difficult to me because I was the guy hands on. Like when you do the cyclic inventory, that's when you're checking the weapons, the arm rooms, all the sensitive items, right? And no, I'm the hands on guy and I'm looking at every serial number and all that, right? But that's the way I did with my soldiers and that's why I trained them hands on. I ain't gonna, just take that you put in your boots and you got your change your socks, underwear, make sure you got your no, 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 no. It's hands on. So it wasn't difficult for me. And I taught them. So when they came up the ranks, guess what they
God
did?
damn, Todd.
They mimicked what I did. They said hands on. Because when we had to do 15-mile ruck, right? And people would try to put pillows in their stuff and all that
Motherfucker,
stuff.
you know what?
Yeah.
I've done an 11 mile.
Yeah. Yeah. So my that was my thing. And I'm like, nah, I say, man, don't cheat yourself. I said, because they're gonna weigh your stuff when you get back. Now what you gonna do? Pick up some boulders on the way back? Because all the stuff will get weighed, right? And then I said, no, we weighing it before you leave and before you get back. I was like, and when you get back, rather. And I was like, nah, man, don't cheat yourself, man, because you never know when you're gonna need that. And then when they started going up the ranks, guess what? They mimicked everything I did, right? And I mean, man, because man, people put pillows in there and their rucksacks and all. I'm like, man, you ain't doing yourself no good. So that I was a hands-on guy, right? And because I was mentoring them and training them because I understood. I cross-trained everybody. I don't care what their MOS was. I cross-trained everybody because you never knew when you're gonna get tapped on the shoulder. You can't say I don't know. They don't care. You don't know. You ready to get a dang on OJT
Right.
training.
Right.
So I believe in cross training. Now I'm back in the civilian world. It's like, man, I believe in cross training everybody, right? Because it's very
Stan,
important.
do you have kids? I've never asked you that.
Oh yeah, yes. I have two sons, and I
Mm.
got my angel.
Are they
She
Army?
was in there for, one of my sons went into the army, and
Mm.
he stayed there for a little while. But then my oldest daughter, it was Air Force, which is my angel, and then my princess, she got a master's, and she's in the education field.
You're a
So
princess.
yeah, my
I'm
angel, my
mesmerized.
princess, my
Dude,
two daughters, man, that's my life.
dude.
That's
All
my
I have to
lifeline.
say is I'm glad you called her princess because goddamn, dude, you have seen the shit. And
And
actually maybe that's why I go against the grain. Dude, family, motherfucker, family is everything. Dude, I grew up in that family, but Stan, I think you understand it even better than I do. Dude, um, I was like, what, 38 when I got married. I didn't understand how important it was until I had it. And dude, it was a little too late. Um, y'all motherfuckers better get a family. And it is, Stan, you understand what family is, and you understand, your work family, your army family. I had a Navy family, but dude, you best surround yourself with good people. And
I
I
totally
love
agree.
hearing you're a princess. I never had a daughter, but
Yeah,
um,
my oldest daughter, that's my angel, and but
yep.
this is the thing. I grew up in
How
a
so?
family. I grew up in a family.
Oh,
My late
okay,
father,
gotcha.
my
Yep,
hero, and my
yeah,
late mother that passed away when I was young, or
right.
much younger, right? And that she was the matriarch of the family. But then, I guess some kind of way she knew she wasn't gonna be on this earth long. But regardless of the fact, I got, some of them passed away now, but I got 13 godmothers. You used to pass them around the church like Simba. They in that fight, trying to see
Right.
who gonna hold me. Boy, I was eating so many dang on little Debbie cakes and sodas and stuff, and but the thing is, so I know what it is to be loved, and that's why when I end people's shows, they say final thoughts. I say family first,
Dude,
family always,
let me
because
tell you
I really
something.
believe that. I really
Um,
believe it.
my family, we weren't huggers, but last week I hugged my 81-year-old father, and it felt good.
Yeah.
Um, he is my hero. Dude, Frederick Douglass, if I had a hero, my mother, my father. And I am, dude,
Yeah. I had
my
the
father, I have to say this. for the for the for the young folks, motherfucker, hugging my father was just, I didn't kiss him, but I should have. Dude, that man is smartest man I know. I don't have heroes because I had my father. And my mother, she was the heroine. So anyway,
yeah.
I'm still kind of mad at humble presidents and all those dumb motherfuckers. I have umbrage. Damn it.
Yeah. So so this is the thing, right? So when my late father, my hero passed away, right? I got a chance to give him his final salute, right? And that was really monumental, right? So the passing of the baton type thing. And so I was like, I fine, I gotta go, right? I got to keep going. He did 2 tours of Vietnam. What? Then joined the Navy, retired out the Air Force, and then retired from the VA. Man, that's my hero. And some of my
Right.
partners, they came up, that some of my childhood friends and stuff, and they came up there and said, well, most people say their hero is Superman, Batman. He said, but his hero is his father. And he said he was our hero too, because he spent time talking to them as well. And I was like, wow. So it's just the impactful thing, right? I know some people won't get it, and fine, you can die in the abyss. We all gonna be 10 toes up and worm food. Man, just enjoy this thing called life. That as long as you got it, but at the end of the day, man, my family is my support system, right? It has been. The military has been my support system. After I'm long gone, the military will always be the support system for my children and my grandchildren. It doesn't matter. It don't go away. And um, with me joining the military, it was a choice. I made a decision. And then I got my education and all that stuff. But it was just like, man, I want to mimic my hero, right? I'm going in, I'm going to do good, and I'm going to do this and do that. He gave me the heads up before I even went to basic training. So I ain't getting none of that stupid stuff, right? He told me the heads up every time I went TDY. I'd been on deployment. Say, hey, son, and I get a chance to get on the satellite phone early on, and then we got where had other devices as things modernized, right? And I would just call him and check in with him, right? He said, "You good?" I said, "Yes, sir." So it's just that bond that can never be broken. I tell people, this is how you live forever. When people still speak your name in the earth, that's how you live forever. And people don't get it. You better create some memories, or if not, you be missing somewhere, and whatever, man. But I thank God for my family. That's why I won't do anything to defame my name, my family name, and I'm not doing that. And that's why people got to get it. People be talking that slick stuff is like you spitting in my parents' face, and if I allow you to do that to me, you spitting in their face,
Well,
and it ain't going down that way.
hmm.
Man, I'm cut from a different cloth. And I got your tax dollars that taught me before I even joined the military. I was more of a, whatever. And then now your tax dollars taught me to be the other way. You think I ain't gonna use that to protect my family and my friends? Get out of here, man. That's not the conversation you want to have, right? And I'm like, man, just move around. There's plenty of people that take that bait, but no, man, And I wouldn't change it for the world. People say, "Well, you doing the military? Would you do it again?" Absolutely, I would. It had to do over again, right? I would. I would. Best experience I had in my life, even with all the other stuff that went along with it. Best experience in my life. I got a chance to understand the world, and I'm like, okay. I know why people do things. I had certification from Penn State and all that. That arguably is the mind school of the world, right? And I'm like, man, I see it and I understand, but when you start talking that clickety clack shit, and I'll be looking at you, I understand why you do
What
the
is
response you
clickety
do.
clack shit?
It's bullshit.
Is
That
it
means Joker just running
African
their
clickety
mind.
clack? Because I've
No,
heard people like CT say
No,
clickety
I don't
clack
use it
shit.
in no African sense. It's just like noise. It's just noise. Just like when somebody asks you all these questions and
Really?
stuff. Yeah, that's just noise. And you're like, man, what are you trying to achieve by asking these questions? And I'm like, man, answering that question, where is it going to move the needle to? And and I'm like, man, with me, man, I done been embedded with so many different races in my life, doing what I do, and keeping them alive, and they help keep us alive. Nah, man, when I say something, there ain't no racial undertone. When I say clickety clack, it to me is noise. It is not about a speech. It's about when you got a dang on tire on your bicycle or your wagon that's making all that noise. That's what that mean to me. Man, won't you tighten the damn wheel up and put some WD-40 on it? Nah, I'm too lazy to do that. That's what I mean by that. I'm not talking about speech. I'm just saying it's just a bunch of dang on white noise. And I don't have time for it. But they can't erase my
Well, I
history.
see.
I'm documented. I'm still in the books. I'm good. Now, like, you can't get, man, you can look me in the archives. You say, hey, this guy did this, man. And, I got to get you information one day, and I show you a DD14, man. They had to get another block on my DD14, all the awards that I achieved, right? And those awards weren't for me, it was for my children. So when I'm gone, they got something to look at, just like with my father, right? He left stuff behind so we can stand up behind it.
That is so weird. Um, mm, well, interesting thing. You don't. I don't know. I'm just not that concerned about. I'd rather my kids just like me because I bought them toys.
No. Me too. Shit, I put them in private school and bought them everything. But what I'm saying is that your accomplishments in life, right? Because everybody get an obituary, even if you a loser, right? Or a bump.
Do
You
we?
know,
I'm thinking of like don't do an obituary.
no,
And
but
there's
no.
a reason I'm saying this. My mother was elegant. Um,
Yeah, good luck with that one.
I'll just leave it at that.
Good luck with that, because this is the thing, right?
No, I
One,
had a mother. She was elegant.
yeah,
There's no
I'm
denying
telling
it.
you, good luck with that. You talk about, I ain't get no obituary. Man, come on, man, you gone. So we're gonna do what we're gonna do. If something
Oh,
happened to you before
you
me,
don't know me very well, do you?
yeah, yeah. No,
No.
I said, hey, well, let's take it off from
Obituaries
you.
are unnecessary.
I agree. I agree. But
Well,
I'm telling
I
you,
get to I you'd be surprised at what I get to do. If I don't
I
look,
okay.
um,
Okay, let's talk about the rest
let
of
me let
the
me let me tell
99% of
you
the
how my
population.
wife did it. It was the people who needed to know. Dude, there's a
Mhm.
certain elegance and simplicity. Let's not make a big deal unless you were president.
Well, good luck with that.
Oh, I always get what I want.
All right, I know, I
E-
get
even
it.
even we little peons.
When you take your when you
Motherfucker, nobody's
transition,
gonna
you,
put a
when
whole.
you train when you transition, you still get that. Do you still get that flag? You still get that 21 good salute. Ain't no
Uh,
getting around it.
would be
Ain't no getting.
surprised.
Yeah,
You don't have
you told
to.
your son not. You told your
You do
son not
not
to.
have to.
Did you tell your son not to?
I haven't talked to my son about my funeral yet. I
Yeah, but
guess
I'm telling.
I guess I will have to eventually.
Yeah, if you tell me you don't want it, yeah, you
No, I
can
don't.
default out of it, but you
My son understands me.
okay, well you gotta make sure you put that in writing there, sir.
Oh, you know what?
Right.
That is a good
Cause they
point.
coming. They coming. Them
My
chaplains and
son,
everybody
my
coming.
look, I taught my son to cook. Best thing he can do is feed his children. Give him a good apple pie made from scratch, and we're even.
Hey, sir, I'm
And
gonna tell
I'm
you.
dead serious about that. Cook for your kids, give them good food, let them understand what good food is.
Hey,
Your
sir.
daddy is satisfied.
Hey, sir, I'm gonna tell you this. It's automatic. Because I had went through the training. Everybody when I where was I at the time? I think it was Washington State, JBLM, right? When they changed it to, which is Fort Lewis. Then they changed it to Joint Base Lewis McCoy. And everybody, E7 and above, you had to go and you had to go through that training, notifying the family. You go out there with the javelin. I'm telling you, if you don't put a kibosh on it, it automatically happen. They tracking you. So if you don't want it, okay, fine. But you got to tell them, because if not, they're gonna give them the flag. Well, give your son the flag, and that's what it's gonna be. Unless you put it
Well,
in
the
writing
best I
somewhere.
can do is I know where I'm going to be buried.
Okay, no, that's fair. You can always do that.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a national cemetery, of course. So,
Okay.
my wife is there, and I know where I'm going to go.
Yeah,
There
that
wasn't
national
fanfare
cemetery.
up. There was no
You
fanfare.
yeah. Well, yeah, because you
I
stopped it.
dude, there are times when a black man knows what's going to happen, and my son understands me,
Okay.
and that's that.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna say put it in writing,
Mm,
sir.
roger that.
All right, that's what I'm saying. Put it in writing, sir.
My no one's going to make a big deal.
Oh man, they make big deals. That one guy, I don't know, and I'll find it and I'll send it to you. But there's one guy that was a veteran and he didn't have any family members or whatever, and he passed away. They
Oh,
gave him his military
right,
honors,
right,
and
right.
all them soldiers showed up. Soldiers, airmen,
Were
sailors,
were they
everybody.
his soldiers?
No, no, because it
Okay,
was
they
many
just showed
years
up.
that he served. Yeah, because they put the alert out. When somebody passed away, them
Oh,
jokers put
fuck
on their
that. Oh,
uniform.
well, you're
No,
right. I'll have to put
yeah,
that in writing.
yeah.
Hell no, motherfuckers.
You see, hell
Oh,
no, man.
I
Nah, man.
understand.
Once,
Gotcha.
once
Gotcha.
you join the organization, United States
Right.
Armed Forces, and they gonna show up and show out.
Yeah,
You always gonna
I
be
will
the
have to
brother.
put that in writing.
You better. If you don't worry about it. Hey, and I'm gonna be standing there and I'm gonna be laughing. I'm gonna be laughing my butt off. If something happened to you before it happened to me, I'm gonna be laughing my butt off. And I'm gonna put on my uniform because I'm gonna stay slim and fit. I'm gonna give you your
You
final
better,
salute, sir.
dude.
And I'm
You
like,
better.
he said he didn't want this. I like, he got it. He got it. And
You
I
know
just
what?
hope that you don't haunt me.
It doesn't work. It does not work that way, son.
Nah, man.
But
But nah, man.
you actually have given me good advice. I will have to put that
You
down in writing.
better. You better. If you don't, I'm telling you, they coming. They coming now. They coming, sir. I'm gonna just tell you straight up, they coming, and and because they every base have people that go through training and do all this stuff, so they automatically know that's their role and their job, and they coming, right? So and like they got to say, hey man, do you want to do this? No, man, shit, you done went through the training. You know you up on the DA6, the duty roster. You going? And they're like, yes, Roger. Because I've never seen nobody say, no, I ain't showing up. Nah, because they like, hey, it might be me next. So if
Oh
you don't
Lord.
want that fanfare and whatever and all that, okay, that's fine. But but I'm still showing up in my uniform. I don't get what you say. And I'm gonna give my final salute to you, sir. And
You
we
know
we
what?
gonna
That
diddy
will be
Mike. We gonna
unnecessary.
diddy Mike.
And
We gonna diddy Mike. Yes, yeah, we getting now out of there.
well, it's a little modeling.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give you respect.
However, we have run everyone out of this, and I was hoping Sis or Molov, they have wandered off.
Yeah, I
But
think Mo Love had
oh,
said something. She said she was working and listening.
you know
She said
what?
she wished
Molov, she is a wonderful woman. So there will never be an explanation needed, or any woman who works. And quite frankly, there is nothing to watch. Oh, I have plenty. Let's see, we are at 10. Yep, this is gonna have to end rather soon.
okay, no
I've
worries.
gone way longer.
Yeah, well, it's always a pleasure talking to you. So
Yes, sir. You too. Oh no, I'm gonna be here for a minute.
yeah,
I have,
did you see where Trump told the Washington Commanders to change their names back to the Washington Redskins?
I did a story on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Funny
sure you
enough,
did.
I do a morning show, which actually I ought to talk about. I do 5:45 every morning. I do a morning news show, unprofessionally done, but yeah, I do hard news, culture, politics, and just BS. But I think Trump is he needs to run the country, not football teams. What are your thoughts? Trump has why is he talking about this silly stuff? Any ideas? Why does a president of the United States care about the name of a football team? Hello? Still there? Well, someone has run off. Washington Commanders works. Trump has shouldn't be dealing with football teams. He should do the important running the country stuff. Is my opinion.
I apologize. I had got a phone call. I had got a phone call. Hey Stanley.
Hey, Stan.
Yeah, I apologize. I had got
Oh no,
another phone
dude,
call. But
life happens.
yeah, but yeah, 'cause I'm doing some renovation at my house.
Oh,
The,
really?
the Yeah, upgrading some stuff. But this is the thing. This is the thing. I agree with you. It's like, man, why is what about the names of football teams and all that? Like, man, all this serious stuff. And I had a conversation with a guy, right? Last night, and and I'm just gonna segue into this. And the question came up. Somebody asked the question, um, uh, who, uh, who in ranking the powerful Air Force, right? In the world, right? Of course, America was number one, and the guy said Canada. I said, bruh, it's United States, Russia, then China. And then I said, then he wanted to switch, move the goalpost. Military is United States, China, then Russia. I'm like, where did he pull Canada from? That didn't. I was like, bro, a lot of these countries are powerful because we back them. I said, but standalone countries, and that's the ranking. He's like, well, this, and I'm like, all right, buddy. I'm taking a page out of your playbook. I'm not entertaining any more crazy questions. All this stuff you can do the research on.
You know what?
I'm gonna take a
Oh my
page out of your
lord.
playbook. I'm like, man, that's common sense, right? Well, not necessarily common sense. I said Air Force, it's United States, Russia, then China. And then he threw in Canada. He said, nah, it should be Canada. I said, Canada? I was like, man, all right, man. Then he said military. Then it switched to United States, China, then Russia. I said, bruh, you don't even know what you're even talking about. A lot of these other countries is powerful because we support it, right? We got bases in their countries. I was like, the rest of them jokers, they stand alone. But but I agree with you. The president, we got bigger fish to fry than him worrying about the names of teams. Unless he got some stock in it or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Wow. Um, well, I guess I better do a commercial. Everyone hit the like button. Everyone subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to Urban Landlord clips and the little old Stanley Cross show, Stanley Cross small show at Stanley Cross 6000. At some point, I'll do something with my channel and support the host of the Stanley versus the World debacle. Tends to be a debacle. Piss everyone off, but so we go. And Stan Autry is here. Uh, um, First Sergeant Stan Autry, a real American hero. So salute. Let's play this weird video about a woman mowing grass. And it did catch my attention.
Okay.
Don't know why.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. This one is going to be, I think, the hardest
I
mow
think
that
the
I've ever done.
accent.
Let me show you why. This is what I'll be tackling today. So that's my leg. I'm going to try and do it with the mower first. And if I don't have luck with the mower, then it'll be the whippersnipper. God, actually something for that. Yeah. Well, wish me luck.
Let me tell you something, David. I have gotten the nicest thing I have received in quite some time. My brother just got back from Japan. Would you like to know the story?
You talking to me? Because I came up here
Yeah,
with beef.
motherfucker, I'm talking to
I
you.
got smoke. I got smoke for you.
You know what? I want sis to hit the show too. But let me tell you, please let me explain why I think John Galt and a bunch of y'all motherfuckers don't understand black people. May I proceed, Deacon Dave?
No, motherfucker. Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
of course I can. It might have been a rhetorical question. Have
Yeah,
you
it was
thought about
rhetorical.
that?
Go ahead. Yeah, you cool. Go ahead.
No, motherfucker. My brother and his family. I happen to be a black man. Did you know that?
Can't tell. I can only hear you.
Well, I motherfucking told y'all, and I'm proud of this motherfucker. I trained him on computers. Little old, you hear John Galt talk about his poor ass Commodore 64 training. My brother and I'm 10 years older than John Galt. My brother is 3 years younger than John Galt. This is why I treat him like the wastrel. Motherfucker, my brother's 47. So I'm used to those YNs. My brother just got back with his family. He took like 3 kids and a wife over to Japan. Literally.
Nice.
His wife makes a lot of money too. So, but I told you they went to visit a kid who grew up in my neighborhood who is his age. His mother and his father were chemists. He had like a decent black upbringing too. So here is a Negro from Savannah, Georgia, being visited by another Negro from the same neighborhood in little old Savannah, Georgia. I don't accept that fucking dumb motherfucking ground level groveling for bottom feeding white trash motherfuckers. My son is in San Francisco. I should have told my brother to pick his dumb ass up from San Francisco. Dude, I grew up in Cloverdale in Savannah, Georgia.
You sound
I got
racist
a
right now.
motherfucker, don't disturb. I have black people I grew up with who happen to be family members all over the country and the motherfucking world, apparently. They don't ever ask my permission to go, and they shouldn't, because I'd have told them, bring me back some sushi, make it fresh, overnight it.
I knew this was going to be a racist story. Keep going.
Over a motherfucking night it. However, I don't accept this John Galt, all niggers are dumb and fucking or crack hoes. John Galt is so stupid. And the motherfuckers, Be Brave is even stupider. Motherfucker, I live in a family. My father literally said, I don't know if Michael's back from Japan. Motherfucker didn't care. Look, and there's a reason he doesn't care because motherfucker, he raised an adult.
Right. He's out of his hands.
Y'all, I'm not hearing Deacon Dave, you are John Galt, just a smarter version. You didn't know that, did you?
I
Y'all
appreciate that.
stop motherfucking talking about what Negroes can't do and start concentrating on what they can do. Japan, motherfucker, and he didn't do welfare.
Negroes can't
He did
swim.
not do Section 8 to take a whole motherfucking 3 kids and a wife, and they had money to come back, bitch. They did not need Japanese welfare. Stop it.
They didn't need Japanese welfare.
They fucking oh, John Galt is woe is me. I need Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy gonna be my slave and mow some lawns, and we gonna see if people in the neighborhood appreciate Johnny Boy. Motherfucker, John Galt is a motherfucking dude. Black people,
I got smoke for both of you Stanleys.
what the fuck you have to say? Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you when I'm done. Y'all motherfucking worry about all this bullshit. You better be worrying about your families. My brother is John Galt's age. I never talked to him about what the fuck niggers are doing because I wasn't raised with the word, and I am way blacker than John Galt. I understand what black Americans are better than, dude. Wipe the shit off your shoe, boy, John. maybe your daddy should have motherfucking told you clean your shoes before you come into the house. I don't know. It is thoroughly disrespectful to compare me to Be Brave and John Galt. No, I don't go to Japan because motherfucker, I'm not taking long plane flights. This bitch, John Galt, wants to talk about lovely lady Lisa. Dude, I'm not going to tell you what I think about how you have relationships with black women, but it's an H word. Choose the word that starts with H, and you might be close. Don't ever motherfucking do a goddamn show with my name in it, or you will be treated like Be Brave. Motherfucker, I don't play that fucking secondhand I am that nigger John Galt bullshit. Dude, I don't even smoke goddamn weed. I don't need to. Bitch, you smoke weed and get drunk and high and dumb and all jiggity like a nigga should. I don't have to. Stop it, John Galt. Yeah, it's your channel, but you don't have to put my name in your goddamn show title. That's what your massa does.
The word that starts with H is honor.
Yeah, that's it. That's the word I meant.
I don't know. I'm lost.
Oh, say honor a lot. That's the word I meant. It starts with an H. And you know what? If you say it enough, John Galt will believe your dumbass. This is the sis that don't miss. I didn't get to hear it. Who's up for it? And sis, if you're there, hit the link. You can narrate it.
I got smoke for you, Stanley.
You do?
Smoke.
Smoke as in you're smoking weed?
Smoke
and
is
no,
in about
sis,
I'm about
I've
to
never
roast
been
you.
to Japan. My brother seems to have liked it. Oh, that's the other thing. This is what little brothers do. Apparently he has decided to take his big brother and his big sister and all the kids to the Superman movie. Apparently it's going to be a group thing, which I will probably avoid. But you know what? This motherfucker comes back from Japan. Dude, black people are excellent. My parents raised a family. Dude, we know we're black, but and we're black. We have a presence in American history, but we don't motherfucking go all weird about it like the John Galls. This motherfucker wants to ask about neighborhoods. Oh, neighborhood. Motherfucker, you are black. Didn't your parents tell you? Aren't you used to it at motherfucking 50 years old? Why does it have to be so goddamn weird that this motherfucker is suffering? Why? Black excellence, bitch. Bitches. I don't worry about it because I know I'm black. I know there can be a hiccup or two. You got to be aware of the hiccup or two. But motherfucker, I got a goddamn 19-year-old. John Galt, you are still a boy.
Hey sis,
You
what's up? I'm about to
motherfucker,
roast.
don't interrupt
I'm about
me.
to roast Stanley,
Don't
dumbass.
interrupt me. John Galt is a boy. Literally. He's worrying about be brave in looking at outhouse building. Motherfucker, you are a boy. I said what the goddamn motherfucking hell I said. If Be Brave needs to suffer, you don't have to do a show about Stanley Cross and Be Brave. Motherfucker, you are a piece of shit along with your massa. And you can hop up on this panel. I don't be shy about what I'm going to tell you. Dude, stop worrying about being black and focus on the excellence. See, this is what these failures of black people in America do. They want to worship whiteness, but they can't be white because they don't understand what white people do. Motherfucker, stop focusing on your race and just be excellent. Black excellence, what you should focus on is excellence. Dumb fuck. I could have told you that in 2 seconds. Do you honestly think I focused? My son knows he's black. And you know what? If you're mixed race, you're black, at least in the way I raised him. But guess what my son doesn't wonder about? And guess what my father talked to my son about? Because motherfucker, we spent a whole goddamn week. Hey, he's got a white granddad, grandpa. White grandpa is grandpa. The black granddaddy is granddaddy because I call my granddaddy granddaddy and I call my daddy daddy. Motherfucker, my son knows how to be. Fuck John Galt and his dumbass logic. You worship bottom feeding white trash. I don't have to. I wasn't raised to. I wasn't fucking raised to respect you if you're white, motherfucker. You earn the bitch. You don't earn it if you're black. You don't earn it if you're white. You just earn it. And John Galt, smoke your weed and be dumb. That's what your parents raised you to be. So
God
I'm
bless.
done. Smoke your weed and be stupid.
Speak of the smoke.
We think you're funny.
Speak of the smoke.
Motherfucker, can you smoke? Are you gonna smoke?
No, I don't smoke. I'm smoke free.
Well, then, motherfucker, speak your piece. Don't be a John Galt level boring.
Man, you need to lay off the Michelob.
I
You tripping.
said just the fuck what I said. I need to make sure John Galt understands the disrespect I'm doing right now.
You're a good man, Stanley.
Oh, I'm better than good. I'm fearless.
You're a holy man.
I am not holy, but I am fearless. Motherfucker, right is right. And I know I'm goddamn right.
You do reinforce the sailor stereotype, though.
And what stereotype is that, young man?
Just like a sailor.
You do realize I was an officer, right?
Duh. That's why I said
A
it.
naval officer, right?
Yes, sir. There
You
you go.
turn it off and you turn it on. Like, motherfucker, you're talking to Stan Autry, who is very senior enlisted. Motherfucker, we talk to people like you and curse. We don't talk to our commanders like this.
Thank you
See,
for your
this is
service.
what you don't understand. It's a conscious decision to tell you, Deacon Dave, to fuck yourself. That's a conscious decision. We don't have to say it. I don't have to say it, but I did. It's a conscious. It is a conscious decision.
Mhm. You got needs. You gotta get your needs off, I
Oh,
guess.
motherfucker, we don't have needs, and you don't meet the needs if we did.
Mhm.
Dude, don't. You know what? This is gonna be fun. You really think I have needs?
You're ignoring a few of them, but yeah, everybody has needs.
Motherfucker, I ignore. See, again, it's discipline of mind. Don't do what you don't need to do. Don't think about what you don't need to think about. Focus on the mission, son.
What's the mission?
Well, I have none, other than to get to where I need to be.
I
Oh,
appreciate you.
this is our sis. Uh-oh.
I appreciate you doing these streams,
I
family.
fear what's gonna be said. Hey, sis.
Hello.
We're gonna make you the bad man.
Okay, that's okay. What are we
No,
talking about?
I'm kidding, sis. You are among friends.
You got it. What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing?
You know what?
We
I'm
straight.
drunk as
What's
shit,
happening?
and I'm talking shit.
Good
I
day.
got you.
Good day, sis.
Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
All right. How you doing?
Well,
Well,
I
you
am
know
doing.
Deacon Dave, right?
I do. I do. I do.
And this is Stan Autry. Stan Autry is a very smart military man. He's Army.
Okay. Go
So
Stan.
if you see Stan Autry in a chat, he is Stan Autry. You know who Deacon Dave is, and you know who I am. Dude, we are not a manosphere.
Look, that's relaxing to know because it's always a
Oh,
little
fuck
iffy to
all
get on
that.
certain channels. It's always a little iffy, but I appreciate it. I really do because it's really hard not to find men,
Yes,
period, who are
ma'am.
not red pilled.
Well, I will say this: we are men. We will have criticisms, but
Mhm.
you know what, dude, sis, you are hilarious. I love, dude. You will, dude. You take people and you fry them for the fun of it. I like. Look now. I have to ask you this. I do it sometimes just because I can, and you know what? Fried fish is tasty.
Fried fish.
Sometimes I'm just mean because I know I can be.
You see what you did to this man just by showing up here? He got all sweet and shit. He was talking tough before you got him.
Yeah, okay.
Now he wanna
Don't take it
like
too
throw his
far,
coat
Dave.
down in the mud puddle and shit. I see what you
Look,
did.
sis, I admire you.
Do you think my delivery is too harsh sometimes?
Wait, did I say that?
Not
Oh
exactly.
no, it's not harsh enough.
This dude said that he takes pleasure in you cooking guys. So let's
No,
try to just punching bag all
no.
day.
Don't see this manosphere motherfucker.
Yeah,
Wants
I'm
to focus.
manosphere. I'm
No,
red pill. I really am.
you fry the people who need to be fried. I said people, not men, women. You fry them. If they're stupid, you fry them.
Oh yeah.
Sis, I don't suffer fools gladly. Never have. Wasn't trained. My mother, and look, don't suffer fools. Black, white, indifferent.
Candy stripe.
Don't suffer fools.
I heard that.
Don't mind me. I just hang out to get up under Stanley's skin. That's all.
No, it's okay. Because if you
You
ever have
know
any
how
problem with my
creepy that's.
family, I know I come off a little harsh sometimes, but it's really because after a while,
No,
people don't really hear you. Honestly, unless you're talking about bullshit. When you're happy and excited and animated about a lot of bullshit, everybody wants to listen. But when you start hitting those touchy places, a lot of people act like you hurting their feelings. But let's be honest, a lot of us we are way too in our big ages, to be hollering like hit dogs over truth. Like, it gets
Thank
to
you.
you after a while. It does.
well,
Stanley doesn't know
sis,
why I
I would
like you so
say,
much because that right there is what I accuse Stanley of doing. And if you could help him with that, you have double purpose other than being a fan.
yeah, okay.
Oh my. No, I
No,
actually love Stanley's take. I
Dave
just
and
don't
I are
understand how
having a fight over I don't know what.
No, I got smoke for Stanley.
Stop being bitter, Dave.
I'm about to roast your dumb ass.
Oh, you know what? I am going to mute in. Wait, hold it. How can I provide you roasting me? I will mute and let you do it because you know it's not going to end well.
Oh wow.
Oh, dude! Wait, hold on,
No,
no.
mute
This
up. You
is
said you're gonna let me
a
do this. Now let me
motherfucker
do
who
this.
wants to be mighty bold.
No, we got a lady here, so we gotta compete for the male dominance. Let's do it.
I don't need dominance, son. You honestly think this is about male dominance? That's mighty manosphere. You're mighty manny mousy. Dude, I'm gonna roast your ass if you don't. Mighty manny mousy. That's manosphere.
There we go.
Dude, I'm gonna do it. Mighty manny mousy.
I don't follow where you're going with that.
Do I need to find another M word?
Hey, sis, I don't mean to step all over you. I'll jump down. Hold on.
Dude, yeah, I bet you will. Dude, you don't fuck with me like that.
I'm not normally, but we got a lady here.
Don't be showing off.
Gotta show up because there's a lady here.
Oh,
Come on.
motherfucker, don't be
What's going
so
on?
hurt. Don't get.
So since we're talking about the manosphere, and hopefully you guys don't mind being honest, do you think that men who dibble and dabble in the manosphere, do you think that they are possibly, I'm just going to ask it, even if it hurts feelings, do they
I
become
want you
down
to
low?
start with Deacon Dave, please.
Okay,
let her ask the question.
You'll hurt his feelings more.
What
And
is it
also,
about?
sis, you have the floor.
You got it. So, like I said, a lot of men get really upset when I talk like this, but the fact that it's just so many men, period, it's like of all races at this point, who are so into red pill content. I just want to know, do you think it's possible to get that deep into red pill content and not damn near be homosexual or down low? Because it just doesn't fit the narrative of wanting a certain quality of life. I feel like the red pill whole everything goes against the quality of life most men desire to have, like naturally, biologically. So yeah, can y'all break that down to me, or do you think it's just possible it's a phase? Or yeah, y'all let me know, because I'm curious, and honestly, I'm over it at this point.
Stanley is not going to let me answer that. He wants me to so he could jump in and put his cape on. He ties his cape on too tight for me to be serious about my answer. Because I know at any given time he's going to say something, the sidebar, and go down the side quest.
Stop worrying about what Stanley's gonna say,
This
Dave.
ain't the place for me to answer this question. I could definitely answer the question in another when he doesn't have controls.
So are you saying that you can't really tell me how an honest answer about that?
Oh yeah, you can say that there are guys from the spectrum of sexualities, and there may be a few or some or a couple or even a nice representation of those inside of that space. But that does not mean that if a guy has any expectations of a woman, that he practices outside of his natural heterosexual abilities.
Absolutely, absolutely. But that's usually not what the manosphere is about. It's usually about being hypercritical of women, not just certain women, but technically all women. And for somebody like myself, I kind of find it strange that most of the men who critique women the most, even the women they're not sexually desired to, romantically desired to, they still criticize women they're not in the same category as. And I'm talking about like hypergamy wise. So as a man, if you are not in the same tax bracket with me, it just kind of sounds weird for you to be applying or implying your expectations onto me that you can't reciprocate.
I know what you mean when you say that, but I don't know. Some people don't feel like they lose anything.
Well, can I chime in or
Maybe I don't know what race you are, but in the black community,
he's
I know
black?
for a fact. I
Well,
know
I'm
for a
not black,
fact in the
Stanley.
black
I'm just
community,
brown.
Yeah, you are.
most people in the black community are 50-50. So for you to not care, okay, about the difference, it says a lot because as men,
Oh
I
shit.
don't feel men do not handle not being the breadwinner around their woman. I don't care who they are. After a while, it's gonna sink in and it's gonna Titanic sink, you know? So I mean, it really doesn't make sense to keep having expectations you can't even uphold.
Okay. That's if I can't. I don't know how to respond to that.
Let me tell you why you don't
Because it
respond or
doesn't
can't.
apply. That's why. I
Because
don't
you
know how
have
to
no
speak from
clue
broke
what the
niggas'
fuck she
perspective.
said.
No, I don't know how to speak from broke nigga
Okay,
perspective. I'm
you
sorry.
don't know how, Dave. This is gonna be your Waterloo. Do you know what a Waterloo is?
Let's do it. What's up?
Dude, you actually don't know. I'm going to be gentle, Stan. Now, Stan
Side quest.
is an actual man. And
Wait,
sis,
are we
I'm going to
answering
go
her
last
question? Let's go.
because I'm going to surprise you.
Hey, sis, he
Stan,
about to shake the dice for 20
are
minutes. Go
you
ahead.
really? Are you really still? You're still talking.
Go ahead.
Dave, eat a cookie. Would you like a chocolate chip cookie?
No, I'm on no carbs. Go ahead.
Really? You answered that question. Okay, sis, I don't give a fuck. Look, and I am 60, so you'll have to give me my old manishness. Who gives a fuck? You know what? If you know who you are and you kind of know my background, motherfucker, I miss a woman like you. My wife wasn't exactly like you, but you know what? It's not so much about I get confused why these motherfuckers need to assert their manhood. Motherfucker, you're a man. Why talk about it? Go and sis, hold your ears. Go fuck your woman and be happy. Go fuck her, make her happy that you were there, and stay and raise your tribe. Y'all are so motherfucking weak. Dave, just be a man. Why do we have to debate and form a manosphere? Oh, y'all had to, and not you, Dave. I will be respectful, but hood conservative, I will disrespect. Y'all had to form a whole YouTube channel about how your woman told you you weren't man enough. Hood conservative's not a goddamn man. He's a pussy. His kids know it. His daughters know it. And this is why hood conservative doesn't come on my channel. He goes to pussies like the daughter father universal. Motherfucker, he does. Dude, I talk soft. I've read motherfucking Homer. Dude, I'm a bigger motherfucking man because dude, I was talking to my father about an AK my father bought. And my son was like, well, when are we going to shoot it? And I'm like, motherfucker, dude, what the fuck are you doing, old man? Motherfucker, we do guns. I asked my father about the gun stock, his childhood 22. He and I says, my father and I broke the gun down. And it was mostly my father's work. He sanded it down. It's a motherfucking pecan finish on a motherfucking who knows the vintage. Dude. And I did ask my father. I haven't shot that goddamn thing I'm 60, so 50 years. Yeah, Stanley, it's still here. Maybe we can go do it on the farm. Motherfucker, we own a goddamn farm. We can shoot. I don't mean to brag. I do mean to, motherfucker, black success is not odd. These motherfuckers who want to do the manosphere bullshit, be successful. You won't have to wonder whether you're a man. And don't, you know what? And sis, please give me a couple more minutes. Dave, you'll heal. Stan probably is already there. Dude, my wife and I, we literally never talked about who is going to be dominant or subservient. We had our roles. It's how we met. It's how it was assumed. If you motherfucking have to talk about who's gonna be the dominant on a YouTube panel, you're a pussy. And the women are pussies, the men are pussies. Why are y'all talking about it? It happens. Stop talking about it. Be it. Be the family. Also realize you're talking on YouTube. It means nothing.
I agree.
Sorry, miss. Sorry, sis. You're new to the panel, so I have to kind of, I can do a tirade.
Oh no, I'm here for it.
Fuck the men who have to talk about being men on a panel of motherfucking men. You're not men. You're pussies.
Uh-oh.
Fuck the You know what? This is even funnier. Talk to me about Marcus Aurelius, and you are a pussy. You need a motherfucking Marcus Aurelius. Y'all don't even understand Stoicism. That's the scary part. Motherfucker, Stoicism was not about not having emotions. Pussies. And black motherfuckers. Now I have to say, black people were kept down since like forever. But don't let my granddaddy's granddaddy didn't know who. You have access to education, sons. Motherfucking be worthy of the woman you want. What the fuck are these? Manosphere is girly fear. Girly fear. GIRLY space FEAR. Y'all fucking fear women. Strong
Yeah.
woman. What? We gotta run, motherfucker. And this is, and I've said it goddamn before. I love strong women. You just have to be the man. If they're strong, guess what you have to do, motherfucker. Deacon Dave, if your woman has a mind and knows how to write, and she's an engineer, what do you have to do to be her man? Anyone?
Live on your knees like you suggesting me to do.
Motherfucker, be a bigger man. There is not a woman who can be a man. You be the man, motherfucker. Maybe you might have to grow.
I was gonna say that.
Well, you took too long.
But honestly, I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I'm not strong. Okay, I'm weak as hell. I'm a crybaby.
Are you now?
I am, and I'm okay admitting that. Some women act like they tough, and acting tough make them do themselves in. I'm not gonna take on that trauma because I know I'm a baby. Okay, I'm a crybaby sometimes, but I feel like a lot of us women. Okay, I really don't feel like it's all women. In particularly. I'm Black American and Black Puerto Rican, so I'm Black passing. And I feel like a lot of times Black men in particularly don't really allow Black women to be soft the same way. So I always
That's
kind of got,
softer.
yeah, I really got
They
different
want to
results
be.
from Black men than other men, which is how I kind of started learning how to assess masculinity correctly, because real masculinity allows women to feel. You're not intimidated by how we feel. And a lot of the things we accomplish, we actually accomplish in our singledom. Okay, it
Ma'am,
keeps us
you
busy.
support how they feel.
Yes. And I feel like a lot of men do not give women the chance to do that. And men wanting to have more feelings than women instead of actually applying action. Men are not about feelings, you are about action. So anytime you're not having enough action, that means you're about to do something that's going to put you in your feminine. That's
Can
how
I
I feel. You
ask
have
you
to keep busy.
a question?
Mhm.
If
Amazing.
you and I shit, motherfucker, I'm going to use the MF word, but it's kind of the way I do things. And I'll try and be more polite, but look, if you see your woman crying, men
with her?
kind of want to fix things. But I have been in a position where I was shedding tears. Look,
I knew he was going.
this is the way I see marriage, and I was actually married. You know, you be there. You meet the situation. Your man is not going to be Superman. Your woman is not going to be what's her name? I can't remember the name. Dude, you motherfucker, a marriage is you be who you need to be at the right time in the right place. Every time. That was how I was married. And motherfucker, look, I would take umbrage when if my wife or my son at 19 comes up and says, well, I need you to do this at this time. No, motherfucker. I don't move to your schedule. You adjust to my schedule. But however, there's always compromise. Maybe it's an emergency. Men cry, and sis, you know what? I'm trying to support you here, and I'm failing miserably. But a man is a man. We are. Go back and read a Thomas More, which is going to get way more nerdy. A Man for All Seasons. You be who you need to be. That's what a man is. You support your family, cook when you need to cook, split wood when you need to split wood, kill when you need to kill, nurture when you need to nurture. That's what men do, and the dumb fucks in the manosphere want to complain. You support your family, motherfucker. If you have to change a diaper or cook or even go, oh dear, I will wipe your nose. Motherfucker, act like a woman if you need to support a family to be a man. Motherfucker, be who you need to be.
Act like a woman. What? Say that
No,
again.
motherfucker, you heard what the goddamn hell I said.
I
Be
disagree
who
with it.
you
I
need
think
to
I
be.
heard.
Fix what's wrong.
I
You said,
absolutely understand what you mean because he's not saying be literally a
No, this
woman. Okay, I feel
Deacon
like
no,
it's
Dave,
even
about
acting
being
like a
I'm
woman.
trying
That's
to
being
ask
just
you a
affirmative.
not in my
question.
script.
There has to be a
Be
balance.
the man. Even
Right.
if it means you have to make a cookie or two, bitch.
Okay, then
Be
I can
the man.
understand that. The
And
other shit you
stop
said didn't make no
whining
sense. I
about
was like, what?
goddamn women.
Oh my
Be,
god!
oh motherfucker, I'm gonna crash out with your
Don't
dumb ass.
crash
Don't
out.
fucking tell me what I meant. Bake a cookie if it makes your child happy.
It's not what you meant. It's what you said.
Oh, motherfucker, it's what I'm saying now. Forget what I said in the past. Deal with this minute. You're an asshole. Don't be one.
All right, I'll do better.
Really? Thank you. Sorry, sis.
No, you're fine. Like I said, I honestly feel like most men do not have a healthy amount of feminine and masculine balance. And I also feel like when I say things, this is based on academic knowledge, not my feelings. Okay. I had to separate from my feelings a long time ago. Okay. Being a part of the Black community because you're not allowed to feel. Okay. You're allowed to do. And you're really never allowed to stop doing. I don't care about the gender because I still look at it like this. Hearing men complain, okay, about life, about women, about the economy, about different things, when I, as a woman, do not have the same privilege. And I also hear this from the same Black men I grew up with, but I also had to be more responsible then. Okay, I'm also more accomplished then. Okay, and I didn't accomplish it getting my ass kissed. Okay, so I had to get it out the mud, even though I come from a family that's wealthy. So it is different to hear men complain about what they can't do when, regardless of what the fuck I've always had, I still have to do the work you're not willing to put in. And if I do the work, why the fuck would I settle for somebody who won't do the work? And after a while, it's not a strong Black woman. It's tired. It's revenge. Okay, it becomes a different personality, and only a certain man can handle that personality because you really have to get it out the mud. It's not masculinity. You know what that really is? It's called adulting. So I didn't know adulting came with a separation of gender. So I don't understand, honestly, the bitchiness in the conversation. If a woman can do it, I'll let you finish.
Well, no, I'm a bit bitchy too. Can I ask you a question? And this is going to be blunt.
I'm not busy. I don't know what Stanley talking.
You are not. You are a very successful young lady. And how do men take you when you date? Do you talk to your young men about, your land, your academic success? You are not chopped liver. How do your men? And you know where I'm going with this,
I
because
can't.
how do they feel about you? How do you select men? And you can do shit, right?
Correct. I honestly feel like it really depends on me because I don't overshare because I know a lot of men, a lot of men are gold diggers too. So a lot of men will attach based on resources as
You
well.
share
Men
more
are
than
men.
you know.
So I
Men
have no
listen.
reason. Honestly, I watched my own black father do it to my mother. My mother was the breadwinner,
Yeah,
and he just attached his name
understood.
to everything. So
Understood.
one thing I learned from inside the house, okay, is not to give somebody too much access. So as somebody who could
Well,
be
can I
married,
ask you
but I'm not,
let me ask
it's
you a
only
quick
because men
question.
don't like to sign prenups. When the
Can
woman is the
you?
one that
Well,
asks
I've
for the
I've
prenup,
heard the
it's
prenup,
different.
but let's not go that far. Let's talk about let's um talk about sis, not so much
Hmm.
her parents. How do you um how do you approach young men your age you want to date? And I assume you want to date.
They
And
don't.
I'm sorry, I'm old. Don't know how to phrase it.
Yeah, I don't approach men. I've never been that
Really?
type of
Oh,
person. I have no reason to approach men. If men like
Yeah,
you, they
she's a
look
woman,
good.
Stanley. I know this has
stop
like
it,
been a
Dave.
debate. All right,
Dave.
man. So you won't even let me
Dave.
talk.
Dave,
This has been
you
a
are
debate me and you
literally
had.
um Dave, I'll give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
Um so you've never approached a man? And
No.
I'm gonna be very respectful. Um you've approached men that you wanted, correct?
No, and I'm gonna tell you why. I grew up.
No.
Yes, I'm the only girl, so um, I don't have the same relationship with men as girls who didn't grow up with brothers and a dad. Mostly,
Mhm.
when my mom passed away, I understood men for real because that's all who was around me. Literally, my uncles. There's not many girls on my dad's side of the family, so when I say I understand men differently, my brothers were my best friends until they weren't, and it's only because we evolved differently. Um, we had to take
Well, let
different
me
paths.
ask
But
you a
when I say
question so you
dating,
understand men, correct?
when I say men, dating, yes, yes,
Others
I absolutely do.
evolve into men, I assume.
But I don't approach men. Honestly,
So,
I'm not that type of person.
well, that is so interesting. Um, I have had, you know what? This will be a separate show one day, but um, men can let women know that they're interested, but not be that like pursuant aggressive. You know where I'm going with this?
Kinda.
Well, look, I this is the weirdest thing. You can I think men can let women know, even in 2025. and I have no look. There's a separate story. Back in my day, what my son's 19, so 25 years ago. I wasn't like, "Hey, bitch, kiss me." My
Oh,
wife came to me, but she knew I was interested.
your wife is not black, is she?
No, I think you know this. I married a white woman, and
Mm.
that's another show.
Oh man, this is crazy.
Oh, motherfucker, you may not talk. And
I
you
got
know
I got
what?
2.5
You
more
might,
minutes. You're right.
sis might be the ultimate. Look, it wasn't, I like white women. It was like, this was the woman like I couldn't. I honestly, in all motherfucking honesty, I I needed her. It was like I cannot survive without her. It wasn't she she had a sense of humor. I didn't even know her that well. It was love at first sight. It's like she cracked a joke and I'm like, that is that is my woman. So I will do what and sis, you can be rather cruel. And oh, you can. But
Oh,
no,
that's okay.
I will never. She was my wife, and it wasn't funny enough. I swore I would never marry a white woman. I don't. That's a whole nother show too. Until there was no, I had to have her. I literally, my life would be horrible. It would be incomplete without her.
I'm
And
just
I
gonna
was
be
right.
honest.
I was
I feel
right.
I feel like your experience may have been different, Stanley, because you're from
All
a
my
older
experiences are
generation.
different.
So I feel like you come from a time where I feel like you still had more dominant personal communication. So I do feel like women
Right.
probably had more of the common sense, if that makes sense, to let you know that they're interested. But I also feel like you have to understand the difference. As somebody who grew
Well,
up
I
in
don't.
predominantly races, I've always watched white women and other races kind of have a little
Mhm.
bit more confidence in approaching whoever they kind of are interested in. And it usually works for them. I'm just going to keep it a
Well,
buck. But
let
for
me slow you
myself,
down. I don't mean to
everything that,
criticize.
yeah, because it's not offensive. Like I said, it's nothing offensive about someone approaching
I
you.
want you to take a wider perspective. And that's really my only request. There
Wider
are
in what sense? Because what do you
there
mean?
are you know what? You made me feel guilty once.
Hmm.
I didn't uh, I'm half kidding, but no. Um my father-in-law comes by a couple months. It there and I think you know this. Actually, you probably know it better than anyone. Look, I actually like it was just I see my father-in-law a couple times a month. I see our families. It wasn't bullshit. It was the only racial person in Dave. I make the joke all the time. My wife's um grandmother was like, look, she wanted me. Look, it was a good family. I talk about it like it's in the past, and in a way it is. But I see my father-in-law a couple times a month. I see my father and my father-in-law send each other fucking birthday cards. We happen to figure it out, and it's not all about me. But look, it can work, and I think people it can be about race, and America is horribly racist, but I depend on people like you, sis, and people like Deacon Dave. Y'all know, and sis, you are free to criticize. I like my wife. I found we were older when we got married. It I lost my wife a while ago, but god damn it, those dude, I miss my wife every goddamn day. It was good. So we go. And motherfucker, my son is out in San Francisco, um, visiting his girlfriend for a couple days. I want him to be happy. He has overcome some stuff, and he is at an engineering school. He works hard. His girlfriend is like an elite student. Let him have peace. I want my son to be happy. I've gone way zen, but I don't give a fuck about much else. Happiness is the end. What else is it for? What else is life for? But doing well. Sis, save me.
Yeah,
Deacon Dave,
you have
save
to
me.
cut him off. Though.
I've gone all old man.
Hey, can you hear me, Stanley, or no?
I can. But I'm worried
Yeah,
about
you have to
Sis,
save
please tell
him when
me
he
you're
does
not
that.
weirded out. Uh-oh.
So you do remember how we got here, right?
Nope.
Well,
Yeah,
let
me
me.
either.
Well, actually, I do.
As
It's
somebody who
all
does
about the
love therapy.
manosphere. The manosphere
Okay.
is motherfucking black stupidity. There is a black
Hmm.
manosphere. Sis, I'm not that dumb.
Well, you skipped over some things. We got here because you
Oh, I
asked me
skip
about
over a whole
approaching
lot.
men.
Most
You
of it's
asked me
not
about.
important.
Can I talk real quick, babe? So
You
you
too.
asked me about approaching men, and when I
Right.
told you I don't approach men, it's almost as if you couldn't handle me telling you
Oh,
my
no, no,
truth.
no. I
But
can
as a preacher's
handle.
daughter, I wasn't taught how to approach men, so I don't approach men, and I also get adequate attention. So it's no reason for me to have to approach men.
Don't be, sis. I think really where I was going with this is people attract each other. Um, might not be who does what. You just get together. Is that possible? Well, this is rather silent. Dave? Deacon Dave?
Oh yeah, you keep putting me on timeout. Then you want me to talk.
No, I don't.
She explained to you how we got here. I was distracted.
You always are.
Yeah, man. That's why I always fall off the stream and come back. It's a phone call after phone call.
Well,
Family life.
motherfucker, you are popular. I'm kind of disappointed. I think sis knows where I'm going. Men are bumblers, but we're fine.
You keep all right. So I don't really have smoke for you, but like there was an issue that I did
Might as
have.
well. I have lost someone who hopped off.
Yeah, sis left. You
She'll be fine.
You shook the dice for a minute.
No, motherfucker, I don't shake dice. You don't understand how dice work, do you? Motherfucker,
You gotta
I
roll
don't
them
shake
shits.
dice. No. I know how the dice are gonna land. Motherfucker, shake dice. Why would you do that?
Yeah, shake before you shoot.
The dice are loaded. You didn't know?
Yeah, they could be loaded, but why are you shaking them?
Oh, motherfucker, when I say the dice are loaded,
I know what that means.
you do.
I know what you mean when you say
I need you to understand. Sis either understands me or she doesn't. This isn't like I will be a fan of hers, but motherfucker, I'm not going to change. Do you not understand this? I am me. I don't change. I don't.
Why was that a surprise? I'm surprised that she didn't know that you was married to a Caucasian woman.
I think she knew it.
I think so, but
Why
I
would I
couldn't
hide
tell.
it?
Right, but like when
I
people
think
hear that,
she's
it's
a.
almost like you can
I
see the
think
shock.
sis knows, and I'm guessing she had a phone call.
Yeah, that's how I usually follow our phone calls.
But let me also tell, I will never deny the woman I love. Motherfucker, I would marry her 80 times over. I would have 80 children 80 times. Motherfucker, I miss her every goddamn day. And I know it is weird, but fuck y'all. Fuck Be Brave. Fuck John Galt. Dude, I would never even be talking to you all if my wife was alive.
What are you
I
trying to
would
say?
have
'Cause
better I would
my
have
wife's
better
alive
things
and
to do.
I'm a piece of shit for talking to y'all. Is that what you're saying?
No, Deacon
I'm
Dave.
just
Stop it.
Stan, come on now. You know how I am. I'm just joking, bro. I'm not joking, but
You
I'm
know
like,
what? Actually,
it's almost as if you say it as a
I miss my
juxtaposition.
wife. Maybe that's the worst thing.
Absolutely normal.
Not after 10 years. Well, shit. He's 19.
Thank you.
It's 13 years. Motherfucker, I literally miss this woman I haven't seen in 13 years. That is weird. And I'm not going to change.
There's
My
nothing weird
father
about that.
doesn't talk to me about it. Her father. Motherfucker, I see her father like every couple times a month.
There's nothing weird about missing your wife.
Motherfucker, I lost. And it was on my goddamn watch.
God decides, Stanley.
I motherfucking lost.
Saying God decides.
God damn. Yeah, I'm being a little verklempt. Motherfucker, the best I would never be here. I would have better things to do. This is why I think John Galt is full of goddamn shit. Dave, you know the best part of you know what the fuck being happy with a woman and kids. You know this shit. You live with them. Now it's not always great, but
Hell no.
motherfucker, at the end, dude, you are going to have times when, oh shit, dude. Let me tell you something. At my son's high school graduation, my my father-in-law and I were sitting there. Where the fuck is he? This was a girl who was his girlfriend in high school. Oh my god! Even my white father-in-law was like, "What? This high school girl? She was motherfucking gorgeous." And you know what she did? You're gonna love this. She came up and shook my hand. Hey, Mr. Cross. I had no fucking clue who are you? I didn't ask her. My son had a goddamn girlfriend. Dude, my father-in-law was like, this young mulatto woman. She was 18, apparently. I'm like,
Oh,
what?
your son's girlfriend,
Motherfucker,
right?
you never told me?
My cat.
But
Oh.
I let my son do what he does. He's in San Fran. let me tell you how this is my wife working. My wife, you know what? I'm gonna have to change the subject because I'm just going off script. I love my motherfucking wife.
Keep going, keep going. I'm waiting on you to start crying. Go ahead.
You are talking too much.
You're a dick. You're a
I
dick, Snake.
want to dedicate this show to my wife. My wife was smarter. And I think it's getting close.
What's
I miss
getting
my
close, Stanley?
goddamn wife.
Well, Stanley.
You know what? I don't often do this on the show. My son's not here. He's out fucking some girl I've never met whose family wants to meet him. And here's the best part. Motherfucker, shut the fuck up.
Oh, come on.
I don't doubt my son will meet the mark. He's out meeting some weird family.
He's asking to the father for the hand of marriage.
What I'm going to say. Here's what y'all black people don't understand. They need to come up to my goddamn standard, not the other way around.
Oh shit. I agree. I agree.
Motherfucker, do you not know who I am?
Motherfucker. That motherfucking cross in the house.
No, not working like that. I don't worry if my son goes out and meets some Asian family, motherfucker. Yeah, and
hey, something that you might want to
don't
consider.
Get her
Stanley,
pregnant is my only advice. And
I think it's more than that. Something you should consider, Stanley. Asians don't want to meet a black potential son-in-law unless it's
Motherfucker,
serious.
I'm smart.
Wait a minute.
All 8 of them together, or their whole clan. Do you know who I see? Y'all don't. John Galt doesn't know. Motherfucker,
That
I'm
Michelob
Stanley
ain't that fucking
goddamn
strong,
Cross.
Stanley. You gotta calm down.
Motherfucker, I am Stanley Cross. Put 8 of you together and think in unison, and I'll still be smarter. Motherfucker.
In series or parallel, Stanley?
Oh, you don't think I'm serious?
In series or parallel. How do you want us to be connected so we could be as smart as
Choose it,
Stanley?
bitch. I'll still be smarter.
At how many ohms, Stanley? Running at how many amps?
Yeah. Like
you know what I'm talking about. Get the answering.
It's serious, Dave. It's not
Okay,
a joke,
all
Dave.
right.
It's not a
Sorry.
joke, Dave. You put 2, you put 8, you put all these human brains into motherfucker. It's a joke. Stop it. And yet, I always am smarter than the person in the room. And if they don't know, I prove it to them. Dude, I've been doing it for 60 years. There is no one smarter. I am that. No, motherfucker. See, with John Galt and Deacon Dave and Solid Snake, I am that. I am actually that nigga. I don't have to tell you what I did. I don't have to tell you I was a motherfucking landlord for 80 years or a motherfucking software developer for umpteen years. Motherfucker, I'm Stanley Cross. Period. Y'all will figure it out.
I like being comfortable, Stanley.
Motherfucker, and I'm not.
Now, damn, you up here depressed and sad. Stanley, you need to let it go. I mean, let it out. Let it out. Let it out.
What?
Don't let it go.
Don't get it wrong. I miss my wife. I do realize I'm not going to fuck her in the spirit world. She's not going to be here soon. Let it go, Solid Snake.
Get you a lot loose.
Let it go, Solid Snake.
Okay, my bad.
Deacon Dave. I am sad.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I hope we didn't spook. I will be sad I like sis.
Yeah, I know, but I think you did. You may have. More?
Oh, she started one.
Yeah, she's gonna say a red pill and a natter and the red pill guy.
Dang, what all I
Uh-oh.
missed, man? I was asleep.
I was trying to entertain her questions, and Stanley cut me out because
And
of the
nope,
wolf
I
pack in him.
fucked it up.
He boxed me out from responding because
I
I
did.
wasn't going. I wasn't going to give her what she thought.
Here
I
we
was going to give
go.
her
This
exactly
is
what it
her
was.
show.
And why I think the way I do and what I've seen.
Okay, play it, play it.
And understood why I think. As somebody who watched my father get away with killing my mother, I don't give a fuck what the fuck you think about your family and your son and your wife. I really don't. Because if it comes time for me to share my experiences and you don't want to hear it, you want to change the narrative, well, don't expect me to sit here and listen to you. That's not how it works. Conversation takes reciprocity. So if I can't get my opinions out without no, yeah, I'm not one of those. As a Leo woman, I'm not one of those. As somebody who doesn't chase,
That might
I'm
be
not
to
one of
you,
those.
Stanley.
I don't really have the patience that a lot of women have. Maybe because
I'm pretty sure
they
that's
get their
Stanley.
patience from their desperation. I'm not
Oh
desperate.
well, if it
So I
is.
don't have a desire to approach men just because. And I also don't really care. Yeah, my father lost his wife too, and that was my mother. And so, I mean, I can only let people have their experiences, but in my case, you got to let people express themselves as well. While I think the way I do, I don't look at men the way I do because I watched my mother
Oh well.
pass away at the age of
She
33,
has her
and lo
chance.
and behold, how old do you think I'm about to be soon?
All right, tune this shit out,
So
bro.
one thing that always made me question men and not put them first is how soon I watched my mom pass away behind a man. So you look at men differently when the man that's supposed to lead your family, protect your family, takes the very thing that holds your family together. So if I can't trust a man to do it,
No,
what do you think
I
my
don't need to know
relationship is
none
with
of
men
that.
that I would be approaching them?
She wants
As
people to
somebody that's
know.
been molested by
I
a
don't want to hear it
grown-ass
because I'm an asshole if I say something
and
and
men
it
were
come
supposed to
close to
protect you,
anything she's
Say
talking
it.
about.
the molester, do you really
No,
think my
because I'm not trying
relationship
to
with men
make
is
this
going
a
to be the
personal
same as
thing.
somebody who hasn't went
She
through that?
sat over here with
Understood.
us, and then
You're talking
Well,
she
let
went
me
over
let
there.
me put it to you this way. She
I do
should make
licensed
it
therapy for a
personal
living.
even.
That's what I was doing before I hopped on your live stream. And guess what? It gets heavy. And one thing doing therapy always helps me do is stay humble. Because some of the people that I counsel, they have 2-3 kids with their own father because their father has been raping them since they were fucking 7, 8, 9 years old.
Oh my God.
So we all have trauma. You have to be willing to act your age and allow people to express.
Well,
Because this is why people refrain,
my
and this is also
apologies
a big reason
again.
why
Talk
people
to
go
you
into
later.
other communities. Because certain
I don't
men
have to do this.
allow people to express themselves
Do
and
what?
talk,
What happened?
and certain people can't stand to hear you tell
My
your testimony.
response, I asked her to please forgive.
I do take
My
offense,
apologies again. Talk to you later.
but that's
She
also
will
why
have
my
to live
channel
with
is
it.
pro girls and pro women, because
What are
it's
you
usually black men
apologizing
who don't
for?
let
This
me
is that simp
express
shit I want to
completely,
get up out of you.
and it takes you out your energy. I don't like to be taking out my energy. I like to be feminine. I don't like to battle. I don't like to talk over people. I listen, not to respond. I listen to understand. So regardless of how much I agree, I don't have to explain why I agree. I listen. I'm a very great listener. I guess that's why I choose professional counseling for a career. Yeah, it's all good, but being the woman that I am, I'm always going to address things in a respectful way. I don't battle my energy.
This
I
is
don't
why I
battle my
don't give a fuck
testimony, and
about
I
what they
don't mind
say,
my pain.
Stanley. You should cut this
These are just
stupid
my
shit off.
experiences, babe.
You're getting too caught up in caping. This is why you don't
Let it
cape.
go.